2801 Extraordinary 1. Walking to the window, Tang Zhen took out the letter that Luoqi had handed over and saw a paragraph on it. During the first mission, Roddy and his teammates arrived in an unfamiliar world. They followed the mission's requirements and sneaked into a special convoy, preparing to head to a secret location. What was certain was that the special items that the convoy was transporting were likely to be related to extraordinary forces. They did not expect that it was not only the extraordinary forces that needed these items, even the monsters needed them. On a drizzling day, they were attacked by monsters when they arrived at a remote village. The monster was very fierce. Although there were many people in the convoy, they were no match for the monster. At the most dangerous moment, a mysterious warrior appeared. He fought against the monster alone and helped everyone get out of danger. Rhodey felt that the other party was very mysterious. He made up his mind that if possible, he would definitely ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The other party for advice on how to improve his strength. What he doesn't know is that the crow at the village entrance has already left to deliver the message. It won't be long before a group of mysterious people come to the village to take a look. The words on the letter were flamboyant, briefly describing what had happened earlier and making speculations about what might happen in the future. Whether it was the so-called protagonist Rhodey or Tang Zhen who helped to get out of the situation, they were just characters in the text. At the very beginning, the contents of the letter were not like this, and as time passed, the contents of the letter would continue to change. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this letter should be called the Book of Fate. There was an invisible pen of fate that was slowly writing. It was obvious that this letter written by the Lord of Fate had a very strange ability. It was under its guidance that Tang Zhen had obtained enough clues and found the mission's target. In the following days, he might have to rely on the guidance of the Book of Destiny to complete this mission. Up until now, Tang Zhen had yet to figure out the true objective of this mission. He only knew that he needed to find the target and wait for the next instructions. This was the first time Tang Zhen had come into contact with such a strange mission. He felt that it was very interesting. He wanted to see what the ultimate goal of the mission was and why he had to complete it himself. At that moment, Tang Zhen saw the main character, Rhodey, slowly walking towards his house. According to the Book of Destiny's explanation, Rhodey was shocked by Tang Zhen's strength and hoped to have the opportunity to learn from him. It was just a technique of a martial artist in the mortal world, but it could shock the protagonist so much. It was enough to show that his current strength was very weak. At this time, Rhodey should be very nervous. He did not know whether Tang Zhen was easy to get close to. However, in order to improve his strength, he was still willing to try. Your Excellency, please. Rhodey stood at the door and wanted to introduce himself. You want to learn swordsmanship from me? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the voice in the room, which exposed his purpose for coming. That's right. Rhodey was a little embarrassed, but he immediately admitted it. This was his true goal. If he were to hide it, he was worried that it would affect Tang Zhen's impression of him. At the same time, he was also secretly looking forward to it. He hoped that Tang Zhen would agree to his request. Even if he were to raise some harsh conditions, he would think of ways to fulfill them. You're quite honest. This is a sword manual, take it and read it before coming back. This was the treatment of a protagonist. If it was another person, Tang Zhen would be too lazy to pay attention to him. Tang Zhen's voice had just faded when an ancient-looking sword manual flew out and landed in Rhodey's hand. Yingluo, it's that simple. Rhodey was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately showed a happy expression and thanked Tang Zhen, who did not show up. The expected awkward situation did not happen. Instead, he easily got what he wanted. This situation was indeed unexpected. However, this was a good thing. There was no need to be too conflicted. Reading the sword manual was the most important thing. After finding a place to shelter himself from the rain, Rhodey could not wait to open the sword manual and read it carefully. What a lucky bastard. In a house not far away, one of Rhodey's companions whispered with eyes full of envy. The other companions were the same. They did not expect Rhodey's luck to be so good, but they were still hesitant. Some people wanted to try to imitate him, but they quickly dispelled this thought to avoid angering Tang Zhen. Rhodey's actions could be understood as bravery. He was the first one to jump out to help Tang Zhen. He must have left a good impression on him. If someone dared to imitate him, they would be a little shameless and might end up overreaching themselves. However, the opportunity was right in front of him. If he didn't try, he would always feel a little unwilling. Not long after, a man stood up and walked to Tang Zhen's door under everyone's gaze. "Your Excellency, please, get lost." The man's expression changed when he heard the voice coming from the room. He turned around and left with a face full of unwillingness. The others secretly laughed at him. At the same time, they also felt extremely regretful. They were envious and jealous of Rodi. Rodi, who was reading the sword manual, did not know what his companion was thinking. He was reading the contents of the sword manual like a hungry man. There were many things that he had never come into contact with before, but at this moment, he felt enlightened. It was as if his eyes and ears had been covered in the past, but now all the cover had been removed, and he could see the real world. The more Rodi looked, the more excited he became. His body could not help but tremble. He did not have the time to care about other things. He didn't realize how he understood the contents of the book so thoroughly that he could directly achieve mastery through comprehensive study. Time slowly passed. When Rodi finally got out of that state, the drizzle had stopped. At the entrance of the village, a few strangely dressed figures suddenly appeared and were slowly walking towards them. Their expressions were indifferent, and they sized up everyone in the village with cold eyes. At some point in time, the village had been shrouded in fog, and the mountains and land in the distance could not be seen at all. It was as if a cover had been pulled over it, completely isolating it from the outside world. The members of the convoy were a little nervous. They had a feeling that these cold and arrogant strangers in front of them might be the targets they were looking for. "It's you guys who killed the monsters outside the village?" A man wearing heavy armor and a fur cloak asked in a cold voice. No one could see his face clearly through the thick mask, only a pair of cold eyes. "That's right. Those monsters suddenly appeared and attacked the convoy. We could only fight back." One of Rodi's companions tried to explain, but he was stopped by the heavily armored man. "Shut up, you idiot. I don't need your explanation." The heavily armored man snorted coldly. His gaze fell on the cars beside him and he tilted his head slightly. One of his companions walked over and opened the wooden box on the car, taking a careful look. "Yes, it's mithril ore, the mineral we need." After hearing his companion's words, an old mage in a long robe said in a calm voice, "The monsters must have sensed the aura of the ore, so they took the initiative to intercept it. But it is unusual for a group of mortals to survive the ambush of the monsters." As the sorcerer with the long gray beard spoke, his eyes swept across the crowd and finally fell on Rodi, who was not far away. "Young man, what are you holding in your hand? Let me have a look." Hearing the mage's question, Rodi quickly shook his head and said, "This belongs to someone else. I need the other party's permission. Otherwise, I have no right to let you see it." Hearing Rodi's answer, the sorcerer frowned and softly said, "Impudent." Then, his body faded and his arm extended forward like smoke to grab Rodi. Rodi was shocked. He wanted to dodge the attack but it was too late. "I think you're the impudent one." With a faint chiding, a sword light flew out and landed on the mage. The smoke-clad mage returned to his original spot and materialized again. He stared at the wooden house in front of him with wide eyes, his face full of fear and shock. 2802 The solution to the problem. 1. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Everyone had their own thoughts, and no one dared to act rashly. When the sorcerer attacked Rodi, his companion was first shocked and then ecstatic. Previously, Rodi had gained all the benefits alone, which made his companions envious and resentful. When they saw the mage attack, some of them wished Rodi would be killed on the spot. The human heart was hard to fathom, that was it. At the critical moment, a sword light repelled the sorcerer, directly resolving the crisis that Rodi was facing. Rodi, who was lucky enough to escape, subconsciously approached the wooden house in an attempt to obtain Tang Zhen's protection. Being attacked for no reason made Rodi feel extremely depressed. He knew that only Tang Zhen could save him. The mage and a few of his companions had quickly surrounded the wooden house, looking at the door of the house with vigilant eyes. "Who are you? Do you know what you are doing?" the mage said in a hoarse voice. Although he looked completely unharmed on the surface, everyone around him could sense that his aura was much weaker than before. It was obvious that the sword ray had already injured the mage. The mage's companions were naturally aware of this. Their expressions were grave, and they were already prepared for battle. Tang Zhen slowly walked out under everyone's gaze. Tang Zhen's eyes swept over the mage and his companion. His expression was calm as he said in a faint tone, "The book in his hand records the secret technique sword manual I wrote. Are you sure you want to take a look?" Tang Zhen's gaze was like a blade as he stared at that wizard. It was as though he could pierce through everything. The mage's body trembled slightly as he met Tang Zhen's gaze. It was as if a long sword was cutting his soul. What a terrifying feeling, woo-woo. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the mage shook his head. He was unable to see through Tang Zhen's background, but he knew that the other party was not simple. The sword light that he had just received had nearly torn his soul apart. Since you don't want to see, then get out of my way immediately. This is not a place for you to show off your power. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed at the same time when they heard Tang Zhen's reprimand. The goal of Rodi and his companions was to come into contact with and join these native extraordinary forces so that they could carry out the next step of their mission. Now that the opportunity was right in front of them, it might be destroyed by Tang Zhen. They were naturally anxious. As for the mages and the rest, they were on a mission and could not leave easily no matter what. Arrogant. Eat my sword. The tall warrior in heavy armor was obviously angered by Tang Zhen as he waved his heavy sword and hacked over. Who would have thought that while the heavy sword was still in midair, a cold light would flash, and the light was somewhat dazzling. The heavy armored warrior with the heavy sword still maintained his attacking posture, but he did not continue to advance. Voila! Under the broken helmet, a bearded face was revealed. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with fear. Hualala! A series of sounds rang out as the heavy armor warrior's armor fell to the ground, making a series of crashing sounds. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and was so shocked that they were speechless. In the blink of an eye, no one had seen Tang Zhen attack, and the heavy armored warrior's armor had already been destroyed. What kind of insane speed and sharp weapon was needed to release such an attack? The ones who were the most shocked were naturally the heavy armored warriors. He slowly lowered the heavy sword in his hand and forcefully endured the trembling of his legs as he bowed and saluted Tang Zhen in front of him. Thank you for not killing me, sir. The heavy armored warrior was very clear in his heart that if Tang Zhen wanted to kill him, it would not be the heavy armor on his body that would shatter. The sorcerer at the side stepped forward and similarly bowed to Tang Zhen. The arrogant and cold attitude from before had long disappeared. Your Excellency's strength is extraordinary and we have no intention of offending you, but we still have to make clear our purpose in coming here. According to the rules of the Wizard Union, any ordinary person who came into contact with a monster must have their memories erased. The purpose of this was to cover up the existence of the monsters and to avoid causing panic after the news spread. If we can't complete the mission, we'll be punished, and then the scavengers will be responsible for the aftermath. The problem was that when the scavengers attacked, they would not waste time to erase their memories. Instead, they would kill the fish that escaped the net. Everyone present, if their memories aren't erased, will be the target of the purge. When they heard the mage's explanation, Rodi and the others were stunned and their expressions became complicated. The first step of their mission was to come into contact with the extraordinary community of this world and then find a way to blend in. Only by completing this step would he be qualified to continue the mission. They had thought that the appearance of an extraordinary would give them a chance to complete the mission, but they did not expect that the other party's purpose was only to erase their memories. If they refused to have their memories erased, they would be hunted down. This was an unacceptable result. Everyone looked at Tang Zhen in unison. They did not have the qualifications to make any suggestions. Everything would depend on Tang Zhen's decision. The mage and the others were equally flustered. The fact that he was able to give such a detailed explanation was already a sign that he had admitted defeat. He hoped that Tang Zhen would be able to accommodate and cooperate. Even if his memory was really erased, it shouldn't be Tang Zhen's turn. The strength he displayed far exceeded that of a mage. So what if he knew about the existence of the monster? It was even possible that Tang Zhen had long known about the existence of these monsters. Otherwise, he would not have helped these ordinary people. The problem was that according to the rules, Tang Zhen's memory must be erased. He absolutely couldn't be exempted just because he was strong. In this case, Tang Zhen would be considered a fish that had escaped the net and would definitely be chased by the scavengers. They were all cold-blooded executioners who did not understand the ways of the world. Once they accepted a mission, they would complete it at all costs. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen's strength was terrifyingly powerful. If both parties were to encounter each other, it was very likely to cause serious losses. If that really happened, their team would have to bear the blame. How to deal with Tang Zhen and then smoothly complete the memory wipe had become a difficult problem for the mages and others. Is there no other way to solve this? Tang Zhen looked at the mage. His tone was still calm, as if he didn't want to make things difficult for the other party. Other solutions? The mage was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly thought of something, and a look of joy appeared on his face. There is indeed a way, and that is to let the witnesses join the Wizard Union, and fight against these invading monsters together. If the witness wanted to join, he had to be strong enough. Otherwise, he would not be approved at all. Of course, with your strength, there shouldn't be any problems. Tang Zhen nodded and pointed at Rodi. What about them, are they qualified to join? This Yingluo. The mage's expression was a little awkward. Tang Zhen joining the Mage Alliance could increase the strength of the organization. This was a good thing that he could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more. However, if Rodi and the other mortals joined them, they would not be of much help in increasing their strength. They might even become a burden. When fighting against monsters, mortals without extraordinary power would not be of much use. Rodi and his companions' hearts were in their throats. When they heard Tang Zhen speaking up for them, Rodi and the others were naturally surprised. Originally, they were about to give up, but they did not expect such a turn. With Tang Zhen's help, it should be possible to join the Transcendent group. At the very least, it would increase the chances of success. However, looking at the attitude of the mages, this was not an easy task, otherwise he would not be in such a difficult position. I can train them so that they have the ability to kill monsters. Is there any problem with that? The mage and his companion looked at each other. Clearly, they were communicating with their eyes to confirm whether Tang Zhen's method would work. As for Rodi and the others, their hearts were in their throats. They subconsciously clenched their fists and kept praying in their hearts. If even this didn't work, then their first mission would probably end in failure. Unless they completed the mission, there was no way they could return. If they did not do well, they would die in this foreign land. No problem, the mage gave an accurate answer, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. It was the same for Rodi and the others. 2803 The Hidden Valley 1. The members of the convoy didn't know that their fate had changed. Their original ending was not like this. If Tang Zhen didn't appear, the members of the convoy would be attacked by the monsters and die under the monsters' sharp teeth and claws. At the last moment, the mages and the others rushed over and rescued the remaining survivors. Rodi was one of the survivors. Due to some special reasons, he was brought to the small town in the valley. However, because of Tang Zhen's participation, everything had changed. Not only did everyone save their lives, but they also got the opportunity to join an extraordinary force. The problem that had originally troubled both sides was smoothly resolved because of Tang Zhen's suggestion. Whether it was Rodi and the others or the mages, they were very happy. The memory erasing process had to continue. However, Rodi and the others had been eliminated and they became the villagers who might have leaked the information. The mages used the items they carried with them and chanted an incantation in the middle of the village. Soon, an invisible force swept through the village. This was the power of a special tool, borrowing the energy of heaven and earth. Mages did not have such an ability. When the villagers were swept by this power, their memories within a day would be completely wiped out, and there was no possibility of recovery for the rest of their lives. All of you, follow me. Remember to bring these ores. Their value is much higher than yours. The mage looked at Rodi and the others and spoke in a light tone. He then walked out of the village. Rodi and the others nodded in agreement. At the same time, they looked at Tang Zhen and saw that he had already walked in front of them. Hurry up and keep up, don't fall behind. No one dared to hesitate. They hurriedly pushed the cart and chased after them, afraid that the mage and Tang Zhen would abandon them. Because of the rain, the rugged road became muddy, and the cart carrying the ore was stuck, making it more difficult to move. After a Herculean effort, they finally passed through this difficult road and arrived at the front of a cliff. The path is right in front, follow me, the mage said in his usual cold tone. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked towards the cliff in front of him. There was a bump on the cliff, and the mage was walking to the side of the bump. The moment he touched the stone wall, the mage's body melded perfectly into it and disappeared in front of everyone. It was just a simple illusion array, but it still amazed Rodi and the others. They hoped that they could have a similar extraordinary ability. The heavily armored warrior sneaked a glance at Tang Zhen and discovered that his expression was calm from the beginning to the end. He originally had the thought of showing off, but in the end, he was greatly disappointed. Any ordinary person would lose control of their emotions when they saw such a scene, just like Rhodey and the others. However, Tang Zhen didn't have any reaction. This was clearly not right. It was very likely that he had come into contact with similar incidents. The heavy armored warrior didn't know that to Tang Zhen, this kind of illusionary technique was simply pitifully low level. If he were to set it up, the power of the illusory formation would be 100 times stronger, and even gods would not be able to see through it. Tang Zhen was not in the mood to show off his strength. He only seriously played the role of a bystander and placed his attention on Rhodey. Behind the illusionary formation was a deep and dark tunnel, filled with fluorescent plants. At the end of the tunnel was a huge valley, where all kinds of extraordinary creatures lived. The valley was almost completely sealed off. There were many unique buildings, and cultivators were walking back and forth on the streets. Rhodey and the others were amazed. If not for the wizard leading the way, they would not have found this place. This is a branch of the Wizard Union, and there are many extraordinary individuals living here. You must abide by the rules here, or you may be severely punished. The mage warned everyone. At the same time, he looked at Tang Zhen and made an inviting gesture. Please follow me to complete the identity registration. There are some other procedures that need to be done at the same time. When facing Tang Zhen, the mage's attitude was very respectful and he didn't dare to show any neglect. As for Rhodey and the others, they were led forward, pushing the cart to the other side of the town. The appearance of Rhodey and the others in the town for the first time attracted the attention of the residents. They could not help but feel nervous. There were no mortals in the town. The arrival of Rhodey and the others would naturally attract the attention of the extraordinaries. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. Rhodey and the others were secretly relieved. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination and deliver the ore to a building that looked like a blacksmith's shop. The short and strong blacksmith carefully checked the quality of the ore and gave Rhodey and the others a thumbs up. As for the reward for the mission, Rhodey and the others would definitely not be able to obtain it. That was because the boss of the convoy had already received the commission but had unfortunately died on the way. The heavy armored warrior held the broken armor and asked the blacksmith if it could be repaired with a depressed expression. Seeing the smooth cut marks, the group of blacksmiths widened their eyes and quickly surrounded it. What did you just say? The heavy armor was cut into pieces by a sword. Do you think I'm still drunk? A blacksmith held a piece of armor in his hand, his face full of anger. He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. But that's the truth, the heavily armored warrior helplessly replied. His companion also testified by the side, indicating that he was not lying. It's actually true. The blacksmiths widened their eyes and carefully examined the broken armor again. They finally came to a conclusion. The other party might have a peerless divine weapon that can cut through iron as if it were mud. Even the armor they forged themselves wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of this weapon. It's also possible that he's a super expert with special extraordinary powers. When he attacks, he can easily cut through metal. No matter what the reason was, it meant that he was definitely not to be trifled with. To be able to cut through heavy armor like cutting melons and vegetables, he could naturally easily chop people into pieces. The heavily armored warrior nodded. He was deeply aware of this. Even at this moment, he seemed to be able to feel the sword aura cutting his skin. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's ability to freely retract and control the sword light's attack, he would have already turned into a pile of minced meat. Rhodey and the others stood at the side, listening to the conversation between the heavy armored warriors and the blacksmiths. They felt more and more happy. They had never thought that Tang Zhen would receive such a high evaluation. It was a good thing that they could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more to have the opportunity to learn from him. Thank the heavens, good luck had finally come. It seemed that from the moment they met Tang Zhen, their luck had been good. Not only did they get their wish to join an extraordinary force, but they also obtained the opportunity to learn powerful martial arts. The opportunity was right in front of him, and he had to grasp it firmly no matter what, or it would be too late to regret. Not long after, a tall man appeared and brought Rhodey and the others into a room. He registered the identities of Rhodey and the others and explained the various rules and taboos of the town, especially not to wander around at night. The man warned Rhodey and the others that they were only ordinary people and were not qualified to join the Wizard Union. After some discussion, they would be given 3 months. If they could master extraordinary power, they would have the right to stay. If they couldn't do it, they would be driven out of the valley and all related memories would be erased. The man then led the group to a residential area, where they were not allowed to leave for the next 3 months. During the process of heading to their residence, everyone was also secretly pondering how they could curry favor with Tang Zhen and ensure that they had the qualifications to stay. The situation was already very clear. Only by mastering extraordinary power could one stay here. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for their memories to be erased and driven out, leaving no possibility of accommodation. It was even possible to directly kill the person and throw him into the valley in order to save time. This was the most secure and convenient way. Although he had entered this hidden town, he could not rest easy. He had to master extraordinary power within the specified time to truly pass the test. Rodi, who had previously obtained the sword manual and received special treatment from Tang Zhen, once again became the object of envy and jealousy. 2804 Analysis of the situation. 1. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the hidden valley town was as calm as ever. No one paid any attention to the group of mortals who had entered the town. To the cultivators in the town, they were no different from objects. Rodi and the others were burning with anxiety. They had been looking forward to Tang Zhen's teaching. Only by passing the test early would they be qualified to stay. However, there was no movement from Tang Zhen. No one knew what he was doing. Some people suspected that he had already left the valley or that he had been killed by the supernatural beings here. However, on second thought, the possibility of this was very low. The benefits of leaving Tang Zhen behind far exceeded becoming enemies with him. It was simply the stupidest choice. If it was really like what the blacksmiths had analyzed, Tang Zhen's strength was extremely strong. It was even more impossible for him to be quietly driven away. Instead, it would cause a huge commotion. The area of the town was neither large nor small, so it was impossible for them to be completely ignorant of such a major incident. Therefore, everyone would rather believe that Tang Zhen merely did not have the time to pay attention to them. However, he would definitely fulfill his promise. Rodi, who had read the swordsmanship manual, had been in a daze for the past few days. No one knew what he was thinking. Some people secretly guessed that Rodi must have studied the swordsmanship manual so deeply that he could not extricate himself. That was why such a situation occurred. The heavens are really unfair. Why does he have to encounter all the good things? His companion was secretly jealous and gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he didn't show it on his face. Rodi's identity was different from theirs. He had once been the focus of Tang Zhen's attention. Who knew that this was not the case now? If he were to harm Rodi and Tang Zhen found out about it, wouldn't that be self-defeating? Rodi's restless companions made the atmosphere of the residence a little strange. After anxiously waiting for 2 days, Tang Zhen finally appeared. When the crowd, who had been anxiously waiting for him, saw him, they almost cheered on the spot. After Tang Zhen appeared, he gathered everyone and officially began to teach them the skill. He taught everyone a set of movements and a set of incantations. It was simple and easy to understand. I'll give you 10 days. Whoever can master this technique will be qualified to become a transcendent. If you can't master it, then continue to work hard, but you must not take more than 3 months. Otherwise, even if I didn't chase you away, the Wizard Union would have chased you away and erased your memories. After the lesson was over, Tang Zhen sat down in a nearby pavilion and took out a book to slowly read. Rodi and the others did not dare to disturb him. They quickly followed Tang Zhen's instructions and meticulously began to cultivate. How would they know that the cultivation method that Tang Zhen had taught them was not as simple as it seemed on the surface? The biggest feature of this set of magic arts was that it could increase the probability of the cultivator becoming a transcendent. With a little bit of cultivation aptitude, there was a chance of becoming a real cultivator. The weakness was also very obvious. After using this cultivation technique to advance, one's strength would be much weaker than that of ordinary cultivators. This wasn't a big problem because there were still follow-up cultivation techniques that could allow the cultivator to continuously improve his strength. They could even be far more powerful than cultivators of the same level. This set of low-level cultivation methods had fulfilled the dreams of countless people with low aptitudes. Even if Yu Sheng's level did not increase any further, at least it did not leave him with any more regrets. It could be said that this was the lowest level of cultivation technique, but it was also the highest level of cultivation technique. It was definitely something that could be encountered but not sought. If he had not met Tang Zhen, then even if he searched the entire world, it would be impossible to find a similar cultivation technique. In this aspect alone, Rodi and the others were extremely lucky. Tang Zhen did not explain. Naturally, Rhodey and the others did not know what was going on. At that moment, their minds were filled with thoughts of working hard to cultivate and pass the assessment in 3 months. Tang Zhen only looked on coldly. Although his relationship with Rhodey was getting closer, he would not interfere too much in the other party's matters. He had never forgotten that he was just a bystander, and the wisest thing to do was to let nature take its course. Regardless of how Rhodey developed in the future, he would do his best to follow him around and complete the task of monitoring and observing him without him realizing it. He opened the letter from the Lord of Fate. The contents had indeed been updated. Not only did it describe what was happening, but it also mentioned what was going to happen. So mysterious. What is he doing? Tang Zhen had long since realized that the most unique characteristic of this mission was that it would consume a very long time. They couldn't actively interfere, which would mess up the string of fate. If they couldn't correct it in time, it would lead to an even greater change. Other people might not know the disadvantages, but how could Tang Zhen not know? Therefore, he would definitely not do such a thing. However, after thinking about it, Tang Zhen had doubts in his heart. In a situation where he had offended a group of behind-the-scenes big shots, the Island of Destiny had given him such a mission. Was it to help him get through the crisis? If one thought about it carefully, it was indeed possible. The mission he was carrying out had nothing to do with the cornerstone platform. Even if the mastermind behind the scenes had special authority, it was impossible for him to know the arrangements of the Island of Destiny. In the process of carrying out the mission, the enemy had a hard time tracking Tang Zhen because they had used the secret technique of the Island of Destiny. Naturally, they were unable to carry out the corresponding revenge. It could be said that Tang Zhen, who was carrying out the mission, had already avoided the eye of the storm and was temporarily far away from danger. By the time the mission was over, the enemy might have lost their patience and given up on the plan to target him. At that time, regardless of whether Tang Zhen chose to retaliate or keep the peace, he would have more room for manipulation. If that was the case, then he really had good intentions. According to his previous experience, the possibility of this happening was very high. Perhaps from the very beginning, the Lord of Fate had been helping him. However, there was also a possibility that helping him was just a side effect. The Lord of Fate did indeed have an unknown purpose. No matter what the truth was, the development of the situation was extremely beneficial to Tang Zhen. The enemy would never have imagined that Tang Zhen would actually use a special method to sneak into the long river of time in a certain plane. If they were not in the same era, how could they complete the tracking? If he did not mind the price, he might be able to use a special method to lock onto Tang Zhen. However, it would undoubtedly waste a very long time. Unless he was not discovered by Tang Zhen, as long as he hid, the enemy would definitely pounce on him. Even if the enemy were to track him down and really find Tang Zhen, they might not be able to take advantage of him. If it was someone like the Ocean Kingdom's overlord, Tang Zhen would be more than happy for the other party to come and kill him before plundering his divine source. However, according to Tang Zhen's speculation, after he left the world of Lusheng, the enemy would not allow the Sea Kingdom's feudal lords to participate in the operation. His greatest use was to provoke Tang Zhen and sow discord between the Sea Kingdom and the other territories. If Tang Zhen couldn't control himself and killed the Sea Kingdom's territory, the enemy's plot would succeed. The old lord would definitely not let Tang Zhen go. Making a powerful enemy would make his situation extremely dangerous. However, after leaving the Tower World, if the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord dared to provoke Tang Zhen again, it would be equivalent to seeking his own death. The enemy should have judged Tang Zhen's strength and would not allow the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord to participate in the operation. Otherwise, once he was killed by Tang Zhen, it would instead give him a lot of benefits. There was also another possibility. The enemy would sacrifice the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord and fish out the hidden Tang Zhen. As long as Tang Zhen's whereabouts were exposed, he would be locked onto by the mastermind and would then be attacked by the enemy continuously. 2805 Attacked in the Valley 1. When Rhodey was training, he was very hardworking. He was born in a poor family and had suffered from the sufferings of the human world. He had always wanted to make a name for himself. Later, by chance, he became a special chosen one. When he found out what he was going to face, Rhodey was pleasantly surprised. This was because to him, this was an opportunity that he could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, the so-called chosen ones needed to go through special rituals and complex screening conditions before they had the chance to obtain an identity. In fact, it was the indigenous gods who were deliberately mystifying things. However, the true chosen ones were indeed those whose fate trajectories were unclear. Only such a person could possibly create miracles, because not only was his sense of existence vague on this plane, it was the same in other worlds. Rhodey knew very well that after becoming the chosen one, he would have the opportunity to change his fate. Becoming a chosen one was only the first step to changing one's fate. There were many chosen ones, and they all lived in a mysterious city. In the following period of time, he would have to carry out all kinds of missions and face the danger of death. Only by passing through a quick selection and surviving in the cruel missions would one have the chance to get what they wanted. For example, wealth, power, and all sorts of enjoyment. During his time in the training camp, Rhodey had a better understanding of the chosen ones. Heaven's chosen ones were powerful and could summon clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. They were far more powerful than one could imagine. However, that was only on the surface. Even the most glorious chosen one could die in the process of a certain mission. Even so, it did not stop Rhodey's determination to become the strongest chosen one. It was his first mission in this world, and it was a random mission that he couldn't refuse. Unlike the other chosen ones who were at a loss, Rhodey's heart was filled with a desire to obtain an excellent battle record. At that moment, Rhodey already knew that if he could not pass the test, everything would be in vain. Of course, it was not only Rhodey. The other chosen ones were also working hard. Tang Zhen had seen Rhodey's performance. He did not treat Rhodey differently just because of his special identity. Instead, he treated him equally. The purpose of this was to avoid affecting Rhodey's fate and causing other changes. If that was the case, he would be increasing the difficulty of his mission. While he was secretly observing, Tang Zhen discovered one thing. Rhodey's aptitude was actually very ordinary. Among the chosen ones, Rhodey's aptitude was only considered average. How did he pass the selection? Fortunately, he met Tang Zhen and was taught a special cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to step on the path of an extraordinary. Cultivation knew no time, and a week quickly passed. Among the group of heaven's chosen ones, someone finally completed the breakthrough and became a real extraordinary. Those who had advanced were naturally excited. After completing this step, they would have the qualifications to continue staying. Then, he would look for an opportunity to complete the mission and obtain a generous reward. He came to Tang Zhen and expressed his gratitude with a face full of gratitude. At the same time, he hoped to receive further guidance. The swordsmanship manual that Rhodey had obtained back then made the chosen ones envious and they had long wanted to see it. However, without Tang Zhen's permission, no one dared to borrow or snatch it to avoid causing Tang Zhen's displeasure. Sure, Tang Zhen nodded and agreed. He asked the other party to look for Rhodey. However, he only had the qualifications to borrow the book. The sword manual still belonged to Rhodey. The chosen one thanked Rhodey profusely. He then went to Rhodey, who was training, and explained his purpose. You have already become a transcendent. Rhodey was surprised when he found out the reason for his companion's visit. He did not expect that he would still be overtaken despite his hard work. In fact, he had been suppressing a drive in his heart all along. He wanted to rush to complete his advancement before his companions so that Tang Zhen would look up to him. Therefore, he did his best and did not dare to relax at all. It was just that things like cultivation had always been about success when the water flowed, and it was not something that could be achieved by hard work. Although he felt disappointed, Rhodey still generously took out the sword manual for his companions to learn. He had already mastered everything that he needed to master. There was no use in keeping the sword manual. Moreover, this was Tang Zhen's request. Rhodey had no reason to refuse. When he saw his companions leaving with joy, Rhodey secretly encouraged himself and continued to train hard. In the days that followed, a chosen one would complete a breakthrough almost every other day. Rhodey became more and more anxious when he saw this. This was because up until now, he had not felt any signs of advancement, which made him doubt himself. This kind of impetuous mood had a great impact on his cultivation. In the following cultivation process, he simply could not achieve a calm mind. Rhodey was clear about this, but he could not control his emotions. He had unknowingly fallen into a vicious cycle. At this time, Rhodey did not know that his performance was being observed by Tang Zhen. However, he still did not take any action. This was because Tang Zhen clearly knew that this was Rhodey's fate. He would have to go through some twists and turns before he could solve the problem, and his state of mind would also grow because of this matter. In the history that he did not participate in, Rhodey must have encountered a similar situation. The only difference was that he was not the one who taught him the skills. Since he already had a guess, there was no need to interfere, so as not to affect the trajectory of fate. However, in order to increase his favorability, Tang Zhen called Roddy in front of him and gave him a few words of encouragement. Perhaps it was because of Tang Zhen's actions that made Rhodey's anxious emotions become much more stable. He quickly returned to his normal state. At this moment, he had already reached the threshold. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely be able to become a transcendent. But at this moment, something happened. One night a month later, black shadows suddenly appeared in the sky and rushed toward the valley town like lightning. This was a group of creatures similar to wyverns. They could spray venom and fire, and at the same time, they had quite a terrifying power. After they charged into the valley, they immediately launched an unbridled attack. It was obvious that they were here for war and destruction. In the blink of an eye, the town was engulfed in flames. A group of mysterious cultivators, who had followed the wyvern and were fully armed, launched an attack in the chaos. Although it was sudden, the cultivators of the small town were not flustered in the face of danger and quickly fought with the enemy. The chosen ones were not spared either. They were forced into the battle and fought with the monsters that rushed out of the black crack. Compared to the previous attack, the chosen ones' strength had greatly improved. They had enough ability to protect themselves when facing these terrifying monsters. The killing continued, but the situation became worse. The enemy was very fierce, and under the illumination of the raging flames, there were traces of monsters everywhere. The hidden experts in the valley town had all made their move to meet the enemy. There were also powerhouses among the enemy, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Almost every expert had a matching enemy. It was clear that the enemy had already figured out the situation of the entire town before they launched the attack. However, the enemy did not expect a real god to be hiding in the valley. The real god could turn them into ashes with just a flick of his finger. However, it was not an easy matter to get Tang Zhen to take action. As time passed, the number of casualties increased, and the Wizard Union was in a precarious situation. 2,806 magical means. After the battle began, Rhodey and the others were in a very dangerous situation. The monsters that rushed out of the black cracks and the wyverns that circled in the air and swooped down from time to time were all fatal threats. If they were attacked by monsters, their bodies would be torn apart, and they would basically die without an intact corpse. The last time they were attacked, the chosen ones had witnessed the madness of the monsters and still had lingering fears. They had to avoid the monsters on the ground and also be careful of attacks from the air. The wyverns were extremely violent and kept spitting in the air. If the flames landed on their bodies, they would be burned to ashes without even a chance to save themselves. Rhodey and the others, who lacked combat experience, were extremely nervous. If not for the terrain advantage, they would have been killed by the monster. The most important point was that the attack was so sudden that the chosen ones were not prepared. The lack of sufficient equipment and weapons would seriously affect the performance of one's strength. Fortunately, his original weapons had not been confiscated, otherwise, he would really be unarmed. While they were fighting, the survivors subconsciously approached a place. That was where Tang Zhen lived and rested. Up until now, Tang Zhen had not appeared. This made Rhodey and the others secretly anxious. The Heaven's Chosen Ones knew that Tang Zhen was strong and hoped that he could turn the tide and help them get out of this predicament. However, from the start of the battle until now, Tang Zhen had never appeared. It was as if he wasn't even in the house. However, everyone knew that Tang Zhen was in the room and had never left. No one dared to take the initiative to disturb him. They could only grit their teeth and endure. At the same time, they prayed in their hearts that Tang Zhen would quickly take action. There's a school of trash here. A voice was heard, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the raging flames. The enemy's body was covered in a cloak, and under the tall hat was a pair of sinister vertical eyes that glowed red. When they saw the enemy suddenly appear, Rhodey and the others trembled. Although they didn't know the true strength of the enemy, they could clearly sense that the enemy shrouded in the black mist was very powerful. The spreading pressure made the chosen ones tremble as if they had met their natural enemy. With the appearance of this enemy, the surrounding monsters stopped attacking and surrounded the area. The situation was getting more and more serious. Rhodey and the others were already trapped. It's unexpected that there are mortals in a valley that belongs to extraordinaries. The Wizard Union is becoming more and more lawless, more and more depraved. It's destined to be defeated. The enemy looked at Rhodey and the others with a cold and disdainful gaze. He then sneered and waved at the monster. "Little cuties, kill all these trash for me." His tone was as calm as water, and it was obvious that he did not take the Chosen One seriously. The monsters that received the order immediately launched an attack, as if they could not wait. "Don't tell me I'm going to die here today." When Rhodey and the others saw this, similar thoughts appeared in their minds. At the same time, they felt a strong sense of unwillingness. "Your Excellency, save me." Someone turned around and shouted at the house. This was their only hope. "Your Excellency, save me." The Chosen Ones shouted at the same time and continued to retreat to resist the monsters that were charging at them. Hee, still trying to put up a last-ditch struggle. The enemy laughed coldly. At the same time, he turned his attention to the top of the house, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Could it be that there was an expert hidden in that room? There was more than one traitor within the Wizard Union who had sold out information about the Valley Town. Before this operation, the enemy had confirmed time and time again that they would not miss out on any experts. However, looking at the performance of this group of rookies, it was clear that they were asking for help from the strong, hoping to survive the fatal crisis. On second thought, the enemy sneered again. "So that's how it is, what a bunch of idiots." He realized that he was thinking too much. How strong could a strong person in the eyes of a group of weak people be? He was just struggling on the brink of death, not wanting to let go of the chance to live. He had seen countless ants like this. "All of you must die, including the guy in the house, including all the living things in the valley. Don't even think about living to see tomorrow's dawn." The enemy used a smug tone to mock him, as if victory was already in his grasp and he was making a declaration of victory. That might not be the case. A faint voice that carried a hint of disdain was heard. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the door of the room open and a dozen faint shadows fly out. The monsters that charged over were pierced by the black shadow and were firmly fixed to the ground. When everyone looked closely, they found that they were wooden pieces, shaped like long swords. "Pick up these swords and annihilate all the monsters. Show me your strength. If you can survive to the end, you can learn more advanced skills. If you are unlucky enough to die, then you can only blame yourself." Tang Zhen's tone was calm. From his words, it was obvious that he did not place the danger in his eyes. He had thrown out a dozen wooden swords to provide help, but at the same time, it was a test for everyone. "Yes, sir," Rhodey answered first. He rushed to the monster's corpse and pulled out a broken wooden sword. After holding it in his hand, Rhodey was pleasantly surprised to find that the wood piece was not simple. Although it was as light as rotten wood, its surface was covered with runes. When his fingers touched it, it was actually sharp. There was also a special feeling, as if he could easily inject his own power into it. A divine weapon. A similar thought suddenly appeared in Rhodey's mind, but he felt that it was ridiculous. It was just a wooden sword, not a divine weapon at all. Although he knew this, the wooden sword gave off a very strange feeling, far surpassing that of ordinary swords. The current situation was urgent and there was no time to think about it. Moreover, Luo Di had great trust in Tang Zhen. After putting away the wooden sword, Rhodey took a few steps back and slashed at another monster. As if he was cutting a piece of paper, he did not feel much resistance at all. The monster was directly cut in half. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. Clearly, they did not expect this light and thin wooden sword to have such a terrifying cutting ability. The monster's flesh and blood were tough, and its bones were as hard as iron. However, when it touched the wooden sword, it was easily broken. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could cut through iron like mud. While they were exclaiming, the Chosen Ones rushed forward and picked up the broken wooden swords with excited expressions. They also felt the uniqueness of the wooden sword. The monsters that were charging at them with the sword were easily killed. The enemy who was commanding the monster had long been stunned by the scene in front of him. His pupils had shrunk to the size of green beans. When he saw the wooden swords in the hands of Rhodey and the others, he trembled slightly. His heart was full of shock and fear. What kind of rune is this? It actually has the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. It can turn a pile of broken wood into a divine weapon that can cut through iron as if it was mud. While the enemies were still in a daze, the monsters that had rushed forward had already been cut down by Rhodey and the others. At this moment, the Heaven's Chosen Ones suddenly understood the cultivators, obsession with divine weapons, because this would increase their combat power by a lot. The fear that filled their hearts was replaced by a strong fighting spirit. They looked at the enemy who was controlling the monster and were eager to fight. Kill him. Tang Zhen's voice was heard again. Rodi and the others shouted at the same time and rushed toward the enemy. Tang Zhen had displayed his mysteriousness and strength. If one were to receive his teachings, one would definitely benefit endlessly. What the chosen ones had to do was to take the opportunity to show their courage and gain Tang Zhen's recognition. Bastard! Looking at the weaklings who were charging at him with killing intent, but were actually just borrowing the power of the tiger, the enemy cursed angrily and turned to escape without hesitation. He was not afraid of these heaven's chosen ones at all, but he was afraid of Tang Zhen, who had not shown up in the house and could turn the rotten into the magical. It was best to run as far away as possible when encountering such a mysterious figure. Otherwise, if he hesitated any longer, he might really be chopped into meat paste by these weak chickens. 2807 The Mage's Doubts. 1. If the enemy wanted to escape, Rodi and the others would definitely not be able to catch up because of the gap in strength. Moreover, there were also monsters. They charged forward fearlessly to help the enemy gain time to escape. Rodi and the others were not stupid and did not continue to pursue. They obediently stayed in the courtyard, determined not to take a step out of the courtyard, and even blocked the courtyard door tightly. To be able to become the chosen one, he naturally knew how to judge the situation and was definitely not a reckless man with courage but no brains. The arrogant and terrifying enemy from before was not afraid of rookies like him, but was afraid of Tang Zhen who was in the house. To be able to turn something rotten into something magical, to make a broken piece of wood comparable to a divine weapon, how powerful must this person be? It was only natural for the enemy to be afraid. However, if they overestimated themselves and gave chase, the enemy would definitely not be polite and would be able to get rid of them all. Since it was dangerous outside, he should stay in the yard and not go anywhere. With Tang Zhen here, the chosen ones had confidence and did not have to worry about losing their lives. The battle was still going on, and the sounds of killing were endless, but the remote courtyard at the edge of the valley town was unusually quiet. It seemed that the battle outside had nothing to do with the chosen ones in the yard. It was a completely different world inside and outside. Although they were temporarily safe, Rodi and the others did not let down their guard for fear that the enemy would appear again. In this short period of time, they had even formulated a corresponding plan to deal with the enemy once they appeared. Bang! The gate of the courtyard was opened and a figure rushed in. This made Rodi and the others nervous again. How are you guys? Did you encounter any danger? It was not the enemy that had rushed in, but the mage that had brought them to the valley town. However, he was covered in blood and was not in a good state. The members of his team entered the courtyard one after another. From their appearance, it was obvious that they had just experienced a fierce battle not long ago. It was already extremely lucky to be able to come here alive. It must be known that since the start of the battle, both sides had suffered heavy losses. You guys defeated the monster. The mages could tell at a glance that a battle had taken place in the courtyard. Although the monster's corpse had disappeared, traces of it were still left behind. This was especially true for Rodi and the others. They were in a fighting stance and maintained a high state of vigilance. However, the weapons in the hands of the chosen ones puzzled the mages, because they were only pieces of broken wood. Could it be that the monster was made of paper and could be broken by wood? The mage's mind was filled with questions, but he did not have the time to ask. Where is His Excellency Ronald? Do you have any instructions? The sorcerer asked anxiously. He did not come here for Rodi and the others but purely to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen for help. He had witnessed Tang Zhen's methods and knew how strong he was. He might really be able to turn the tide in this extremely dangerous moment. The mage didn't expect Tang Zhen to repel the enemy. He only hoped to be able to follow him and use Tang Zhen's powerful strength to ensure that he wouldn't be injured. The wizard union's cohesion was not very strong, and there were many internal organizations. When they encountered danger, everyone's first consideration was to protect themselves. Your Excellency is in the house. He told us not to leave the courtyard and to protect ourselves at the same time. He also said that this is a test. Rodi said loudly. He briefly answered the mage's question but did not move. Test. The mage frowned, and so did his companions. He didn't expect that Tang Zhen would still want to test everyone at this moment. This is strange. What the hell is going on? Even though he was filled with doubt, he did not hesitate and quickly rushed into the courtyard. Something's wrong. You guys have actually become transcendents. When they got closer, the mages realized that most of the chosen ones had become transcendents and real cultivators. After confirming this, the mage and the others were stunned. They had never thought that someone would become a transcendent in such a short period of time. The so-called 3-month time limit was just an excuse. After the time limit was up, Rhodey and the others would be expelled. If it was so easy to advance to the transcendent realm, there would probably be cultivators who had stepped into the transcendent realm everywhere in this world. The mages naturally knew that there was something fishy going on, but they did not question it at all, because a group of ordinary mortals was not worth their time. The main purpose of being perfunctory was to make things sound good to Tang Zhen. He had asked to give Rhodey and the others a chance, and the Wizard Alliance had indeed followed their agreement. Who would have thought that in just a month, these mortals that they regarded as ants would actually become transcendents and have the qualifications to be on equal footing with them? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the mages would never have believed that becoming a transcendent would be so easy. If Rhodey and the others were to learn Tang Zhen's terrifying sword technique during this period of time, their combat strength would be greatly enhanced. He did not need to master Tang Zhen's full strength. As long as he could master 1/10 of it, his combat strength would very likely surpass his. How is this possible? The more the sorcerer thought about it, the more shocked he became. He then looked at the posture of Rhodey and the others holding the broken wood pieces. It was clearly the same way they held their swords. As expected, you've already started cultivating, haha. The doubts in the hearts of the sorcerer and the others were finally answered. No wonder there were traces of a battle in the courtyard. No wonder Rhodey and the others were acting so strange. However, when they thought about how the monsters that gave them a headache were repelled by Rhodey and the others with the broken wood pieces, the sorcerer and the others felt that it was very strange. The heavily armored warrior looked at the heavy sword in his hand and then at the wooden chips in Rhodey's and the others' hands. He suddenly had a strange thought. If he used his heavy sword against the wood, he might be the one who lost. Although this thought was absurd, after seeing the cut marks on the ground, the heavy armored warrior felt that it was very possible. The atmosphere in the courtyard quickly descended into silence again. The mage and the rest similarly did not go and disturb Tang Zhen. Although the sounds of fighting continued outside, the small courtyard was very quiet. One could even hear the breathing of their companions. The feeling that Rhodey and the others had earlier appeared in the hearts of the sorcerer and the others. They even hoped that this atmosphere would continue. With just these people, it was impossible to change the outcome of the war, but they could ensure that they would not suffer any damage. However, everyone knew that this was just an extravagant hope. As expected, it didn't take long for monsters to rush in, and a new round of battle began. The sorcerer and the others who were previously doubtful finally saw the scene of Rhodey's battle. They were all dumbfounded. Their combat skills were rusty, and they lacked experience. One look and you could tell that they were rookies. However, they had mastered sharp swordsmanship and possessed a strange but sharp wooden sword, which increased their combat power infinitely. The monsters that rushed into the courtyard were blocked by Rhodey and the others at the door. In less than 10 seconds, the monsters that rushed in were all killed. Damn, this works too. The sorcerer and his companions were shocked when they saw Rhodey and the others waving the wood and easily cutting the monster into pieces. They felt that there was something wrong with their eyes. 2808. A strong sense of fear. Not long after the monsters were eliminated, several cultivators in the town found a small courtyard and broke in to try to avoid the enemy's attack. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Rhodey and the others waiting for him. He was so frightened that he almost shouted out loud. Seeing the complicated expressions on the mages' faces, the cultivators didn't say anything and just quietly rested and recuperated in a corner. They weren't as lucky as the mages. 3 of their members had died, and the rest were all injured. If the battle had continued, it was very likely that they would have been completely annihilated. This remote little courtyard had saved their lives. After a while, more monsters and enemies barged in and were cut down by Rhodey and the others, who were already prepared. The few cultivators who came later were dumbfounded. Like the sorcerer, they were also shocked by the performance of Rhodey and the others. The thin, soft, and brittle broken wood could actually kill monsters, and it was even sharper than steel-forged weapons. After the wood piece touched the monster, it only needed to exert a little force to split it into 2. They finally understood why the mages and the others who were watching the battle looked like they were doubting their lives. Unlike the sorcerer and the others, the latecomers did not know about Tang Zhen. They did not even know the origin of Rodi and the others. So after the shock, curiosity arose spontaneously, and he secretly guessed what the reason was. There were more than 20 people gathered in the courtyard, so it was naturally impossible to hide from the enemies outside. They were soon discovered by the wyvern in the sky. There were still riders behind the wyvern. They controlled the monster to approach the yard and tried to burn everyone to ashes. Who knew that just as they flew over the courtyard, a cold light shot out from the roof, directly cutting those wyverns to the ground. The attack was completed in an instant at an unbelievable speed. The enemy riding the wyvern had no chance to escape and was directly cut in two by the cold light. On these corpses, there were thin and long broken wood pieces, exactly the same as the ones in Rodi's hands. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was a broken beam that had been forcibly broken into many pieces. Everyone who witnessed this scene had long been speechless. The heavily armored warrior hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he quickly walked forward and pulled out the wood piece from the wyvern's body. The moment the wood piece was in his hand, the expression of the heavy armored warrior changed, and his heart was already filled with shock. He could finally confirm that Rodi and the others were able to easily kill the monsters with the help of the strange wood piece. Putting his heavy sword back into the scabbard, the heavily armored cultivator waved the long wooden piece in his hand, his face full of fighting spirit. The mage and the rest were suddenly enlightened, and they quickly rushed to the side of the monsters, corpses, trying to snatch the other wood pieces. It was fine if he couldn't get it before, but now that the opportunity was in front of him, he couldn't miss it no matter what. Mages' bodies could turn into smoke, and they had the fastest speed. After successfully snatching a wood piece, they immediately revealed a look of wild joy. He had a feeling that after holding this piece of wood, the flow of mana in his body became smoother. It seemed that as long as he held the wood piece, casting spells would be smooth and the power would be multiplied. Although it had not been verified, the mage was sure that the wood piece did have a magical ability. The question that followed was, how did Tang Zhen turn something rotten into something magical? Furthermore, he didn't seem to cherish it. It was clearly through his introduction that Tang Zhen joined the Mage Alliance. However, mages knew nothing about this mysterious cultivator. A group of wyverns were killed in an instant, and the enemy discovered the abnormality in the small courtyard. They quickly mobilized their men to prepare for a counterattack. The enemies from all directions quickly approached and surrounded the remote courtyard, making Rodi and the others tremble in fear. Just as Rodi and the others were on full alert, thinking that a fierce battle was about to happen, a cold snort suddenly came from inside the house. Those outside the courtyard, listen up. It's forbidden to take half a step into the courtyard. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. The voice belonged to Tang Zhen. His tone was as calm as water, but his words were extremely domineering. After hearing Tang Zhen's warning, the sorcerer and the rest, who were originally prepared to fight to the death, inexplicably felt a wave of peace in their hearts. Through his previous performance, everyone had witnessed Tang Zhen's methods. They felt that as long as he was willing to make a move, he would be able to guarantee his own safety. The enemies outside the courtyard became hesitant. Tang Zhen's warning caused them to feel a heavy pressure. Without sufficient strength, they would not dare to say such ruthless words. Therefore, they could be sure that there was an expert hiding in the courtyard, and he was definitely not bluffing. This was an unexpected turn of events that caught the enemy off guard. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they had to attack. They could not give up because of fear. It did not take long for two strong reinforcements to arrive, and their abilities far exceeded that of the mage and the others. Two true experts, together with the surrounding monsters and enemies, were more than enough to attack the small courtyard. In a corner not far away, the enemy who had escaped earlier was sizing up the yard with a cold gaze. He didn't go far, but secretly observed in the dark. He wanted to find out who was hiding in this remote courtyard. If possible, he also wanted to master the method of turning wood chips into divine weapons, even if he had to pay a price for it. Now that the courtyard was under siege, it meant that the opportunity had come. But for some reason, he had a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart, as if the operation of his companions would fail. Just as this thought rose in his mind, the attack on the small courtyard had already begun. The wyverns in the sky, the monsters on the ground, and the ferocious enemies all charged towards the courtyard. The yard was like a lonely boat in a stormy sea, carrying a group of terrified passengers who were shivering in the face of the huge waves. When the enemy crossed the wall of the small courtyard and the battle started, a fruit tree in the courtyard suddenly shook. Emerald green leaves fell from the branches and floated around the fruit tree. In the next moment, the leaves were like flying knives, shooting at the enemies in all directions. The leaves were originally light and weak, but at this moment, they were like the sharpest swords that could easily cut through gold and stone. The enemy did not even have time to react before the leaf hit his vital point, instantly losing his life. Other than the wyvern and the monster, even the two enemy powerhouses who were responsible for support could not withstand the attack of the leaves. Their bodies fell to the ground with shocked expressions on their faces. They seemed to be lamenting the fickleness of fate and how they had died so ignorantly. Rhodey, the sorcerer, and the others were surprised and happy. However, they did not know why they felt that this was a matter of course, as if they had already foreseen this result. The enemy who was secretly observing from a distance was now full of fear. Although he had guessed that his companion's attack would fail, he did not expect it to be so straightforward. The two experts who were not weaker than him did not even have time to react before they were killed by a thin leaf. In this remote courtyard, it was not an unknown powerful being that was hiding, but a terrifying monster. If the other party was allowed to stay in the courtyard and not be provoked, both parties could be guaranteed to live in peace. Once the other party left the courtyard, it would be a real disaster for them. He knew his accomplices better than anyone else. They were all lunatics and idiots. In a situation where they had the advantage, they would definitely not tolerate such a thing happening. It would not be long before they would launch an all-out attack. At that time, corpses would be everywhere and blood would flow like a river. He might even be dragged into it. If he didn't run now, when would he? 2809 Two choices. 1. The remote courtyard had already attracted the attention of both sides. The corpses piled up around it were extremely eye-catching. The fresh green leaves that were stained with blood made one's heart tremble. Imagining the scene of the leaves piercing through one's body, one could not help but tremble. The traitor of the Wizard Alliance was secretly scolded 100 times because their intelligence did not mention Tang Zhen. If it was an insignificant character, it would be fine if he was not noticed, but there was no reason to miss an expert like this who could kill with a single move. On the side of the Wizard Union, they were also dumbfounded. They looked at each other, not understanding when such a big shot had appeared on their side. Normally, he didn't show off, but in the end, at this critical moment, his first move was earth-shattering. Using an ordinary leaf to kill all the enemies in one move, this could no longer be described as powerful. This was a complete suppression. It was like an ant and a giant elephant were not on the same level. At this critical juncture, this unremarkable and remote courtyard had already become the light of hope for the members of the Wizard Union. Charge! There was no need for any discussion, and the members of the Wizard Alliance began to move, charging straight for the courtyard. The originally chaotic situation was actually gradually being controlled, and even gradually gaining momentum. Stop them! Naturally, the enemy would not sit by and do nothing, and quickly intercepted them. If the members of the Wizard Alliance were to gather together, their combat power would definitely increase again. At that time, the advantage of a sneak attack would gradually be lost, and it would become a direct confrontation. However, in the blink of an eye, a strange scene appeared. And NBSP, the enemies surrounded the courtyard. On one side, they blocked Tang Zhen and on the other, they prevented the other Alliance members from getting close. And NBSP, the Alliance members continued to attack the defensive circle. If they didn't understand the situation, they would easily make the wrong judgment. With the courtyard as the center of the battlefield, the battle became more and more intense. Your Excellency, please help us. Otherwise, we're really going to lose. Seeing the grim situation outside, the mage couldn't help but turn around and beg Tang Zhen. The other members of the Wizard Alliance also pleaded for mercy, their words sincere and anxious. Now that the situation was getting worse, they didn't think that they could keep their lives after their companions were killed. Rhodey and the others did not speak. They could not interfere in this matter. After all, it was the matter of the Wizard Alliance. They did not even have the qualifications to enter. However, they were extremely clear about the principle of mutual dependence. Therefore, they also hoped that Tang Zhen would take action. This way, they would be even safer. Sir, please help my branch get through this difficult time. A voice was transmitted from midair. It was similarly begging Tang Zhen to take action. Moreover, it was still in a fighting state. It's the branch minister. He actually asked you to help. After hearing the voice, the mage and the others were stunned, and immediately confirmed the identity of the owner of the voice. The shock in the hearts of the few members of the Wizard Alliance who had entered the courtyard after him became even more intense. They only knew that Tang Zhen was very powerful, but they did not expect that the branch head would also make a request. This meant that even the branch head had acknowledged Tang Zhen's strength and believed that he could solve the current crisis. The strength of the branch head was obvious to all. He could be said to be the strongest person in the town's branch. Ordinary cultivators were not worthy of his attention at all. Not only the members of the Wizard Union, but even the enemies who were besieging the courtyard felt a strong sense of curiosity in their hearts. What kind of person was living in this remote courtyard that had such great influence? "All right," he said. A faint voice sounded. Soon after, the door was opened. After which, Tang Zhen walked out. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Rodi and the others quickly bowed. If it was not for Tang Zhen, they would have died several times. The bow of thanks at this moment was indeed sincere. The mages beside him were the same, their faces filled with surprise. "No need to be so polite." Tang Zhen slowly walked to the door under the gazes of many people. He looked at the enemies around the courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard was surrounded by 3 layers of enemies, each of them filled with killing intent. Outside the encirclement were the cultivators of the valley town, who were still fighting with the enemy. As for the exits on the outside, including the sky above, they had been tightly blocked by the enemy. Even if they wanted to escape, they could not find a way out. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Wizard Alliance. No wonder the branch president had asked for help, the situation was simply too dangerous. "Are you going to leave on your own, or do you want me to send you away? If you choose the former, you can leave the valley safely. If you choose the latter, it's a road of no return." Tang Zhen's tone was calm as he allowed the enemy to make a choice. It was just that for the enemy, they simply couldn't accept the choice, whether it was the first or the second. Arrogant, although he felt a heavy pressure from Tang Zhen's body, it was not a reason to give up on victory. He was about to take control of the entire valley town. How could he retreat just because of a single word from Tang Zhen? "If you want us to leave, you have to prove your ability first." A gloomy voice sounded from the enemy camp, with a hint of mockery. "To prove myself." Tang Zhen pointed to the front. After which, a few blades of wild grass on the ground floated up and instantly shot towards the enemy group. Ah! A miserable scream came from the enemy camp. The cultivator who let Tang Zhen prove his strength was actually killed by a few weeds. He had wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. The roar he let out before his death contained extreme unwillingness and fear. The enemy cultivators became frightened when they saw this scene. If they were in his place, they would not be able to avoid this terrible attack either. When he looked at Tang Zhen again, his face was filled with fear. "I've already proven it. If you think it's not enough, I don't mind proving it a few more times." After Tang Zhen's voice sounded, the wild grass beside him slowly floated up. After which, they were arranged in an orderly manner like a sword formation and aimed at the enemies around them. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but everyone actually felt a chill in their hearts from the soft green grass. It was as if he could cut a person in half with just a light slash. Damn it! There was a commotion in the enemy camp, because they could all feel that they were being enveloped by a terrifying chill. It was as if he would immediately die on the spot if he said, "No." Retreat. In the enemy camp, a group of cultivators in black robes with strange runes drawn all over their bodies chose to retreat first. "Damn it, this is a betrayal. Idiot, if you want to die, then stay here and don't leave." "Why should I? Junjun, let's go too." Just like the Wizard Alliance, the enemies came from different organizations and gathered together for a common benefit. Now that the situation was not right, there was naturally no need to stay. He did not want to stay and die in vain. As the first batch of enemies retreated, the other enemies could no longer hold on and retreated as fast as they could. It was only after they had left the valley that the terrifying chill gradually disappeared, allowing them to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was secretly rejoicing. If he hadn't made the prompt decision to retreat and continued to stay in Valley Town, he would probably have become a corpse by now. 2810 Crisis resolved. 1. In the Valley Town, the flames were still burning, but the sounds of fighting had completely died down. The members of the Wizard Alliance, who were covered in injuries, heaved a sigh of relief as they watched the last group of enemies leave. "It's really unexpected, Yingluo," a member of the Wizard Alliance said, and then fell to the ground, blood flowing from the wounds on his body. His companions saw this and quickly helped to stop the bleeding and treat the injury, saying that the other party was lucky. If the enemy had not retreated, there would have been no chance to heal at all. They would probably have to fight until they died. The other members of the Wizard Union all had similar lamentations. They had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, but never in their dreams did they expect that a seemingly endless war would end in such an unexpected way. And NBSP, although the place was in ruins, the situation wasn't as bad as they thought. The Alliance division wasn't completely destroyed and most of the members survived. It was all because of Tang Zhen's deterrence to the enemy that he was able to do this. With just a few simple words, he was able to force back a group of strong enemies. It was indeed unbelievable. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was only natural. The strength that Tang Zhen had displayed not only made the enemy feel terrified, but even they were also extremely fearful. It was just an ordinary plant, but it had become a killing weapon in Tang Zhen's hands. The enemy did not even have the chance to dodge and was easily killed. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they felt. They knew that these weak leaves could tear them into pieces. Many members were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Tang Zhen belonged to their camp. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not be able to escape today. At this moment, everyone's focus was placed on Tang Zhen. They seemed to be waiting for him to say something. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me. Tang Zhen left behind these words before turning around and returning to the house without the slightest hesitation. For some unknown reason, after hearing Tang Zhen's words, everyone's hearts relaxed. It was as if the invisible pressure had disappeared in an instant. Thank you for your help, sir. The branch head descended from the sky and bowed to Zhen Tang to express his thanks. It was obvious that he had been observing and waiting. Tang Zhen's words caused him to heave a sigh of relief. This indicated that he was not interested in power and would not rely on his own strength to seize power. This word of thanks was sincere. The other members were the same. Each and every one of them was filled with respect as they watched Tang Zhen return to the house. Having just experienced a bloody battle, their feelings were mixed with joy and sorrow. However, with a big shot here, at least their safety could be guaranteed, and the enemy would not dare to easily invade again. This could also be considered a blessing in disguise. If the enemy had not launched a sneak attack, no one would have discovered this hidden big shot. The branch head watched Tang Zhen enter the house, then turned around to look around and began to issue a series of orders. Contact the headquarters immediately and report what just happened. Tell the other branches to be on high alert and be on guard against the enemy's sudden attack. At the same time, he requested for reinforcements. Even if the enemy had retreated, he could not let his guard down. Send people to investigate and find out who the traitor is. The enemy's attack is so accurate. It's clear that our secrets have been sold out. Once the traitor's identity is confirmed, immediately track him down and arrest him without any hesitation. The branch head's tone was decisive and determined. He had obviously made up his mind to make the traitors and enemies pay the price. The branch head loathed the hidden traitors. It was because of them that Valley Town was almost destroyed. Although the enemy had been scared off, they had still suffered heavy losses. It would probably take a long time to recover. Therefore, as soon as he escaped from danger, the branch head immediately decided to investigate and take revenge, or else it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. When he looked at Rhodey and the others, he showed a smile and looked very kind. The branch head didn't smile. It was rare for him to have such an expression. Your performance was very good. Although you have only just become Transcendents, you were very brave in battle. Since you have become Transcendents, you should use your strength to maintain the stability of this world and eliminate all evil. Now, I would like to formally invite you all to join the Wizard Union. I wonder if all of you would be willing. Rhodey and the others were pleasantly surprised. They had originally thought that they would have to go through another test. They did not expect the branch head to directly give them a pass. This was an unexpected surprise, so how could he not agree? After receiving an affirmative answer, the branch head's face was full of smiles as he sneaked a glance at the house where Tang Zhen was. After this battle, the chosen ones, including Rhodey, had all successfully advanced to Transcendent. As for the division that had just suffered a heavy blow, the addition of Rhodey and the others would definitely increase their strength. Moreover, behind Rhodey and the others, there was a great god like Tang Zhen. Such an approach was also a kind of flattery. The enemy's sneak attack made the branch head feel frightened. Tang Zhen's strength was somewhat outrageous. Even the branch head didn't know what rank he was at. However, one thing could be confirmed. As long as they could stabilize Tang Zhen, then the branch would definitely be able to rest easy for a period of time in the future. At least for now, it was a good thing. In a short time, the branch head had arranged all the tasks and then led everyone to get busy. As for Tang Zhen's courtyard, it was cleaned up and everyone left. Without being summoned, they would not disturb him. In the following days, the severely damaged valley town resumed its construction work. The chosen ones were busy every day, but when they passed by Tang Zhen's house, they would bow respectfully. It was just that his attitude towards cultivation had already undergone a clear change. As they had joined the Wizard Union, they had the opportunity to come into contact with all kinds of spells, which was an eye-opener for the chosen ones. For the Heaven's chosen ones, it was like a pillow sent to them when they were drowsy. They were all eager to learn and cultivate. However, there were also some exceptions. For example, Rodi. After the last crisis was resolved, those broken wood pieces that could break gold and stone had become no different from ordinary wood. After repeated experiments, everyone had confirmed this. In the end, they could only regretfully throw it away or seal it. Everyone thought that Tang Zhen had used a secret technique back then, which allowed Xu Mu to possess the ability to cut through iron as though it was mud. When the secret technique lost its effect, rotten wood would still be rotten wood. However, Rodi was different. He had repaired the broken wood piece and made it into a hilt that was easy to hold. No matter where he went, he would always carry this wooden sword with him. Whenever he had free time, he would practice with the wooden sword and practice the sword arts in the sword manual. Some of them secretly laughed at Rodi's actions. After coming into contact with all kinds of spells, the chosen ones felt that the spells recorded in Tang Zhen's sword manual were too low level. It was obvious that this was a beginner-level sword technique. They had thought that it was very powerful, but that was only because their knowledge was limited. After seeing all kinds of spells, he was more and more determined to see if they were good or bad. He only needed to compare them. Of course, this was only for the sword manual. As for Tang Zhen's strength, no one doubted it. They had participated in the entire battle that night and knew how extraordinary Tang Zhen's strength was. They didn't have any disrespectful thoughts in their hearts. However, in terms of cultivation, the instigators were still inclined to other spells and abandoned the swordsmanship they had learned. Rodi was the only one who did not give up on his training. He had a feeling that this set of swordsmanship was not as simple as he had imagined. 2811 Rodi's training, cultivation was a very strict matter, and no mistakes were allowed, otherwise, it would be the end of death. Becoming a transcendent was only the beginning. Every step that followed required extreme seriousness. It was the same for the cultivation of spells, which could not be perfunctory at all. If the conditions allowed it, it would naturally strive for perfection and not stubbornly cling to a single spell technique. Rodi's insistence made some people feel that he was a little stupid. Why are you still so stubborn about things that have been proven through comparison? Are you telling me that everyone is an idiot and you're the only smart one? What's good is good, and what's bad is bad. Can't you understand such a simple thing? The path of cultivation was always full of disputes. The chosen ones had just stepped into the extraordinary realm, so similar things were inevitable. In fact, the main reason was still a problem with his mentality. He always thought that he had understood the cruel rules of the cultivation world and that it was impossible for a free lunch to fall from the sky. Even if Tang Zhen really had a peak-grade cultivation technique, it was impossible for him to teach them right from the start. Instead, it would require a gradual process. Whoever had something good would give it to someone else without hesitation. They had to pay a price for it. The Heaven's chosen ones had forgotten one thing. Tang Zhen's sword manual had only been given to Rodi and had nothing to do with them. Later on, Tang Zhen was only able to learn sword techniques because of their request. However, that sword manual had always belonged to Rodi. He had brought it with him wherever he went. If the chosen ones were clear about the difference between them and Rodi, they would probably not have such thoughts. Compared to the main character, Rodi, they were insignificant. After seeing Tang Zhen's means, the chosen ones were shocked and naturally hoped to continue to cultivate and learn from him. However, as time passed, the chosen ones' dreams were completely shattered and they eventually chose to give up. Tang Zhen did not step out of the house and did not allow anyone to disturb him. For no reason, he was in a state as if he was in seclusion, so the chosen ones could not find an opportunity to learn from him. Compared to a slim chance, the immediate benefits were more practical. This was the reason why everyone had given up, and they felt that the reason was sufficient and that it was the right choice. Under such circumstances, Rhodey, who still persisted in his training, seemed to be acting alone and even somewhat unsociable. However, the path of cultivation was like this. Everyone had their own persistence and ideas. Therefore, even if Rhodey insisted on cultivating, no one said anything. However, when he found out that his strength had increased while Rhodey was still practicing simple swordsmanship, he could not help but feel a little proud. They were even more certain that they had made the right choice back then. Rhodey was very clear about what everyone was thinking. He had originally wanted to learn other spells. Any beginner would be tempted by the treasure trove of the Wizard Alliance. However, there was a voice in his heart that told him that he should stick to practicing the sword and not learn other things. After hesitating for a while, Rhodey decided to follow his heart and continued to practice his swordsmanship. He really didn't like complicated techniques, but preferred this kind of simple swordsmanship. The more he practiced, the smoother he felt. In fact, the simpler the method of fighting, the better. In the beginning, Rhodey used an ordinary longsword. After all, it was difficult to kill an enemy with wood. However, after training for a period of time, Rhodey found that he could not use normal weapons smoothly. When he first used the wooden sword, Rhodey felt an indescribable feeling and confirmed that it was the realm he wanted. It was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. However, when the wooden sword lost its ability to cut through iron like mud, Rhodey did not experience that feeling. This made him anxious and disappointed. He used the wooden sword to practice again in order to find that feeling. However, after a long time of hard practice, he still had no results. Rhodey was a little confused and wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen for advice. However, he eventually gave up the idea. This was because he had already understood everything that he needed to understand. He also knew the reason why he was so persistent in cultivating. That feeling of satisfaction was actually a special effect of the wooden sword. Without that magical ability, the wooden sword was naturally unable to reach the realm of flowing water. Although he had figured out the reason, Rhodey was still unwilling to give up because he knew that this was what he was after. Compared to his companions, Rhodey, who had a clear direction of cultivation, was actually one step ahead. After some time, Rhodey and the others began to get busy. After a serious investigation and evidence collection, the identity of the traitor had been confirmed, and the Wizard Union immediately launched their revenge. The attack back then had caused the division to pay a heavy price, and they couldn't take this lying down. The pursuit of the traitor was just a warm-up for a major operation. It wouldn't be long before a large-scale war would begin. A storm was coming, and everyone was in danger. The chosen ones felt the pressure and began to work harder in their training. Even Rhodey, who had been practicing his swordsmanship, subconsciously learned some life-saving techniques. Due to the lack of manpower, Rhodey and the others, who had just joined the Wizard Alliance, were also assigned different combat tasks. Rhodey and two other chosen ones were arranged to join the mages, team to annihilate a family of cultivators. Because of Tang Zhen, the missions of the chosen ones were not particularly dangerous. At least, they would not lose their lives easily. Rhodey, who had been in the valley town for half a year, felt as if it was the first time he had come to the outside world. They didn't stop for a rest, and when they arrived at their destination, they immediately engaged the enemy in battle. As his wooden sword training had not yielded any results, Rhodey continued to use a steel sword in battle. As for the wooden sword, he had always carried it with him and wrapped it tightly in a black cloth. As he was aware of his weakness, Rhodey also practiced hidden weapon techniques to enhance his combat power. Although he had participated in battles before and trained hard, Rhodey only truly experienced the cruelty of the battlefield. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the field. His companions, who were originally chatting and laughing, were likely to be separated by life and death after this battle. Rhodey had killed an enemy and was also injured. Fortunately, it was not life-threatening. When the battle ended, Rhodey felt a sense of oppression and subconsciously began to practice his swordsmanship. In the course of the previous battle, he had felt an extreme pressure, as if he could not use all the strength in his body. Rhodey knew that this was an illusion because he had already done his best during the battle. However, it was this illusion that made Rhodey feel a little surprised. He found that this strange feeling was the realm that he had been pursuing. It was just that that feeling of satisfaction was now in a state of suppression, as if it was suppressed by the earth in the depths of the nine serenities. However, this energy had already been affected and was beginning to become more and more active. It could explode at any moment. Rhodey was overjoyed. He knew that his persistence had finally paid off. As long as he could find a way to release this suppressed power, he would be able to master the sword technique to his heart's content. At that time, the sword in Rhodey's hand would be able to kill all strong enemies. 2812 Roddy's growth. 1. The true meaning of cultivation was to be able to control one's own fate and fight against the injustice of fate with one's own strength. After becoming powerful to a certain extent, one would no longer be bound by fate and would be able to completely break away from the rules that limited one's body. As for long lifespans and powerful strength, they were all things that came with cultivation. No matter which one he obtained, it would be enough to surprise him and strengthen his confidence in cultivating. This was the case for Roddy. He became more and more persistent in the idea in his heart. He believed that as long as he worked hard and persevered, he would sooner or later realize his dream goal. The heavens rewarded the diligent and never let down those with a heart. After his confidence was strengthened, Roddy trained even harder. Even if he was sleeping, he would still be in a special state of training. From an outsider's point of view, Roddy's behavior was very strange. He even felt like he was possessed by the devil. However, there were all sorts of strange techniques in the cultivation world, and the personalities of cultivators were also very different. There were many strange and eccentric people. Although Roddy's condition was abnormal, it did not affect their actions. Therefore, the mage and the others did not pay attention to him. Roddy, who was cultivating, did not know that his abnormal condition was actually related to the sword manual. The seemingly ordinary sword manual was actually formed by Tang Zhen's will. After Roddy carried it with him, it was equivalent to Tang Zhen guarding him at all times. This was a trace of the will of a god, and it had a terrifying power. If it was used for cultivation, it was almost equivalent to activating a cheating device. Without Roddy's knowledge, the swordsmanship manual had helped him to improve his body's aptitude, increase his energy absorption, and make it easier for him to practice and comprehend the technique. Tang Zhen would not change Roddy's fate. However, it would make his cultivation path smoother and allow him to possess more powerful strength in the short term. With Tang Zhen's help, Roddy was constantly improving his strength at an incredible speed. Roddy did not know anything and only regarded it as the result of his own efforts. He felt a little proud of himself. In fact, before he successfully cultivated it, his power would be sealed and Roddy would not be able to use it normally. The Heaven's Chosen Ones never dreamed that the sword technique that Tang Zhen taught them was actually far more powerful than they had imagined. The seemingly simple move required the combination of majestic sword essence and powerful strength. A simple sword strike could split the earth and split the sky. The Great Tao was the simplest, and this sword technique was the same. The more one cultivated, the more powerful it would be. This was the sword of a true expert. Only by persevering in cultivation and mastering the true sword intent could the terrifying power of this set of sword techniques be unleashed. The chosen ones had limited knowledge and regarded treasures as sand. If they knew the truth, they would definitely regret it. Of course, they could not be blamed for this. After all, the level of this sword technique was too high. Even the branch head of the Wizard Alliance could not see anything special about it. It was like a nuclear bomb. If it was thrown beside a savage, the other party would only treat it as a metal lump and would not know how powerful it was. After completing the clearing mission, Roddy and the others did not return to the Hidden Valley. Instead, they were urgently dispatched to carry out a new mission. The Wizard Union had discovered a large enemy stronghold through their investigation. After confirming that there was no mistake, they decided to eliminate it immediately. All the teams that were out on missions had received orders to participate in the battle together. After a few days of travel, Roddy and the others finally arrived at the gathering point deep in the forest. A few hundred years ago, there was no dense forest here, but a plain valley. It was only because of the war that the city was destroyed and then abandoned for various reasons. The enemy had discovered and occupied this place, and used it as a secret base, but it was accidentally discovered by the spies of the Wizard Alliance. In this world, the Wizard Union had always played the role of the ruler, and it had always been so for hundreds of years. Now that their authority was being challenged, the higher-ups of the Alliance were furious. At the same time, they also felt a strong sense of danger. After discovering this secret location, the Wizard Alliance immediately mobilized a large number of troops and prepared to launch a surprise attack. When Rhodey and the others arrived, they found that there were more than 2,000 cultivators gathered in the ruins of the forest. Because a big battle was about to happen, the cultivators were slightly nervous, and the huge camp was silent. The battle had yet to happen because the mages from the Wizard Alliance had yet to arrive. They were the key to winning this war. After waiting for nearly half a day, there was a commotion ahead. The strong wizards of the Wizard Union had arrived. Rhodey was very curious about the experts of the Wizard Alliance. He secretly compared Tang Zhen to him to see who was stronger. When they heard that an expert had arrived, they went over curiously. Just as he reached the center of the forest, he saw a familiar figure through the dense crowd. His body was as tall as a mountain, and he stood silently among the group of cultivators, like a crane among chickens. "Your Excellency is here too." Rhodey was stunned for a moment before he became ecstatic. Up until now, he still didn't know Tang Zhen's name. He didn't even know the fake name he was using. The chosen ones who participated in the operation and the alliance members of the valley town also recognized Tang Zhen one after another. They had seen Tang Zhen attack with their own eyes and forced the enemy to retreat with his own strength. In the hearts of these cultivators, Tang Zhen's strength was unfathomable. With Tang Zhen personally taking charge and the other big shots of the alliance, this battle could be said to be in the bag. The branch head of the Hidden Valley had also arrived at the battlefield. He was talking to a few other branch heads in a low voice. For several branch ministers to be present in person meant that this war was very important, and the enemy must have a powerhouse. Many cultivators bowed to Tang Zhen because of their heartfelt respect. The cultivators who didn't know what was going on were all puzzled. They didn't know Tang Zhen, but they knew what had happened in the valley town. However, they didn't connect the two parties. Seeing the group of cultivators' performance, it was inevitable for curiosity to arise in their hearts. They wanted to find out who exactly was Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen's face was cold and indifferent. He emitted a faint sharp glint that caused others to not dare to rashly approach him. Although the war was imminent, Rhodey was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited. He had a feeling that if he wanted to achieve a breakthrough in his strength, he would have to actively participate in such a life and death battle. His breakthrough to transcendent had happened in the midst of a battle, and so had his comprehension of the Tao of the sword. Rhodey was full of anticipation for the next battle and hoped to gain something. Rhodey did not realize that his mentality was slowly changing. He had begun to face the war with a certain mentality of victory. Just as he was quietly pondering in his heart, he saw a figure walk up to him. It was precisely Tang Zhen, who was the focus of everyone's attention. "Not bad. You've already gained some insight. Keep working hard," Tang Zhen said in a faint tone. He then turned around and left, not giving Rhodey any chance to talk. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Rhodey's heart was overjoyed. When he heard Tang Zhen's words, he knew that Tang Zhen had already seen through his comprehension. Since Tang Zhen had praised him, it meant that there was no problem with his comprehension. This was the greatest affirmation to Rhodey. As he looked at Tang Zhen's back, Rhodey's mind became more determined and he swore that he would master it. When the Heaven's Chosen One beside him saw this, he could not help but wonder what Tang Zhen's words meant. After waiting for a while, all the teams involved in the operation had arrived, but the enemy, who was dozens of kilometers away, had no idea about the danger. With this order, thousands of cultivators moved at the same time, charging toward the enemy camp in a mighty formation. 2813 When the water flows, the canal is formed. The dense forest provided the best cover, allowing thousands of cultivators to move at the same time without worrying about being discovered by the enemy. Although the enemy had an early warning system, it was constantly cracked by cultivators who were good at it. During this period, no information was leaked. The cultivators' advance was extremely fast. It didn't take long for them to cross a distance of tens of kilometers and directly kill their way into the enemy's nest. The enemy was caught off guard, and the battle suddenly unfolded, quickly entering a state of white heat. The teams worked together and under the command of the powerhouses, they cleared out the panicked enemies and pushed toward the central area. Although the enemy was caught off guard, they quickly organized themselves and resisted tenaciously by relying on the terrain advantage. Cultivators were different from soldiers. Even if they fought alone, they still had a strong combat power. Judging from the situation on the battlefield, it was clear that this battle would not end so easily, at least in the short term. There were figures fighting everywhere, and cultivators died every moment. The screams and wails of pain could be heard. Starting from the periphery of the ruins, the ground was covered with corpses, most of which belonged to the enemy. This proved that the Cultivator Alliance still had the advantage. Roddy wielded a longsword as he followed his teammates forward. The number of enemies they encountered increased. It did not take long for the team to be scattered in the battle. Roddy's luck was not good as he was separated from his teammates by a large distance. Under normal circumstances, Roddy should have returned to the team as soon as possible or joined another team. But he didn't do that. Instead, he continued to move forward alone, killing enemies with the other teams. His current state was actually already somewhat out of control. It was just that he himself had not realized it. With Tang Zhen in charge of the monitoring, it could be guaranteed that there would be no problems. If it was someone else, they might very likely encounter a fatal crisis. Unconsciously, Roddy once again left the group and went deep into the forest. He met a black-robed cultivator. The other party's face was ferocious, and his body was covered in all kinds of bone products. One look and one could tell that he was not a good person. From the aura that he was emitting, he could tell that this enemy was obviously stronger than the ordinary cultivators. A puny cultivator dares to act alone. He really doesn't know his place. Since you've encountered me, you can go and die. The black-robed cultivator laughed in a strange manner. At the same time, he mumbled something to Roddy and a gloomy aura filled the air. The bones in his body trembled at an extreme speed, and suddenly, a strange sound was heard. One of the fist-sized skulls instantly exploded. As the bone fragments flew, a black mist appeared and flew straight towards Roddy. The black mist was like a living creature, fast and rapid, and it carried a nauseating stench. Roddy flicked his hand and threw 2 flying daggers into the black mist. He then heard a strange hissing sound. In the blink of an eye, the flying knife had already corroded and fell to the ground. When the flying daggers failed, Roddy took the opportunity to move away and avoid the attack of the evil black mist. After avoiding the enemy's attack, it was his turn to attack. He was bound to kill the enemy with thunderous momentum. Go to hell. At that moment, Roddy was full of fighting spirit. When facing the enemy, he would charge forward as if that was the only way to release the flames in his heart. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the fighting spirit, and there was no fear at all. Unconsciously, Roddy's body had already accumulated an invincible aura. Bastard! Seeing Roddy charging in front of him, the black-robed enemy was so scared that he quickly dodged, afraid that the 3-foot cold light would penetrate his body. Although Roddy's strength was not as good as his, the black-robed enemy felt a trace of fear in his heart. On the battlefield, they were most afraid of this kind of fearless fellow. They had no intention of returning alive. If they couldn't kill it in time, they had to be prepared to be killed, or they could just turn around and run away, hiding as far as possible. Roddy's aura became stronger and stronger. He locked onto the black-robed cultivator and bit him like a wolf. A long sword flew up and down, sealing off the space around the enemy, leaving no space at all. He had a feeling that the suppressed power in his body was about to erupt like a volcano. This feeling made him even more maniacal. His eyes turned blood red and he growled from time to time. The speed at which he brandished his longsword became faster and faster, and the power he carried also became greater and greater. The black-robed cultivator could not dodge in time and took Roddy's attack head-on. He was so shocked that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, where did this lunatic come from? In the eyes of the man in the black robe, Roddy had become a crazy beast that would not stop until he bit the enemy to death. He had to retreat immediately. Otherwise, he might die here. As the black-robed cultivator thought of this, he did not hesitate to turn around and escape. Roddy, who was behind him, roared and chased after him with an angry face. The two sides were chasing each other in the ruins, which immediately attracted the attention of other enemies. Soon, the enemies intercepted and tried to kill Roddy. Get lost. When he saw that someone was blocking him, the furious Roddy was so angry that he roared and swung his sword. PFF'd. A cold light flashed and the enemy who was blocking Roddy was split into 2 from head to toe. The enemy next to him was stunned. They did not expect Roddy to be so powerful. The black-robed cultivator's mouth twitched. He didn't even look at his dead companion and continued to run away. Roddy's eyes widened as he looked at the enemy that he had killed with one strike. His face showed a trace of ecstasy. At that moment, he felt that the power that had been suppressed in his body was released a little. He didn't even feel it when the power spread to the sword and split the enemy in half. The long sword in his hand had been completely destroyed, leaving only a bare hilt. This proved that it was not an illusion. I did it, I really did it, ha 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 Yingluo. Rhodey looked up and laughed. He did not care about his surroundings and did not care about the enemies around him. Whoosh, not far away, an ice spear flew towards Rhodey's back as if it wanted to kill him on the spot. Rhodey, who was laughing, turned around and dodged the enemy's sneak attack. He then looked coldly at the enemy's position. At that moment, Rhodey's senses became extremely sharp. You dare to sneak attack me, you can also die. Rhodey growled, and then, like a wild horse out of control, he charged straight at the enemy who had just attacked him. The enemy was shocked, but when he saw Rhodey's empty hands, he sneered disdainfully. Arrogant fool, you should be the one to die. The enemy raised his hand and cast a spell. A few more ice spears appeared and shot straight at Rhodey. When he saw the ice spears flying towards him, Rhodey tried to find a weapon to block them but found that there was nothing around him. Subconsciously, he reached behind him and grabbed a wooden plank wrapped in black cloth, throwing it at the ice spear. The moment he grabbed the wooden piece, Rhodey felt a familiar feeling. The energy in his body seemed to have found a channel to pour out. Boom! A terrifying energy shot out from the wooden sword, shattering the ice spear. The remaining power continued on toward the enemy. The enemy didn't even have a chance to dodge before they were blasted into pieces by the violent power, blood and flesh flying in the air. 2814 The Path of the Strong. 1. Rhodey's act of using a wooden sword to kill a strong enemy in an instant immediately attracted the attention of both the enemy and the ally. No one knew how this fierce attack was launched, but they knew that the lethality was unquestionable. In a head-on battle, even high-level cultivators would not be able to withstand it. If such an attack could be sustained, Rhodey alone would be able to cause serious damage to the enemy. Kill him, one of the enemy's leaders shouted. At the same time, he commanded his subordinates to charge straight at Rhodey. Cover him. The commander of the Mage Union would not allow such a thing to happen. When the enemy launched the attack, they also began to support Rhodey. Kill. Rhodey clenched the wooden sword in his hand. His body was full of killing intent. He looked at the enemy who was charging at him and did not hesitate to swing his sword again. Shua shua shua, there seemed to be a sound echoing in everyone's ears, like the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon. The wooden sword that he had repaired was now suffused with a moon-white light. It was the initial condensation of the sharp sword intent. As he waved his sword, a sword chi swept out and landed on the enemies. The enemy was unable to dodge in time. After being swept by the invisible sharp edge, his body was split into two in an instant, and he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. With just one sword, more than 10 enemies were killed. It was simply brutal to the extreme. Seeing this scene, the surrounding enemies gasped and stopped moving forward. They were afraid that Rhodey would turn around and cut them in half, turning them into corpses that no one would care about. The cultivators of the Wizard Union, on the other hand, were invigorated. They roared and rushed forward, trying to pursue an attack. On the other hand, Rhodey, who had killed more than 10 enemies in one strike, was so excited that his face was distorted. That powerful and terrifying power had caused a great shock to his soul. Rhodey suddenly realized that he was infatuated with this feeling. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill to his heart's content and release all of that suppressed power. As for other matters, Rhodey was too lazy to care. He clenched the wooden sword in his hand and used all his strength to lift it up, then once again slashed in the direction of the enemy. Boom! Another sword chi swept out, sweeping over the broken walls, sending sand and stones flying. Some of the enemies who were attacked were lucky enough to dodge, while others were split in half and fell in the ruins with despair. It was another shocking strike that completely shocked the enemy and was even enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Even the powerhouses on the battlefield couldn't do this easily. They were all shocked. Looking at the terrible destruction and Rhodey holding the wooden sword, everyone's eyes were filled with respect. The powerhouses from the various divisions stared at Rhodey with a trace of desire and greed in their eyes. Why couldn't he master such a powerful technique? The eyes of the cultivators from the valley town became even more complicated. They saw a familiar scene from Rhodey. This is the sword technique from Suan Ni's sword manual. A Heaven's Chosen One exclaimed in a low voice. The expression on his face instantly froze, but his heart was shocked and angry. He could not believe that the sword technique that he had judged to be at the beginner level actually had such a terrifying power. So it wasn't that his swordsmanship was simple, but that he hadn't found the right way to use it. It looked like a close-range combat technique, but in reality, it was a fierce long-range attack. It was no wonder that there was no need for complicated moves and only simple horizontal and vertical slashes. It was because after each move was launched, it could sweep an area of dozens of meters. Just by looking at the destruction effect, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was god level. It was a pity that he did not persist in practicing the godly technique when it was right in front of him. Rhodey, who had persisted in practicing, was even laughed at by him. Now that he thought about it, he was simply stupid and had missed a good opportunity. While feeling embarrassed, the chosen ones were also secretly surprised. Although they had given up on continuing to cultivate, it did not mean that they could not cultivate in the future. If he were to pick it up again, would he be able to launch such a terrifying and fatal attack like Rhodey? However, as soon as this thought came to mind, the chosen ones' expressions changed. They became anxious and uneasy, as if they had lost their most precious thing. It turned out that her memories of swordsmanship had become blurry. If not for Rhodey, she might have completely forgotten about it. The most shocking thing was that when the chosen ones recalled the swordsmanship, it was as if a strong wind had blown away the words written on the stone slab with dust. Their memories began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short period of time, all the memories of swordsmanship had disappeared completely. Such a strange scene made the chosen ones angry and anxious. At the same time, they guessed that it was likely to be related to Tang Zhen. It turned out that the moment he chose to give up, he had already lost the right to cultivate, and he was not even worthy of having his memories. After guessing this possibility, the chosen ones were extremely vexed. They knew that if they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for them to have another chance to practice swordsmanship. Before the sword art displayed its true might, Tang Zhen might use it as a method to test him. He wanted to see who had the fortune in this aspect. However, when the power of the sword technique was revealed and the mystery was completely revealed, both Tang Zhen and Rhodey would not easily teach them the sword technique. There was only one chance, but they had already missed it. There was no possibility of salvaging it. The chosen ones were so depressed that they vomited blood. They looked at Rhodey with envious and jealous eyes, but they did not realize that Rhodey's state was not right. It turned out that after he had slashed with his sword, Rhodey, who was in an excited state, had clearly felt a trace of abnormality. An indescribable pain gushed out of his body. It was as if every inch of his bones and muscles were being crushed in an extremely short time. If you want to hurt others, hurt yourself first. This thought suddenly appeared in Rhodey's mind and he was enlightened. How could such a powerful attack be used so casually without paying any price? It was obvious that in the process of using the sword technique, there would be a backlash to the body, and this backlash was extremely painful. Under the influence of the pain, Rhodey gradually recovered from his state of madness and began to think calmly. It was only at this moment that he realized how crazy and impulsive he was to dare to charge into the enemy camp alone. If the enemy had launched a frenzied attack, he, who had lost control, might have already become a corpse. Feeling the condition of his body, Rhodey confirmed one thing. It was impossible for him to launch a similar attack again. Although his meridians were injured, Rhodey was not worried as the injuries were not particularly serious. It wouldn't take long for his injuries to recover, and he would be able to use that powerful sword technique again. However, at this moment, he could only choose to watch the battle. Even self-preservation was a problem. Fortunately, as the Wizard Alliance continued to advance, the main force had already killed their way into the core area, and they were surrounded by the figures of their companions. Even if there was no one to protect him, he did not need to worry about his safety. He only needed to be on guard against the enemy's sneak attack. Just as Rhodey was holding on to his injured body and thinking about whether he should find a place to rest, he saw Tang Zhen looking at him indifferently on the road more than 10 meters away. When he saw Tang Zhen's quiet figure, Rhodey suddenly had a realization. He secretly thought that he had been too hasty. Since he was sure that his direction was correct, why not follow the natural path and move forward step by step? And not like now, trying to prove himself in a hurry, only to put himself in danger in the end. The path to becoming a true powerhouse required one to take every step steadily. One absolutely couldn't be greedy and act rashly. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Rhodey felt the energy in his body circulating rapidly. In an instant, it had spread throughout his body. The injuries on his body began to heal rapidly, making Rhodey's mental state better and better. Rhodey was surprised and happy. The energy in his body not only had a terrifying destructive power, but it also had the ability to repair the body. When he raised his head and looked around in surprise, he saw Tang Zhen, who was a short distance away, nodding slightly. His eyes contained a trace of praise. 2815 The real actor. When he saw that smile, Rodi was very clear that all his changes had not been hidden from Tang Zhen. He was using this method to encourage himself and tell himself that he had not done anything wrong. After confirming this, Rodi felt at ease. The unbearable pain in his body seemed to have disappeared. Or rather, in this pain, Rodi found his own happiness. As he felt happy, his willpower became stronger. It could be said that from this moment on, Rodi had truly embarked on the path of the strong, and the road ahead was smooth. As long as he continued to work hard, he would become a true powerhouse one day. Tang Zhen knew that his hint had come to an end when he saw that Rodi's temperament had undergone a huge change in a short time. From an ordinary Heaven's Chosen One, he joined the Transcendent camp in a very short time and gained strong combat power. No matter where he was placed, Rodi's performance was enough to be considered outstanding. His future development was limitless. Tang Zhen originally thought that this matter was related to him, but when he flipped through the Book of Destiny and saw its contents, he immediately changed his mind. It turned out that the Book of Destiny had recorded another wonderful story. Rodi had learned a set of swordsmanship from a mysterious powerhouse. The other chosen ones had also learned it. However, the blind chosen ones missed this opportunity. Only Rodi persevered and managed to grasp the essence of the sword technique during a battle. At first glance, there really wasn't any problem. Everything recorded in the Book of Destiny was the truth. However, if one were to read it carefully, one would discover that something was wrong. This was because the Book of Destiny did not mention his name, and even deliberately diluted his existence, only describing him as a mysterious powerhouse. Some of the details were described as a completely different person, and there was no trace of Tang Zhen at all. Or rather, the Book of Destiny's description was that it was a completely different person and not the person who had personally experienced Tang Zhen's incident. The doubt in Tang Zhen's heart was once again stirred. In the process of carrying out the mission, he had been pondering over the intention of the Lord of Fate. Why had he arranged such a special mission? Moreover, based on what Roche meant, he had to be the one to participate in this. No one else was qualified to do so. This was the first time Tang Zhen had participated in such a mission. Hence, he couldn't help but feel curious. Tang Zhen's initial thoughts were that this mission was related to him. Or perhaps, at some point, it would be related to him. At the same time, he also had to be connected to the Island of Destiny, which was why the Lord of Destiny had personally set this up, forcing him to accept the mission. However, the Book of Destiny's deliberate weakening made Tang Zhen somewhat hesitant. He felt that things were not as simple as he had imagined. The role that Tang Zhen was playing at this moment was in between reality and illusion. It was an extremely special existence. This was because the period of time he was in was already part of history. The real events had already happened. Tang Zhen's participation was merely a repeat of history and not the creation of a new one. Before Tang Zhen had participated in this mission, Rodi had already experienced these things. At that time, without Tang Zhen's participation, who did he learn these skills from? Therefore, in the real history, there was such a person who gave Rodi this sword technique. At this moment, Tang Zhen was playing the role of the other party. He was observing Rodi's words and actions while carrying out his own mission. It was precisely because this identity had always existed that Tang Zhen, who had replaced the other party's identity, did not encounter the rejection of the origin consciousness. Since Tang Zhen had replaced the other party's identity, could his actions be guided by some mysterious force that allowed him to overlap with everything in history? This caused Tang Zhen to feel a little terrified. If this was really the case, why didn't he feel any abnormality? One must know that after coming into contact with Rodi, many things had gone with the flow. There were also some things that Tang Zhen deliberately probed to see what kind of reaction it would cause. In the end, after several experiments, he had no results. He did not know if there had been such a test in the original history, or if it had been forcibly corrected by the original consciousness, resulting in no results. Although he had discovered an abnormality, Tang Zhen did not care. This was because this would not affect him in any way. He just needed to let nature take its course, complete what he had to do, and quietly wait for the real mission to come. The battle in the ruins was still going on. The enemy had been trapped in the central area and was fighting to the death. The branch heads in charge of commanding the troops also took action and attacked the enemy experts. The battle became more and more intense. Blood flowed like a river in the center of the ruins, and the ground was covered with fragmented corpses. Tang Zhen, who had been watching the battle from the start, had also participated in the battle at this moment. His longsword killed the enemies, causing their heads to roll. If it was Tang Zhen's actual body, he would naturally not participate in the battle. However, the role he played must be the same. Acting naturally, quietly observing, and experiencing the various changes of life at the same time was a good thing for Tang Zhen. After joining the Wizard Union, this was the second time Tang Zhen had made a move in public, but it still caused the shock of countless cultivators. The cultivators from the other branches finally understood why Tang Zhen was respected by people. It was because his strength was indeed extremely powerful. Rodi, who was watching the battle from behind, once again witnessed the attack that made his soul tremble. He could not suppress his excitement. Compared to Tang Zhen's methods, he could only be considered to be at the beginner level. He still had a long way to go in the future. He hoped that one day, he would be able to be like Tang Zhen and sweep everything in his path on the battlefield. Time slowly passed, and the war finally ended. They had the advantage in numbers, and the Wizard Alliance, who had launched a sneak attack, had undoubtedly obtained the final victory. Even though they had suffered losses, compared to the gains they had made, this sacrifice was completely acceptable. After the battle ended, it was time to clean up the battlefield. As this was one of the enemy's nests, the amount of spoils was quite abundant. As for the injured cultivators, unless they were especially serious, they were basically treated on the spot. The reason he did so was because he had received a new mission and found another enemy gathering point. The headquarters of the Wizard Alliance decided to press on with their victory, not giving the enemy any chance to catch their breath. They wanted to deal a heavy blow to the enemy in a short time. As long as this step was completed, the Wizard Union would have an absolute advantage, and they might even have the chance to completely eliminate them in one go. For the benefit of the Wizard Union, it was only natural for ordinary cultivators to make some sacrifices. Rodi's injuries were not serious. On the surface, he did not even show any signs of injury. His name wasn't on the list of people who had evacuated. Instead, he was entrusted with an important task and became the leader of a small team. In the previous battle, his performance was indeed brave and fierce, and he actually killed more than 20 enemies. This kind of battle record was very dazzling, and it was natural for him to be treated as a key training target. Rodi did not mind the arrangement of the Wizard Alliance as he was in the stage of consolidating his strength. The best thing to do now was to continue fighting on the battlefield, constantly improving his skills, and stabilizing his current realm. If he missed the best opportunity in this rare opportunity, he would definitely regret it. 2816 Unspeakable. Ever since he destroyed the enemy's lair hidden in the ruins, Rodi had been busy. He was constantly on the battlefield and did not rest for a moment. The enemy's forces hidden underground were far larger than expected, and the battle was far more bloody and cruel than imagined. For Rodi, this was the best whetstone to make his sword sharper. Because of the destructive power of the swordsmanship he practiced, Rodi rarely met a worthy opponent on the battlefield and his reputation became more and more famous. Some people gave him nicknames to prove his ruthlessness and fierceness. Many enemies would choose to flee the battlefield without hesitation after hearing his name. The team he led gradually became the trump card of the Wizard Alliance, and was being valued more and more. There were only less than half of the chosen ones who had carried out the mission with him back then, and the other half had already fallen. There were 2 chosen ones who sought out Rodi in the past, hoping to learn swordsmanship again. However, they were rejected without hesitation. The chosen ones were unwilling and wanted to plot against Rodi. However, they were all killed on the battlefield by Rodi's simple means. After this incident, the remaining chosen ones learned their lesson and no longer dared to dream. In fact, they could also learn swordsmanship from Tang Zhen, but the chosen ones would not dare to do it even if they had more courage. Rodi might have to endure the unreasonable demands of the chosen ones for some reason. However, Tang Zhen did not have those scruples. Once they angered Tang Zhen, they would definitely die without a doubt. Therefore, no one dared to court death. Some of the cultivators from the Wizard Union also coveted this powerful sword technique. In the end, they had just taken action when they received a warning from Tang Zhen. If he didn't stop, he would die. After receiving the warning, Some cultivators chose to withdraw and apologize, while others continued to act willfully. In the end, it didn't take long for the cultivators who ignored the warning to suddenly die. This matter caused quite a stir. Everyone knew that this matter was related to Tang Zhen, but there was no evidence at all. It was said that one of the deceased's father was an important figure in the Wizard Union headquarters. When he found out about this matter, he personally came to question him. No one knew what happened after the two sides met. They only knew that after this incident, this big shot announced his departure and retired. According to the information from the secret channels, this important person was seriously injured and had become a complete cripple. There was no possibility of recovery. Because of the sudden loss of power, the faction he controlled was suppressed, and many cultivators were implicated. And NBSP, because of the Alliance headquarters shaking, Tang Zhen's reputation became even more famous. It had reached a level where no one dared to offend him. Rodi had obtained a lot of benefits. He was regarded by the outside world as Tang Zhen's true disciple. His official career was smooth and anyone would give him some face. Rodi was grateful and had specially paid a visit to express his gratitude. In the end, he only spoke a few words through the door and did not see Tang Zhen in person. Through this conversation, he had obtained the latter part of the sword technique, which gave him the possibility of improving his strength again. Rodi was overjoyed and kowtowed to thank her. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they were already master and disciple in reality. Rodi had firmly remembered this kindness in his heart and vowed to repay it when he had the opportunity. It could be said that without Tang Zhen, there would not be Luo Di today and the future would still be the same. The problem was that up until now, Rodi still did not know Tang Zhen's name. This was also the enemy that he felt strange about. However, he did not know that it was not that Tang Zhen did not say anything, but that he could not hear it at all. During the conversation between the two sides, Tang Zhen had tried to tell Rodi his name. However, the other party was at a loss. The scene at that time was indeed abnormal. Tang Zhen was very clear in his heart that his actions would not allow it. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Di to hear it. After further speculations, he confirmed that it was because he was using his real name that he was restricted. If Tang Zhen had told him the real name of the cultivator who taught swordsmanship in history, Rodi would have easily heard it. As for Rodi, ever since he had obtained the new sword manual, Rodi's strength had rapidly increased. It could be said that other than Tang Zhen, there was no one in the branch who could be his opponent. Leaving such an expert in the branch was not only a huge waste of resources, but it would also pose a threat to the position of the branch head. At that moment, the headquarters sent a transfer order for Rodi to take up a post there. The problem was solved and everyone was happy. They sent Rodi off in a lively manner. Before leaving, Rodi bid farewell to Tang Zhen. Just as he was about to leave, a black sword flew out of the house. At that time, someone had seen the appearance of the long sword and found that the body of the sword seemed to have been matte, but in fact, it was made of countless tiny raised runes. Just this craftsmanship alone could be said to be a work of heaven, and it was not something that could be done by human strength. There were also 3 rows of runes in gold, silver, and green, as bright as gems. The runes extended from the hilt to the tip of the sword. The words were the size of tadpoles, and no one knew what they meant. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the sharp edge made people feel as if their skin was being cut, and their scalps were tingling to the point of numbing and bleeding. Imagining the scene of the long sword falling from the sky and heading straight for their heads, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even those who didn't know anything about weapons could make a judgment without hesitation that this was a peerless divine weapon. Good sword, someone cheered. He could not suppress the joy in his heart and looked at Rodi with envy. Although they really wanted this divine weapon, it was a weapon given to Rodi by Tang Zhen. They could only look at it for a while. If he dared to make a move, he would be seeking his own death. Tang Zhen would definitely not show any mercy. Rodi was also not to be trifled with. As the strongest person in the valley town, even the branch head was not his opponent. How was it any different from seeking death if they dared to snatch his things? He had already cultivated powerful swordsmanship. Now that he had obtained a peerless divine weapon, it was obvious that Rodi's strength would definitely increase rapidly. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for this young man who joined the alliance by chance to become a famous figure in the world. After receiving the divine weapon from Tang Zhen, Rodi left the hidden valley and headed to the headquarters of the Wizard Alliance. Since then, for various reasons, Rodi had never returned to the secret valley. Tang Zhen, who had been treated as a legend, no longer appeared in front of everyone. There were people who tried to pay a visit to him, but they did not receive any response. Some people suspected that Tang Zhen had already left. However, they did not dare to enter the courtyard to take a look as they were afraid of angering this legendary expert. Many years later, a major event that shocked the entire world happened. Tang Zhen, who had not appeared for a long time, was also involved. It was because of this that the cultivators in the valley town were certain that Tang Zhen had indeed left the courtyard. After getting the approval of the branch head, everyone opened the door of the small courtyard and found that it had been long empty. It was just that in this courtyard, they found some very strange things, which made the cultivators of the Wizard Union very confused. It turned out that there were many books left behind in this room, all of which were left behind by the owner of the room. There was also a portrait in the house. From the message on it, he could confirm that it was a self-portrait of the owner of the house. What made people shocked was that the figure in the picture was completely different from the Tang Zhen they had seen before. The other information also proved that the Tang Zhen that everyone saw at that time was not the same person as the owner of the house. After this matter spread, many cultivators were amazed and it became a super mystery that caused a sensation. 2817 Roddy's choice. 1. After so many years, Roddy had become an important figure in the headquarters. His strength was astonishing, his position was high and his reputation was even more resounding. He had killed countless enemies on the battlefield over the years. Wherever he went, his enemies would be terrified. He was not interested in power, or else he would have long become the leader of the Wizard Alliance through his own efforts. The chosen ones who had entered this world with him had all died for various reasons. Roddy was the only survivor. He had originally thought that everything in the past had nothing to do with him, and that he would remain in this world forever in the future. However, one day, someone suddenly came to Roddy and revealed his identity as the chosen one, claiming to be the special envoy. Roddy was shocked, but he did not show it on his face. He knew that the peaceful days were over. The other party told Roddy that the gods were preparing to start a war between the planes and needed his full cooperation to occupy this world. Roddy was disgusted by the envoy's request. After he became Heaven's chosen one, he did not enjoy any benefits at all and was sent to this world. Everything he had now was obtained through his own hard work and had nothing to do with the so-called god. Now that the special envoy had suddenly appeared and made no effort to hide his desire to take the fruit, all his efforts were in vain. No one would be willing to do this kind of thing. The stronger they were, the more unwilling they were. The envoy seemed to have noticed Roddy's unwillingness and warned him that if Roddy did not obey the order, his identity would be exposed immediately. If the cultivators of the Wizard Alliance knew that Sword Saint Roddy was actually a traitor, how do you think they would react? He said in a cold tone. At the same time, he warned Roddy that if he refused to cooperate, it would not do him any good. If they obediently cooperated with the operation, Roddy would be rewarded accordingly after the war. However, if he didn't cooperate, no matter what the outcome of the war was, Roddy would not have a good end. The appearance of the envoy was like a sword hanging over Roddy's head, making him unable to sleep and eat in peace. He didn't know what he should do. On one side was the world he had lived and protected for decades, and on the other side was the camp he was born in and belonged to. In order to protect the world, they had to fight against the invaders. Roddy knew that the chosen ones were very powerful. It was impossible for him to be a match for the envoy by himself. The envoy's strength was no weaker than his. In addition to these powerhouses, there might also be gods behind the chosen ones. However, if he cooperated with the chosen ones and completed the invasion of this world, Roddy felt that this would be a real betrayal. It was better to raise a child than to be born. Roddy could not bear to watch the world being occupied and destroyed. After the envoy conveyed the message, he left quietly and warned Roddy to take care of himself. Before the invasion officially began, Roddy had plenty of time to think. However, once the invasion began, he had to make a clear choice. In the following days, more and more bad news came. The resistance organization that had been destroyed back then had suddenly resurrected, and their strength was quite strong. They ambushed the Wizard Union's stronghold and left no one alive, causing heavy losses to the Wizard Union. The sudden turn of events shocked the Wizard Alliance, and they immediately organized a group to attack. Soon, the cultivators discovered that the enemy's power was beyond their imagination, and their fighting methods were bizarre and strange. Unlike local cultivators, they came from another world. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. What was even more shocking was that there was enough evidence to show that there were a large number of traitors hidden within the Wizard Union. These traitors had different identities. Some had deliberately infiltrated and hidden, while others had been bribed to constantly collect and transmit information about the Alliance. It was because the secret was leaked that the Alliance cultivators were controlled and played by the enemy. In order to deal with such a situation, the Wizard Alliance began to clean up and investigate, trying to find all the traitors. All of a sudden, everyone was in danger. Due to Rhodey's special identity, he did not suspect him for the time being. He was even personally responsible for investigating the traitor. Such an identity made Rhodey feel extremely embarrassed. However, he could only brace himself to screen and check. At that moment, Rhodey realized that the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. The number of traitors and spies was unbelievable. This made him feel deeply puzzled. Why was he still completely unaware of such a big change happening within the Alliance? He had a guess that the Chosen Ones' plan had never stopped, but they had not informed him. Rhodey's status was too high. He had to ensure that everything was foolproof and could only use it at a critical moment. The only reason he did not contact him was to protect him better and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Now that the conditions had been met, the special envoy had taken the initiative to contact them. It was clear that they were ready to launch a decisive battle. Such a grim situation made Rhodey even more worried. The deadline was approaching, but Rhodey was still hesitating. He did not know what to choose. At this moment, another piece of news came. The enemy had officially launched an invasion through a special teleportation channel. The Wizard Alliance urgently mobilized their forces and the powerhouses from each branch to attack the enemy's base. As one of the higher-ups in the headquarters, Rhodey was naturally unable to avoid them. He also followed the team to the front line. When they arrived at their destination, they realized that the number of enemies had exceeded 100,000, and it was still increasing. The most troublesome thing was that the enemy was not attacking in a scattered manner, but gathered together like an army. The more professional the enemy was, the harder it was to deal with them. If the Wizard Alliance did not have enough manpower, they would not be a match for the invaders. After the two sides came into contact, a huge battle unfolded, but there was no clear winner. Just as both sides were actively preparing for another battle, the envoy found Rhodey again. He asked Rhodey to cooperate in the next battle and annihilate all the cultivators of the Wizard Alliance. The envoy said that this was an ultimatum. If Rhodey did not cooperate, he would be listed as a traitor and would be hunted down by the Chosen Ones. The envoy still did not force Rhodey to make a choice. He just sneered and left, as if he wanted to see Rhodey being hunted down by the Chosen One. Rhodey's heart was at a loss. He did not know what to choose. But at this moment, there was a change in the enemy camp, and the sound of fighting shook the sky. A figure holding a long sword broke into the enemy camp alone and was surrounded by the Chosen Ones. This figure broke through the enemy's blockade and headed straight for the core of the enemy camp. There was a runic magic circle that maintained the channel between the planes. Once it was destroyed, the enemy would become a river without a source, and would be defeated by the Wizard Union sooner or later. The enemy would naturally guard such an important place tightly and would not be able to approach it easily. The figure was not afraid at all and fought with the enemy to the death. As the sword chi moved, the enemy's heads rolled. Fighting 1 against 10,000, his heroic spirit soared to the sky. Rhodey trembled when he saw this. He recognized the other party. He was the mysterious powerhouse who had taught him swordsmanship. It had been many years since he had last visited, and now, they were meeting again on this battlefield. The other party was fighting to protect his home, but he was faced with a difficult choice and did not know what to do. 2818 A clear conscience. 1. The battle scene that night was unforgettable for Rhodey. The figure who had taught him the technique and given him the divine weapon was still outnumbered and died in the raging flames. It was like a firework that bloomed with the most beautiful colors, and then it was reduced to ashes with a bang. It didn't matter if it was worth it or not, as long as he understood what his heart was thinking, he could go all out. This was a true hero who chose to sacrifice himself without hesitation when he needed it the most. It was not just Rhodey. That night, many cultivators from the Wizard Alliance had witnessed the tragic and spectacular scene. There was a fire burning in their hearts, and an indescribable hatred erupted for the otherworldly invaders. United against a common enemy, unity of will was like a fortress. Based on this point alone, Tang Zhen's sacrifice was worth it because he had successfully aroused the blood and battle intent of the cultivators. Especially Rhodey. After a suffocating silence, he made his final choice. Following the guidance of the Book of Destiny, after completing a wonderful curtain call, Tang Zhen temporarily retreated behind the scenes. He was unable to participate in what happened next. He could only watch Rhodey like an invisible audience. Without waiting for too long, the battle between the two sides broke out again. The total number of participants exceeded 200,000. This was a world-shaking battle that affected an area of hundreds of kilometers. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Rhodey led a group of cultivators to attack from the side but ended up being surrounded by the enemy. It seemed that the enemy had long been prepared and had laid an ambush here, waiting for Rhodey to bring his men. The cultivators of the Wizard Alliance were shocked and angry. Just as they were suspecting that they had been betrayed by the traitor, the enemy camp suddenly fell into a state of panic. A large number of Alliance cultivators suddenly appeared and surrounded the enemies who were trying to ambush them. They didn't hesitate to attack. Rhodey led his men to attack from the inside, killing the enemy until they covered their heads and fled. This was a quick battle, and the Wizard Alliance won, killing thousands of enemy cultivators. This was a great victory, and it greatly increased the morale of the Wizard Alliance. Not long after the battle, shocking news spread. The god of swords of the Wizard Alliance, Rhodey, was actually a traitor who had been hiding in the enemy's camp for many years. After this news spread, it immediately caused a sensation and the cultivators of the Alliance were shocked. Be it reputation, status, or personal strength, Rhodey was definitely at the top. In the Wizard Union, he was the idol of many cultivators, and had a considerable number of followers. When it came to sword god Rhodey, it could be said that everyone knew him. If he was also a traitor, it would definitely be a fatal blow to the Wizard Alliance. As soon as the rumor appeared, the Wizard Union immediately refuted it, saying that it was a deliberate trap by the enemy. The cultivators of the Alliance had to maintain their rationality. No matter what, they couldn't listen to the rumors and fall for the enemy's plot to sow discord. Unexpectedly, at that moment, several important figures in the Alliance spoke out one after another, insisting that Rhodey was the traitor and a traitor. They also brought out a lot of evidence. After an investigation, it was confirmed that the evidence was basically fabricated and could not stand any scrutiny at all. However, things were not over yet. The evidence was not important. The real means were still behind. Several important figures suggested that they could use the power of the origin to determine if the subject belonged to this world. If Rhodey was really a visitor from another world, he would not be able to hide from this kind of investigation. There would not be any mistakes. Under the instigation of these important figures, more and more cultivators of the Alliance became suspicious. They constantly called out for Rhodey to immediately conduct the test. The Alliance that trusted Rhodey also hoped that Rhodey would participate in the test to prove his innocence. The outside world was turbulent. Rhodey, who was at the heart of the storm, did not express his opinion. On the contrary, people thought that he was guilty. More and more cultivators believed that there must be something wrong with Rhodey. Otherwise, why did he not prove himself? Just as the Wizard Union could no longer withstand the pressure and decided to let Rhodey participate in the test, they found out that he had left without them knowing and left behind a resignation letter. The contents of the letter were simple. Since they suspected his identity, then he would withdraw from the Wizard Union, and have nothing to do with them from now on. It was an insult to participate in that kind of test. He had done a great service to the Wizard Alliance, but the Alliance only believed in the lies of evil people. The cultivators of the Alliance could not tell right from wrong, and this made him completely disappointed in the Wizard Alliance. If the Wizard Union determined that he was a traitor, they could send people to hunt him down at any time, but there must be enough evidence. If he couldn't do that, he would definitely not show mercy and kill all the pursuers. When he left, he was all alone. He did not take anything that belonged to the Wizard Alliance with him. The only thing that accompanied him was the black longsword. After this matter spread, it immediately caused a great uproar. Some people cursed Rhodey for running away from punishment while others bitterly expressed that the enemy's evil plan had succeeded. At the critical moment of the battle with the enemy, the sudden loss of such a powerful person would definitely have a great impact on the Wizard Alliance. Regardless of whether Rhodey was a traitor or not, in the end, the one who would suffer would be the Wizard Alliance. Not long after this incident happened, another incident happened and caused another commotion. An important figure who insisted that Rhodey was the mole had inadvertently revealed evidence of his collusion with the invaders. The person who discovered it was also a high-ranking member of the Wizard Alliance. After the other party saw that the matter was exposed, he actually led his trusted subordinates and defected to the enemy camp. After this matter spread, someone immediately cried out for Rodi and confirmed that he was framed by the enemy. The other important figures who identified Rodi were also suspected to be traitors who colluded with each other to frame Zongliang. Before the Wizard Union could take action, these important figures betrayed them one after another, and took the opportunity to join forces with the invaders to attack. The Wizard Alliance was caught off guard and was forced to retreat by the enemy. They had cursed Rodi for being a traitor and now chose to remain silent. Those who were good at criticizing others often did not have the courage to admit their own mistakes or be more tolerant of their own actions. In the end, at this critical moment, Rodi suddenly appeared on the battlefield and saved those who had supported him. The cultivators of the alliance who were saved were extremely grateful. They all requested to follow Rodi and hoped to return to the Wizard Alliance. However, Rodi directly refused, indicating that he would no longer have any relationship with the Wizard Union. He would go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but it was to protect his home. It had nothing to do with the Wizard Alliance. Rodi floated away, leaving behind a group of rescued Alliance cultivators with remorseful expressions. If they had persevered, Rodi might not have left with hatred and would not have been completely disappointed with the Wizard Alliance. From this, it could be confirmed that the people in the Alliance were a group of blind idiots who had been fooled by a few real spies. After the news of Rodi's appearance spread, the Wizard Alliance, which was in a difficult situation, immediately issued an announcement, hoping that Rodi could return. There was no need to care about their origins. As long as they fought to protect this world, everyone was a common comrade. After the announcement was made, there was no response from Rodi. It was clear that the moment he left, he had cut off all ties with the Wizard Alliance. The higher-ups of the Wizard Union were also filled with regret. If Rodi was in the headquarters, they might not have been in such a difficult situation. News quickly came from the battlefield that Rodi had broken into the enemy camp alone and killed a traitor who had framed him. Under siege, he killed hundreds of high-level cultivators and escaped the battlefield with injuries. The Chosen Ones chased after him but returned without success because Rodi had long disappeared. Not long after, Rodi reappeared on the battlefield. This time, he was even crazier and fiercer. The traitors who had framed him were killed one after another, and not a single one escaped. In the last pursuit, Rodi went deep into the headquarters of the Chosen Ones and was not afraid of the hundreds of thousands of enemy cultivators. Just like his master, he faced a strong enemy alone, his heroic spirit soaring to the sky. In the enemy's camp, which was filled with killing intent, Rodi killed hundreds of enemy powerhouses and countless low-level cultivators. After the battle, Rodi disappeared and no one heard about him. 2819 Samsara. One Tang Zhen was a qualified audience. He had watched Rodi being framed and had also watched him break into the enemy camp alone and fight the enemy to the last moment. During this period, he helped to, accidentally, discover the traitor's plot and helped Rodi wash away his bad reputation. Perhaps to Rodi, this was not important. However, since Tang Zhen was able to help, he would definitely not stand idly by. In fact, there was not much meaning in doing so. It was likely to be corrected by an unknown force and would not have any impact on the future. Perhaps others might not understand Rodi's actions, but Tang Zhen was very clear that this was a way for him to seek release. He was indeed the Chosen One. This was an undeniable fact, which was why he was speechless in the face of the report. Rodi did not have any sense of belonging to the Chosen One's camp. He was always vigilant. He had deep feelings for this world and had personally guarded it for decades. When he learned that the Chosen Ones had invaded, Rodi's heart was filled with anger and worry. He didn't want to see this world being occupied and destroyed. If that happened, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and there was even a possibility of the extinction of the entire race. The only way to save the world was to fight back and drive the Chosen Ones back to their homes. There was another reason that made Rodi dissatisfied with the Chosen Ones. The mysterious strong man who taught him the skills and gave him a divine weapon had died in the hands of the Chosen One. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they were in fact master and disciple. Rodi had to avenge him or he would not be at ease. That was why Rodi had charged into the enemy camp alone and imitated his master's actions so that he would not have any regrets. He didn't think of leaving alive. Instead, he planned to fight to the death and be buried in this land. Only then could he live up to the heavens, the earth, and the heart. Rhodey, who had made up his mind, did not know that there was an audience member beside him who was silently watching his every move. When Rhodey was seriously injured and was about to die, the audience member chose to make a move. Although it was easy to not kill all the chosen ones, he would suffer a terrible backlash. Although Tang Zhen was a god, he was still unable to endure such a backlash. Moreover, there was simply no need for him to do so. Under Tang Zhen's influence, Rhodey was sucked into the void by an unknown force and was completely far away from this world. At the same time he attacked, he immediately suffered the backlash of the world's origin and made a prompt decision to escape. From this moment on, everything in this world had nothing to do with Rhodey or Tang Zhen, who was acting as an audience. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, a trace of consciousness appeared in Rhodey's mind. However, he was still in a muddled state. He did not know who he was or where he was at this moment. There was only a trace of blurry consciousness that was constantly spinning in his mind, and he did not know when it would disappear again. There were a few times when this consciousness was about to collapse, but in the end, it would still wake up. But even so, he continued to remain in a dazed state, unable to think normally. Until one day, Rhodey felt a slight chill as if his body had been soaked in it. Body. This familiar word immediately made Rhodey think of many things. For example, he was a human and also had a body. However, no matter what, he could not feel the existence of his body, as if his body had already disappeared. However, the cold touch told Rhodey that his body still existed. He just could not control it. What happened? Similar questions kept popping up in Rhodey's mind. Unfortunately, he did not get an answer. He still couldn't think normally. Every time he thought about a problem, he would gradually forget what he had to do. After an unknown period of time, Rhodey was finally able to think about some simple questions. For example, who was he? The feeling from his body was becoming clearer and clearer. At least, he could tell that the chill was most likely water. He was lying in an enclosed environment, soaking in water, which was why he had those strange sensations. I've been buried. Rhodey did not know why he had such a thought. The moment the answer appeared, many of his doubts were solved. This made Rhodey even more certain that he was buried underground. He was most likely lying in a coffin. More questions followed. Who buried him, and who was he? Until now, he had not remembered anything about himself, let alone where he came from. His identity was like a key. If he could remember it, many doubts would be solved. If he couldn't remember, then he would only be more and more confused. As such, Rhodey began to think about who he was. This was a simple yet complicated question. He didn't know how long he thought about it, but he still didn't have an answer. Until one day, he heard a sound from outside. It seemed that someone was digging the soil. Are you sure there's something here? Why can't I see anything? Don't worry, there's definitely one. I've already asked around. I hope so. It's best to get more valuable treasures. Otherwise, all of our efforts will be in vain. Rhodey could clearly feel that the thick soil above his body was being cleaned up. That oppressive feeling was slowly weakening and Rhodey had the urge to roar at the sky. A trace of expectation rose in Rhodey's heart. He felt that the answer he had been thinking about would soon appear. Voila! It was as if something had collapsed, followed by the sound of a stone falling into the water, which echoed in the empty space. There were 3 of them in total, and they entered the underground one by one. As they walked, the clear sound of water echoed. Why is there only water here? There's no treasure at all. Did we work for nothing? Don't worry, how can there not be any burial items in such a large tomb? I'm guessing that there must be some funerary objects in the coffin. Let's open it quickly. The last person's voice was filled with anticipation. He quickly approached the coffin, and a crisp sound of collision rang in his ears. They're tomb raiders, and they're opening their coffins. Such a thought flashed through Rhodey's mind and he felt a faint anger. Such an act of disturbing the peace of the dead and stealing their wealth was obviously a very despicable act. The sound became louder and louder. Rhodey could confirm that the 3 grave robbers were destroying the coffin. Perhaps it was because it was too sturdy, they kept cursing and swearing during the process of destruction. With a crisp sound, the coffin finally opened. A ray of light appeared in front of Rhodey's eyes. At the same time, he smelled fresh air and felt the breath of life. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt very hungry, and delicious food was right in front of him. While Rhodey was thinking, the 3 grave robbers who had broken the coffin were staring at the scene in front of them. In the coffin that had no way to determine its history, there was a complete body lying there. It was soaked in blood-red corpse water, and there was a golden mask on its face. Looking at the brand new robe and the body that was not shriveled up at all, the three grave robbers had the same thought in their minds. The owner of the tomb was not dead. 2820 The horror in the tomb. 1. The three grave robbers did not know that they had guessed the truth. There was indeed not a body in the coffin. This was an expert from another world who had accidentally come to this world, but had lost all his memories. With his powerful strength, he joined the army and fought in all directions. After he succeeded, he was framed by a treacherous official and suddenly died after drinking the wine given by the emperor. After his death, he was rewarded with a grand burial and buried in this tomb. 1,000 years later, he was visited by grave robbers. The grave robbers did not know that there was a pair of calm eyes looking at them from behind them. Tang Zhen followed the guidance of the Book of Destiny and found Rodi, who was lying in the grave. In the end, he found out that in the blink of an eye, Rodi had been in this world for 1,000 years. He did not know what Rodi had experienced. He only continued to play the role of an observer to see what would happen next. The grave robbers didn't know that they had already entered the gates of hell and death could befall them at any moment. Whether it was Rodi who was lying in the coffin or Tang Zhen who was observing from the side, they were all terrifying existences that these grave robbers could not imagine. In the eerie tomb, it was eerily quiet. Although the scene in the tomb was a little scary, desire quickly triumphed over fear, and the eyes of the three grave robbers began to flash with greed. "What are you afraid of? It's just a corpse. It can't do anything to us," the leader of the grave robbers said in a fierce tone. At the same time, he took out an iron hook from his backpack, seemingly to search for something. "Why do I have a feeling that this corpse will come back to life?" another timid grave robber said in a trembling voice, as if he was ready to escape. However, his legs were already weak and he could not move at all. He did not even dare to look into the coffin. "Coward, what are you afraid of? Don't you want to get rich?" another burly tomb robber sneered. At the same time, he glanced at the tomb robber holding the iron hook and slowly walked to the coffin. He ignored Rodi, who was soaked in blood, and continued to rummage through the coffin in an attempt to find valuable treasures. As expected, as they flipped through the items, they fished out one after another. They were all gold, jade, and other valuable items. After seeing the treasures, the three grave robbers were so excited that they almost roared. "Ha ha ha, we're really rich this time." The three grave robbers couldn't help but smile as they quickly put all the gold and jade into their pockets. As he continued to search, more precious jade was fished out, and it actually covered the bottom of the coffin. It was just that when he was searching, he would constantly touch the body, which made it very inconvenient. The leader of the grave robbers, who was holding an iron hook, had a look of disgust on his face. He frowned as he looked at the body floating in the blood. "This corpse is too much of a hindrance. Why don't we drag it out and throw it to the side?" After hearing his suggestion, the fierce-looking grave robber nodded and reached out to pull Rodi's body. "Don't worry, there must be some valuable treasures on this body. Let's search it first." The leader of the grave robbers, who was holding an iron hook, looked at the golden mask with bright eyes and reached out to grab it. When the mask was taken off, they saw Rodi's face and gasped again. This was because Rodi's appearance looked like a living person, except that his skin was extremely pale. It gave off the feeling that Rodi was sleeping and could wake up at any time. The timid grave robber did not dare to look at Rodi's face. He was holding the bag in his hand but his legs were trembling. "This mask is priceless, don't break it," the leader of the grave robbers warned. Then, with the help of his companions, they began to explore Rodi's body. They quickly discovered that there was no gold or jewelry on Rodi's body. There was only an ancient sword that could not be pulled out. It seemed that the inside of the sword had been corroded. The weapons among the Ming artifacts were not valuable, and they contained fiendish energy. Unless they encountered a specialized collector, they would not be able to sell for a good price. The two grave robbers were a little disappointed. They tried to pull the sword off, but found that the sword was firmly fixed to their belts. The thin chains could not break it. "Forget it, I'll just throw it aside and think of a way to get it down later." The two grave robbers made up their minds. They dragged Rodi's body and threw him into the water outside the coffin. They were submerged in the water in the tomb, floating up and down. The timid grave robber peeked at the figure in the water. Under the dim light, he saw the body seemed to move. The grave robber was shocked. He thought he was seeing things and quickly rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, he realized that the body in the water had slowly turned its head and was looking at him with cold eyes. What a ghost! The timid grave robber shouted loudly, scaring his companions, who all looked at him. Are you crazy? What are you shouting about? Looking at their trembling companions, the two grave robbers gritted their teeth in anger. The shout just now had scared them half to death. It was scary, really scary. Doing this kind of grave digging and robbing was already very nerve-wracking, afraid of being caught and sent to prison. Although he looked like he didn't care, he was still afraid in his heart. After all, the scene in the tomb was too strange. The ancient tomb had at least 1,000 years of history, but the corpse of the tomb owner was so lifelike that it was simply too rare. Wet corpses, dried corpses, and mummies simply couldn't be compared. If the corpse was placed on the bed outside, no one would think that it was an ancient corpse, but a person who had just died. If you keep shouting, I'll kill you with a shovel, the fierce grave robber said while waving the shovel in his hand, as if he was going to kill someone. The grave robber's boss's expression was gloomy. He was thinking to himself, should I find an opportunity to kill this timid guy? Such a coward was not only clumsy in action, but could easily reveal secrets out of fear. If they were caught by the police, there was no need to interrogate them in detail. They would confess everything they had done. This kind of pig teammate was an unstable bomb that could explode at any time. It would harm others and also harm himself. The timid grave robber had no idea what his boss was thinking. His mind was filled with the terrible scene he had just seen. The corpse raised its head and glared at me. The timid grave robber explained what had just happened in a frightened tone, but his body involuntarily retreated. After hearing their companion's words, the two grave robbers immediately looked at the body in the water. They saw that the body was lying quietly in the water, and there was no sign of it moving at all. Idiot, your eyes must be playing tricks on you, the leader of the grave robbers snorted coldly. He was too lazy to deal with that coward. He just wanted to quickly get the treasures and leave this gloomy tomb. Stop shouting, or I'll kill you. The fierce-looking grave robber warned him again, then went to get a pile of horseshoe gold with joy. I'm telling the truth. The corpse really looked at me. Why don't you believe me? The timid grave robber roared in his heart, but he had a broken-down expression on his face. He didn't understand why his companions didn't believe him. Just as this thought rose in his mind, his expression froze again, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The tomb robber was so scared that he peed his pants. The corpse that was floating in the water looked up at the grave robber again, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. The grave robber's eyes were wide open as he watched the body stand up straight from the water. The whole process was silent. His two accomplices were still busy searching for treasures and did not see this terrifying scene at all. The cowardly grave robber wanted to warn his companions, but he couldn't open his mouth, as if an invisible force had blocked his words. The indescribable fear made his soul tremble, and his body involuntarily retreated. Then, he saw the corpse suddenly pull out the long sword at its waist. A cold light flashed, and the fierce grave robber's head flew up. The blood spurted out from the neck of the headless corpse, but it didn't dissipate. Instead, it all fell into the mouth of the corpse. The leader of the grave robbers, who was holding an iron hook, was scared out of his wits. He turned around and fled without hesitation. However, after only 3 steps, a human head flew into the sky and flew towards the timid grave robber. Wah! The timid grave robber turned around and went into the hole. In the blink of an eye, he had already climbed to the opposite side and fled into the distance. 2821 The immortal body. 1. As the blood with a fishy smell entered his throat, Rhodey's spirit was lifted and he felt alive again. At this moment, his stiff body let out a carefree cry of joy, as if he was celebrating the beginning of a new life on a land that had just received rain after a long drought. A series of sounds came from Rhodey's body. There were also roars that sounded like dragons and tigers. Although his condition was improving, Rhodey felt that something was wrong. Even if he was a cultivator, he should not have been lying in a tomb for 1,000 years. He suspected that he had an immortal body, and no matter what kind of injury he suffered, it would automatically heal. Even though he had lost his memories of the past, his body's memories told him that he had definitely died more than once before he woke up. As for why this happened, Rhodey was at a loss because he really did not know. As he absorbed the natural energy, Rhodey was surprised to find that the natural energy in his surroundings was pitifully low. It was almost the same as not having any. This could no longer be considered a low-energy plane. It was a pure cultivation hell in the eyes of cultivators during the Dharma-ending era. This place wasn't suitable for him. He had to find a way to leave. Otherwise, his path of cultivation would be cut off. If it was the world 1,000 years ago, he could barely cultivate it. Although he could not reach the peak, he could still slowly improve. However, in the current era, no matter how hard one cultivated, there would be no progress. On the contrary, due to the exhaustion of energy, it would affect one's foundation and eventually become a waste. Cultivators who could not cultivate, were they not trash? What comforted Rhodey was that the blood of the two grave robbers contained a special power that made him feel very comfortable. This should be the power of chi and blood. Every living being had this power in their body. The more abundant the power of chi and blood, the healthier their bodies were. Those with weaker bodies also had chi and blood, but they were as weak as fireflies, and could be extinguished by a spiritual attack. When cultivators skilled in this Tao used their spells, they could kill people as if they were ants. It was impossible to guard against them. People who practiced martial arts with strong chi and blood could even complete the transformation from martial arts to Tao after their chi and blood reached a certain level. In this Dharma-ending age, he could only devour more chi and blood to barely recover his original strength. After completing this step, he would be able to move normally, and then find a way to leave this world. In a short time, Rhodey made up his mind and was ready to take action immediately. This might cause the sacrifice of countless creatures, but Rhodey did not care. He was used to seeing mortals as ants and did not treat them as his own kind. The mortals 1,000 years later would have nothing to do with him, so there was no need to be polite. Besides, he was only using a small portion of it as a toll to leave, not to destroy the entire world. That way, he might be able to harvest more vitality power, but it would be more difficult to execute it. If he did not do it well, he might be attacked by the entire world. It was better to keep a low profile and make a fortune quietly. In fact, compared to the energy of heaven and earth, vitality force had many restrictions and was not worthy of being called a refined force. It was only for the convenience of use, which was why it was praised by evil and treacherous people. Real cultivators were simply too lazy to care about it. Rhodey was also forced by the circumstances and had no choice. Since he had already made up his mind, he would act immediately. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. If people knew that he had woken up from the ancient tomb and killed people, there would soon be specialized personnel to deal with him. Although the situation had changed with the passage of time and the dynasty had long changed, no matter which regime, they would never allow such a danger to exist. To grab the corpse of a grave robber, strip off his clothes, and put them on, this was called, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Otherwise, wearing armor and holding a long sword in his hand would definitely be noticed. He opened the backpack that had fallen into the water and placed the gold, silver, and jewelry that the grave robbers had collected inside. Rhodey then walked out of the grave that had been lying there for thousands of years. Rhodey walked along the damaged tomb passage to the outside of the tomb. He found himself in a remote and uninhabited wasteland. There was a forest nearby, a large vegetable field, and a village with flashing lights in the distance. The grave robber who had run out earlier was nowhere to be seen. He had probably fled in a vehicle. He took a deep breath and smelled the foul air. Rhodey was even more determined to leave this place. The first thing he had to do next was to find the escaped grave robber and make him shut up. Only by killing this guy could he hide his origin and prevent the outside world from getting more information. After completing this mission, he could carry out a new plan and try to escape from this world as soon as possible. As he had been asleep for too long, Rhodey felt as if his body had rusted when he moved his legs. Fortunately, it did not take long for this feeling to gradually disappear. Rhodey also began to move freely like a normal person. Based on the aura left behind by the grave robbers, Rhodey began to track them at his fastest speed. His speed was amazing. The faster they moved, the less information about themselves would be leaked, and it would avoid unnecessary trouble. Because they were moving at night and there were very few people on the road, no one noticed this strange scene. The escaped grave robbers would never have thought that the resurrected tomb owner not only killed two of his accomplices, but also followed the clues and came back to him. The scene that had happened in the tomb room had scared the tomb robber out of his wits, and he had fled into the distance in fear. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he wasn't out of danger yet. The death of his two companions was only the beginning. He would face the same ending, or even worse. The more the grave robber thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. If it wasn't for his identity, he would have rushed into the police station. The place that he feared and avoided as much as he could now gave him a sense of security. After driving for nearly an entire night, the grave robbers finally arrived at their destination. At the same time, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After running for such a long distance, they were already far away from the grave, so there shouldn't be any more problems. As he heaved a sigh of relief, an indescribable sense of fatigue immediately spread through his body. He had been on tenterhooks all along the way, and now that he was relaxed, an indescribable sense of fatigue immediately burst out. Back at home, the grave robber lay on his bed and began to sleep. However, even in his dreams, he could still dream of the bloody scene in the ancient tomb and wake up with a start more than once. "Ah, Yingluo, I'm going crazy," the tomb robber shouted hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked like he was about to collapse. After a crazy roar, the grave robber saw the white wine on the table, grabbed it, and poured it into his mouth. The grave robber who never drank actually got drunk and then laughed strangely. He lay on the table and growled in a low voice. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. The drunk tomb robber didn't know that the owner of the tomb, who had frightened him, was now standing behind a truck and rushing toward his location. 2822 Encountering injustice on the road. While Rodi was looking for the grave robbers, Tang Zhen followed him to the edge of a city. The lights of tens of thousands of homes dimmed the night. This was a standard technology plane, where cultivators were almost extinct. Only a few extraordinary creatures still existed in the deep sea, slowly waiting for death. Tang Zhen did not expect that Rodi would appear in the technology plane. Moreover, it was an apocalyptic world where spiritual energy was exhausted. He also did not expect that before he arrived, Rodi had already stayed in this world for thousands of years and was finally buried in a tomb. In fact, Tang Zhen had only used a few days to find Rodi. It was clear that the Book of Destiny had allowed him to skip this memory and come to this day 1,000 years later. Then, what did Rodi experience before he came to this place to fall into such a state? Tang Zhen was a little curious. Why did the Book of Destiny determine that there was no need for him to follow and observe this 1,000 years of time? It was obvious that the Book of Destiny knew something, but it was unable to make an accurate judgment on certain issues, so it had sent him over. Perhaps this was the true goal of the mission. Through his own observations, he could complete the incomplete Book of Destiny. Then the question was, why did they make Rodi the main character and complete the flaws of the Book of Destiny? At the end of the day, they were back to the original question. What was Rodi's background? Tang Zhen observed Rodi and knew that there was still a long way to go before he reached his peak. He was originally a king-level cultivator, but now he was only a level 2 or 3 cultivator, and it was still falling. Such a state could be said to be extremely miserable. However, on second thought, if he had not been buried in the grave, he would have been reduced to a skeleton in this Dharma-ending world. It was impossible for him to survive until today. If cultivators were fish, then the energy of heaven and earth was water. It was easy to guess what would happen to a fish without water for 1,000 years. It could be considered a blessing in disguise for Rodi. He avoided the disaster and was awakened by the grave robbers 1,000 years later. It could only be said that everything was destined. Perhaps some unknown force was quietly affecting Rodi's fate. Tang Zhen was becoming more and more interested in his observation target. He wanted to see what kind of things Rodi would encounter after sleeping for 1,000 years. At that time, Rodi was walking on the street. He slowly walked through the alleys according to the aura he sensed. It was close to midnight, and there were stray cats and rats passing by on the street without street lights. During this period, there were passers-by who came across him, but they ignored him as if they had encountered a ghost. The further they went, the darker the path became. There were even some spirits wandering around. In a bustling city, there would always be dark corners that hid filth and evil. In a remote alley, a woman's suppressed cry could be heard, and at the same time, a man's wild and strange laughter could be heard. Rodi frowned and a sneer appeared on his face. He then followed the sound. He felt that this was a good time to eat and replenish his chi and blood. The vitality of a murderer far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was definitely the best food. In a remote alley ahead, a woman was leaning against the corner of the wall, her face full of fear and despair. There were 4 men at the side, holding weapons in their hands, their eyes flashing with an evil light. The woman pleaded in a low voice, but it was of no use. She was on the verge of despair. But at this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind. The four men turned around with fierce expressions. They wanted to see who was ruining their good time. In the end, he found that there was no one around, only a gust of cold wind. The footsteps were still there, echoing around them, but they couldn't see anyone. A trace of fear flashed through the bandit's hazy and drunk eyes, and cold sweat slowly dripped from his forehead. Who is it? Don't play tricks. Get out here. They roared angrily and could not hide the fear in their hearts. They could bully good people, but they did not dare to face ghosts and gods that they could not see. The woman in the corner had disheveled hair. Her eyes were filled with fear, but suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed through them. She was also afraid of ghosts and deities, but at this moment, she was begging the ghosts and deities to take away the four beasts in front of her, and she was willing to pay any price. Otherwise, her fate would be worse than death. The footsteps continued, becoming more and more concentrated, as if a group of people had entered the alley and were constantly walking around and watching. At the same time, eerie laughter, bitter sobs, and coughs of the old man entered the bandits' ears. If they had any doubts before, then at this moment, the four men had completely fallen into a state of panic. They waved the daggers in their hands and let out hoarse roars to boost their courage. However, their trembling legs and the cold sweat on their foreheads were enough to prove how terrified they were. Run! With this thought in mind, the four men immediately turned around and tried to escape from this dark alley. Then, they realized that they couldn't lift their feet at all, as if their legs were being hugged. He looked down in horror and saw that there were skinny arms wrapped around his legs. Arms stretched out from the ground, like a bunch of weeds, and withered claws scratched everywhere. The sharp, pitch-black nails dug into their pants and deeply into their flesh. The intense pain caused the four men to wail in unison. "Let me go, you bastard Yingluo!" They madly waved the daggers in their hands, constantly stabbing at the ghost hands that were holding their legs, in order to break free from the restraints. Who knew that the nether claw was not afraid of pain at all? The four men continued to hack at it, but it was no use. The more it was so, the more panicked they were. However, in the eyes of the woman beside him, it was a different scene. It was even more sinister and terrifying. The four men who had humiliated him were currently bending over with their heads lowered, brandishing daggers and stabbing at his legs. From their waists down, there was no place that was intact, and they had already become a pile of rotten meat. The ground of the alley was covered with blood and minced meat, which was a ghastly sight. Threads of silk-like things were floating up from the ground and forming a blood-red ball in the air, giving off a terrifying blood-red light. A figure that looked like smoke was floating in the air, reaching out to grab the eerie blood ball. A series of screams rang out as four men suddenly raised their daggers and ruthlessly stabbed them into their hearts. Although they were about to die, a strange smile flashed across their faces, as if they couldn't feel the pain at all. Plop! The four men fell to the ground one after another, and after struggling in pain for a while, they finally became cold corpses. The woman felt her whole body trembling. She was now sure that she had really encountered the legendary ghost god. Although the four men were already dead, the woman was even more afraid. She was afraid that she would be killed too. Just as she was on tenterhooks, she seemed to hear a low moan in her ear, as if it carried endless sorrow. The woman's expression became confused. She picked up all her things on the ground and walked out of the alley step by step. As she walked, she kept tidying her clothes and wiping away the bloodstains on her body. He walked home, took a hot bath, and went back to bed to have a good sleep. When he woke up the next day, everything would be gone, and he would no longer have any related painful memories. 2823 Roddy's Tactics 1. After casually killing the four murderers and absorbing their blood energy, Roddy continued to look for grave robbers. At this moment, his condition was obviously better, which proved that this absorption method was indeed effective. As for the four corpses, they were not related to him at all. At least, there would be no problem for the time being. However, Roddy still did not dare to be careless. After all, he was too weak and had to be as careful as possible. Following the direction of the aura, Roddy quickly arrived in front of a small courtyard and flew in. The courtyard was not big, and it seemed that no one had cleaned it for a long time, so it looked messy. The escaped grave robber lived here. At the moment, he was sleeping soundly on the bed under the influence of alcohol. Rhodey walked to the door and the lock fell off naturally. The door was slowly pushed open by an invisible force. Squeak. The low fuel door shaft made a grinding sound, which was unusually clear in the quiet night. For some reason, this tone sounded particularly eerie, making people's scalps tingle. Perhaps it was because they were too alert, but the moment Rhodey entered the courtyard, the sleeping grave robber suddenly woke up. At first, he looked around blankly, then he suddenly realized something and accidentally rolled off the bed, his body starting to tremble violently. Please let me go. I didn't want to go to the tomb either. Those two guys forced me to go. The grave robbers kept praying, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the grave. I don't want to die, please let me go, I still have family to take care of, Yingluo. Tears and snot were streaming down the grave robber's face when he spoke. He was obviously terrified to the extreme and had begun to speak incoherently. At this moment, he heard footsteps that seemed to be lingering in front of his house. The sound was like a drum, beating continuously in the tomb robber's heart, making him twitch continuously. The grave robber screamed in fear and quickly crawled to the corner of the wall, holding a dagger in front of him. Don't come over. I know you're here, please let me go. His voice was hysterical, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. His eyes, which were already red from the alcohol, had now turned into a strange deep red. As if the prayer had worked, the mysterious footsteps that lingered at the door suddenly disappeared without a trace. He left. The grave robber listened attentively, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He didn't know how scary his current appearance was. Da 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 da. The strange footsteps sounded again, but this time it was from inside the house. Ah, Yingluo. The grave robber was on the verge of breaking down. He looked at the dark living room, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. He had a feeling that the owner of the tomb had already arrived and was looking at him expressionlessly. Rhodey also found it strange. He found that the grave robbers did not really see him. They just had a premonition of danger. For an ordinary person to have such a sharp premonition, it had to be said that this was a special talent. Rhodey originally wanted to get rid of the grave robbers, but he suddenly changed his mind. He was going to use the secret technique he had mastered to try it out on the grave robbers. If he succeeded, perhaps he wouldn't need to do it himself and he would be able to achieve his goal. After making up his mind, Rhodey began to take action. Crack! The cracking sound shocked the grave robber, and he subconsciously looked at the mirror next to him. In the dark living room, the full-length mirror glowed with a green light, as if it was the gate to hell. The figure that terrified the grave robbers was now standing in the mirror, looking at him with cold eyes. Ah, Yingluo! The tomb robber collapsed to the ground, wailing in tears and kept kowtowing and praying. The fear of ghosts and gods, as well as the fear of death, made the grave robbers on the verge of collapse. Then, he saw lines of bright red words appear on the broken mirror. Grave robbing was an unforgivable crime. If you want to wash away your sins, you can offer the blood of the evil people, especially for those who have committed great crimes. The time limit was 3 days. Otherwise, his soul would be destroyed. Below the line of words was a simple sacrificial method and the corresponding incantation. The grave robber looked at the words on the mirror in a daze. Suddenly, his face lit up and he kowtowed to the mirror. Don't worry, I'll definitely find an offering that will satisfy you. After saying this, the grave robber was obviously not as afraid, but showed an expression of relief. To him, this was his only chance of survival. It was an opportunity that he had obtained by praying and begging. The suffocating pressure suddenly disappeared, and even the words on the mirror were swept away. He's finally gone. The grave robber stood up from the ground, took out a cigarette out of habit, and started smoking fiercely. After knowing how to save themselves, the originally timid grave robbers had already begun to think about the goal of their operation, and their eyes flashed with a fierce light from time to time. He only had 3 days, so he had to act as soon as possible. He couldn't be overcautious. Half an hour later, the grave robber changed his clothes and left quietly in the dark. The grave robber didn't know that not far behind him stood the tomb owner who made him feel fear, as well as a real god. Tang Zhen had already roughly guessed Rhodey's actions. It was obvious that he was using the grave robbers to help him collect vitality. He could also use special rewards to develop more believers and help obtain more vitality force. As for why he was looking for evildoers, it was because these people's chi and blood were quite strong, and at the same time, they carried the weak curse power of the will. It was not an exaggeration to say that one person could fight against 100. After killing these evil people, it was equivalent to getting rid of evil for the people, and the power of will that was returned could also strengthen one's luck. No matter how he looked at it, it was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. If it was successful, Rhodey would be able to live behind the scenes and reduce the chances of encountering danger. At that time, Rhodey was too weak and had to use some special means to ensure his own safety. However, Tang Zhen had a feeling that if Rhodey continued to develop like this, would he unknowingly become an evil god? If that was the case, he would have to take action to prevent Rhodey from falling into the abyss. After waiting for a few hours, Rhodey could feel the call of the grave robbers and the scene of the sacrificial ceremony. The timid grave robber had a sincere and excited expression on his face as he seriously completed the sacrificial ceremony. Rhodey absorbed the blood and chi from a distance and confirmed that it was an evil person. His soul contained a considerable amount of negative energy. After crushing the evil soul and turning it into pure energy, Rhodey injected a part of it into the Tomb Raider's body. To ordinary people, this was a super tonic that could keep them at their peak for a long time. This state would not dissipate for at least a year, and it could continue to strengthen. The Tomb Raider felt the change in his body. He was shocked and kept kowtowing in thanks. This energetic body made the grave robber have a greedy thought. Maybe he could become stronger. Rhodey took the opportunity to tell the grave robbers that the more evil people they sacrificed, the more rewards they would receive. At the same time, they could also develop believers and let more people participate. When they got rewards, the grave robbers would also get the corresponding benefits. Looking at the hint on the mirror, the grave robber's eyes lit up. He had clearly made up his mind. 2824 A New Journey. 1. Rhodey understood the greed of humans. What happened next was just as he had expected. The grave robbers became greedier and greedier after getting the benefits, trying to get more rewards. Because of the improvement in his physical fitness, he could move more easily and climb walls as if he was walking on flat ground. He was only a step away from becoming a transcendent. If he was not in the Dharma-ending world, he might have already become a true cultivator. In a short period of time, people who had committed countless evil deeds were constantly killed, causing the entire city to be in a state of panic. Because those who were killed were all evil people, the bullied people cheered and celebrated, calling the grave robbers heroes. The grave robber was overjoyed because he had never been praised and loved by so many people in his life. It was a pity that he couldn't disclose his identity and could only be an unknown hero, which was a fly in the ointment. At the same time, he also realized that he was being watched by the police, so he had to be more careful. Although his physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people, he still couldn't withstand guns, so he had to be careful when he moved. In the process of hiding, the grave robber remembered what Rhodey had said and began to think about how to develop new believers. He made use of the convenience of the internet to patiently search for suitable targets, and then continued to probe. Because of the reward, the grave robbers were at their peak, both mentally and physically. Relying on his inexhaustible energy and extraordinary memory, he had actually mastered a large amount of hacking knowledge in a short time. Relying on these hacking skills, his actions on the internet became more and more secretive. Once he discovered that the situation was not right, he could withdraw in time. It didn't take long for the grave robbers to find many suitable targets. They then began to guide them and send some forbidden videos over. Among these videos, there were the operation methods of the sacrifice, live recordings of the grave robbers, actions, and also a demonstration of extraordinary powers. The video would be destroyed after it was played, but it could give the viewers a strong enough shock and involuntarily attract them. The grave robbers used the method of casting a wide net to constantly find suitable targets, and their influence became wider and wider. Finally, one day, he felt the feedback of a trace of power. He knew that some believers could not resist the temptation and secretly launched an operation. Not long after, in a secret chat group, a member showed the photos he took during the operation. The other party used a certain tone to express that he had indeed received a reward and was in an extremely curious state. In the self-recorded video that was uploaded, the performer easily smashed a rock into pieces with his bare hands. If he had been professionally trained, it might not have been surprising, but the performer swore that he had never received any training. Perhaps it was because of this incident that the grave robbers received energy feedback again after only a day. It was obvious that another believer had begun the sacrifice as required. The grave robber was overjoyed. If this situation continued, he would gain more and more benefits. With this thought in mind, the grave robber continued to work hard to expand his number of downlines, and his enthusiasm was unusually high. In the following period of time, there would be news from time to time that some villains had been assassinated. Some people succeeded, and naturally, some people failed. The people learned of the existence of this mysterious organization from the mouths of the people who failed the assassination. They were extremely shocked. It turned out that the other party specialized in assassinating evil people and used the blood of the victims as a sacrifice to obtain strength that far exceeded ordinary people. In the beginning, the police scoffed at the statement, thinking that it was just a group of brainwashed people doing stupid things. However, it didn't take long for them to change their minds. This was because more and more surveillance videos showed that this group of people who belonged to the same organization did indeed have extraordinary power. They could leap onto roofs and vault over walls as if they were walking on flat ground. They possessed terrifying strength and were very agile. Many of their physical data had already exceeded the normal human standards. As long as they were made the target of these people's sacrifice, they would not be able to escape death no matter how well hidden they were. For these special criminals, the police hated them but respected them at the same time. Under pressure, they could only pursue them with all their might. This kind of thing could not be covered up at all. More and more news was spread, and even the method of sacrifice and the incantation were gradually made public. Through various methods, the ordinary people of the world learned of this special sacrificial ceremony. If you want to get healthy and strong, you can get it this way. When a terminally ill rich man obtained the blood of a group of evil people through employment and returned to his youth after the sacrifice, the whole world was in complete chaos. More and more evil people were being assassinated, and at the same time, a large number of extraordinary people appeared, looking for targets like hunters. Someone had tried to use the blood of an ordinary person to deceive Rhodey and obtain power. As a result, they suffered a terrible backlash. After receiving the warning, no one dared to lie to Rhodey anymore. They were even more in awe of him. As he only absorbed the blood and chi of the wicked, Rhodey had actually obtained the title of the God of Justice. He was regarded as a real god and was supported by countless people. Influenced by this incident, the wicked became more and more careful, for fear that they would be discovered and killed. No matter which country it was, the security was getting better and better. It was all thanks to Rhodey. This situation lasted for a long time. Only after Rhodey left the world did the evil people become savage again. This miraculous era was recorded in various historical books and was the only evidence of the officially recognized existence of gods. Rhodey, who was regarded as a god, was hiding in a secluded corner and quietly improving his strength. The whole world was praising his name, but he didn't care about it at all. He only silently absorbed the vitality power offered by the believers and gave feedback according to a certain proportion. Rhodey did not expect that this method of sacrifice would spread throughout the world and allow him to obtain a huge amount of vitality. When the blood energy accumulated to a certain amount, it finally produced a qualitative change and pushed Rhodey's strength back to its peak. Unfortunately, this state could not be maintained for long. When his vitality force could not be replenished in time, his strength would rapidly fall to the bottom. Rhodey would not allow such a thing to happen. When his strength returned to his peak, he immediately took action. The easiest way to leave this world was naturally to break through the void and find other worlds. However, this kind of travel was very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could cause one's soul to scatter. If one's strength was insufficient, one had to be extremely careful. Rhodey was not willing to take the risk, but he had no other choice. If he missed this opportunity, he might be trapped in this world forever. Time passed by slowly, and soon, a few decades had passed. To Tang Zhen, a few decades had passed in the blink of an eye, and he was caught off guard. He was in the flowing river of time. When the changing scene returned to normal, he saw Rhodey standing on the peak of the mountain and waving his sword forward. Heaven and earth shook, and the sea of clouds churned. A crack in the void appeared before their eyes. After a few moments of silence, Rhodey jumped into the crack in the void. After staying in this world for 1,000 years, Rhodey set off again and began a new journey in the void. 2825 The ancient gods' graveyards. Tang Zhen originally thought that he would watch Rhodey's journey in the void and experience a long and boring time. In the end, he discovered that the river of time was flowing rapidly and marked a direction. The end of the river of time was the final destination of Rhodey's journey. It was where Rhodey was at the moment. Without any hesitation, Tang Zhen chased after it. The moment he reached the end, the illusionary scene became solid, and the flow of the river of time became normal. However, when they looked at the surrounding scene, they were shocked. On the vast land, there were huge bodies that were as large as mountains, and they looked similar to humans. They were already dead, without any breath. Many of the corpses had already sunk into the ground and were covered in dust. Looking at the traces of weathering on the surface of the corpses, they had died at least 10,000 years ago. On the surface of the corpses, there were traces of battle. There were even some mountain-like objects, which were actually giant weapons made of unknown materials. The word, giant, was actually a bit forced, because only after seeing it with one's own eyes could one understand how shocking the scene was. In front of it, normal humans were simply like a speck of dust, not worth mentioning at all. In the air above these massive corpses, there were many foreign cultivators who looked like poisonous bees with hard wings on their backs. They held javelin-like weapons in their hands and scanned the earth with cold eyes, exuding a fierce aura. The average strength of these foreign cultivators was around level 4 or 5, which was still a step away from being a lord. The fact that they could arrange cultivators of this level to act as sentinels showed that this cultivator organization was not weak. It was possible that there were god-level cultivators in it. Tang Zhen, who had been playing the role of a spectator from the beginning, became excited at this moment. He was guessing if there was an opportunity to hunt down a deity. If that was the case, this trip would definitely not be in vain. At this moment, fighting intent was boiling within Tang Zhen's heart. He had never been afraid of battle. He would only become stronger when he encountered a stronger opponent. He just didn't know if there were any worthy opponents in this group of foreign cultivators who wouldn't let him get excited for nothing. With this thought in his mind, Tang Zhen's observation became more and more careful. Unless a god-ranked cultivator carefully inspected it, it would be impossible to discover it. When he found a suitable target, he would launch a thunderous strike, leaving no chance for the prey to escape. The time that followed was for more detailed observation. On the desolate and broken land, there were groups of prisoners with shackles on their bodies and all kinds of strange appearances. These prisoners were all cultivators, but they were very weak, only level 1 or 2. They surrounded the giant corpse on the ground, constantly waving their tools, trying to break it into pieces. The sound of a collision reverberated in the sky. It turned out that the giant corpse was extremely tough. The prisoners kept waving their tools, but only a very small damage was done to it. Although the work was extremely difficult, none of the prisoners dared to stop. Every time someone slacked off, the foreign cultivators in the sky would punish them. With a point of the javelins in their hands, an electric current would fly out and fall on the lazy prisoners. This was not a pure electric current, but a special spell that could multiply the pain. The prisoner wrapped in electric current kept screaming in pain. After the punishment ended, each and every one of them had their skin and flesh torn open, and their spirits were extremely low. Every once in a while, the foreign cultivators would allow the prisoners to rest for about 10 minutes. The resting prisoners did not stay idle. They grabbed the powder that fell on the ground and threw it into their mouths to chew slowly. These rocks and mud-like things were actually the dried flesh and blood of the giant corpses, which were used as food for the prisoners to replenish their strength. The petrified flesh was difficult to digest and had to be chewed continuously before it turned into bright red mucus. He swallowed the red slime, but his expression showed that he was having a hard time. It was obvious that this thing didn't taste good. However, in order to ensure their survival, they had to continue eating like this, because the foreign cultivators didn't provide them with food. Therefore, many prisoners' mouths were red as if they had just drunk blood. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were many cave-like things on some of the giant corpses. Some of these caves were filled with wounds, and some were specially dug by prisoners, leading directly to the inside of the giant corpse. The prisoners went in and out of these caves, pouring out the petrified flesh and blood powder, which piled up like a small mountain. Compared to the petrified flesh and blood outside, the blood and flesh powder that was poured out had a strange dark red color. Tang Zhen observed over a dozen giant corpses in succession and discovered that there was basically no difference. All of them had died due to the injuries from the war. The entire land looked like a giant construction site, a busy scene. Tang Zhen had already figured out the reason why the prisoner dug into the giant corpse. It was to find the blood chi crystals hidden in the flesh. This crystal was only the size of a fingernail, but it contained a rich power of chi and blood. Its purity was simply unheard of. Under normal circumstances, the power of blood and qi was far inferior to the energy of heaven and earth, and could only be used as blood food for low-level cultivators and pet demonic beasts. However, there were some special transcendent creatures that possessed extremely powerful vitality. They could become gods and saints just by relying on their bodies. To make it easier to distinguish them, the Lu Cheng cultivators called these transcendents the Ancient God Clan. These transcendent lifeforms also had a weakness. Compared to god-grade cultivators who had long lifespans, these races with deity-grade bodies had a limited lifespan. Whether it was a few 100,000 years or a few million years, there would be an end to one's life sooner or later. Just like ordinary living beings, the end of this kind of life could not be reversed, but it was possible to be reincarnated. Another disadvantage was that the body of this transcendent being would be damaged, which would lead to the loss of life. The giant corpses on this land should belong to those special transcendent lifeforms, and might even have reached the level of gods. The blood qi crystals condensed in their bodies were far more valuable than crystals condensed from heaven and earth energy. They were definitely supreme treasures for body cultivators. Even if he did not cultivate his body, he could still nourish his soul and expand his sea of spirit after absorbing it. No matter which force it was, this place was a super treasure that could allow a cultivator's strength to increase rapidly. No wonder the defense was so tight, even using special means to cut space and completely shield this world. If he had not been tracking Rodi and following the guidance of the Book of Destiny, Tang Zhen would not have been able to discover this place. Although the treasure was moving, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to act. He first went to find Rodi's traces. Releasing his divine sense to search carefully, Tang Zhen sensed a familiar aura. It was located within an ancient god's corpse. When he got closer, he realized that it was a huge hole in the head of an ancient god's corpse. The huge hole in his head was obviously a fatal wound from a battle, but now it was being used by the prisoners. There was a musty smell in the hollow, and the prisoners who worked here all had something like a mask on their faces. It wasn't just the smell that was bad. If one inhaled too much, it would cause a series of strange diseases to act up. This was the corpse of a transcendent being at the deity level. The poison in its body was extremely terrifying. If an ordinary cultivator were to be contaminated by it, they would die without a doubt. Compared to the prisoners working outside, the prisoners inside the head were undoubtedly more dangerous, and the chances of death were higher. 2826 The imprisoned Rodi. 1. There was a group of alien cultivators guarding the entrance of the hole, and they were obviously stronger. Their bodies were covered in black armor, like special keratin, which was probably formed after their skin mutated. On the hard shell, there were all kinds of runes. Half of them were carved by rune masters, and the other half were natural. These runes formed a circuit that allowed energy to circulate freely without interruption at all times. As they moved, a dull light would flow on the surface of their bodies. It looked very strange, making the foreign cultivators look like moving light. The greatest function of the runic magic circle was not only to illuminate, but also to enhance one's own simulacrum. Once it was attacked, the runic magic circle would automatically defend itself. The defense effect should be perfect. The body structure of these foreign cultivators didn't seem to have much muscle, but in reality, they were like ants. They could exert unimaginable power. The foreign cultivators had consumed a lot of the blood crystals obtained from the ancient god's corpse, which caused their bodies to change. Hair-like things grew out of the bodies of many alien cultivators and covered their hard shells. There were also scars and sharp horns that made the appearance of the foreign cultivators even weirder. This was the effect of a higher life form on a lower life form. The higher one's strength was, the more serious the effect would be. In this way, he could make a simple judgment of the strength of the foreign cultivators without much deviation. When their power reached a certain level, these foreign cultivators would become ancient gods. In the end, they would become miniature ancient gods. Although they had the appearance of an ancient god, they couldn't have the true strength of an ancient god unless they could break through the limits of their life and advance to the same level of strength as an ancient god. At that time, the foreign cultivators would be ancient gods. It had a terrifying body that could support the heavens and the earth. It could pluck the stars and swallow the moon with a raise of its hand, and it could cause an earthquake with a stomp of its feet. Tang Zhen suspected that there was such an expert among the alien cultivators. Or perhaps, they were cultivators with a very high level of ancient deified. They were Tang Zhen's hunting targets. If the opportunity was right, he would immediately kill them. However, looking at the current situation, there were no god-level cultivators in this huge ancient god cemetery. The one with the highest strength was only at the law realm. Tang Zhen could blow him to death with a single breath. This kind of situation was reasonable. After one's strength reached a certain level, one had to concentrate on hard training. This huge mining site was obviously not suitable. Tang Zhen speculated that there was definitely another world not far from here. That place was the gathering place of the foreign tribe experts. Firstly, he could concentrate on his cultivation without being disturbed. This was extremely important for cultivation. They could also provide help in time when an accident happened, solving the crisis in the shortest time. If there was really such a place, Tang Zhen would definitely pay a visit to avoid missing this good opportunity. Even if the Book of Destiny didn't allow it, Tang Zhen would still leave the coordinates and think of a way to return to this place. However, the most important thing at the moment was to find Rhodey's position and see how he was doing. The tunnel was not completely empty. The foreign cultivators flapped their wings and flew around in the tunnel. They were the patrol team to prevent any accidents from happening. These foreign cultivators didn't know that right in front of them, a god was swaggering over. Fortunately, they didn't see it. Otherwise, they would have become corpses by now. Tang Zhen could not be bothered with these foreign race cultivators. However, if the other party dared to provoke him, he would definitely not show any mercy. The passage was deep and long. After advancing for a while, more and more signs of being recuperated appeared inside the passage. It was obvious that there had been a lot of prisoner work in the past, excavating and looking for things like blood crystals. Tang Zhen stopped his footsteps and carefully took a few glances. If the area he had walked through before was the skin of an ancient god, then this area was the flesh and blood beneath the skin. The interior of the giant ancient god corpse was vast and boundless. Tang Zhen was only at the edge of the area. From this position, he could see more things, but it was also more shocking. Tang Zhen was certain of one thing. Before this ancient god died, he must have suffered a great deal of pain. This was because, from the position of the wound, countless metal thread-like things spread out in all directions, deeply piercing into the flesh. This special object clearly didn't belong to an ancient god, but the weapon that had dealt it a heavy blow. The word, thread, was only used to describe the ancient god's corpse. From a normal human's point of view, these threads were actually twisted vines of uncountable length, freely shuttling through the ancient god's flesh. Not only did it increase the damage to the wound, but it also had a special effect of severely corroding the ancient god's flesh. Under the destruction of these vines, the ancient god's body suffered fatal injuries. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Looking at the wound caused by an unknown weapon, it seemed dark and deep, as if a terrible beast was hidden inside. Once one entered, they would be devoured until not even their bones were left. Along the way, there were indeed some prisoner skeletons scattered in the corners of the cave. They were actually the remains of ancient gods that had fused into one. It gave people the illusion that the prisoner's corpse had crawled out from the ground, which was extremely eerie and strange. He continued to move forward, and after a few kilometers, his eyes suddenly opened up. An enormous empty valley suddenly appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. The place was brightly lit, and the sound of pickaxes clashing could be heard constantly. It seemed to be very busy. In the rugged and sunken deep valley, busy figures could be seen everywhere, constantly working under the supervision of foreign cultivators. Compared to the prisoners outside, the prisoners here were of a higher rank and had stronger bodies. The cultivators guarding them had also become stronger, and many of them had reached the Lord level. They guarded the high ground around the deep valley, flying here and there from time to time, patrolling the huge construction site in the valley. Just like the construction sites outside, once someone was found to be lazy, they would be punished immediately without any mercy. Judging from the attitude of these foreign cultivators, they were obviously treating the prisoners as tools and didn't care about their lives at all. Tang Zhen's eyes quickly saw Rhodey's figure. However, he was currently locked in the bone cage. The bone cage was suspended in the air, and no prisoners could get close to it except for the foreign cultivators. Inside these bone cages, there were a large number of bones scattered around. It was obvious that many prisoners had died inside, and even their bodies had not been disposed of. No wonder the cave was so stinky. This was obviously one of the reasons. Tang Zhen was somewhat surprised. What exactly happened? Rhodey was actually locked in the cage. Looking at his appearance, he had clearly been exposed to the light for a very long time, almost to the extent of an oil lamp running out of oil. If he wasn't released, Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to become a pile of bones in the cage. Tang Zhen would not allow such a thing to happen. Even if Rodi was destined to be saved, he was not willing to wait for that moment to come. Since the result was the same, why should he care about the process? As he thought of this, a black leather bag appeared out of thin air in the cage that Rodi was locked in. Inside the black bag was Rodi's hope of getting out of this predicament. However, he would have to rely on himself for everything that followed. 2827 The imprisoned Rodi lay stiffly in the bone cage. He struggled to move his body but found that his muscles and bones had been destroyed. The bone-deep pain made him frown, but he couldn't make a sound. How long have I been in this cage? Rodi thought hard for a long time before he came up with a vague answer. He had been imprisoned in this cage for a full year. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. Other things aside, in a situation where there was no water or food, only cultivators could persist for such a long time. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died dozens of times. Everything that happened today was a complete accident. Rodi did not expect it at all. When he was traveling through the void, he had accidentally entered this world and was captured by the foreign cultivators. After being tortured for a period of time until he was half dead, Rodi was turned into a slave to excavate the ancient god's corpse. He had tried to resist, but he was no match for the foreign cultivator and was almost killed. It was precisely because his resistance was too intense, in addition to his strength, that he was sent to the most dangerous area. These dangerous areas were located within the ancient god's corpse. The deeper it was, the more dangerous it was, and the more terrifying it was. Even the strong alien cultivators didn't dare to set foot there, afraid that they would never return. There were also some areas that were explored and controlled by foreign cultivators. They could be mined, but the danger still existed. Even alien cultivators had to be careful, not to mention the prisoners without any shields. The chances of them encountering danger would be 100 times higher. Once one entered these areas, there was basically no chance of survival. It was a hell that all prisoners feared. It turned out that there was a special soul crystal in the head area of the ancient god's corpse that could greatly nourish a cultivator's spiritual power. However, the gathering process was very dangerous. One could be attacked by soul crystals if they were not careful. It turned out that after a long period of evolution, these environments had developed simple thinking and strange abilities. They blended in with the environment like a venomous snake, hiding in the petrified flesh. Once someone tried to excavate it and touch the location of these soul crystals, they would be attacked by them. The soul crystal's attack method was to enter the target's body and live as a parasite in the target's sea of spirit. It would then continuously absorb the target's spiritual power as its food. After a prisoner was parasitized, they would slowly become a walking corpse and eventually become a corpse. After the host died, the soul essence would slowly gather together, transforming from the original invisible state into a tangible crystal. No accidental deaths were allowed during this period. Otherwise, the soul crystals would spread and disintegrate, and there was no way to collect them again. Soul crystals were extremely valuable and rare, so they were highly valued by the cultivators of the clan. As long as a prisoner was attacked, they would be directly locked up in a special cage. The foreign cultivators would let the prisoners die slowly, and when the soul crystals in their bodies were slowly formed, they would take them away at the right time. The bone cages hanging in the air were full of unlucky souls who had been attacked by soul crystals. They were imprisoned and slowly waiting for death. Rodi's luck was not good. He had exploded a soul crystal while mining and almost died on the spot. When the foreign cultivator found out, he did not hesitate to throw Rodi into the bone cage. The cage next to him once held a few prisoners. When Rodi was imprisoned, they were already on the verge of death. Because they had been imprisoned for a long time, these prisoners were already like lamps that had run out of oil, and their bodies exuded the smell of death. When they saw Rodi, their dry eyes did not show any emotions. Rodi knew that these prisoners had completely given up hope. They were completely empty shells. Not only did the soul crystal drain their energy, but their bodies were also extremely weak. When the last trace of their will collapsed, death would follow. In the following days, Rodi witnessed the death of the prisoners. His emotions turned from excitement to numbness. Through the solid white bone cage, he watched the other prisoners slowly decay into rotten flesh and white bones, and the stench drifted everywhere. He had wanted to escape, but his energy was being devoured at every moment, and his physical strength couldn't be replenished, making the thought of escaping become an extravagant hope. This was the reason why the foreign cultivators didn't care about the prisoners escaping. In addition to the soul crystal's effect, there were also special shackles on these prisoners. Once a cultivator was shackled by these shackles, they would become like an ordinary person, with only their strength left. It was the same for Rhodey. He had always wanted to escape, but he found that his despair was getting worse and worse. In the end, he slowly gave up the idea. He was surrounded by despair at every moment. This was actually the result that the foreign cultivators wanted. The more desperate they were, the easier it was for their sea of spirit to collapse and be absorbed by the soul crystal. Rhodey did not want to end up like the other prisoners and become a skeleton. However, in such an environment, he felt helpless. The days passed by just like that. The prisoners around him all died, and their bodies were constantly rotting, slowly condensing into soul crystals. Rhodey did not know if it was an illusion, but he could often see the souls of the prisoners wandering around the soul crystals. Their faces were filled with despair and unwillingness, wailing every second. When Rhodey was in a daze, he would subconsciously look at the soul crystals. He knew that one day, he would become like that. As for the commotion below, it had nothing to do with him. Due to the influence of the soul crystal, he had even forgotten to think and was in a dazed state all day long. If there were no accidents, this state of being a walking corpse would continue until the arrival of death. Today, as usual, he looked ahead in a daze, where there was a prisoner's skeleton. There was dried skin and flesh on the surface of the skeleton. Due to the influence of the soul crystal, the rotting speed of the corpse was much faster than the outside world. In just a year's time, they would turn into white bones, and the dried flesh and blood would turn to dust. Rhodey clearly remembered that the owner of the skeleton had once smiled at him. The smile was very scary because he looked like a skeleton that was only skin and bones. The smile was frozen on his face, and until it rotted, the other party had been smiling at him. The slow-witted Rhodey thought for a long time before he figured out one thing. In fact, when the prisoner laughed, he had already breathed his last. The smile that he had felt strange at the beginning seemed to be a relief now. It was obvious that he was glad that he did not have to continue suffering. After thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Being imprisoned in such an environment was indeed worse than death. Rather than struggling on whilst at death's door, it was better to die early to be free. However, when he saw the familiar scene again today, he felt that something was wrong, as if something had changed. Rhodey's thoughts had slowed down to a serious extent. It took him a long time to realize what was wrong. It turned out that in this almost frozen scene, there was an additional pocket-like object placed within reach. 2,828 a chance of survival 1 inch. What is this? This question slowly appeared in Rhodey's mind. It took him a full minute. Rhodey did not realize this. Instead, he felt that it was natural and thought that this was the normal speed of thinking. Then, he began to wonder why there was an extra bag and what was in it. Any random thought was enough for him to think for half a day. After a long time, Rhodey finally realized that he should take a look at the pocket. So he raised his withered arm and stretched it out bit by bit with extremely difficult movements. The entire process took more than 10 minutes. Due to the intense pain, Rhodey's expression was constantly twitching. His fingertips finally touched the pocket, and then gently and slowly hooked it, and then slowly dragged it back to his face. Open it and take a look. The thought flashed through his stiff mind. Rhodey then opened the pocket and took a look. It was a ring with an ancient design, exuding traces of space power. A storage ring. An emotion called joy emerged in Rhodey's mind. His stiff face showed a rare strange smile. At the same time, there was an emotion called anxiety that drove him to pick up the storage ring and impatiently put it on his finger. Rhodey thought that he was fast enough, but he did not know that he was still extremely slow. It took him a few minutes. The moment the ring was put on, Rhodey's body began to twitch violently as if he had been hit by an electric current. However, an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face, and he even opened his mouth to let out a silent cheer. It turned out that under the stimulation of the special electric current, Rhodey's stiff and rotten body had quickly recovered. It was like a good medicine that removed rot and rejuvenated flesh, repairing his body. All of his deep-seated illnesses were cured in an extremely short time. The most important point was that under the special electric current stimulation, Rhodey's slow thinking speed had strangely returned to normal. This, lightning, speed of thinking actually made Rhodey feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that he had obtained some special state of support. Soon, he realized that it was not that he was in an abnormal state, but that his previous thinking speed was too slow. This was definitely related to the soul crystal's lodging. It was this strange thing that was sucking and destroying his sea of spirit. The most direct way to solve the problem was to remove the soul crystal from one's body. This way, all the negative effects could be removed. The problem was that once a soul crystal entered a person's body, it would disappear without a trace. Even foreign cultivators could not remove it. The only way to take it out was for the host to become a corpse, and then the soul crystal would condense again. In addition, there was another way, which was to digest and absorb the soul crystal, turning it from a harmful state to a harmless state. This kind of behavior was not rare. In order to obtain a chance of survival, mortals and cultivators often did similar things. However, the method of absorbing the soul crystal was regarded as a top secret by the foreign cultivators, and the outside world had no way of knowing it. A great tonic for non-humankind cultivators would be like a deadly poisonous arsenic on other cultivators. Rhodey did not have such an ability. If he really wanted to refine the soul crystal, he would have to obtain it from the hands of the foreign cultivators. How to solve the crisis in his body had become a top priority. Otherwise, once he returned to his previous rigid state, he would definitely die. Although the situation was critical, Rhodey was very clear that there was no use in being anxious. It was better for him to calm down and seriously think of a way to escape. He definitely couldn't miss this chance to survive. When Rhodey thought of this, he once again focused on the storage ring to see if he could find a way to survive. The storage ring's appearance was too sudden. This situation was very unreasonable, and it could very well represent some kind of opportunity. He gathered a wisp of spiritual power with great effort from his sea of spirit that was about to dry up and quickly infused it into his storage ring. Rhodey found 3 items floating inside the storage ring. One of the items looked very familiar. When he took it out, Rhodey almost burst into tears. It turned out that this familiar item was the black longsword that he had used for many years. The sword had been given to him by an unknown expert, and it had always been by his side. It had never been changed for so many years. After he entered this world by mistake, he was captured by a foreign cultivator, and his sword was lost. Now, it was stored in the storage ring and was sent to him without any damage. This was something Rhodey never dreamed of. "Master, is that you?" Rhodey's mind suddenly remembered the indomitable figure from many years ago. However, at that time, Rhodey had repeatedly confirmed that the unknown powerhouse was already dead. How could he help him at this moment? Rhodey suppressed the doubts in his heart and looked at the other 2 items. He found that one of them was an ancient book and the other was an ordinary-looking piece of clothing. He took out the ancient book and read through it. After that, Rhodey was ecstatic. It turned out that this was a special cultivation technique that could devour and refine any object, and then transform it into energy that could be absorbed and used by the body. As long as he learned this technique, he would be able to refine the soul crystal and save himself from danger. If he could seize this opportunity and refine more soul crystals, perhaps his cultivation base could be further improved. If that was the case, he would have a chance to escape from this world, or even complete his revenge before he escaped. After realizing this, Rhodey began to study the technique carefully to ensure that he would not miss anything. Although he had suffered a lot and was about to run out of energy, Rhodey's aptitude was not affected. Many years of cultivation comprehension allowed Rhodey to easily understand the contents of the cultivation technique. His cultivation was extremely smooth. He even had a feeling that this cultivation technique was tailor-made for him, and it was exactly the same as the sword technique he had learned back then. After an unknown amount of time, Rhodey felt an abnormality in his body as if there was something extra in his body. Through his inner sight, he could see that a whirlpool-like thing had appeared in his dantian. As the vortex spun, it constantly absorbed the free energy of heaven and earth at a shocking speed. Wisps of special energy were being rapidly extracted from his sea of spirit before being continuously devoured by the vortex. If I'm not wrong, these are the scattered soul crystals, which are being absorbed by the vortex. After realizing this, Rhodey was extremely excited. He had finally found a way to get out of this crisis. After seeing hope, Rhodey continued to practice and avoid the foreign races from noticing anything unusual. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Rhodey, who was lying among the white bones, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was full of energy and didn't look weak at all. There was an irrepressible excitement at the corner of his mouth. He had successfully cultivated the cultivation technique. The soul crystal that had once made him wish he was dead had now been completely devoured and digested. Although he could try to escape, he did not do so. Instead, he quietly took out the third item from his storage ring. It was a special piece of clothing. After he put it on, Rhodey instantly disappeared without a trace. 2829 The origin of the ancient gods. 1. This special suit could make one invisible. It was not difficult for cultivators to hide their tracks as long as they had certain means. Using light to travel through other dimensions or changing into a special form was basically invisibility. Earth escape, water escape, and many other special escape techniques could also be considered as invisibility. However, this kind of invisibility method mostly had some drawbacks, and it was impossible to really hide one's whereabouts. When he used it, it would be easy for other cultivators to detect and restrain him, putting him in a dangerous environment. Especially in the eyes of high-level cultivators, this kind of invisibility technique could be seen through at a glance and had no effect. However, the suit in the storage ring had a special invisibility effect, which was definitely not the invisibility method used by ordinary cultivators. Roddy did not know about it. However, there was a manual on the clothes that clearly explained the basic functions. This kind of considerate service made Rhodey feel terrified but also extremely happy. To be able to obtain an item that could hide one's tracks under the eyes of so many foreign cultivators would immediately solve the biggest problem that Rhodey was facing. However, this set of clothes had a time limit. After wearing it, it could only be used for half an hour, and then it would enter a cooldown state. After 72 hours, it could be used again, and the cycle continued. Half an hour was not considered long nor short. If Rhodey wanted to escape, it would be impossible. However, it was more than enough to do other things. After activating his invisibility, Rhodey immediately rushed to the other bone cages and easily passed through the bone bars. This was another ability of the invisibility suit. It could help the user pass through solid objects, be it soil or rock. Even if it was a liquid like water or oil, it would not reveal any traces, and the whole process was silent. He was floating in another cage of bones. He looked at the skeleton who smiled at him before he died inside. "I'm sorry." Rhodey stretched out his hand and reached into the man's skull to retrieve an unremarkable black crystal. This black crystal was the soul crystal, the crystallization of the mental power of the ancient god's corpse. It had condensed again after the death of the prisoners. After obtaining the soul crystal, Rhodey did not stop. He continued to fly towards the other bone cages. According to Rhodey's estimation, at least 10 soul crystals could be collected from the surrounding bone cages. He was going to absorb all these soul crystals to enhance his strength so that he could escape this place smoothly. After the soul crystal was taken away, the foreign cultivators wouldn't notice anything unusual in a short time, because the formation time of such soul crystals was uncertain. Every once in a while, the foreign cultivators would open the bone cage to check and take away the soul crystals if there were any. If there were no soul crystals, they would continue to wait for condensation until the next collection. During the process, Rhodey was very careful. He was afraid that he would be discovered by the foreign cultivators flying in the sky. However, the effect of the invisibility cloak was so great that it far exceeded Rhodey's expectations. Even when he flew past the prisoners and the foreign cultivators, they did not notice him at all. Even when he walked in front of the other party, at a distance that was enough to alert them, the other party did not react at all. The test results surprised and delighted Rhodey. This meant that if he were to escape, he would have at least half an hour of safety. He could use this time to set up a special safe place and hide in it before the effect of the invisibility cloak ended. When the cooldown time was over, they could continue to escape from this place or enter a second similar hiding place. By relying on this operation, he could effectively solve the disadvantage of being invisible for only half an hour, so that he would be in a state of being undetectable the entire time. The problem was that although the plan was good, Rhodey did not know where he could escape to because the space in this world had been sealed off. If Rhodey broke open the void, he would definitely be discovered by the foreign cultivators. The consequences would be unimaginable. With his current strength, he was no match for the foreign tribe experts. In the end, he would not be able to escape defeat. It was better to use his current advantages honestly and continuously improve his strength. This was the wisest way. He circled around the bone cage and calculated the remaining time. Just before the invisibility cloak lost its effect, Rhodey returned to the bone cage. He took out a soul crystal and threw it into his mouth. He lay back on the white bones, and the effect of the invisibility cloak was lifted. The invisibility cloak itself was still invisible and could not be seen from the surface, which saved him the trouble of putting it back on. At that moment, Rhodey still looked like he was about to die. When the foreign cultivators saw this, they couldn't be bothered. Rhodey's real state was refining the soul crystal that he had swallowed and continuously absorbing the spiritual power of the ancient god. Under normal circumstances, the refiner would definitely be affected by the ancient god's mental power. In serious cases, he might even go crazy and lose control. Rhodey's cultivation technique was different. In the process of refining and absorbing, he had already removed all dangerous factors. The spiritual energy he absorbed had become extremely pure and would not cause any side effects. Rhodey was full of joy. If this situation continued to develop, his strength would definitely improve rapidly. If it was any other place, unless it was a rare paradise, it was impossible to have such a cultivation speed. Could this encounter of his be considered a blessing in disguise? Rhodey's mind was clear. He knew that without the storage ring, he would not have the opportunity he had now. It could even be said that the unknown existence's purpose in giving him the storage ring was to allow him to absorb soul crystals to increase his strength. Perhaps there were other purposes, but Rhodey did not think of them for the time being. There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. If one thought too much, one would become overcautious. In the following period of time, Rhodey began to quietly train and his sea of spirit expanded rapidly. It was like an ordinary firecracker. It looked ordinary on the surface, but the inside had already undergone a great change. What was originally just ordinary gunpowder had gradually become highly explosive, becoming a bomb that could take people's lives. As he had collected a lot of soul crystals this time, Rhodey would need a long time to refine them before he could take the next step. Tang Zhen, who was guarding by the side, decided not to waste any more time when he saw this. He turned around and began to explore this special world. He really wanted to figure out one thing, and that was where the ancient god's corpse came from. Did it originally belong to this world, or did it come from another plane? A world that could accommodate these ancient gods must have a rather terrifying surface area. At the same time, it must have a huge object and sufficient heaven and earth energy. Looking at the world under his feet, it was obvious that it did not have the corresponding characteristics, or it could be said that a similar state had existed before, but it had been completely destroyed. Tang Zhen had a kind of speculation. The world under his feet was actually a fragment of the continent's battlefield that had been violently split apart. As for these ancient god corpses, they had actually died on the battlefield and then encountered the world's collapse. When it was wandering in the void, it was discovered by a foreign cultivator and sealed up with a special secret technique. 2830 The fragment of the continent one. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to find enough evidence to confirm that there was no problem with his guess. This broken land full of ancient god corpses was indeed a floating continent with an area of about 20 million square kilometers. It didn't sound small, but if all the creatures that lived here were super large, then this area was nothing. At the edge of the continent, there were obvious tear marks, which looked like a bottomless abyss. If they dug from the ground, they would only need to dig tens of thousands of meters deep to reach the other side of the fragment. It was a void. If he didn't take any precautions, he would definitely fall into it. In the thick earth, there were a large number of giant skeletons. This was also a strong piece of evidence that revealed the true origin of this fragment. After confirming the origin of the fragment, Tang Zhen was interested. If the conditions allowed it, he would think of a way to find out where the fragment came from. It must be a special world. The resources it possessed could not be compared to a super plane, but it was much stronger than ordinary high-energy planes. There was no need to launch an invasion. As long as the cultivators of Lu Cheng could successfully enter that world, they would definitely obtain a surprising harvest. One had to know that in a gigantified world, there must be a huge number of gigantified items, which meant that there were endless resources. Since he had encountered it, there was no reason to miss it. Even if he couldn't use it, he could give it to the cultivators in Lu Cheng as a benefit. If the ancient gods' clansmen still existed, they would definitely not like their territory to be occupied by a group of crawlers, but so what? If they dared to provoke the cultivators of Lusheng, the war between the two sides would begin. When that time came, there might be more ancient god corpses on the ground. However, there was always a priority. Now that he was carrying out a mission, he definitely could not give up halfway. It would be best if they could complete the mission without any delay and also lock onto the ancient gods' world at the same time. Perhaps I can use Rhodey's hands to make this a mission and find out where this fragment came from. This idea was indeed feasible. However, Tang Zhen was the one who would be the main contributor. Rodi was only playing the role of a game player. With enough clues in front of him, he only needed to follow the instructions and complete it step by step. He could also use it as a test to see if his actions could affect Rodi's fate. Tang Zhen made up his mind and began to search for the nodes of the crystal wall of the plane. Then, he quietly tore it apart. After completing this step, Tang Zhen left the fragment. At this moment, when he looked at his surroundings, Tang Zhen frowned and felt a little surprised. In the void that should have been dark, there were shining stars floating like outer space. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that they were not stars, but fragments of smaller continents. They reflected the light of the fragment and gave off a not so dazzling light. At first glance, they did look like stars. There were many foreign cultivators on these fragments, and the lowest cultivation base was king level. Some of the larger fragments even had auras similar to that of gods, but they were not pure. Huge figures that looked like poisonous bees were curled up in the fragment. These were all ancient god alien cultivators. When they reached a certain level of power, they would look more like dead ancient gods. According to Tang Zhen's preliminary judgment, there shouldn't be any deity-level foreign race cultivators on these fragments. He was slightly disappointed, but at the same time, he felt that it was only natural. Deities were not cabbages. It was impossible for them to appear everywhere. In fact, they might not even appear once in 100 years. This was especially so for a fragment like this. It was in an incomplete state, and it was impossible for it to have an origin consciousness. The origin's consciousness was to receive guidance. Without it, it would be extremely difficult to become a god. However, nothing was absolute. The ancient gods were different from ordinary cultivators. They focused on cultivating their bodies to become gods and saints. Even if they didn't rely on the world's origin, they would still have the power of gods. There were even some special ancient god races that simply existed in the void and plundered everywhere like void monsters. Tang Zhen was unable to determine the true strength of the foreign cultivators. He was prepared to continue observing this group of foreign cultivators during the process of carrying out the mission. If it was worth it, he would attack the alien cultivators. If it wasn't, he would let them go. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen hid in the void and quietly observed Luo Di and the foreign tribe cultivator. No matter if it was Rodi or the foreign cultivator, they would never have imagined that they were being monitored by a real god. Fortunately, they did not know. Otherwise, whether it was Rodi or the foreign cultivators, they would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Rodi was in a state of excitement because the expansion of his sea of spirit had far exceeded his initial expectations. The strength of his physical body was only equivalent to a level 3 or 4 cultivator, but the strength of his sea of spirit was already infinitely close to that of a law powerhouse. Such a huge difference in the ratio was completely due to the influence of the soul crystal. He was originally a king-level cultivator, but because he was injured and imprisoned, his strength fell drastically. His sea of spirit was not large, and it was on the verge of shattering. As the saying goes, break before you build. Just before Rodi's sea of spirit was about to dry up, he suddenly received the nourishment of the ancient god soul crystal. His sea of spirit, which was initially equivalent to a small ditch, turned into a vast ocean in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was still expanding continuously. Even Rodi did not know why such a situation would occur. However, he knew that this was a good thing that he could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. 4. He wanted to continue to improve his strength, but the problem was that all the soul crystals he had collected had been devoured and refined. There were many new prisoners in the bone cage. Among the dead prisoners, only 2 or 3 of them had condensed soul crystals. These soul crystals had been collected and refined by Rodi. It was estimated that there would not be any soul crystals in the future. Even if there were, Rodi did not dare to continue collecting them to avoid suspicion from the foreign races. When the foreign cultivators were collecting soul crystals last time, they were already confused about the sudden drop in production. Rodi did not want to attract the attention of the foreign cultivators. Although the strength of his sea of spirit was close to that of a law king, his combat power was seriously insufficient. Not only did he lack the corresponding spiritual power cultivation technique, but he also did not have a suitable energy weapon that could cooperate with his spiritual power to kill the enemy. Most importantly, his current body was too weak, which severely affected his combat ability. An idea came to Rodi's mind. He had to find a way to collect blood crystals to improve the strength of his body. This was a necessary step. Whether it was to escape from this world or to deal with unexpected situations, he had to restore his strength to its peak. However, it was not as easy to get blood crystals as soul crystals, because the alien cultivators kept a close watch on them. Rhodey wanted to steal the blood crystal from the other party's hands, which was equivalent to pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. This was clearly not in line with his original plan. They were in the core of the enemy's territory, so they had to be as careful as possible. Otherwise, once they were exposed, they would definitely die without a burial place. 2831 The inside of the god's corpse. Rhodey finally made up his mind. He was prepared to use the special ability of the invisibility cloak to personally excavate and find the blood crystals. The premise was to find a hidden place and not be discovered by the foreign cultivators. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. He definitely couldn't do it outside the ancient god's corpse because the sky above him was filled with foreign cultivators. He couldn't avoid their surveillance. Rhodey's only choice was to go deep into the ancient god's corpse and head to the more dangerous xianxia. Those places were too dangerous, and even the foreign cultivators didn't dare to explore deeply. The slightest carelessness would lead to casualties. If Rhodey were to enter, he must be prepared to deal with the crisis. Wealth came from danger. Rhodey had no other choice. After making up his mind, Rhodey used the function of the invisibility cloak to fly into the interior of the ancient god's corpse. It did not take long for Rhodey to pass through the giant mine and enter the depths of the wound on his head. The surrounding environment became more and more gloomy. The environment here was slightly dark, and the dense petrifying meridians emitted fluorescent light, giving people the illusion that they were in the starry sky. According to Rhodey's understanding, the ancient god's corpse was pregnant with a lot of strange creatures. Each monster was quite dangerous. In the process of excavating the mine, both the foreign cultivators and the slaves would come into contact with these monsters from time to time. If they were not careful, they would be killed by monsters or get infected with some strange diseases. It was for this reason that the foreign cultivators were very careful in the process of exploration to avoid suffering too many losses. At that moment, Rhodey's location was in a dangerous area. He was extremely close to the brain of the ancient god's corpse. In such an environment, Rhodey could clearly feel the abnormality and knew that there were indescribable things around him. They were silent, but they kept peeking around. As Rhodey was wearing a special invisibility cloak, the monsters did not notice him. Otherwise, they would have attacked him. Rhodey secretly rejoiced. If not for the help of the invisibility cloak, he would not have been able to make it here alive. This wasn't the end. He still had to move forward. This area wasn't safe. Occasionally, there would be foreign cultivators patrolling the area, and there were also a large number of monsters. If they stayed here, it was very likely that they would encounter danger. Out of safety considerations, Rhodey could only clench his teeth and continued to move deeper into the ancient god's corpse. As they advanced, Rhodey saw many corpses. Half of them were foreign cultivators and the other half were prisoners. These corpses were covered in a layer of green fur and were lying in various corners as if they were sleeping. If one looked closely, one would notice that the corpse was wriggling slightly, as if countless maggots were gathering in it. Rhodey controlled the decayed bone and smashed it into one of the corpses. Suddenly, a change occurred. The corpses on the ground all stood up and pounced at the spot where Bone had fallen with a fierce posture. The strange speed and fierce strength made Rhodey's hair stand on end and he quickly fled the area. If we can't find a safe place after a while, we'll have to go outside and dig for blood crystals. Rhodey pondered as he continued to move forward. He soon arrived at the giant's skull. The pale white skull of the ancient god looked like a stone wall, covered with all kinds of patterns. A giant, strange insect nearly 100 meters long was crawling through the honeycomb-like skull fracture, looming as it crawled. The surface of the strange insect was covered with human faces, constantly making all kinds of strange expressions, changing between joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. This is a worm of desire, the thing that foreign cultivators want to capture the most. Rhodey's mind recalled the rumors he had heard before and he was shocked. These worms of desire were treasures that foreign cultivators had been searching for. Their value was far higher than soul crystals and other items. He didn't know its specific use, but he knew that if the foreign cultivators knew about it, they would try their best to capture it. Although the worm of desire was very precious, Rhodey kept his distance from it because he was not an opponent of this strange worm. To Rhodey's surprise, there were no other monsters in the area where the Worm of Desire was active. The honeycomb-like skull rock wall with crisscrossing passages was the best hiding spot. This is the place. Rhodey made up his mind and immediately found a hidden position. He took out his black sword and began to cut. The black hidden sword was extremely sharp and could easily cut through petrified flesh, as well as a petrified skull. It didn't take long for him to open up a secret cave, and then seal the entrance. The runic magic circle carved near the entrance of the cave had the function of noise reduction and aura shielding, which could successfully avoid the detection of foreign cultivators. After completing this step, Rhodey finally dared to relax. The next thing I have to do is to slowly mine the blood crystals. I just hope my luck isn't too bad. Rhodey did not waste any time and immediately continued to dig, hoping to find blood as soon as possible. However, blood crystals were rare and could not be found everywhere. One had to be lucky enough to find them. Tang Zhen, who was observing in the air, could not help but frown when he saw this. He felt that Rhodey's actions were a waste of time. He could see through the petrified flesh of the ancient god's corpse and found that there were only 2 low-quality blood essences in the area that Rhodey had excavated. Such a situation occurred because the original blood crystals were all devoured by the Worms of Desire, and almost no fish escaped the net. The seemingly safe place was actually an abandoned mine, and it was almost impossible to find anything. Rhodey knew nothing about this. He did not have the ability to see through petrified flesh and did not know that he had chosen an abandoned place. Compared to the gains, safety was more important. I'll help you one more time, and then you'll obediently work for me. As Tang Zhen spoke, he extended his hand and touched the ancient god's corpse. Then, the blood crystals began to move and quickly gathered in Rhodey's position. It did not take long for the blood crystals to be distributed among the petrified flesh around Rhodey. The distance between each piece was exactly the same. Rhodey did not notice anything unusual. He continued to wave his sword and carefully excavated the petrified flesh around him. Unexpectedly, the city of Desire nearby sensed the smell of blood and rushed over impatiently. You dare to touch my things, you really don't know what's good for you. Tang Zhen snorted coldly and pointed his finger in the air again. The Worm of Desire that was lashing over suddenly froze and died in the passage. The distance between Rhodey and the insect was only a few meters. If Tang Zhen had not made a move, he would not have been an opponent for the insect. There seems to be something inside this insect's body. Tang Zhen seemed to have sensed something. He took a serious look before revealing a smile. So that's how it is. I didn't expect this gluttonous insect to actually help me solve so many difficult problems. Since we are going to let Rhodey do this, it is just right to give him the treasure in the insect's body. Just as Tang Zhen thought of this, Rhodey, who was excavating the mine, successfully dug out a blood crystal. Looking at the blood-red crystal, Rhodey's face showed a surprised expression. He quickly picked it up and carefully observed it. In terms of purity and volume, this blood crystal was definitely top-notch. It was a good item for cultivation. Haha, I'm so lucky. As Rhodey laughed, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. From the moment he had obtained the storage ring, he was sure that someone had helped him in secret. Otherwise, he would not have had so many fortuitous encounters. 2,832 memories from the strange face. Rhodey put away the blood crystal and prepared to continue digging. He was going to collect more so that he could continue to cultivate, just like absorbing soul crystals. In a spurt of energy, he had reached his expected goal. It didn't take long for him to find the second blood crystal. He checked it and put it away in his storage ring. As expected, it was still of the highest quality, the kind that was 1 in 100. In the following time, Rhodey worked hard and dug out all the petrified skulls around him. He had obtained more than 20 red blood crystals in total. Each of them was of the highest quality, and they were enough to push his physical strength to the peak. He could even comprehend the world and officially become a king of laws. Even if 1,000 prisoners worked for a day, they might not get 20 blood crystals. Moreover, the quality of the blood crystals varied, so it was impossible for all of them to be top-notch. Rhodey did not hesitate and kept all of them into his pocket. He just thought that he was lucky. Even if there was a problem, so what? How could he refuse the benefits that came to his door? The expected goal had been achieved, and it had even been exceeded, using only a very short time. The next step was to refine the blood crystal. However, Rhodey had a feeling that something was calling out to him. Under such special circumstances, he should trust his own feelings even more. As Rhodey thought of this, he immediately brandished his black sword and continued to dig forward. Under the black sword's attack, the tunnel suddenly collapsed, revealing another tunnel that had been there for a long time. A terrifying and ferocious head suddenly appeared in front of Rhodey, giving him a big shock. What the hell is this? Holding the sword in front of his chest, Rhodey looked carefully and found that it was the worm of desire that he had just seen. Compared to the eeriness and strangeness when they first met, the worm of desire at this moment did not bring any fear at all. The human faces with different expressions now all looked like dead people, and at the same time, they exuded waves of death energy. How did the worm of desire die? Rhodey was shocked. He originally wanted to avoid the monster but did not expect to run into it. The only difference was that he would no longer be a threat. If the worm of desire had not died, Rhodey would definitely have turned around and escaped without hesitation. After confirming that the worm of desire was dead, Rhodey immediately thought of the unknown existence. He guessed that it must have been the other party who killed it. While he was secretly shocked, Rhodey subconsciously wanted to escape. He had become more and more cautious. Once he confirmed that there was danger, he would ensure his own safety at the first moment. After confirming that there was no danger, or that he had a chance of winning, he would launch a thunderous attack. However, the legend of the worm of desire made Rhodey stop and he became hesitant. Since he's already dead, there shouldn't be any danger. If I choose to escape, I might miss some opportunities. Rhodey thought about it again and finally decided to try. He slowly approached the giant insect's corpse. He wanted to figure out one thing. Why did the foreign cultivators value the worm of desire so much? What secret was hidden in this thing? Rhodey came before the huge bug corpse and carefully observed the surroundings of the train-like bug corpse. After looking at it for half a day, he didn't find anything unusual at all. Who knew what secrets were hidden on the insect carcasses? Just as Rhodey was about to give up, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from not far away. When he looked toward the source of the sound, he found that the strange face on the insect corpse had come to life. The strange face's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and it was looking forward with a blank expression as it muttered to itself. As the voice was messy and low, Rhodey could not understand what the other party was saying. This strange scene made Rhodey vigilant. He subconsciously retreated slowly. At that moment, the strange face suddenly turned around and glared at Rhodey. Rhodey inadvertently saw the eyes of the strange face and a thunderous sound suddenly rang in his mind. Boom! Under the shock of the terrifying mental power, his mind went blank and he lost control for a short time. Rhodey's sea of spirit was already infinitely close to a ruler of the laws, but he was still unable to withstand the strange face's spiritual attack. In a dazed state, he was like a marionette, slowly walking towards the strange face. The strange face opened its mouth and revealed a sinister smile as it stared at Rhodey. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and in the end, they were only less than half a foot apart, almost touching. Who? The strange face opened its mouth and spat out a red mist. The mist then entered Rhodey's mouth like a living creature. In the face of this strange situation, Rhodey was like a clay sculpture. He did not react at all. He. After waiting for so many years, I've finally found the right prey. I can't wait to get familiar with this new body. The strange face spoke in a strange tone. Its face rapidly aged and withered. At the same time, it disintegrated into a red mist and entered Rhodey's mouth. The bright-colored corpse of the giant worm quickly faded at this moment, turning into a petrified giant worm. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Rhodey, who had a dull expression, suddenly sneered. His mouth was very special. It was directly connected to the vortex in his stomach and could refine everything in the world. The red mist that the strange face had turned into actually dared to enter its mouth. It was simply seeking its own death. Sure enough, the next moment, a scream came from Rhodey's body. It was the voice of the strange face. Damn it, what the hell is this? His voice was filled with surprise and fear. He was obviously shocked by what he had encountered. Bastard, let me out, I don't want to die here. He shouted. The strange face roared loudly and threatened Rhodey. The panic in its tone could not be hidden. You want to go out? Dream on. Rhodey snorted and ignored her. If it wasn't for the special cultivation technique that allowed him to have a vortex that could refine everything in his body, the strange face would probably have taken over his body by now. Recalling the encounter just now, Rhodey was filled with fear. Since you want to harm me, I will never let you out. Rhodey was secretly ruthless and his expression was slightly ferocious. After the strange face cursed for a while, it quickly turned into a plea for mercy, and finally turned into a burst of ghostly wails and wolf howls. It continued to beg and tempt Rhodey in the hope that Rhodey would let it go, but it was of no use. Rhodey had already made up his mind not to let this guy leave. He must refine him into dregs. In the wails and curses, the strange face's voice became weaker and weaker until it was completely silent. At that moment, Rhodey's expression became somewhat solemn. After he refined the strange face, he suddenly obtained a piece of memory that was playing in his mind. It was a vast land with countless strange creatures, each of which was huge. The alien cultivators who enslaved them were like ants, hiding in the dark and living an ignoble life. The huge ancient god lived on this magical land and seemed to be the master of the world. Suddenly, one day, a golden bridge appeared in the sky above them. Countless golden armored cultivators entered this world through the bridge. The war suddenly broke out, and the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Soon, the entire world was engulfed in the war. 2833 taking the initiative to attack. 1. The terrifying battle scene shocked Rhodey. He had experienced countless wars and killed countless enemies with his sword, but none of them could compare to his strength. This was no longer destroying the enemy, but destroying the entire world in passing. Not even a blade of grass or a tree could escape. It was a pure flesh and blood collision, a fist-to-flesh attack. Because of their terrifying size, it was impossible for both sides to gather enough earth and heaven energy. By the time they consumed a large amount of time to complete their energy reserves and could launch energy attacks, they would have been killed by the enemy more than once. Therefore, the higher the level of the cultivator, the simpler the means of battle, and the more emphasis was on returning to the original. Not long after the battle began, the winner was determined. The golden armored cultivator on the invading side was in the lead. These golden armored cultivators were tall and their bodies were sealed up. There was almost no place that was exposed. Although their size couldn't be compared to the ancient gods, they had strange abilities and could combine with each other. Not long after the war started, they turned into golden armored giants that were even taller than the ancient gods, waving their giant axes and sweeping in all directions. After the fusion, the golden armored cultivator was taller than the ancient god, and his attacks were more ferocious. He was a real killing machine. Every attack was earth-shattering, causing everything in the world to be shattered and scattered. One could see with the naked eye that the ground was cracking and terrifying ravines appeared. This world wasn't a sphere, but flat and boundless, like a piece of white paper suspended in the void. But at this moment, this piece of white paper was being ruthlessly torn and cut, turning into a scattered state. As time passed, the battle became more and more intense, and the golden armored cultivator displayed more and more powerful techniques. His methods were even more ruthless, and he came for destruction, not giving the enemy any chance to breathe. Compared to them, the ancient god clan was like a savage. They were not on the same level at all. The more the golden armored cultivator fought, the more courageous he became. He had the complete advantage on the battlefield, and the suppressed ancient gods suffered heavy casualties. They continued to fall, and their corpses covered the damaged land. The injured were countless. Because the battle was too intense, it caused an explosion of heaven and earth energy, completely destroying the world. The continuous explosions created turbulence, pushing the fragment into the void, further and further away from the main continent. At that moment, Rhodey knew that this was the perspective of an ancient god. There was a 90% chance that the ancient god's corpse he was in was the original owner of the memory. For some reason, the memories were preserved, but for some reason, they were obtained by the worm of desire. Perhaps it was for this reason that the foreign cultivators attached great importance to the worm of desire and did everything they could to obtain it. Recollecting his scattered thoughts, he continued to read this special memory, only to find that it had come to an end. The owner of this memory fought valiantly and successfully defeated many golden armored cultivators, but it was useless. It turned out that there was nothing inside the golden armor, and it could be revived very quickly. The more enemies he defeated, the more despair he felt. Its companions had all died on the battlefield, and it was covered in wounds. The final outcome had already been decided. As expected, it didn't take long for countless golden armored cultivators to descend from the sky above the huge golden bridge. While they were still in the air, they had already rapidly combined and turned into golden supergiants. He held a golden bow in his hand and shot golden arrows in all directions after landing. The owner of this memory had been shot through the head by an arrow and eventually fell on the battlefield. Before it died, it saw the fragment drift further and further away from the damaged ancestral land. They saw so many giants in gold armors waving their longswords and moving around the ancient god continent. Their clansmen struggled bitterly, but it was of no use. They fell under the blades of the invaders one after another. He also saw the unremarkable ants, who could not wait to drill out of the ground and gnaw on his flesh and blood greedily. Lagu Pixiu. At the last moment of the memory, the ancient god let out a low roar, and then the memory was completely terminated. Rhodey clenched his fists and his body trembled. Finally, he sighed. The ancient god's memories had already affected him, causing him to feel extremely unwilling. Fortunately, because he had been refined before, it did not cause any more trouble. This was the hatred of the ancient god, and it had nothing to do with him. He absolutely couldn't be affected by this emotion and become a puppet controlled by the resentful spirit. Rhodey was full of curiosity about the golden armored cultivator. The golden bridge that stretched across the sky shocked him even more. Where did these golden armored cultivators come from? Why are they so powerful? Can I also have the ability to destroy the world like them? These thoughts kept flashing through Rhodey's mind. He was actually looking forward to it. Rhodey then discovered that his sea of spirit had expanded again and had quietly completed the transformation. This meant that from this moment on, he was already a ruler of laws, truly stepping into the realm of transcendence. They could even stay in the void for 1,000 years without any worry of any problems. The sudden surprise made Rhodey extremely excited. Now, as long as he wanted to, he could escape from this world at any time. If he chose to stay, he might be able to gain more and improve his strength and cultivation. After resealing the surrounding space, Rhodey took out the blood crystals he had obtained earlier and threw them all into his mouth. His physical strength was still at rank 3, so he had to elevate it as soon as possible in order to withstand the powerful sea of spirit. When it reached the standard, it could be transformed into energy and Rhodey could truly be promoted to a ruler of laws. Cultivation knew no days or months, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Rhodey had finally finished absorbing the last blood essence and successfully completed the transformation of his body's energy state. He now truly had the strength of a ruler of laws. Although his strength had increased greatly, Rhodey knew that he only had the basic ability to escape from this world. On this huge fragment, there were law rulers of other races. There should be more outside. These existences that were like ants in the eyes of the ancient gods used the corpses of the ancient gods as nutrients. After a long time, they had become stronger and stronger. He had to be careful to avoid being discovered by the other races, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Rhodey's current plan was to collect more blood crystals and soul crystals to quietly improve his strength. When he was ready, he would figure out the direction to the ancient god continent and then go there to search for treasures. According to Rhodey's guess, the ancient god continent should have been destroyed a long time ago. There should be more ancient god corpses. If one could enjoy an ancient god's corpse for themselves, they would gain a lot of benefits and it would be worth crossing the void to search for it. If he could use this opportunity to find clues related to the golden armored cultivator, it would be a pleasant surprise. After making up his mind, Rhodey immediately took action. His target wasn't the prisoners or the ordinary alien cultivators, but the nomological kings who were guarding this place. While the other party was guarding the fragment, they were also responsible for keeping and collecting all the blood essence and soul crystals. In Rhodey's eyes, they were the real treasure trove. 2834 Sneak Attack 1. In the center of the Divine Corpse Mine, there was a huge weapon stuck upside down. It was very eye-catching. Perhaps because it was too ancient, this weapon that originally belonged to the ancient god clan exuded an ancient and simple aura. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the weapon was actually a huge piece of unrefined metal ore, made together with the leg bone of a huge monster. Although the weapons were simple and primitive, they were very lethal and had drunk the blood of countless enemies. The ancient god clan suffered a crushing defeat in a bloody battle back then. This weapon, like its owner, ended up resting here. Perhaps it was because it had killed too many people, but this weapon still exuded a sharp aura. There were also many faint traces of splatters, which looked like fresh blood and gave off a bloody smell. The two auras existed at the same time and collided with each other, causing strange phenomena. Bolts of lightning appeared around this mountain-like weapon from time to time, giving off deafening thunderclaps. At the top of the weapon, there was a figure. It looked like a ferocious thin-waisted poisonous bee, but its body was comparable to a dragon. The surface of its body was covered in hard purple-red hair, and there were 2 thin and long red horns on its head. Colorful balls of light representing different types of energy surrounded the figure, indicating that he had already mastered the power of laws. Powerhouses who had mastered the power of law had a high status in any cultivator organization. When foreign cultivators passed by this place, they would subconsciously salute with their eyes to express their respect. The cultivation world emphasized the respect of the strong, and this was the same for these alien races. The figure on the ancient divine weapon was a high-level alien cultivator, a cultivator of laws responsible for guarding the fragment. As usual, this foreign expert was focused on his cultivation while intimidating those who harbored ill intentions. This fragment was the foundation of their race's rise, and they couldn't afford to let anything happen to it. That was why there were law cultivators guarding the fragment while other experts of the same race guarded the surroundings of the fragment to defend against the dangers from the void. It had been more than 10,000 years since they had left the ancient god continent. They had been wandering in the void. After the ancient god clan died, their corpses would petrify and rot at an incredible speed, making it more and more difficult for foreign cultivators to obtain cultivation resources. As the saying went, even a tiger's might would remain even after death. Foreign cultivators had a natural reverence for ancient gods, even after death. In the process of collecting them, there were all kinds of risks, which led to heavy casualties among the clansmen. Moreover, the longer the mining time, the stronger the fear in their hearts, even to the extent of being possessed by the devil. The interior of the ancient god's corpse was a forbidden zone for foreign cultivators. Even law-level cultivators didn't dare to enter. Unless he could find the worm of desire and obtain the special crystal inside the monster's body, he would not be able to resist the ancient god corpse's pressure. Without any other choice, the foreign cultivators could only use special methods to capture cultivators and use them as miners. After this mode was activated, it immediately received excellent results. The foreign cultivators could obtain cultivation resources while avoiding the torture of the ancient god's pressure. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After tasting the benefits, the foreign cultivators put all their efforts into implementing this model. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. At this time, the strength of the foreign cultivators had increased greatly, and they were able to crush most of their enemies. Thus, they became more and more confident. They were quite confident in the strength of their race and believed that as long as they were in their own territory, no enemy could cause trouble. However, he had never dreamed that the void traveler he had casually captured back then would attract a true god. If they had known that this would be the result, the foreign race would have sent Rhodey far away from the fragment. Although they regarded the ancient god's corpse as a treasure, it didn't mean that they dared to look down on the gods. On the contrary, they revered the gods more than other races. In fact, if given a choice, no cultivator organization would be willing to make an enemy of a god. They also didn't expect that the prisoner they had captured so casually back then not only had the strength of a Maxim now, but also wanted to rob them. The cultivation world was like this. The more one felt that something was impossible, the more likely it was to happen. This was the case for the foreign expert. He was at a critical moment in his cultivation when he suddenly felt danger. What's going on? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a cold light cut through the sky and slash toward his position. It was a long black sword, held by a human cultivator, and he slashed at himself fiercely. At this moment, the foreign tribe powerful being had no time to figure out the attacker's background. Instead, he was trying his best to dodge. He could feel how terrifying this sword was. If he couldn't avoid it in time, he might be seriously injured. An indescribable anger rose in his heart. He didn't expect to be attacked on his own territory. But at this moment, from the dusky sky, more than a dozen cold lights suddenly struck down from all directions. The foreign tribe powerful being had nowhere to dodge, so he could only use defensive skills and try to rely on his strong body to withstand this attack. The strongest weapon of foreign cultivators was their powerful bodies. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they also had extremely strong defenses. But when they clashed, the foreign being realized that he had underestimated the human's attack. Each sword was faster than the last, and they kept slashing at the non-human warrior's body. They actually split open the scales that he thought were indestructible. Ah, arg, the alien expert screamed. Because they cultivated their bodies, they were like the ancient gods and couldn't transform their bodies into energy. It was for this reason that he had to withstand the series of fierce attacks. As soon as the two sides clashed, the alien expert was already severely injured. This made the alien expert both shocked and furious. He really couldn't understand how such a strong enemy had snuck into the fragment. Could it be that the experts of the same race guarding the void had become deaf and blind? They couldn't see that a powerful enemy had broken into the core hinterlands. However, in the time it took to flash, the sword light in the sky flashed again. This time, it actually formed a gorgeous lotus. His sword was like a green lotus, and he killed an immortal in one move. The surrounding foreign cultivators were all dumbfounded by this scene. Sensing the fatal danger, the non-human expert roared and prepared to use his most powerful life-saving technique. But at this moment, the powerful being suddenly felt his waist become lighter, as if something had disappeared. Before he could take a closer look, the lotus sword light in the sky suddenly fell, but the killing effect was far less terrifying than he had imagined. The human cultivators who had ambushed him had used this method to confuse him. What the hell is this? The foreign tribe powerful being was suspicious, but his expression quickly changed as he looked at his waist. There was originally an item hanging there to collect blood crystals and soul crystals, but it had disappeared. Bastard! The foreign expert roared at the sky. How could he not know that the ambusher had come for the treasures on him? While feeling depressed and vexed, the foreign race experts immediately issued an alarm. Not only did they force the foreign race cultivators on the fragment to enter a state of war, but the experts in the void also did the same. It was obvious that he was determined to capture the attacker and regain the treasure and face he had lost. 2835 Chasing in the void. One after Rhodey succeeded, he immediately used the powerful ability of the invisibility cloak to hide his whereabouts. The foreign tribe powerful being who was ambushed was stunned. He didn't understand how the enemy had disappeared in an instant. You won't be able to run away, I swear. Just as the enemy was feeling puzzled, Rhodey directly tore the plane barrier and entered the void. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the foreign cultivators. A cold light flickered in their blood-red compound eyes. Stay here, the non-human expert let out an angry roar. He reached down and actually lifted the ancient god giant axe from the ground. Oh! It seemed to have an unyielding soul that wanted to break free from the control of the foreign tribe powerful being, but it was still suppressed in the end. Rise! One of the alien overlord arms grew as if it was inflated, and it was deformed to an unbelievable degree. The non-human expert held the ancient god giant axe and swung it several times before smashing it toward the crack in the void. Boom! After the giant axe flew out, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier and made an explosive sound in the air. It was as if the sky was a layer of ice that had shattered. Ripples spread out with the giant axe as the center, and terrifying cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. The void aura surged into the fragment, and smoke and dust billowed like a volcanic eruption. The ancient god's giant axe was also shattered in the collision. Large pieces of metal, dragging along sparks and black smoke, scattered in all directions. The ground was in chaos as the foreign cultivators and prisoners dodged, afraid of being affected by this terrifying disaster. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled non-stop, as if the end of the world had arrived. Through the cracks in the sky, one could even see the scene in the void. Huge figures like ancient gods flashed continuously. These figures were none other than the foreign race experts who were guarding the void. Their strength was above that of a law king. With rich resources and a long period of accumulation, this once lowly race had now accumulated a large number of super powerhouses. They received a warning from their own race and immediately cooperated to intercept the enemy, trying to capture and kill the enemy who dared to provoke them. However, there was no one at the crack in the void, which made the group of foreign tribe experts extremely surprised. What's going on? Where are the enemies? A non-human expert looked forward and asked in a cold voice. His entire body was filled with killing intent. His body was several hundred meters tall, but at this moment, he was strangely coiled into a ball. His 8 long legs stretched out, making him look like a spider. Hurry up and find him, I'm going to tear him to pieces. The enemy had sneaked into the fragment, but they knew nothing about it. This was a great humiliation. I can guarantee with my life that the infiltrator entered the void here and should be nearby now. The foreign powerhouse who was ambushed by Rhodey gritted his teeth and growled. Facing the questioning eyes of his own race, his ruthlessness was about to erupt. As he swore, the powerful being of the foreign race swept his gaze across the surrounding void with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Something's not right. We have so many people guarding nearby, it's impossible that we can't find the traces of the infiltrator. If I'm not wrong, he must have some special invisibility technique. That's why he dared to enter the fragment. This kind of invisibility technique can fool me, but it can also fool everyone, so don't let your guard down. The surrounding foreign cultivators nodded in agreement and agreed that it was possible. If that's the case, it'll be very difficult to capture him. If we don't remove the stealth restriction, who knows how long the infiltrator can hide? To be able to hide from our perception, it must be an extraordinary invisibility method. But such an item can't have a long duration. The more heaven-defying something was, the shorter the time it would take to take effect. I suggest that we split up and leave a group of people to explore the surroundings of the fragment. Then, he would send a group of people to spread out in different directions to detect the possible escape of the infiltrators. Once you discover the infiltrator's trail, immediately pursue him and don't give him a chance to escape. In just a short time, the foreign cultivators had come up with a plan of action and immediately began to execute it. The weaker cultivators were in charge of scouting, while the stronger ones went further into the void to set up a second line of defense. All the alien cultivators were mobilized. They had to stop and kill the infiltrators at all costs. The infiltrator had offended their dignity and robbed them of their vital cultivation resources. These were all unforgivable crimes. The most important point was that after the infiltrator escaped, the secret of the fragment would be exposed. To the foreign cultivators, the fragment was the foundation of their rise, and they must not let the outside world know about it. In order to keep the secret, none of the prisoners who were caught on the fragment left alive. In the end, they all turned into bones. Rhodey was the only outsider who had entered the fragment and successfully left it. If he was not killed, the alien race would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Rhodey, who was in an invisible state, was running as fast as he could. He was trying to escape from the fragment before the invisibility cloak lost its effect. This was the only thing he could rely on. If he couldn't achieve his expected goal, it was very likely that he would be tracked and locked on by the enemy. Facing a group of powerhouses from other races, even if Rhodey had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would definitely die. As time slowly passed, the invisibility cloak's effect was getting closer and closer. Rhodey's mood also became more and more anxious. Although he was very far away from the fragment, he was still not sure if he could avoid the enemy's detection and tracking at this distance. If possible, he wanted to be further away. In the following time, he only needed to do his best and run as far as he could. As Rhodey counted down, the invisibility cloak's effect disappeared and he was exposed in the void. Without any hesitation, Rhodey immediately used all the invisibility techniques he had mastered in order to continue to cover his traces. White bone pieces covered with mysterious runes flew around, blocking the probing of the foreign experts. At that moment, Rhodey's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that he would be scanned by the foreign powerhouse's mental strength. As soon as this thought rose in his mind, a subtle spiritual power swept past him and locked him in place. "I've found you." The foreign powerhouse who locked onto Rhodey was excited but also felt unspeakable cruelty. "It's broken." Rhodey's heart turned cold. The thing he was most worried about had already happened. The foreign cultivators should be able to track him down very soon. Although this situation was expected, it was the worst situation, representing a difficult situation with a 90% chance of survival. Continue to escape. At the same time, prepare for battle. At worst, we'll fight them to the death. Rhodey gritted his teeth and opened the storage equipment that he had snatched. He then swallowed all the soul crystals and blood crystals. The reason he did this was to keep himself in a state of energy absorption at all times, so that he could recover in time even if he was injured. However, doing so would likely bring serious harm to himself, and he might even go berserk. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Rhodey had no choice but to take the risk. Sure enough, it did not take long for a group of foreign cultivators to appear and enter Rhodey's detection range. 2836 Doomsday of the Alien Race 1. They're here. A thought flashed through Rhodey's mind. He immediately unsheathed his sword and slashed at the void behind him. Boom! The sword ray, which was almost 10,000 feet long, collided with the object flying from the void, and countless stones flew in all directions. The pursuing alien powerhouses launched a sneak attack from behind but were promptly intercepted by Rhodey, preventing them from approaching him. In this short moment of hesitation, the pursuers had already caught up. There were a total of 5 foreign tribe powerful beings. One of them was the guy who was ambushed by Rhodey. At that moment, his eyes were burning with anger as he attacked Rhodey first. Go to hell. The other 4 alien overlords coordinated their attacks, looking for the best chance to launch a sneak attack. Looking at the foreign cultivators who were chasing him, Rhodey's eyes narrowed and his heart also burst with anger. When he was first enslaved, he hated these foreign kinds even more and wanted to kill them all. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy rushed forward, Rhodey used his fatal killing move and a sword light crossed the void. The targeted non-human warrior couldn't dodge in time, and his huge body was pierced through by the sword light, cutting him in half in the blink of an eye. Ah! The experts who had been severely injured roared in shock. No matter how strong their physical bodies were, such injuries were fatal. This was especially true for the sword ray, which had a special destructive effect that prevented the wound from healing. If Rhodey took the opportunity to attack again, this foreign powerhouse who had attacked first and was cut in half at the waist would most likely die. Seeing that their comrade was severely injured, the cultivators of the same race naturally would not sit by and watch. They immediately roared and launched an attack. In terms of body size, Roddy did not have the upper hand. However, he was slightly more agile. Surrounded by the four fierce enemies, Rhodey kept dodging in the air to avoid the attacks from the enemies. If he had the chance, he would have escaped a distance away and infuriated the four foreign cultivators. Both sides fought for a while. Both Rhodey and the foreign cultivators were puzzled. Why were only these 5 foreign cultivators here? Where did the rest of the reinforcements go? If other powerhouses from other races had arrived, Rhodey would not have had the chance to struggle and would have been killed or captured. If there were only 4 powerhouses, Rhodey could still deal with them and even find a chance to fight back. This abnormal situation made Rhodey both surprised and happy. The image of the mysterious person behind the scenes immediately appeared in his mind. He guessed that it might be because of this person that he had not fallen into a desperate situation. No matter what the truth is, I must do my best to escape from this place. If things were really as he had speculated, it meant that the person behind the scenes was extremely powerful and could actually stop most of the pursuers. The 5 foreign cultivators chasing after him were probably a test to see if he could win with fewer people. However, Rhodey had a habit of never disappointing anyone close to him. He always tried his best to achieve his best fight. Since you dare to come, don't even think about going back alive. Previously, Rhodey wanted to live through death. At this moment, Rhodey was full of pride and vowed to kill all the pursuers. Due to the change in his attitude, Rhodey's combat power increased rapidly. He was able to beat his enemies so hard that they could not even lift their heads with the divine weapon sword in his hand. The foreign experts were extremely depressed. They couldn't understand what was going on with this infiltrator. How did he suddenly become so powerful? At the same time, he was also secretly puzzled. Why were the follow-up reinforcements late? Did this infiltrator have other accomplices? As they looked at the increasingly fierce Rhodey, the few foreign cultivators secretly complained. They were already feeling a lot of pressure. One after another, the deadly sword lights fell on his body from time to time. The foreign race cultivator, who boasted of his invincible body, began to worry that he would be cut in half by Rhodey's sword. What they did not know was that the fragment was in a mess. Tang Zhen, who was watching from the side, suddenly made a move after Rhodey escaped. With just one blow, he killed several powerhouses of the other races who were trying to kill Rhodey. Their broken corpses flew everywhere in the void. The sudden appearance of Tang Zhen shocked the foreign cultivators, but at the same time, they felt that it was only natural. Without such an expert, the infiltrator wouldn't have been able to hide from them and enter the fragment without them noticing. However, they did not know that it was actually Rhodey who was captured first. Only after that did Tang Zhen follow him. It wasn't that anyone had provoked them, but that they had captured cultivators and brought about a fatal disaster on themselves. Tang Zhen's display of strength had made the foreign cultivators think that he was an infiltrator and that Rhodey, who had escaped, was an insignificant character. In the end, only 5 powerhouses from the foreign races were left to track Rhodey. The rest of the powerhouses returned to the fragment to besiege Tang Zhen. A huge battle shook the world, and the already broken continent was once again shattered. The foreign cultivators attacked in groups, but they were like moths to a flame, easily crushed into mud. This included the foreign tribe experts who were guarding the fragment. When they faced Tang Zhen, they were as weak as a piece of white paper. The fear of the gods in their bones was suddenly awakened at this moment, and the foreign cultivators were at a loss. In the past, they had hidden in a corner, living humbly and carefully, afraid that the giant would stomp on them and cause their clan to be exterminated. The foreign races both hated and envied the powerful ancient gods. Even in their dreams, they wished to have a body as sturdy as the ancient gods. He had thought that it was just an extravagant hope, but he did not expect that one day, an opportunity would suddenly appear in front of him. The ancient god continent was invaded by a powerful enemy. Eventually, it collapsed. The shattered continent brought the ancient god's corpse, floating aimlessly in the void. And NBSP, the lowly foreign race ancestors impatiently charged forward and madly devoured the flesh and blood of the ancient god corpses. This kind of action was both revenge and also full of expectations. He hoped that he could have everything that an ancient god had. Perhaps it was the ancient god's flesh and blood that had a miraculous effect, or perhaps it was the luck of the other races, but their life forms actually began to improve. When the first cultivator appeared, the foreign races were certain that the ancient god's corpse was the key to the rise of their race. In the following years, the foreign races rose to power and believed that they could go further. They did not know that the luck of their race had been exhausted. When Rhodey was imprisoned, they had already entered the countdown to their extinction. The alien cultivators had all joined the battle. They knew that the outcome of the battle would determine their survival. When the corpses of the alien cultivators piled up like mountains, and the fragment was about to collapse, the scene that Tang Zhen had been waiting for finally appeared. With an angry roar, a supergiant that looked like both an ancient god and a foreign race crawled out of the crack in the ground. The moment he appeared, all the foreign cultivators were stunned. Then, they let out earth-shattering cheers. From this supergiant, they felt an aura that was almost identical to that of the ancient gods, as well as a strong sense of oppression that only gods could bring. This was the forefather of the foreign cultivators, a supreme expert who had cultivated to the extreme and eventually became a god. He roared at Tang Zhen and extended his hand to pull out a huge iron sword that had appeared from the crack. He was about to kill the intruder who had destroyed the fragment. However, he did not expect that at this moment, Tang Zhen's entire body flickered with golden light, causing one to be unable to open their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had turned into a golden armored giant, leaving the foreign cultivators dumbstruck. 2837 The Resurrected, Ancient God 1 The fear of the Ancient God clan was deeply rooted in the bones of the foreign cultivators and had never disappeared. It was because of this fear that they were afraid of the Ancient God's corpse, but they couldn't give up such a super treasure. The final solution was to abduct cultivators of other races and let the prisoners excavate the ancient god corpses in his place. It wasn't just the ancient gods. They had the same attitude toward any powerful existence. The golden armored cultivator who had destroyed the ancient god continent and exterminated the ancient gods could no longer be described as fearful. If the golden armored cultivator could destroy such a powerful ancient god clan, one could imagine how powerful the golden armored cultivator was. When they saw that Tang Zhen had transformed into a golden armored cultivator, which was very similar to the invader who had exterminated the ancient god clan, all the alien cultivators fell into a state of panic. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and his mind was in a state of collapse. Before this, the foreign cultivators could still defend their homeland at all costs, but now, they couldn't wait to escape. Because they knew that they had no chance of winning, and staying would only lead to their deaths. Despair and pessimism spread like a tide, almost unstoppable. The non-human ancient god with the iron sword was also in a daze because he had personally experienced the catastrophe. That year, when he was still a lowly existence, he had witnessed the gold-armored cultivator invade the ancient god continent. Not only did he defeat the ancient god clan, but he had also torn the vast land into pieces. It was the appearance of the gold-armored cultivator that gave the non-human race a chance to rise. However, the non-human ancient gods would never belong to the same camp. This was because the other party was a god and they were ants. They were not on the same level at all. An indescribable fear rose in his heart, making the non-human ancient god subconsciously want to escape. The further away he was from the fragment, the better. However, the responsibility on his shoulders made the non-human ancient god hesitate, and in the end, he decided to stop. Without the fragment and his own race, his existence would be meaningless. Therefore, he could not retreat. He could only fight to the end. The non-human ancient god glared at Tang Zhen and then shouted in an old and hoarse voice, "I know you're not them, definitely not." These words of his were to expose Tang Zhen's identity and also to encourage himself. The war on ancient god continent had become history. The mighty ancient god clan no longer existed. It was even more impossible for those terrifying golden-armored cultivators to appear here, even if their appearance and aura were so similar. This was the invader's scheme, just to intimidate him. He must not fall for the enemy's trap. This thought caused the non-human ancient god's fighting spirit to reignite. He pounced toward Tang Zhen without the slightest hesitation. He was afraid that if he continued to hesitate, he would lose the courage to fight again. Kill him. It wasn't just the ancient gods of other races. They also had to drive their descendants and fellow races to tear apart the fear that came from their souls. Kill. The foreign cultivators charged toward the golden-armored giant in the center of the earth like moths to a flame. They wanted to tear apart the fear in their hearts, to break the shackles in their souls, and attempt to advance to another level of life. If they could complete this step, this race that had risen from humble beginnings would definitely become even more powerful. It was just that the difficulty of this challenge was absolutely beyond the imagination of the non-human kind, and they would be crushed to pieces if they were not careful. Since you're so stubborn, it seems like I really have to send you all on your way. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. His gaze swept across the land and the surroundings as he spoke in a low and deep voice. Slumbering undead, I grant you the chance to stand up once more, and judge these ants who have insulted your remains. Tang Zhen was a creator and had the ability to resurrect the dead. He could resurrect any target he wanted to. Although the real resurrected person was actually another new life, it didn't affect the operation at the moment. He was going to drive these ancient god corpses to attack the foreign cultivators and let them know what retribution was. As Tang Zhen's voice faded, the ground suddenly trembled. A scene that shocked the foreign cultivators happened. The mountain-like corpses of the ancient gods lying on the ground started to climb up one after another. Their bodies were riddled with holes, and their dust-covered faces were expressionless. Only a pair of deep-set eyes flickered with a cold light. Boom! They raised their feet and stomped on the ground. At the same time, they waved their arms and swept at the foreign cultivators flying in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless foreign cultivators were turned into meat paste, and their screams and wails filled the entire world. Facing these huge figures, the foreign cultivators were no match for them at all. They could only try their best to dodge the attacks, no longer having any will to fight. And NBSP, the non-human ancient god, could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything to stop it. His heart was filled with rage and unwillingness. Compared to the clansmen who were filled with fear and thought that the ancient god had been resurrected, he actually saw things more clearly. And NBSP, the golden-armored giant in front of him, must have been a true god, so he could use the corpse of an ancient god as a puppet. This method was extremely terrifying. It was equivalent to burning all the energy in the ancient god's corpse. Those precious blood and soul crystals would definitely be used up after this battle. The gloominess and unwillingness in his heart had turned into raging flames of anger at this moment, causing him to charge towards Tang Zhen without any hesitation. No matter what, he had to stop Tang Zhen and not let him destroy the lifeline of his race. The war between the two gods began at this moment. This was a battle that could destroy the heavens and earth. If one was caught in the shockwaves, they would definitely die without an intact corpse. The alien cultivators in the center of the battlefield had no chance of escaping. Only the alien cultivators at the edge of the battlefield had a chance. They looked at the battlefield in a daze, only to see two huge figures madly trampling the ground and attacking each other. And NBSP, anyone could see that the non-human ancient god was being suppressed by the golden-armored giant, unable to fight back at all. We're finished, Yingluo. Despair rose in the hearts of the foreign cultivators. They even began to think about what they should do after their defeat. Most of the foreign cultivators didn't have the ability to travel through the void, so entering the void was the same as seeking death. Ah! An earth-shattering scream rang out. The supreme god in the hearts of the outsiders had already been beheaded by Tang Zhen. The moment he won, Tang Zhen immediately rushed forward and began to plunder the divine source of his opponent. The aboriginal deity, who was equivalent to a 3-star divine general, was already doomed to lose when facing Tang Zhen, the creator from the Lusheng world. Seeing the non-human god being killed, the non-human cultivators who were watching the battle wailed and looked around for an escape route like ants on a hot pan. After their level of life had increased, the foreign races had the ability to fly in the sky. They despised creatures that walked on the ground from the bottom of their hearts. However, at this moment, they were like ants digging holes in the ground, trying to hide their traces. There was no difference between them and their ancestors, only that they were in a worse state. All of his self-righteous nobility had been thrown out of the clouds. The most important thing was to stay alive. 2838 The terrifying truth. Rhodey slowly raised his head with a ferocious expression. In the void in front of him, there were countless pieces of broken bodies, all of which came from the powerful beings of the foreign races who were chasing him. The enemies who wanted to kill him had all been killed by him. They died without a complete corpse under the terrifying sword light. The last foreign powerhouse stared at Rhodey with a frightened look. He then turned around and fled without hesitation. The enemy was already scared out of their wits and no longer had the courage to fight. They only wanted to escape from this battlefield. What was faster than his escape speed was a sharp sword ray. The already heavily injured non-human expert's body was split into pieces, and his weak life force was completely cut off. Hehe, Yingluo. Rhodey chuckled and suddenly sat down on the broken body. He was on the verge of death. He was in an extremely bad state, his entire body covered in terrifying scars, and there was almost no place that was intact. In order to kill the enemy, Rhodey had already done his best. He was going to die. If he had not consumed a large number of blood and soul crystals before the battle, he might not have been able to last until now. His severely injured body was quickly collapsing and then being repaired by the energy produced by the blood crystal. The process of collapse and recovery was rough and direct. It would bring indescribable pain, but Rhodey gritted his teeth and endured it. The strength of the foreign powerhouses could not be underestimated. Rhodey was able to win against the many because of many factors. At that moment, Rhodey was not in the mood to think about anything else. He only wanted to put down everything and sleep for a few hundred years. I definitely can't sleep. Rhodey knew very well that if he really fell asleep, he would not have the chance to wake up. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and endured the indescribable pain, constantly healing his injuries. As for collecting the spoils of war or other issues, there was no time to think about it. In order to ensure his own safety, Rhodey went into the body of the alien powerhouse and went into hibernation like an insect. The battlefield that had experienced a bloody battle suddenly became quiet, completely swallowed by the endless darkness and silence. There was no concept of time in the void. Rhodey did not know how much time had passed before he gradually became clear-headed. Rhodey, who had regained his consciousness, felt that he had been reborn from the fire. His condition was incredible. The blood and soul crystals that he had consumed before had all been refined, and his terrifying and fatal injuries had completely healed. When he checked his body again, he discovered that his cultivation had actually improved again. He had already reached the realm of large success as a king of laws. To Rhodey, this was definitely a pleasant surprise. Although he did not know how much time had passed, Rhodey knew that he should have gotten rid of the crisis. Otherwise, the enemy would have arrived here a long time ago, ransacked him, and then ruthlessly retaliated. He was puzzled. Why hadn't the foreign cultivators searched for him yet? A thought arose in his mind. He felt that it was unbelievable, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Maybe the person behind the scenes really helped me stop the pursuers, which led to this result. It's just that it's a bit unreasonable for the enemy to completely give up on pursuing me and ignore the death of 5 powerhouses. Rhodey could not suppress his curiosity. After cleaning up the battlefield, he immediately turned around and headed straight for the fragment. He was eager to find out what had happened to the fragment. This time, Rhodey was even more cautious. As long as he found something wrong, he would turn around and escape without hesitation. What he didn't expect was that before he even arrived at the fragment, he was shocked by the scenes he encountered along the way. At this moment, there were countless pieces of earth floating in the void, as well as a large number of foreign tribe corpses. They did not die in the war, but they had accidentally entered the void and died in the special and extreme environment. Before Rhodey escaped, such a scene did not exist. It could only be said that this happened after he left. The disaster scene in front of him was infinitely close to his original guess. This made Rhodey even more excited. He was sure that a war had broken out immediately after he left the fragment. It was precisely because of this battle that the foreign cultivators didn't continue to pursue him, giving him a chance to escape death. Moving forward again, Rhodey saw a large piece of land floating alone in the void. Not only were there the corpses of foreign cultivators, but there was also the remains of an ancient god standing upright in the center of the land. With just a glance, one could tell that it had once stood up again, but it soon returned to silence. The surface of this ancient god's corpse was covered with incomplete scars, as if it had been burned by fire. In the past, he could still feel the ancient god pressure, but now it no longer existed. He was no different from an ordinary stone statue. Perhaps it would not take too long for it to completely collapse and decay, turning into worthless broken stones. In the dark void, not only did it lack the necessary conditions for living beings to survive, but there was also a terrifying power of decay. Without any protection, it wouldn't take long for the body of flesh and blood to become a terrifying dried corpse. The floating bodies of the foreign cultivators were in a similar state. They looked like skeletons with skin and bones. Not just flesh and blood, even steel and stone could not resist the erosion of the void. At every moment, there would be items being sucked into the void, but the void would always be empty. It was very difficult to see any random items. This was because after a period of time, these items would turn into nothingness, and no trace of them could be found. The scene in front of him confirmed his guess, but it was far beyond his previous expectations. He had thought that after he left, a fierce battle had taken place on the fragment, but it seemed that it was not the case. A battle had definitely happened, but the scale of the battle had far exceeded his imagination. His anticipation turned into apprehension, and he was afraid to see the real result. As they continued forward, they saw more corpses, many of which were prisoners. From the moment they were brought to the fragment, the prisoners were destined to die. Even if they didn't die in this catastrophe, they would die for various reasons in the future. Fortunately, everything had ended here. In the future, perhaps no one would repeat the tragedy. Unknowingly, Rhodey arrived at the fragment and saw the land where he had once been imprisoned. This piece of land had not disappeared, but it was already riddled with holes like a beehive, and its size was only 1/10 of its original size. The foreign cultivators who had once controlled this continent were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were many prisoners who had regained their freedom and were struggling to survive under the broken crystal wall. In the criss-crossing cracks, countless corpses were piled up. The ancient god corpses that had been lying on the ground were all standing on the ground. It was the same as the ancient god remains he had seen before. It was as if they had been burned by flames, and only a trace of the ancient god's aura remained. The fragment and the foreign cultivators had become history. Looking at the disastrous scene in front of him, Rhodey's body trembled slightly. The result in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. What kind of terrifying power was it that could destroy an entire continent and a powerful race? Perhaps only a true god could do that. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a huge head floating in the void, exuding a terrifying aura that made one tremble in fear. The moment he saw the head, a thought appeared in Rhodey's mind. He was sure that it was a foreign god who had died not long ago. Rhodey suppressed his excitement and continued to observe. He then showed a surprised expression. It turned out that there was a stone tablet stuck in the top of the head, and there were many lines and patterns on it. Rhodey recognized the origin of the pattern. It was a hieroglyph used by the foreign cultivators to record things. It meant that this huge stone tablet was made by a foreign cultivator. When he saw the words and the pictures, he immediately recognized the content on the stele. It was the map in the void that led to the ancient god continent. 2839 The secret under the temple. Rhodey knew very well that there was an invisible hand behind the scenes that was silently arranging everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so lucky to be able to obtain more opportunities than others and escape death time and time again. Although he knew this, Rhodey could not resist and had no reason to resist. This was because up until now, he had been the beneficiary and had obtained countless benefits. Just like the stone tablet in front of him, it had clearly pointed out the direction of the ancient god continent. It would ensure that Rhodey could reach his destination smoothly. It just so happened that before this, he had already planned to find a route, but he gave up because he didn't have the right opportunity. As for who the real author of the stone tablet was and why it happened to appear in front of him, there was no need to investigate further. Rhodey glanced at the head of the foreign god and could not hide his shock. From the listless eyes, Rhodey could see a strong resentment and unwillingness to know that his race had been destroyed. Perhaps he had never dreamed that he would encounter such an outcome and be helpless in the face of the extermination of his clan. Rhodey also did not expect that such a powerful race would be destroyed so easily. This gave Rhodey an alarm. In the world of cultivation where the strong preyed on the weak, he must always remember to improve his strength. Even if they had reached the level of gods, they could not take them lightly, because there was still the possibility of being killed. No longer looking at the broken fragment, Rhodey once again embarked on his journey. He quickly moved in the direction marked on the stone tablet. Although there was no direction in the void, cultivators had their own means of identifying directions. They only needed to constantly correct them. To put it simply, it was to mark the places they passed, and then turn back from time to correct them. If there was a deviation, it meant that there was a problem with his direction and he had to return to the right track in time. By relying on this method, cultivators could travel smoothly in the void. Otherwise, a slight deviation could cause them to be thousands of miles away from their destination. This was also Rhodey's first time experiencing this method of moving according to the coordinates in the void. He was very curious. He had an idea, which was to mark the planes he had been to and make a void map of his own. If he wanted to return to a certain world one day, he could travel according to the void map. Of course, this was just a thought. A real voidwalker would rarely go back. After leaving the fragment, another long journey began. Although he knew the coordinates through the stone tablet, Rhodey could not be sure when he would arrive at his destination. He just moved forward mechanically, constantly adjusting his route, silently enduring the endless darkness. Traveling in the void was long and boring. Fortunately, in the process of advancing, he could continue to cultivate, so it did not delay the improvement of his strength. After an unknown period of time, a broken piece of land appeared in front of them. Rhodey's mind jolted. Such a situation meant that they were about to arrive at their destination. To the exhausted travelers, it was simply a great thing. However, they had to make sure if those pieces of broken land came from the ancient god continent. As he had received the remaining memories of the ancient god clan, Rhodey was not unfamiliar with the ancient god continent. As long as he carefully judged, he would be able to identify its origin. Thus, he came closer to the broken pieces of land and observed the dead plants to see if they were related to the ancient god continent. Among the mud and remains, Rhodey saw familiar traces that were very similar to the scene in his memory. It should be here. Rhodey's heart was filled with joy. At the same time, he was worried that when he arrived at his destination, he would only see ruins. The invasion in his memory was too cruel and terrifying. The destructive power of the golden-armored cultivators was terrifying. The Great War had created many fragments. Who knew if the ancient god continent still existed? Rhodey continued to move forward with a trace of doubt in his heart. In the following journey, he encountered countless fragments of land, which floated in the void like ghosts. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, most of the traces of civilization had long disappeared. The remains of the huge creatures were also badly damaged and could no longer be found. Shortly after, they came to another vast land, which was much larger than the fragment continent. It looked very similar to the ancient god continent. Unlike the shattered continents, this one was covered in an energy barrier, which meant that there could be life on it. However, looking at the thinness of the energy barrier, even if there were living creatures, they would be in trouble. Rhodey did not hesitate and immediately entered. After landing on the ground, he discovered that there was a thick layer of moss on the ground. The color was purple but gray, like dried blood scabs. Moss covered almost the entire land, and other than that, there were no other plants. The scenery was extremely monotonous. The ground was uneven, and deep ravines would appear from time to time. It was very likely that these were the marks left behind by the great battle back then. After flying for a few hundred kilometers, an extremely huge building appeared in front of them. It stood quietly between the sky and the earth. It was a huge temple. Although it was badly damaged, one could still see the majesty it had in the past. As for the nearby buildings, they had already collapsed into ruins and were covered in thick moss. As the builders were from the ancient god clan, every part of the building was huge and shocking. Rhodey watched for a long time before flying into the temple. In the hall of the divine temple, there were many huge and ancient patterns carved, exuding a solemn aura. Rhodey stared at the runes and felt that they were very interesting. He then looked at them carefully. If he was right, this was a special cultivation method of the ancient god clan, which could constantly improve the strength of the body. The process of cultivation was also a kind of evolution of living beings, giving the ancient god clan a chance to become a real god. Rhodey's training method was completely different from that of the ancient god clan. However, this training method was very useful. Shifting his attention away from the murals, Rhodey looked at the central area of the hall. There was a stone pillar erected there, but it had been seriously damaged. There should have been an item placed at the top of the stone pillar, but it had long since disappeared. Rhodey had a feeling that the item should be very important. Otherwise, it would not be placed in such an important position. It was a pity that the item had been taken away. Otherwise, Rhodey would have studied it to see what was so special. Other than this huge stone pillar, the temple was empty. There was nothing else. Just as Rhodey was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a faint flash of light between the tiles on the ground. To the ancient god clan, this crack might not be eye-catching, but to Rhodey, it was wide enough. With a hint of curiosity, Rhodey flew through the gap and was shocked by the scene in front of him. It turned out that there was a basement-like space under the stone slab, and the surrounding walls were covered with fine runes. A cultivator in golden armor was tied up by a chain full of runes and was locked in a transparent cover. Rhodey had seen the golden-armored cultivators in the ancient god's memory. They were the ones who invaded the ancient god continent and destroyed the ancient god clan. 2840 The imprisoned golden-armored cultivator, one who would have thought that there was a 1-meter-tall cultivator in golden armor under the broken temple of the shattered continent. Not only was Rhodey shocked, but even Tang Zhen, who was hiding in the dark, was also amazed. He followed behind Rhodey and watched him search for the ancient god continent. He did not provide any help. Perhaps it was fate that Rhodey would arrive at the ancient god continent. That was why there were so many coincidences along the way. Was it also fate for him to discover the secret underground room and meet the imprisoned golden-armored cultivator? Tang Zhen felt a trace of suspicion. From the beginning of this mission, it seemed to have traces of the Fate Island's routine. If that was the case, then what was Rhodey's true identity? Why did he have to carry out the mission? Although his heart was filled with doubts, Tang Zhen still remained silent and continued to act as a qualified bystander. As for Rhodey, he had already recovered from his state of shock and was looking at the golden-armored cultivator vigilantly. The golden-armored cultivator was tall, at least 3 meters in height. There was a constant flow of light on his armor. It turned out that the surface of the armor was covered with runes embedded with tiny crystals, and there was a constant flow of light inside. As a result, the golden light was dazzling. The golden-armored cultivator was chained to a pillar by a thick chain that was engraved with runes. He had no room to move at all. The transparent cover with runes could obviously isolate sound and the golden-armored cultivator's aura, so the outside world couldn't detect his existence. Rhodey's heart was filled with doubts. He could not understand why there were still golden-armored cultivators imprisoned under the temple when the ancient god continent was destroyed and the golden-armored cultivators had won. There was another question. Was there really a cultivator inside this golden armor? In the ancient god's memory, there was nothing inside the armor. It seemed to be an empty shell puppet. Just as Rhodey was pondering, the golden-armored cultivator, who was trapped in the transparent cover, slowly raised his head. 2 rays of cold light shot out from under the golden helmet as they stared at Rhodey. It's alive as expected. Rhodey took a few steps back and pulled out the sword from his waist. He looked at the golden-armored cultivator vigilantly. The secret room was silent, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. The gazes of both sides were clashing. The golden-armored cultivator's helmet moved as if he wanted to do something, but his body was tightly bound by the chains. After a few attempts, the golden-armored cultivator finally chose to give up and seemed to be letting out an unwilling roar. She was like a clay or wooden statue. She did not move and continued to stare at Rhodey. After the initial nervousness, Rhodey slowly relaxed. He confirmed that the golden-armored cultivator was no threat to him. Otherwise, the other party would have broken free from the shackles long ago. Why would he be trapped here and endure at least 10,000 years of loneliness? After keeping the sword, Rhodey slowly moved around the transparent cover to observe it. The imprisoned golden-armored cultivator looked at Rhodey coldly as he circled around the transparent cover. "Who are you?" Rhodey stopped and asked the golden-armored cultivator. At the same time, he used his spiritual energy to touch the transparent cover. As expected, there was no reaction, as if the cover did not exist. The golden-armored cultivator did not respond and continued to stare at Rhodey. "You can't hear me, and you can't communicate with me through spiritual force. This transparent cover is indeed a special prison. Perhaps it's because of this that the golden-armored cultivator's companions didn't notice him and naturally couldn't rescue him." As Rhodey thought of this, he used his mind to control a ball of soil and stuck it to the transparent cover to form words. "Who are you?" He was using ancient god runes, a language that both sides had seen before and could be used to communicate. A cultivator's memory was extremely strong. They only needed a few minutes to learn all the words of a race. Using words to communicate was actually a very low-level method of communication. Cultivators rarely used this method. However, in a special environment, this most primitive way of communication could have a very good effect. After seeing the words formed by the dust, the golden-armored cultivator's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and spat out a black mist that floated between him and Rhodey. You have the aura of an ancient god on you. What does it have to do with them? It was also in the language of the ancient gods, but it did not answer Rhodey's question. Instead, it asked him a question. Looking at the other party's question, Rhodey thought for a moment and decided to tell some facts. When I was traveling in the void, I was captured by a group of foreign cultivators and brought to the fragment. Under the pressure of the alien cultivators, I searched for blood and soul crystals from the petrified bodies of the ancient gods for them to cultivate. Then, by chance, the fragment controlled by the foreign cultivators was attacked by a mysterious expert, and the entire fragment was destroyed. I happened to obtain a large amount of blood crystals and blood by chance, so my strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and I had the chance to escape by luck. While I was escaping, I came across a stone tablet that had the location of the ancient divine continent on it. Following the stone tablet's guidance, I came to this floating continent. While I was visiting the temple, I accidentally discovered the basement. The words formed by the dust kept changing between the two of them, and a half-true story was slowly told. After Rhodey finished telling his story, he looked at the golden-armored cultivator and indicated that it was his turn to tell his origin. He had the advantage now. If nothing unexpected happened, the golden-armored cultivator would probably ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him for help. After waiting for about a minute, the black mist floating between the two of them began to change. I participated in the war and fought a decisive battle with GU Gods Team 1, but I was captured by the enemy. I don't know why the enemy didn't kill me, but he imprisoned me in this special item. In the blink of an eye, many years have passed. I've been imprisoned here all this time, and I know nothing about the situation in the outside world. The golden-armored cultivator explained the reason for his imprisonment, but he still didn't mention his origin. Rhodey was not in a hurry. If the other party needed his help, he would definitely say what he needed to say. I hope to get your help to get me out of this predicament. I'll give you a generous reward when the time comes. Without any foreshadowing, the golden-armored cultivator directly made his request. It was obvious that he did not want to miss this rare opportunity. Rhodey did not give a direct answer. Instead, he looked like he was in deep thought. How can I be sure that I won't be attacked by you after I save you? Rhodey did not dare to be careless when it came to the golden-armored cultivator. The gap in his memory was too terrifying. I can sign a contract with you and promise that I won't hurt you at all. Is that okay? Rhodey was hesitant. He knew how terrifying the golden-armored cultivator was, but he did not want to miss this opportunity. He had a faint feeling that his cultivation path had reached a point of continuation. If he did not find a way to solve this problem, he might not have the slightest possibility of improving in the future. The golden-armored man in front of him was the opportunity he had been waiting for, and he couldn't miss it. All right, I promise you. Tell me, what should I do next? Rhodey said in a straightforward tone. He had already made up his mind and decided to take a gamble. The reason why he made up his mind so quickly was related to Tang Zhen, who was watching from the side. He always thought that Tang Zhen was a mysterious person behind the scenes who had sent him here step by step. Rhodey did not know that this matter was not arranged by Tang Zhen. However, he had some faint speculations. If there were no accidents, this inexplicable mission might be coming to an end soon. 2841 Mission Completion 1. It was not easy to break the imprisoning technique of the ancient god clan. Otherwise, the golden-armored cultivator would have escaped long ago. During the years of imprisonment, the golden-armored cultivator had developed a way to escape, but because he was imprisoned, he had no chance to implement it. With Rhodey's help, these ideas finally had a chance to be implemented. Once they were successfully completed, the golden-armored cultivator would be able to escape from his cage. This was not an easy task. It would take a lot of time and a lot of materials. Staying on the shattered ancient god continent, it wasn't easy to get materials. They had to take risks. In order to give Rhodey the motivation to continue, the golden-armored cultivator would give him pointers from time to time, telling him about the mistakes he had made during the training process. The golden-armored cultivator's guidance had benefited Rhodey a lot. His already stagnant cultivation had once again improved. Rhodey was surprised and happy. He did not regret his choice. Although Rhodey knew in his heart that this was just an advance payment from the golden-armored cultivator to motivate him to work hard, he still expressed his gratitude. He had his own reasons for helping the golden armored cultivator, and he was no better than the golden armored cultivator. Time slowly passed. Rhodey's preparation work was almost completed and the day to try to escape was getting closer and closer. When Rhodey took the risk and obtained a key item, the preparation work was completed. Following the golden armored cultivator's instructions, Rhodey activated the runic magic circle and immediately retreated to a faraway place. It didn't take long for a series of strange phenomena to appear, indicating that the golden armored cultivator had already begun to try to escape. Huge figures suddenly appeared on the ground around the temple. They were clearly the ancient gods who had once ruled this continent. Although it was only a blurry shadow, one could still clearly feel the oppressive aura from these figures. Rhodey had to admit that the ancient god clan was really strong. If they had not encountered the more powerful golden armored cultivator, they might not have ended up like this. According to Rhodey's guess, these huge figures formed from energy should be the ancient god's will. Its purpose was to suppress the golden armored cultivator. It was impossible for the ancient god clan to deploy such a large force just to suppress an ordinary enemy. Obviously, the origin of the golden armored cultivator was suspicious. Of course, Rhodey knew this. He was just taking a gamble and testing the waters as if he was walking on thin ice. If he won, he would become rich, but if he lost, he might not go bankrupt. At this moment, a furious roar was heard. Another light shadow appeared where the secret chamber of the temple was. It was the imprisoned golden armored cultivator. His body was incomparably tall, far taller than the temple, even a head taller than the ancient god apparitions. Surrounded by a group of ancient gods, the golden armored cultivator showed no fear. His eyes were full of mockery and sneer. The group of ancient gods were extremely angry and attacked the golden armored cultivator together. A brutal battle began. The golden armored cultivator showed no fear in the face of the fierce enemy. He was like a fierce tiger fighting with a pack of hungry wolves. Rhodey was dazzled. The battle scenes in the ancient god's memory could not be compared to a real battle. It was truly destructive, like the end of the world. While watching the battle, Rhodey had been paying attention to the golden armored cultivator's condition and was ready to provide assistance at the appropriate time. Although the golden armored cultivator did not explain in detail, Rhodey was still sure that the battle was very dangerous. The ancient god's will was the key to suppressing the golden armored cultivator. If they were not eliminated, the golden armored cultivator would not be able to escape from his predicament. The way to get rid of the ancient god's will was to use the will that one had condensed to completely destroy it. If the golden armored cultivator failed, he would lose the chance to escape and might even lose his life. The golden armored cultivator was clear about this, but he still decided to fight the ancient god. This meant that he was confident of winning. The battle became more and more intense, and both sides were covered in wounds. Because they were outnumbered, the golden armored cultivator was not in a good state. But looking at his aura, it was getting stronger and stronger. It was clear that he didn't put these ancient gods in his eyes. When the golden armored warriors invaded ancient god continent, not only did they destroy the entire world, but they also exterminated the entire race of their enemies. The golden armored cultivator's aura was not weak in the face of the will of his defeated opponent. The anger that had been suppressed for 10,000 years exploded at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the golden armored cultivator's body grew again, far surpassing those ancient gods. And NBSP, he reached forward and grabbed an ancient god, easily tearing him to pieces. And NBSP, he raised his foot and kicked forward, and another ancient god who couldn't dodge in time exploded into pieces. Every punch and every kick seemed extremely simple, but their destructive power was extremely terrifying. And NBSP, every time he attacked, an ancient god was killed and turned into a stream of light. It didn't take long for only one ancient god to be left on the battlefield. He was looking at the golden armored cultivator with a complicated gaze. I've already warned you not to try to make an enemy out of my camp, because you won't be able to bear the consequences, but you didn't listen to my advice and imprisoned me here. You even boasted to me that the ancient god clan would win the final victory. When the time comes, let me out and see who's right and who's wrong. Now, tell me who won the battle. Was it the ancient god clan or the cultivators of Lu City? The ancient gods will remain silent in the face of the golden armored cultivator's question. In the end, it sighed softly. I was wrong. The ancient god's will's voice was deep and low, with an indescribable dispiritedness. He was not a real ancient god, but he had the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of his original body. Yes, you're wrong. The golden-armored cultivator's voice was cold and emotionless. Because of your arrogance, your race was destroyed, and even the entire world was destroyed. Most importantly, you've missed the opportunity for the ancient god clan to rise again. Many of your clansmen have died because of you. Although I don't know your final outcome, I'm sure that you won't have the face to continue living in this world. The ancient gods didn't say anything. It just looked at the golden-armored cultivator and disappeared like a cloud. The golden-armored cultivator was silent for a moment. Then, he sighed and disappeared into a golden light. Then, the earth began to shake, and the huge temple finally collapsed into ruins. A golden figure slowly appeared in the dust and slowly walked towards Rhodey. The runic chains that had bound him for over 10,000 years were still wrapped around his body, as if they had already fused with his golden armor. After walking in front of Rhodey, the golden-armored cultivator looked down at him and did not speak for a long time. Rhodey could feel the profoundness of the golden-armored cultivator's body. He was sure that the other party's strength far exceeded his. As both parties looked at each other in silence, the golden-armored cultivator suddenly bowed and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help, sir. I'm Panlos, a Lu Cheng cultivator. Now, I'm sending you an invitation. I hope you can return to your hometown with me. I wonder if you're willing." In Rhodey's mind, the golden bridge that traversed the ancient god world and the countless golden-armored cultivators immediately appeared. On the other side of the golden bridge, there seemed to be a vast and magnificent world. That should be the hometown of the golden-armored cultivator. Thank you for your invitation. I'm willing to go with you. As soon as Rhodey finished speaking, he saw a majestic golden bridge appear in the sky above him. On this golden bridge, there were many tall figures who were looking at him and the golden-armored cultivator. "Let's go home," he said. The golden-armored cultivator's voice was filled with excitement. He led Rhodey into the sky and flew straight towards the magnificent golden bridge. The moment he stepped on the golden bridge, Rhodey subconsciously turned to look at the ground. He could vaguely see a familiar figure smiling and waving goodbye to him. 2842 Approaching danger. 1. The golden bridge was covered in runes and stretched across the entire sky, with no end in sight. Just a single glance at it was enough for one to feel a pressure on their soul. It was as if the golden bridge could crush their heads with the weight of Mount Tai at any moment. The final outcome would be death without an intact corpse. After Rhodey and the golden-armored cultivator stepped onto the golden bridge, colorful clouds began to roll in the sky. Then, the golden bridge slowly disappeared. Tang Zhen waved his hand at Rhodey. Perhaps this separation meant that they would not meet again. After sending off Rhodey, Tang Zhen took out the letter from the Lord of Fate. He wanted to see what the judgment was. As expected, lines of text appeared on the Book of Destiny, describing the current scene. Rhodey rescued the golden-armored cultivator and accepted his invitation to go to the world of Lusheng. It could be said that no one knew what he would encounter next. Even Tang Zhen was unaware. He only knew that it was a magical world. The golden-armored cultivator came from a magical place that many cultivators in Lusheng looked up to. Tang Zhen, who had accompanied him the entire time, had perfectly completed his mission. In the following days, he would still encounter quite a lot of trouble. The reward for this mission was a pen of destiny, which existed together with the Book of Destiny. Take good care of this brush. Perhaps at a critical moment, this brush can save your life. As the last line of words appeared, the Book of Destiny rolled up, turned into a stream of light, and dissipated. A brush-like object slowly appeared in the air and finally landed in Tang Zhen's hand. You can save my life at a critical moment. Tang Zhen furrowed his brows. Could it be that the god of fate had predicted something, resulting in this notification? Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to be careful, because the enemy he was facing this time was not weak, and there was more than one. There was no harm in being careful. Accepting this challenge filled with malice was destined to be like walking on thin ice in the future. Tang Zhen stared at the writing brush in his hand as he mused in his heart. Tang Zhen could roughly guess where Rhodey had gone. He should be in the first 3 battlefields of the Tower World. As for which one it was still uncertain. After going through so many twists and turns, just to obtain a place to enter, was it so difficult to enter the first 3 battle zones? According to Tang Zhen's speculations, the Lord of Fate had already started to plan 1,000 years ago. The things that Tang Zhen had observed had indeed happened. It was Rhodey's true experience in the past. Only the part where they entered the fragment and encountered the golden-armored cultivator was what was happening. The moment he obtained the ancient god's origin, Tang Zhen knew that he had returned to reality and had concluded that his mission was about to end. However, it was only at the last moment that he was certain that Destiny Island's goal was to send Rhodey to the first 3 battle zones. Tang Zhen knew very little about the 3 battle zones. Even in the world of Lusheng, this was an unsolved mystery. These 3 mysterious battlefields seemed to be independent of the world of Lusheng and had an extremely transcendent status. There was also the fact that Rhodey's identity was definitely not simple. At the very least, he was not an ordinary child of destiny. The world of towers was different from other planes. It was controlled by the cornerstone platform, and the path of destiny on the island was useless. Tang Zhen had some suspicions that Rhodey was related to the Lord of Fate. He might even be the other party's consciousness clone. Tang Zhen didn't know the purpose of sneaking into the first 3 battle zones. The other party also didn't explain the reason for letting him carry out the mission. The mission this time was somewhat inexplicable, but it had helped Tang Zhen delay a lot of time, allowing him to make preparations more calmly. The last writing brush could help resolve a crisis. This also represented the Lord of Fate's intention. After keeping the Pen of Destiny, Tang Zhen turned around and left. Without the cover of the Book of Destiny, perhaps it would not take long for the enemy to use special means to lock onto him. Unless he hid in his God Kingdom and never came out again, there would be a battle between the 2 sides sooner or later. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well fight it out and let these guys know the consequences of provoking him. Of course, before that, he had to first digest what he had gained from the last battle. The divine source of a 3-star ancient god might be able to help him advance to a high-level divine general. Since he was on the ancient god continent, he definitely didn't lack a place to cultivate. Tang Zhen's spirit power scanned the surroundings and soon found a dilapidated ancient city. This place should be the gathering place of the ancient gods. It was once magnificent, but now it was in ruins. The abandoned city stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and the buildings inside towered into the clouds. From time to time, giant skeletons could be seen buried in the ruins. Other than moss, there were no other plants in the city, and the purple-gray color made people feel depressed. Tang Zhen found a hidden space near a huge statue. He also set up a rune array that could hide his tracks around it. After completing this step, Tang Zhen entered the divine kingdom in his mind and began to refine the divine source he had obtained the last time. Within the divine kingdom in his mind, the mountains and rivers had already taken shape, and they were exuding vitality. The evolution of living beings had already begun a long time ago. They were born for various reasons, and they were also destroyed for various reasons. As the master of the entire world, Tang Zhen merely watched everything happen with a cold and indifferent expression. He would never intentionally change or affect a certain matter. Not only now, but when the god's kingdom was completely perfected and all kinds of races appeared one after another, he would still be the fairest spectator. This was how a true god should be. For most masters of creation, the greatest use of their divine kingdoms was to obtain an endless stream of divine source. Nurturing a god system that belonged to him was a long and distant matter. At least, he was not qualified to consider it before he became a god king. Cultivation knew no time. For immortals who focused on cultivation, millions of years were just a blink of an eye. The ancient god continent, which had been quiet for so many years, became lively all of a sudden. More and more cultivators came. A group of cultivators from other planes had found the ancient god continent by accident. After a preliminary investigation, they thought it was a secret land of the gods with many treasures. Those sects had sent a large number of cultivators to search the vast and boundless continent with the intention of finding the treasures hidden under the dust. In the process of their exploration, they discovered that there were actually more secrets on this ancient and mysterious continent. It didn't take long for them to find the ancient city and begin their initial exploration. The ancient city stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with countless buildings. Traces of war could be seen everywhere. There were fragments of giant weapons, the corpses of creatures of indescribable size, and the corpses of giants that were as large as mountains. All of this was enough to prove that a great war had broken out on the continent tens of thousands of years ago. No one knew who the final winner was, but it was certain that all the valuable items had been plundered. But even so, there were still a lot of valuable items left behind. Those super large treasures that appeared from time to time strengthened the confidence of these cultivators. The excited cultivators had no idea that a real god was hidden on this seemingly broken continent. At the same time, There were even more gods who had already locked onto this land in the void and were now flying over at their fastest speed. 2843 The means of the gods. 1. In the abandoned ancient city, groups of cultivators were searching with excited and cautious expressions. The abandoned city was so huge that no matter how many cultivators were invested in it, they could not make any waves. Even if they were in the same building, the two teams would not meet unless they were lucky. It was precisely because this city was too big that the cultivators always gathered together, and absolutely did not dare to leave the team and act alone. Once he did that, he might never return. In addition to the gloomy and mysterious atmosphere, there were also many ancient monsters in this ancient city. In fact, they were just ordinary insects from the same era as the ancient gods. They had survived the world-ending catastrophe and had not gone extinct until now. Due to its massive size, it could suddenly attack, which made the cultivators extremely afraid. Every time they encountered such a giant worm, the cultivators would try their best to avoid it for fear of being wiped out. Since they had entered the ancient god continent, hundreds of cultivators had gone missing. No one knew if they were still alive or not. Even so, the big sects were still sending their warriors to the ancient god continent like crazy. This was because this continent was a treasure vault, and the treasures that were harvested one after another were enough to make any sect go crazy. In order to ensure their own interests and reduce their losses as much as possible, the experts of the major sects all arrived on the martial god continent. They commanded the cultivators to move and intimidate the other camps to prevent the other sects from snatching the benefits. Because it involved disputes of interests, when these sect powerhouses gathered together, they always had a tense look. But even so, when the treasure was discovered, a battle was inevitable. This was because every cultivator wanted to keep the treasures for themselves. Before they knew it, the teams from the major sects began to gather and headed straight for the center of the abandoned city. All the experts of the sects were certain that there was a treasure here, and whoever was lucky would get it. If one were to look from above, the cultivators from the various sects were like a group of ants, constantly entering and leaving the giant buildings. The powerhouses of the various sects took advantage of the terrain to prevent any accidents from happening. It didn't take long for news to arrive that a giant temple had been found in the square in the center of the city. In this temple, there were actually large amounts of exotic flowers and plants growing, covering the entire inner area of the temple. In the desolate ruins, this temple full of exotic flowers and plants was extremely conspicuous and out of place. Some cultivators trembled with excitement after seeing the huge plants. They said that every plant in the temple was a treasure. If they could occupy it, they would obtain an inexhaustible treasure house of medicinal herbs, allowing the strength of the sect to rise like a rocket. Get it, I must get it. The experts of each sect issued orders with ferocious expressions and gathered their cultivators. Even though the temple was huge, it was still surrounded by cultivators, leaving almost no gaps. Every sect had sent out cultivators who were familiar with runes and formations to gather near the temple, trying to break the protective formation. Only after breaking it would one have a chance to enter. Otherwise, they would only be able to stare from outside. Who would have thought that the arrangement of this protective array was completely natural, and no flaws could be found at all? The cultivators in charge of cracking it were in a terrible state, as if they were just a group of ordinary ants facing a heavy glass ball. The experts of the various sects were even more anxious. Looking at the exotic flowers and rare herbs in the temple, they wanted to use their heads to break the invisible restriction. Unfortunately, even if he smashed his head, he wouldn't be able to enter unless he could find the pattern to activate the protective array. Can you guys do it or not? An impatient expert from a sect shouted at the people below. He had obviously run out of patience. When the other experts from the other sects saw this, they all revealed mocking smiles. In fact, they were also extremely frustrated. The temple was like a piece of fat meat, spied on by a group of wolves, and no one could easily get it. Just as the atmosphere became more and more tense, the powerhouses discovered that the sky above them had suddenly changed. The ever-changing clouds were actually like turbulent waves, rolling continuously. There was also a special aura that made one's soul tremble, and it was constantly approaching. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed the souls of the cultivators and then tightly clenched them together. It was as if a great disaster was about to happen, but there was nowhere to escape. His heart was in a panic. What's going on? The group of powerhouses from the sect had also fallen into a state of panic at this moment. They had blank and helpless expressions on their faces. As for the low-level cultivators, they were already like ants on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. The cultivators subconsciously believed that an accident had occurred in the process of breaking the temple's restrictions, which led to such an unforeseen event. All of you, stop. Stop cracking and find out what's going on. The sect's powerhouses no longer cared about their image. They issued orders in a flustered and exasperated manner, placing the blame on the cultivators who had broken the restriction. It has nothing to do with us. There must be some other reason. The cultivator immediately tried to defend himself, but as soon as he spoke, he looked at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. A crack suddenly appeared in the originally chaotic sky, and a giant hand reached out from it. Ka-chok, ka-chok. There seemed to be a loud noise in his ears. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The giant hand had actually torn the sky apart. A black vortex appeared in front of everyone, as if it was connected to a bottomless abyss that could swallow everything in the world. All the cultivators were shocked by this scene and shuddered as if their souls had been frozen. The giant hand retracted into the vortex, and a giant eye appeared behind the terrifying vortex. Without any emotion, he just looked at the earth coldly, as if he was looking for something. His eyes swept over the shocked cultivators without stopping. When he saw the ancient temple full of flowers, his gaze immediately became fixed. A bewildered voice was heard. The giant hand appeared again, falling from the sky toward the ancient temple. Hiss, the sound of an ancient bell rang out, and the shock waves spread out in all directions. The cultivators were shaken until they were dizzy, and some even spat out blood and fainted. There was no head-on collision at all. He had only been affected by the sound waves, and he had almost lost his life. The sect's experts were even more embarrassed. The demeanor they had worked hard to maintain before had now disappeared. They looked at the indescribable giant hand with fear and despair in their eyes. The same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. God, only a god could have such means and such an aura that made people subconsciously submit and not dare to resist at all. Looking at the temple under the giant hand, the cultivators' awe suddenly turned into shock. Under such a terrifying attack, the cultivators around the temple had been turned into meat paste, and the ground had collapsed nearly 100 meters. The temple that was attacked from the front did not show any signs of damage. A translucent light shield could be faintly seen blocking the giant palm that fell from the sky. There's indeed a problem. With another cold snort, the giant palm slowly lifted up and returned to the back of the vortex. In the next moment, 3 more imposing figures tore the void and landed on ancient god continent. 2844 The 3 creators, one under the gazes of countless cultivators, the 3 figures spread out and each occupied a part of the sky. An illusion appeared behind them, forming a huge circle of light. Inside the circle, all kinds of scenes kept appearing. The light circle was nothing else but a miniature version of the divine kingdom in his mind, with wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning flashing continuously. When masters of creation were in battle, they could use the halo behind them to mobilize the power of the divine kingdom in their minds at will. It seemed like a simple attack, but it gathered the power of the entire world. It was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. If an ordinary cultivator's attack was a pistol, a casual strike from a master of creation would be a missile, and the power could be stacked and upgraded. As his strength continued to increase, the scene in the halo would also change. It would no longer be just the natural forces like wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning. For example, the illusions of the god kings would become more specific. Most of them were the strongest creatures in the divine kingdom in their minds. These creatures couldn't be found in the outside world, and they wouldn't survive after leaving the divine kingdom in the brain. The special environment made their combat power extremely strong, and they were definitely on the level of mobile natural disasters. If a god's court was established, then the shadow behind it would show that it was a lower-level god. As long as the god king willed it, the lower-level deities could immediately lead a sea of cultivators to attack. For this reason, after Liu Cheng became a creator, he was more used to acting alone. First of all, his own strength was strong. He could form an army by himself, and no one could be his match. The second reason was that there were hundreds of millions of powerful cultivators hidden in the divine kingdom in his mind. Since that was the case, why bother? This method of appearing the phantom of a divine kingdom behind one's back could be said to be unique to the cultivators of Liu Cheng, and the gods of other planes could not imitate it at all. The cultivators on the ground were dazzled. They felt that every wisp of wind and rain in the phantom had indescribable and terrifying power. As for the imposing body in front of the phantom, it was impossible to look at it directly, or else one would feel that their soul was about to collapse. From the moment the three figures appeared, the cultivators were silent, and no one dared to act rashly. "There's something wrong with that temple," a figure spoke with a pleasantly surprised tone. It was the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord who had a grudge with Tang Zhen. He and his two companions used a secret technique to track Tang Zhen, but they didn't expect that it was always fleeting and uncertain. They had taken many wrong paths and did not gain anything at all. They might have discovered traces of Tang Zhen somewhere, but it was already a matter from a long time ago. The longest time was actually several hundred years ago, and there was nothing suspicious about it. No one could clearly explain why such a situation would occur. They could only treat it as Tang Zhen's trick. The most recent divination had once again locked onto Tang Zhen's position. However, it was still blurry. Even though it was possible that they would waste their time again, the three masters of creation didn't hesitate and immediately began to investigate the target area. It wasn't unusual for a deity-level pursuit to last for 10,000 years. How long had it been? As a result, they found something strange when they tried to probe. They didn't hesitate to cross the void and land on the ancient god continent. "I can't sense the source of this world. It's on the verge of destruction, so it's impossible for such an energy-rich place to appear. And the energy is condensed and not scattered, trapped in the temple. Unless you see it with your own eyes, you can't find this place with spiritual power." The master of creation who spoke was wearing a long black robe. His entire body was covered in long and thin fluorescent chains with all kinds of signs hanging on them. On the black robe, there were blood-red ribbons wrapped around the ferocious bone spikes that were exposed under the robe. His black hat was thin and long, looking like the horns of an antelope, and there were 3 pairs of red, slender eyes under it. At this moment, his eyes flickered with a frightful cold light. "I can sense a dense life force. It's very likely that origin energy is overflowing and then transformed into world energy. Otherwise, ordinary world energy would not have been able to bring these extinct exotic flowers and plants back to life, or they would have only appeared briefly. Even if Tang Zhen isn't here, there must be something like an origin spiritual treasure in the divine temple. I'm more inclined to the latter." The master of creation who spoke seemed to be formed from countless vortexes, constantly changing and circulating, dazzling people. His eyes, in particular, were also 2 vortexes that seemed to be absorbing everything at all times. Everyone, including the Sea Kingdom, was inclined to the second guess, thinking that a primitive spiritual treasure was hidden in the temple. If there was a list of items that could make the creator's mind turn to them, the spiritual treasure of the origin would definitely be in the top 3. It was a good item that one couldn't miss out on. Only in the plane where gods had appeared would there be a chance to find an original spiritual treasure. It could not be found in ordinary worlds. As for Tang Zhen, who had been chasing him all the way, he might have already fled to an unknown place like in the past. What they had to do next was to break the protection of the temple and take out the original spirit treasure hidden inside. Of course, during the course of the operation, one must be vigilant and guard against the possibility that this was a trap left behind by Tang Zhen. In fact, to the Maritime Kingdom's feudal lord, he wished that this was a trap set by Tang Zhen and that he himself was hidden nearby. If that was the case, he would be able to kill it directly and save himself the trouble of searching for it. There was a reason why the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord was so confident. The 2 masters of creation beside him were true powerhouses, but they were not well known in the 4th battle area. If it was not necessary, they would not return to the world of towers. Instead, they would always hide in other planes. Their participation in this operation would not arouse any suspicion, and they would not be able to find any evidence. With 3 masters of creation carrying out the pursuit mission, one of them was even a high-level divine general. Killing Tang Zhen could be said to be as easy as turning one's hand. The only thing he was worried about now was that Tang Zhen would hide in the divine kingdom in his mind and not come out. Even if he had heaven-defying means, he would be helpless in the end. However, if this was the case, Tang Zhen would definitely be defeated. If they refused to show their faces for tens of thousands of years, it would definitely seriously affect the improvement of their strength, and they would slowly lose the qualification to be hunted down. If he still did not give up on chasing Tang Zhen, he would continue to be chased as long as he dared to show his face. Because of the difference in strength between them, killing Tang Zhen at that time would simply be as easy as turning one's hand. If he continued to hide in the divine kingdom in his mind, it would mean that he would continue to fall, until he destroyed himself and his entire territory. Such a vicious method, he simply didn't leave any chance of survival, and completely exterminated. Let's get rid of these ants first so they don't add to the chaos. As the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord laughed evilly, he waved his hand casually. The sound of a tsunami came, and in the phantom of the divine kingdom behind him, endless waves poured down from the sky. Within a radius of tens of kilometers, the surging torrents covered the sky and the earth, cutting off almost all paths of survival. Those cultivators fled with all their might, afraid that they would be swept away by the torrent and would die for sure. Under normal circumstances, cultivators wouldn't be afraid of drowning, and could even move freely in the water. However, the flood released by the feudal lord of the maritime kingdom was very strange. It looked no different from an ordinary flood, but in fact, it was extremely terrifying. Once one fell into it, one would realize that the water had a terrifying suction force, which was no different from superglue. At the same time, it was also terrifyingly corrosive. Whether it was the flesh or the weapons, they would all be corroded, and in the end, not even the bones would be left. The flood was indeed effective. In the blink of an eye, all the cultivators were driven away, leaving only the lonely temple standing in place. 2845 Killing the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord. Next, I'll tear down this temple and see what's hidden inside. The Sea Kingdom's feudal lord had a ferocious expression as he spoke to the two masters of creation. There was a hint of impatience in his tone. As you wish, the two masters of creation said softly. They didn't raise any objections, nor would they interfere. They followed the Ocean Kingdom's feudal lord to eliminate Tang Zhen, not to explore and search for treasures. However, since they had come across something good, they definitely couldn't miss it. If there was really a harvest, they would definitely not miss out on the benefits. With the two masters of creation present, the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord became even more confident, and he impatiently rushed toward the divine temple. Although he was a warzone lord, the Ocean Kingdom lord's family was not rich. All the resources that the creator could use were used on the old lord. 10 divine generals added together were no match for a divine king, not to mention the old lord was at the most crucial step. The Sea Kingdom's feudal lord was unwilling, but he had no other choice. His son was only at the sector lord level, but the Sea Kingdom's overlord was sure that his son would definitely become a creator. Therefore, he tried his best to pave the way for her. For a portion of divine source, he had agreed to work with a group of big shots to be the vanguard in dealing with Tang Zhen. Before this matter happened, he had no grudges with Tang Zhen. However, for the sake of his own interests, Tang Zhen was his life and death enemy. In fact, before this, he didn't put Tang Zhen in his eyes and always thought that Tang Zhen was someone he could bully. Sometimes, the descent of hatred was just so inexplicable and unreasonable. This despicable guy could stir up disputes for benefits, but he could also be shameless in the face of treasures. Looking at the huge temple, the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord observed it carefully, and soon a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The situation before his eyes was somewhat unexpected. He originally thought that the natives were too useless, so they couldn't break the restrictions of the temple. When it was his turn to crack it, he realized that the runic restriction of the divine temple was not simple. It was definitely not something that could be broken with a wave of the hand as he had imagined. Even after looking at it for a long time, he did not know where to start. The Sea Kingdom feudal lord's expression was somewhat unsightly. He had taken the initiative to snatch the mission that had been cracked so that he could obtain the benefits first. Although he knew that he looked ugly, he could be completely shameless for the sake of profit. However, if he was at his wit's end, he would be laughed at for overestimating himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He raised his fist and smashed it down on the temple. He had tried to attack with brute force before, but it had no effect. However, at this moment, the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord could only use this method. If he succeeded in cracking it with brute force, he couldn't care about whether it would damage the items in the temple. The Sea Kingdom's feudal lord didn't know that his actions at this moment had already attracted the contempt of the two masters of creation. He's at his wit's end. Hee, idiot. Disdain flashed in the eyes of the two masters of creation. They had no respect for this brainless former lord of the Ocean Kingdom. Anyway, there was no rush, so she would just watch him slowly and treat it as a monkey show. The Ocean Kingdom's feudal lord above the temple had become flustered and exasperated. More than a dozen continuous attacks were enough to destroy the mountains and rivers, but the temple was still intact. He could feel his face being torn to pieces. Although he didn't turn around, he could still feel the mocking gaze behind him. Detestable. The flustered and exasperated Ocean Kingdom feudal lord directly communicated with the Divine Kingdom projection and released a strange green-colored current. The torrent did not spread, but surrounded the temple, leaving no gap at all. The sound of corrosion continued to appear. The special power that protected the temple was being eroded by the green sewage. Seeing this, the two masters of creation couldn't help but sneer, and their expressions of ridicule became even more intense. They had clearly seen the tactics of the Sea Kingdom's feudal lords. After the brute force failed, the Sea Kingdom feudal lord actually used his trump card, which was to use the power of the origin to assimilate the temple. The so-called assimilation was to use the power of the origin to change the nature of an object from the outside world, so that it could be integrated into one's own divine kingdom. Once they entered the divine kingdom, they would be at the mercy of the Creator, and even the strongest defense could be broken in an instant. In the divine kingdom of the mind, the Creator had supreme authority, and he could do anything he wanted easily. The problem was that there was a certain risk to using such a method. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Creator would definitely not try it. If they were to suffer a fatal attack or come into contact with a powerful source of contamination, they would definitely leave behind endless trouble. It could be said that the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord was risking his life at this moment, not only for the treasures in the divine temple, but also to save his face. In fact, before doing so, the feudal lord of the Sea Kingdom had already considered it and confirmed that there should be no danger. He wasn't weak, and he had two masters of creation with him, so the chances of an accident happening weren't high. At this moment, he was trying his best to assimilate the temple and pull it into his god country. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The temple that was wrapped in the power of the origin suddenly collapsed, and the green sewage was directly swallowed. The change happened in an instant, and neither the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord nor his two companions who were watching the battle could react at all. Bastard! The Sea Kingdom's feudal lord let out a furious roar. In the blink of an eye, he had lost 3/4 of the origin power he had released. No matter how slow the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord's reaction was, he had already realized that the situation was not good. The temple was actually a trap. That damnable Tang Zhen, how dare he do this? The Sea Kingdom feudal lord's heart ached to death. He would need an extremely long time to gather this 3/4 of the origin power. Go to hell. At the same time that he felt furious, there was also a trace of wild joy in his heart. If he was able to kill Tang Zhen, he would be able to make up for the losses he had suffered earlier. The Sea Kingdom's feudal lord roared and launched an attack. He tried to deal a heavy blow to Tang Zhen before his two companions could. The two masters of creation who were watching the battle from the sky noticed the abnormality at the same time and attacked the temple without hesitation. They were already certain that Tang Zhen was hiding in the temple, but they had made the wrong judgment. One could only say that Tang Zhen was extremely cunning and audacious. He actually didn't put the three masters of creation in his eyes. However, this was also good. He could take the opportunity to kill him. Who knew that at this moment, there would be another change? The exotic flowers and plants in the temple spurted out in all directions, forming a huge colorful fountain. The originally desolate world was now filled with bright colors, and a thick life force enveloped this barren land. Due to the influence of the rich vitality, the mosses all over the place changed. Not only did they grow taller and stronger, but they also bloomed with colorful flowers in an instant. With the temple as the center, all kinds of giant plants broke out of the ground, as if it was a paradise. However, within this life force, a soaring killing intent burst out and went straight for the nearest Sea Kingdom lord. It was a red battle sword that looked like a strange bird with its wings spread. It flashed from the sea of flowers and directly slashed at the body of the lord of the Sea Kingdom. Ah! With an unwilling scream, the Sea Kingdom feudal lord's head flew up into the sky, and his body was torn into pieces. Idiot! Quickly hide in the divine kingdom. The two masters of creation in the sky warned the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord loudly, and a series of attacks headed straight for Tang Zhen. Hearing this, the rolling head immediately became non-existent and tried to enter the divine kingdom. It's too late. A cold snort came from the void, and then a big hand appeared, grabbing the head and body of the lord of the Sea Kingdom. Tang Zhen, let me go. Otherwise, my master will definitely not spare you. The Ocean Kingdom's feudal lord roared in despair and threatened Tang Zhen. The old feudal lord that he originally hated had actually become his only life-saving trump card. Old lord, hee hee, Don't worry, no one can save you. You're courting death. Tang Zhen roared as he grabbed the body of the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord and threw him into the Divine Kingdom. 2846 The mastermind behind the scenes appears. One gods would not be killed easily, but if their divine source was taken away, or if they entered the minds of other gods, it would be no different from death. Even if a clone's consciousness was left behind, it could be resurrected from the dead, but its strength could not be restored. Compared to his original realm, the difference was so great that it could make people collapse. One must know that becoming a god required luck. No fallen god could guarantee that they could return to the peak of their previous life. As for taking revenge, he didn't even need to think about it. Being able to hide his tracks was already a great fortune. The Ocean Kingdom's feudal lord had already entered the countdown to his death when he was imprisoned in Tang Zhen's mental Divine Kingdom. Tang Zhen would never let such a dangerous enemy leave. This guy had been courting death all the way, and finally, death was upon him. You're looking for death. In that split second, the attacks of the two masters of creation arrived one after another, sealing off the space around the temple. Although he was angry that the Ocean Kingdom's feudal lord had been killed, it had already happened, and there was no way to salvage it. This brainless Ocean Kingdom feudal lord was a bait that was thrown out on purpose to fish out Tang Zhen. The moment he was involved in this conspiracy, his fate was already decided. He would be abandoned and cleaned up at some point. This was the so-called asking a tiger for its skin. The mastermind would not let a reckless man like him live, and he would be able to save a godking-level divine source. The attacks of the two masters of creation couldn't be underestimated. Tang Zhen, who was hiding in the divine temple, had no choice but to immediately dodge. With a loud bang, the temple instantly turned into nothingness. The ground turned into a lake of lava, and blazing flames soared into the sky. Tang Zhen, where are you running to? The black-robed master of creation shouted coldly at Tang Zhen. Countless white bone arms of infinite length rushed out of the projection of the God Kingdom and covered the sky. These white bone arms had sharp claws. They tore through the void and followed closely behind Tang Zhen, sealing off all of his escape routes. It seemed like an ordinary attack, but it was actually extremely dangerous. Once caught by the white bone claws, even a god would not be able to withstand it. The master of creation, whose body was covered in vortexes, began to expand infinitely, turning into a huge net that connected the ground and the sky. Everything it touched was devoured by the vortex. Nothing was spared. The two masters of creation's attacks were extremely fast and concise, but they were definitely destructive god-killing techniques. Tang Zhen actually did not escape when he was surrounded by two powerful enemies. Instead, he brandished his red battle blade and hacked at the vortex that was continuously approaching. Just like the two masters of creation, his attack also contained the power of the origin, clashing with the endless whirlpool. Boom! A loud boom reverberated between heaven and earth, and the void near the divine temple shattered inch by inch. In the process of the violent collision of energy, multicolored light kept flashing. Bastard! A furious roar came from the creator who had turned into a vortex. Tang Zhen's heavy blow had already caused him serious damage. At the same time, the black-robed and white-boned creator controlled a ferocious ghostly claw to sweep at Tang Zhen. Swish! Even his body, which had turned into energy, was unable to resolve such a terrifying attack. The terrifying and malevolent claw marks were like living creatures that continuously tore at Tang Zhen's body. Even though it wasn't fatal, it had still affected Tang Zhen greatly. If it wasn't removed in time, it would definitely leave behind serious consequences. This was merely the beginning. If similar attacks continued to stack, the injuries that Tang Zhen would receive would become more and more serious. In the first round of confrontation, both sides suffered losses. However, the one who truly suffered a loss was Tang Zhen. The enemies were two masters of creation, and he was alone. At this moment, he and one of the enemies were injured, but the other was safe and sound. If the battle continued, the situation would become more and more unfavorable until he was killed by the enemy. After realizing this, Tang Zhen brandished his saber again and locked onto the creator who had turned into a vortex. His opponent was a 5-star god general. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be a match at all. Tang Zhen was only one step away from advancement. If he refined the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord, he would definitely become a high-level divine general. However, it was not the case now, and he could only lock onto the vortex creator. As for the master of creation in the black robe and white bones, it was confirmed that he was a high-level divine general, and it was his white bone claws that hurt him. If there was no need, Tang Zhen would not cross swords with him. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen collided with the creator who had turned into a vortex and launched another attack. Bastard! Seeing that Tang Zhen was staring at him, the Whirlpool Master of Creation was angry and anxious. Through the exchange just now, he was sure that his strength was slightly inferior to Tang Zhen. As he cursed at the inaccurate information, he started to avoid fighting with Tang Zhen. At the same time, he created opportunities for the black-robed creator to attack. The opponent was a high-level divine general and could severely injure Tang Zhen with one strike. However, he didn't expect Tang Zhen to be so difficult to deal with, ruthlessly biting him and not letting go. It was clear that he wanted to fight until both sides were injured. The Whirlpool Master of Creation couldn't understand why Tang Zhen would risk his life to fight him when he couldn't escape from the high-grade divine general's pursuit after both of them were injured. Countless thoughts flashed through his heart. However, he could only helplessly exchange blows with Tang Zhen. At the same time, he did his best to create an opportunity for his companions to attack. He was still hoping that his companions would rescue him and immediately kill Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen had long seen through the enemy's plan. While he was fighting with the Whirlpool Master of Creation, he cleverly avoided the Black-Robed Master of Creation. The Black-Robed Master of Creation's eyes gleamed coldly. Tang Zhen had deliberately entangled himself with the Vortex Master of Creation so that he couldn't lock onto his target and attack. If they attacked without care, the situation would get out of control. This kind of tactic was absolutely not good. A high-level divine general's advantage was that his origin energy was more abundant and purer, and his attack methods were more powerful and fiercer. If they were to fight a battle of attrition, the intermediate divine general would lose without a doubt. They would not be a match for the advanced divine general. If they were hit by a fatal attack, they would also die, and they would not be much stronger than a mid-grade divine general. He was also afraid that Tang Zhen would turn around and use a life-for-a-life fighting style, perishing together with him. Although it was a battle of life and death, the two enemies each had their own thoughts. Naturally, this did not affect their cooperation in dealing with Tang Zhen. Delay him and exhaust him to death. The Black-Robed Master of Creation made up his mind. At the same time, he sent a message to the Vortex Master of Creation, thinking that this was the safest strategy. However, he did not expect that at this moment, Tang Zhen would suddenly turn into a blazing flame, and his body would expand infinitely. The unique aura of the Divine Kingdom in his mind flickered at that moment and headed straight for the Vortex Master of Creation. "You're crazy." Vortex Master of Creation had never dreamed that Tang Zhen would open up his Divine Kingdom in his mind. This was clearly a way of fighting without regard for his life. He wanted to devour him, wasn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? As he cursed in fear, he dodged with all his might and called for the Black-Robed Masters of Creation to help him. The Black-Robed Master of Creation was the same. He originally wanted to exhaust Tang Zhen to death, but he didn't expect Tang Zhen to use such a method. It was like a heart that would definitely die if it was touched by poison. It could be used to hurt the enemy, but at the same time, it could also be easily penetrated by the enemy. If his Divine Kingdom was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. "You're crazy." Just as he was about to help resolve it, he didn't expect Tang Zhen to explode again. The Divine Kingdom in his mind had devoured half of the Vortex Creator. The Vortex Master of Creation let out a blood-curdling screech, and the remaining half of the Vortex Master of Creation fled like frightened rabbits. However, in this way, Tang Zhen had also exposed himself. His body was hit by tens of thousands of ghost claws. The black-robed cultivator was overjoyed. Just as he was about to continue his attack, a huge figure suddenly appeared from the ground below. The corpses of the ancient gods that had died in battle were hidden in the ground under Tang Zhen's control. At this moment, they were suddenly blocking the enemy. The black-robed Master of Creation was caught off guard and was surrounded by the ancient giants, missing the best opportunity to finish them off. Tang Zhen seized the chance to tear the void and escape the ancient god continent. "Where are you running to?" Another voice rang out, emotionless and cold, but it did not come from either of the two enemies. The attack that he had been preparing for a long time was clearly more terrifying than the black-robed Master of Creations. "The mastermind has indeed come." Tang Zhen coldly laughed. He randomly took out a strange pen and threw it into the air behind him. The brush began to dance, and before the attack arrived, it quickly wrote down a line of words. The moment Tang Zhen was about to escape from ancient god continent, he was Ambushed by the serene inquiry master of creation. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still seriously injured. The master of creation planned to eliminate the roots, but at this moment, something happened in the sky, and Tang Zhen took the opportunity to escape from Xuanji. As the pen of fate rode up to this point, it seemed to be unable to withstand the unknown power. It suddenly exploded, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. 2847 Roddy's rescue. 1. On the battlefield, the winds and clouds were constantly changing. No one could guarantee that they would be the winner until the last moment. Killing someone and being killed in return was actually just a matter of a thought. Tang Zhen's current situation was extremely dangerous. It could be said that he was in a life and death situation. The hidden enemy had been watching for a long time, and at the most appropriate time, he launched the most fatal sneak attack. This attack was fast and urgent. Even though Tang Zhen did his best to dodge, he still forcefully received a blow in the end. However, Tang Zhen was extremely lucky. He was only enduring the aftershock of the attack. Otherwise, he would have already died. However, even the aftershock of the attack had almost caused Tang Zhen's spirit to collapse, and he was in a precarious situation. Fortunately, as long as he didn't die, he still had a chance. A part of the prophecy of the Pen of Destiny had already been realized. This also made Tang Zhen excited. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to avoid this calamity. The enemy did not know Tang Zhen's thoughts. After discovering that he was seriously injured, they immediately wanted to pursue an attack. Tang Zhen, let's see if you still don't die this time. The vortex creator in the distance roared in a low voice. He had returned to his normal form, but he could not make up for the loss just now. The body of a master of creation was also condensed from the power of origin, which was why it was full of vitality. It was said that consuming the flesh and blood of gods could grant one immortality. In fact, it was the power of the origin source at work. Although it couldn't really grant immortality, it could help ordinary cultivators to transcend the limits of life. It was unknown how much origin energy he needed to mobilize, but in the end, more than half of it was swallowed by Tang Zhen in one bite. Such a huge loss made Whirlpool Creator's heart bleed, but he could do nothing about it. He hated Tang Zhen to the core and wished that he could swallow Tang Zhen alive to make up for the losses he had suffered earlier. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. The black-robed master of creation laughed eerily. The hidden mastermind had already made his move. Tang Zhen was dead for sure. Earlier, he had thought that Tang Zhen would flee once again, causing the pursuit this time around to fail. However, he did not expect the big boss behind the scenes to follow him and monitor the battlefield all the time. He even intercepted him at the critical moment. He was a 9-star divine general, only one step away from God King. His origin energy was extremely dense. With this big shot personally overseeing the place, in addition to himself and the vortex creator, Tang Zhen would be useless even if he had all sorts of means. Today, Tang Zhen must die. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the clouds in the sky changed, causing everyone's expression to change. The enemy was shocked by the sudden change, while Tang Zhen was both surprised and happy. He did not expect that the so-called change in the sky was actually referring to this. It turned out that as the colorful clouds rolled, a magnificent golden bridge appeared in the sky above ancient god continent. Figures flickered on the golden bridge. Among them, there was a special aura that caused Tang Zhen and the enemies to be extremely shocked. A God King expert. As this thought flashed through his mind, Tang Zhen immediately thought of Rodi. He was certain that this was the escape opportunity mentioned by the Pen of Destiny. Without any hesitation, Tang Zhen immediately tore apart the void and fled in an unknown direction. The enemies chasing after Tang Zhen were all seeing the golden bridge for the first time. For a moment, they were at a loss. Especially the God King experts on the golden bridge. They felt a fatal danger and knew that they must not provoke them. The big shot in the sky seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became uglier. Retreat immediately. Although they didn't know if the appearance of the gold-armored cultivator was related to Tang Zhen, the enemies didn't dare to act rashly. They could only choose to escape from the ancient god continent. There was naturally no need to say much about the gloominess in his heart. After this confrontation, it was already confirmed that Tang Zhen was about to advance to a high-level divine general. He had killed the Lord of the Maritime Kingdom and devoured half of the body of the Whirlpool Lord. After digesting and absorbing it, he would definitely be promoted to a senior divine general. In the future, it would be even more difficult to kill Tang Zhen. He was also curious about the background of the group of experts on the Golden Bridge. On the Golden Bridge in the sky, a golden-armored cultivator looked down and watched as Tang Zhen and the enemy left. He turned to look at a figure and bowed respectfully to thank him. "Rodi, is this the reason why you asked me to come to Ancient God Continent?" "To help that Lu Chang," the golden-armored cultivator said. His God-King aura was clearly revealed. "I'm not too sure either. I only know that they should be on the continent at this time," the golden-armored cultivator replied without any hesitation. He was Rodi, who had stepped on the Golden Bridge back then. "You have a connection with the Island of Destiny, and this cultivator is also related to it. There is no doubt about this. Back then, it was he who escorted me all the way, allowing you to help me escape and finally step onto this Golden Bridge. But that's all in the past. What you need to do next is to work hard to improve your strength and ignore everything else." The gold-armored God-King looked in the direction where Tang Zhen had disappeared and spoke in a light tone. He seemed to care a lot about Rodi. "Yes, teacher," Rodi replied respectfully and slowly walked behind the gold-armor God-King. There was a puzzled look in his eyes. In fact, he was also at a loss. He didn't know what was going on. Tang Zhen did not expect that in the end, Rodi would suddenly appear and help him escape from the crisis. If not for the appearance of the Golden Bridge and the presence of a God-King, it would have been impossible for them to scare off the enemies. He did not know what role the Pen of Destiny played in this process. Did it predict what would happen or guide Rodi to complete the rescue? The most important thing now was to hide himself so that he would not be discovered by the enemy. Tang Zhen tried to enter the Divine Kingdom. However, he discovered that he was no longer able to complete this step due to the sneak attack earlier. A trace of strange origin energy was circling in the Divine Kingdom in his mind, preventing him from entering. Tang Zhen was indeed caught off guard. If he could not hide in the Divine Kingdom, his situation would become even more dangerous. "Ask the Nether Mist," Tang Zhen used a cold tone as he read out the name written by the Pen of Destiny. He confirmed that it was Wen Yu who launched the sneak attack on him and was also the true mastermind behind the scenes. This guy was very insidious. When he launched the sneak attack, he had already considered everything and set up a remedy for failure. And NBSP, the strange power of the Divine Kingdom in his mind was definitely something the other party had left behind to prevent him from hiding in it. Things have become a little difficult. We need enough time to get rid of the strange origin energy. Before completing this step, you must not use your origin energy again, or else you will be tracked and locked down by the enemy. Thoughts continued to flash in Tang Zhen's mind. If I don't use my origin energy, I can't stay in the void. It's not good for my recovery. As such, the wisest way is to find a hidden place and heal without attracting attention. Tang Zhen suddenly looked at the edge of the ancient god continent where a teleport formation was operating. The feudal lord of the maritime kingdom had previously launched a flood that washed away the native cultivators, turning the abandoned city into a country of water. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive didn't dare to stay. They all tried their best to escape from ancient god continent. The teleportation formation was packed with people, and all the cultivators wanted to leave as soon as possible to avoid losing their lives. The cultivators in charge of guarding the place acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They kept berating and trying to maintain order. What they didn't know was that the deity who had released the flood had already become a corpse. Maybe we can leave Xuanji with them. As Tang Zhen thought of this, he dashed toward the teleport formation. Before the other cultivators could react, he had already left the ancient god continent. 2848 The Secret of the Immortals 1. The sky was dark, and the tired birds returned to the forest. A few martial artists at the city gate glanced at the water timer, then picked up the huge drum sticks beside them and prepared to sound the closing drum. The strangely shaped animal skin drum would make a long sound every time it was hit, echoing in the sky above the city. When the bell rang, the city gates opened, and when the drum rang, the city gates closed. The evening drum and the morning bell guided thousands of families to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. After the drum was sounded, they would wait for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, waiting for those who entered the city late. Once the time was up, the city gate was immediately closed. The heavy city gate made a rough grinding sound, and under the control of several martial artists, it was slowly gathering together. If one were to look closely at the city gate, one would discover many things. The main material of the city gate was 10,000-year-old yin heavy wood. Its color was dark and it was impervious to fire and water. Its density was comparable to that of gold and iron. The materials used to build this city gate were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that was the price many years ago. If it was in the present day, it would cost at least 10,000 taels of gold to build such a city gate. On the thick city gate, there were lines of decorative patterns. They were exorcism runes arranged by a rune master. The golden light shone and warded off all plagues. It was this gold-patterned exorcism wooden door that helped the city block the ghosts and evil spirits at night, allowing the residents to sleep in peace. It was said that a martial artist who had been guarding the city had neglected his duty, causing the city gate to not be completely closed, which led to the disaster. That night, the cold wind blew across the long street. More than 130 families were killed, and many of them were either dead or injured. Early the next morning, the entire city was in mourning, and the sound of crying and wailing was endless. The entire street was filled with corpses, all of them looking like sick ghosts. Their deaths were too horrible to look at. Not only did more than 1,000 people die, but evil spirits were also lurking in the city, causing the entire city to be restless day and night. With no other choice, they could only raise a large sum of money and invite the cultivators of the sect to help them. In the end, they killed and eliminated the evil ghosts and spirits. It was because of that tragedy that the number of martial artists at the city gate had been increased, and the gate would be closed at the designated time. My lords, please wait a moment. Just as the door was being closed, someone suddenly shouted. Then, a knight rushed out of the forest outside the city. Judging from the other party's attire, he was a caravan guard who had just returned from a foreign land. As for the reason for stopping, it was naturally because they did not want the caravan to stay outside the city, as they might be attacked by evil spirits and fierce beasts. This kind of thing happened often, so the martial artists guarding the city were not surprised. However, the action of closing the door was a bit slower. At the same time, the warrior rode his horse to the city gate and dismounted. Ignoring the dust on his body, he immediately went to the leader of the martial artists guarding the city and showed a flattering smile. "Sir, please make an exception. Please wait for a moment, our convoy will arrive soon." As the guard spoke, he took out a string of 10 shiny coins and handed them to the leader. After receiving the heavy coin, the leader of the martial artists smiled and his attitude became much gentler. "No problem, we're all residents of the same city, so it's only natural for me to take care of them. Your trading company's goods are good and cheap. Even if it's for the people of the city, you have to wait for a while. Thank you, sir, for your leniency. If you have any goods that you like, please let me know. I guarantee that I will sell them at cost price." The caravan guard quickly thanked him. At the same time, he had a generous expression on his face and inadvertently gave him some benefits. He had spent some time in the city's army in the past, and he knew that if it weren't for the money, these martial artists guarding the city would not be so easy to talk to. The officials in the city were easy to deal with. On the contrary, these guys who did not have much power were the best at doing things in secret. "Oh, did your caravan find anything new or interesting during this trip?" While they were waiting, the leader of the martial artists looked at the caravan guards and asked in a curious tone. This world's communication methods were backward, and it was difficult to receive news. It was likely that it would take half a year for news of what happened hundreds of miles away to spread. Caravans traveled everywhere, so they had more opportunities to get in touch with new news. Many news from other places were passed on through them. Delivering letters for others was also one of the businesses of these caravans, and the government also encouraged this kind of behavior. There would be a carriage in the caravan all year round, specially used to store letters, to ensure that each trip would not be empty. This is new and interesting news. You've asked the right person. This caravan guard was talkative to begin with, and when he heard others asking about the outside world, he only held back for a moment before he began to narrate with exultation. Speaking of the major events that have happened recently, the cultivation sects that I've mentioned have almost caused a stir in the entire world. I reckon that it won't take long for it to reach us. It was said that they had accidentally discovered a special world where the weeds were as large as pines and cypresses, and the corpses of giant beasts were as large as mountains. There were countless treasures in this world, and all the major sects were fighting for them. Not only did they send all their cultivators in, but they also recruited countless warriors. They only wanted to seize the initiative and obtain more treasures to increase the strength of the sect. It was said that the treasures from that world filled the treasure vaults of the major sects. Because of the huge size of the treasures, one of them was comparable to tens of millions of treasures. Later on, they discovered an ancient city. It was said that it was 10,000 miles in size, and the buildings in the city were like endless mountains. There's a temple in the middle of the ancient city. It's thousands of feet tall and its area is about the same as our city. It was said that the interior of the temple was filled with exotic flowers and plants, each of which was a heavenly treasure. One could exchange 10,000 taels of gold for a single leaf. A mortal can live to 100 years old with just one bite, and from then on, their bodies will be healthy and free from all diseases. When the martial artists who were guarding the city heard this, their faces were filled with shock and suspicion. It was obvious that they could not believe that there was such a huge building in the world. However, the story was fascinating, so they didn't dare to interrupt it, in case the other party got angry and stopped telling. The guard did not care about the suspicious look on the city guard's face. Instead, he continued to speak with a smile. Just as the cultivators of the major sects were about to enter the temple and snatch the precious treasures inside, a god suddenly descended. Perhaps the actions of the major sects had angered the gods. The figure in the sky waved his hand casually, and then a surging flood came sweeping over. The water was cold and sticky. Once you fell into it, you couldn't escape. It would only take 30 to 50 breaths for you to turn into a pool of blood. Countless cultivators died in the torrent, and those who were lucky enough to survive didn't dare to stay. They all fled from that world with all their might, and no one dared to enter it again. The caravan guard finished speaking in one breath and looked at the martial artists with a smug expression. When he first heard this news, he was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. In the end, he was laughed at for being ignorant. Now that he repeated it and saw the same expression on the others' faces, he couldn't help but feel proud. Is what you said true? You're not lying, are you? The martial artists guarding the city came back to their senses. They felt that this news was too fantasizing, and they could not help but feel suspicious in their hearts. It's up to you to believe it or not. My news comes from the nephew of the boss of the trading company. He's a respected cultivator of the sect, a true immortal figure. When the guard of the trade caravan said this, he deliberately mentioned the background of the boss of the trade caravan to knock some sense into the martial artists who were guarding the city. Even if it was a fox exploiting a tiger's might, it would still have a certain effect. As the crowd was conversing, a caravan slowly appeared and walked towards the city gate. 2,849 visitors from a foreign land. One as the sound of hooves rang out, a large caravan slowly appeared. The carriage was pulled by a kind of giant bull with many legs. It was nearly 5 meters long and had thick long hair on the surface of its body. There were rows of bronze bells on its 2 curved horns. As it walked, it let out a series of crisp sounds. The bell wasn't just a decoration, it also had the effect of intimidating and calming the soul. The giant bull would become very docile after hearing the bell. Otherwise, once it went crazy, no one would be able to suppress such a giant bull, and it was likely to cause irreparable losses. The equipment on the giant bull was also made of bronze and had an ancient golden red color. The long carriages being dragged by the giant bulls were about 2 meters tall. They were connected to each other and were filled with packaged goods. The specially made wheels were arranged in a row and rolled forward at the same time, giving off a rhythmic friction sound. This was the standard arrangement of a caravan. There were giant bulls, long carriages, and members of the caravan who were walking. They walked along the 9-foot official road to the city gate and entered the city at the last moment before night fell. The heavy sound of the door closing was heard. The golden runes began to shine because of the arrival of night, completely blocking the darkness and evil outside the door. Faintly, one could hear a burst of cold laughter and indignant roars in the darkness. The city was brightly lit, and it was another world. If one were to look down from the sky, they would find that the city was like an isolated island in the sea, surrounded by endless darkness. The auras of the people gathered together and were guided out by a special array, forming an energy barrier to protect the city. Negative energy like evil spirits and ghosts could not pass through the protective shield condensed by xianxia. Otherwise, they would be like snowflakes falling into boiling water, turning into nothingness in an instant. Ordinary people couldn't see this scene, otherwise they wouldn't be able to sleep and eat in peace. They were just running around to make a living, living simple and boring days, constantly consuming their short lives. The caravans that entered the city stopped and hired workers to unload and count the goods. It was also time for the individual passengers to leave. Tang Zhen tidied his clothes, carried his bag on his back, and slowly advanced along the street that was tamped with yellow soil. Most of the residents on the roadside closed their doors with heavy bolts. Only the light and voices behind the windows indicated that there were people in the house. When they heard footsteps on the road, the people in the house would subconsciously lower their voices and then listen to the movements outside. It gave people the feeling that they were like a nest of rabbits, living very carefully. Tang Zhen's current appearance was like a foreigner who was busy making a living. He did not have the slightest appearance of a cultivator. This was the result he wanted. He wanted to return to his original state as much as possible and throw away anything related to gods. This was the only way he could shield himself from the enemy's detection and lock on, buying him more time to recuperate. As for the other benefit, it was that he could get rid of the divinity in his body, so that he would not become a cold and heartless stone. Tang Zhen felt his entire body relax the moment he made his decision. It was as if he had experienced the feeling of being a human again after going through countless reincarnations. Even though they were lowly, they had determination and faith in their hearts. They would use their entire lives and efforts to accomplish what a god could do with a single thought. As expected, life was a cultivation. After walking along the street for a while, they finally arrived at a lively place. This was a night market that was officially allowed to be opened. He found a noodle stall by the roadside and ordered a bowl of noodles covered in chopped vegetables. His stomach was rumbling with hunger after filling up. At this moment, Tang Zhen only had a mortal body and not the body of a god condensed from origin energy. He would feel hungry, tired, injured, and bleed in pain. After finishing a large bowl of noodles, Tang Zhen looked around and walked to a shop by the roadside. There were 4 people in the shop, playing with wooden cards under the oil lamp. After seeing Tang Zhen come in, a man with a short beard stood up to welcome him. "I want to buy a house. I can rent it too. Is there any suitable place?" Tang Zhen explained his purpose for coming. The short-bearded man nodded his head. At the same time, he secretly judged Tang Zhen's background. "What price do you want? What special requirements do you have, and do you have the corresponding proof on you?" The short-bearded man and Tang Zhen started to talk and quickly recommended a house that had been vacant for many years. After obtaining Tang Zhen's agreement, the short-bearded man led the way and headed straight for the house. The 3 people in the room were whispering to each other, saying that the short-bearded man was cunning enough to sell his haunted house to a foreigner. Tang Zhen was unaware of the discussions of those people. He merely looked at the house in front of him and nodded his head in satisfaction. The house was big enough, the yard was spacious enough, and there was a blacksmith shop in front. Even though there was yin qi hidden within and it was disadvantageous to ordinary people, it would not affect Tang Zhen at all. The short-bearded man tried to flatter Tang Zhen and wanted to complete the transaction. However, he didn't know that Tang Zhen had already seen through his tricks. This short-bearded man's thoughts were not right. Perhaps it would not be long before he would be imprisoned. Even if he didn't die, he would at least be skinned. It was definitely not a curse from Tang Zhen, but an accurate conclusion that was obtained by observing his expression. Setting up a fortune-telling stall on the street is not a bad idea. Maybe I can consider it. Tang Zhen involuntarily laughed involuntarily when he thought of this. He kept feeling that he was a little too relaxed. It felt like an immortal had descended to the world and was playing in the mortal world. In fact, he was seriously injured and was hiding from the enemy's pursuit. He did not dare to use his origin energy at all. After confirming the purchase of the house and giving the deposit to the short-bearded man, Tang Zhen received a bronze plate and a key. Weighing the official money in his hand, the short-bearded man didn't know if it was because he found his conscience or because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to receive the rest of the house payment tomorrow, so he specially reminded Tang Zhen. "If you hear any noise at night, it's best to ignore it. The city hasn't been very peaceful recently." "I know," Tang Zhen casually said. He nimbly twisted the copper lock and pushed open the dust-covered spider-knot wooden door. All he could see was darkness. The ground was covered in dust, and there seemed to be a shadow in the corner that disappeared in a flash. Other than being a little dirty, everything was fine. After closing the door, Tang Zhen found the oil lamp and found that there was still some lamp oil left inside. He found the fire sickle in his pocket and gently slid it, reigniting the dry lamp wick. A very small area was lit up, and something seemed to be carefully hiding in the dark corners. "There's too much dust. I think I should clean it up." As Tang Zhen spoke, he found a broom in the corner. Then, he took out a dagger and started to draw on the handle. "I've prepared a broom for you. Remember to clean the house tonight and don't make too much noise. If you don't, I'll throw you into the furnace and burn you to ashes." After Tang Zhen said this, he slowly walked towards the bedroom with a look of wanting to rest. After a long while, the room quieted down. A tall figure appeared in the dark corner and walked to the broom. After observing for a while, the black figure slowly reached out and placed his hand on the broom. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for it to come into contact with physical objects. It would only pass through. However, it was different this time. It actually grabbed the broom and lifted it up easily. The black shadow fell into silence. He turned to look at Tang Zhen in the bedroom and didn't move for a long time. Then, it picked up the broom and began to sweep the dust. This was its home, and it couldn't bear to see it become more and more dilapidated. Now that it had the conditions to clean, it naturally had to clean it well. Another reason was that it had a feeling that this outsider was not to be trifled with. If he didn't listen, he would really be driven out of the house and might even lose his life. 2850 The Life of a Mortal 1. The bell rang in the morning, shaking the sparse morning fog. The doors of thousands of households opened one after another. A new day had begun, and the city was bursting with vitality. Tang Zhen had a very comfortable sleep that night. It had been a long time since he had slept. Now that he had transformed into a mortal, he had the opportunity to experience this feeling again. Tang Zhen stretched his lazy waist, turned over, and got off the bed. After which, he sized up his surroundings. Not bad, the house is very clean. Tang Zhen used a praising tone as he spoke. After which, he looked at the corner of the room. There was a faint black figure there. That black figure bowed and greeted when he saw Tang Zhen looking at him. After which, he quietly disappeared. There was a broom at the door, and it was placed in an upright position, just like the other tools. There had been a musty smell in the room, but it had now disappeared. It turned out that the window had been opened a little, and a breeze was blowing in. The weeds in the courtyard were also cleaned up, and not a single spot was left out. This made Tang Zhen very satisfied. He considered whether he should promote the other party to a servant and make him responsible for the daily cleaning and washing. Although it had once been the owner of this house, that was in the past. The current owner was itself, and it had the right to decide whether the other party stayed or left. It wasn't that they couldn't stay, but they had to do some work. He didn't keep idle people here. After pushing open the door, a cool breeze blew over, making people feel relaxed and happy. The surrounding neighbors widened their eyes as they stared blankly at Tang Zhen, who was standing at the door. Their expressions carried a shock that was not concealed at all. Since when did this haunted house have a new owner? Good morning, everyone. Tang Zhen greeted him and slowly walked to the opposite side of the street. There was also a noodle stall there. The fragrance filled the streets, causing Tang Zhen to swallow his saliva. This was because his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. This mortal body had a really good digestive ability, and he would feel hungry from time to time. The desire for food was also a form of enjoyment. Tang Zhen let nature take its course and had a good taste of the delicacies of the human world. A bowl of fine noodles with deep-fried sauce, sprinkled with a handful of spicy sauce, made people sweat all over. The noodle stall owner looked at Tang Zhen and curiously asked a few questions. After learning that he had just bought the house opposite, his expression became a little strange. Tang Zhen smiled but didn't say anything. Of course, he knew what his neighbors were thinking. They thought that he had been tricked into buying a haunted house. How could he have known that this was a buy one free one? He had gotten a servant to sweep the floor for free. Just as they were eating, the short-bearded man rushed over and happened to see Tang Zhen eating. He was overjoyed and immediately took out a transaction contract, ready to complete the next transaction. Tang Zhen didn't dawdle as he signed and handed over the rest of the house payment to the other party. When the short-bearded man was about to leave, Tang Zhen suddenly stopped him and said in a faint tone, "If you meet a beggar on the road, give him some charity. If you have nothing to do, don't go home early. This way, you can avoid disaster." "Are you crazy?" the short-bearded man coldly snorted. He didn't put these words in his heart at all. Instead, he ridiculed Tang Zhen for being brainless. In a few days, he would probably be crying in regret. On the way back, the short-bearded man kicked away any beggar he came across in disgust. After he returned to the shop, the short-bearded man kept feeling uneasy. Tang Zhen's words kept flashing in his mind. Unable to suppress the doubts in his heart, the short-bearded man returned home, but did not expect to directly see his wife committing adultery with a friend. The short-bearded man was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He picked up the door bolt and smashed it. Soon, the two of them fell into a pool of blood. Seeing that a murder had been committed, the short-bearded man was terrified and quickly fled the scene. However, because she was in a hurry, she didn't notice that her clothes were stained with a large blood stain. Originally, there were fewer people in the morning, so there was a chance to escape. However, the short-bearded man was unlucky to have met the beggar he had kicked away. The beggar saw that he was in a hurry with a murderous look and a large patch of fresh blood on his body, and immediately became suspicious. Coincidentally, a martial artist was passing by. The beggar immediately reported the discovery and pointed out the identity of the short-bearded man. When the martial artist on patrol received the report, he immediately honked his horn and chased after the man. Soon, he caught the short-bearded man. Because of the beggar's report, the short-bearded man was caught and probably would not escape death. If he had been willing to give alms back then, he might have been able to escape this calamity. However, he had not done so. It didn't take long for this matter to spread and become a hot topic of conversation among the people in the city. The words that Tang Zhen had once said were remembered by the neighbors. All of them could not help but click their tongues in wonder. As for Tang Zhen himself, he didn't care at all. He was just giving a casual reminder and didn't care about the result. In fact, even if he explained it clearly, would the short-bearded man really believe him? Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Tang Zhen merely wanted to test how powerful the ordinary divination technique was. The results had already proven that the divination techniques of mortals were indeed not weak. They could determine life and death with a single word, and could even see the trend of a country's fate. This matter was just done casually. It could be said that he had forgotten it after and did not let go of his heart at all. After going around the streets and buying some firewood, rice, oil, and salt, the days passed. At the same time, brush, ink, paper, inkstone, as well as other things used by scholars, were continuously sent into the blacksmith shop. Seeing people coming in and out, the neighbor looked on coldly, wondering how long this new foreigner could stay. In fact, in their hearts, they also hoped that Tang Zhen would be able to stay a little longer. That would prove that the blacksmith shop had already recovered its peace. At night, when they were resting, they could sleep more soundly. After closing the door, the small courtyard became a world of its own. Tang Zhen opened the original owner's wardrobe, took out a set of half-new and not-so-old clothes from inside, and placed it on the table. Then, he dipped the brush in ink and wrote down lines of runes under his clothes, which looked mysterious and strange. After writing the clothes, he wrote pants and shoes, as well as a pair of animal skin gloves. After he finished writing, Tang Zhen threw the writing brush to the side and turned his head to look at the corner. "I've already prepared your clothes for you. After you put them on, start a fire and forge for me. It's a pity that this blacksmith shop is abandoned, it's better to continue operating. If you don't want to do it, then get the hell out of here. This is no longer your home." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he slowly walked into the small courtyard and lay down on a chair. The tall figure hiding in the corner slowly walked to the table and tried to grab the clothes. Soon, these clothes were put on, and a tall figure appeared in the house, floating around as if he had no weight. After a moment of silence, it bowed to Tang Zhen and impatiently walked to the furnace. As the fire sickle struck, the charcoal in the furnace was ignited, and smoke rose from the long silent chimney again. He threw the iron ingot into the furnace and waited for it to burn red. Then, the tall figure waved the iron hammer and continued to knock it. Hearing the sound of iron being struck, the neighbors were stunned and their bodies began to tremble. They were very familiar with this sound. Back when the blacksmith was still alive, he would knock like this every day. The blacksmithing that was already known as the haunted house was once again filled with the sound of iron being struck. Anyone would feel that something was wrong. The neighbors were all secretly guessing whether they would see Tang Zhen's body tomorrow morning. Who would have thought that the blacksmith shop, which had been closed for a long time, would suddenly open for business the next morning? On the old weapon rack, there were many long swords and sabers that glinted coldly. They were obviously new products that had just been forged. Tang Zhen sat in the shop and looked at the neighbors who were sticking their heads out. A harmless smile hung on his face. 2851 There's a ghost in the blacksmith shop. Oh, this blacksmith shop is open for business again. A group of martial artists who were patrolling the streets passed by and were surprised to see the blacksmith shop. Especially the captain, who was looking around the shop seriously, with a flash of doubt in his eyes. When the blacksmith here had died mysteriously, he had once followed to investigate the scene. Counting the time, it had been less than 3 years. Soon after, there were rumors that the place was haunted. There were indeed sounds at night, and a thief swore that he had seen the blacksmith's vengeful spirit. He made it sound like it was real, but it also caused a panic, making it impossible to rent out the house. When they passed by this place on normal days, they would be terrified and would not stay for long. He did not expect that there would be someone living in this haunted house, and it looked like he was going back to his old business. Due to the limitations of his duty, he naturally had to question him. "Young man, are you the owner of this shop?" The captain sized up Tang Zhen with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. He wanted to see if there was any problem with him. In the end, he discovered that Tang Zhen's face was indifferent. He did not have the slightest bit of timidity that an ordinary person would have when facing a martial artist. Instead, he faintly exuded a trace of special temperament. This young man was probably not simple. The captain was about to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." A few more questions, but at this moment, the sound of iron being struck came from inside the shop. The captain looked around and saw a tall figure waving an iron hammer in the dark room. The captain was suspicious. This person's back seemed familiar, but why did it feel so strange? When he took a closer look, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly retracted his gaze. "It's all right, you can go back to your work." The captain didn't want to cause trouble, so he simply asked a few questions and led his men forward. After walking for a distance, the captain heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" The subordinate noticed the abnormality and asked curiously. "It's nothing, it's just too hot," the captain said casually, but his eyes were a little dazed. When his subordinate heard this, he looked at the sky in confusion. The sun had just risen. The captain came back to his senses. After hesitating for a moment, he reminded his subordinate, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you have nothing to do, don't provoke that blacksmith shop." Hearing the captain's inexplicable warning, his subordinates looked confused, but they still nodded. They weren't rookies and knew that some people couldn't be provoked. However, when they recalled the boss of the blacksmith shop, there really wasn't anything special about him. "Boss, just tell me, what's going on?" "Yes, you can explain clearly so that we can be prepared." The subordinate couldn't help but ask. The captain frowned and looked at his men. He took a deep breath and said, "You really want to know?" After getting a definite answer, the captain looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "Don't be afraid. When I was talking to the boss, I saw the blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop. Looking at the height, body shape, and clothes, it's clearly the dead blacksmith. It's definitely not anyone else." Everyone's expression changed at the same time. How could a dead blacksmith come back to life? Ayo, what the hell, this is a ghost. As this thought flashed through their minds, coupled with the rumors from the past, cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. "That, boss, did you see wrong?" Hearing his subordinate's question, the captain sneered and said in a calm tone, "It's not like you don't know how sharp my eyes are. Even after 8 to 10 years, I can still recognize each other from the back. If I say that it's a dead blacksmith, then there's definitely no problem. Besides, I haven't even said the biggest evidence yet." At this point, the captain's mouth twitched and he continued in a gloomy tone, "Not only does that figure look exactly like the blacksmith, but his feet don't touch the ground, and there's no head above his neck." CCC. Hearing the captain's words, everyone gasped and subconsciously looked at the blacksmith shop in the distance. For some reason, the originally ordinary blacksmith shop now looked gloomy. "Captain, what should we do?" one of his men asked in a trembling voice. He was a survivor of the catastrophe and was extremely afraid of ghosts and gods. After listening to the captain's story and thinking about walking past the blacksmith shop every day, he felt his whole body tremble. "What should we do?" "Just hide. Why else would I warn you?" At this point, the captain shook his head and said in a helpless tone, "This isn't a solution. If it really doesn't work, then we'll spend money to buy an amulet and report this matter to the Discipline Commission. If my eyes are really playing tricks on me, that would be great. But if it's true, I'd rather not do this job than stay on this street." The group of martial artists who were patrolling the streets gradually walked further and further away. The blacksmith shop was still in business, but not a single item had been sold. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. He only slowly read the book and would occasionally write a few lines. After the neighbors who were secretly observing confirmed that there was no problem, they slowly put down their hanging hearts. As for the sound of forging in the blacksmith shop, it should be from a new employee. After all, there was more than one blacksmith in the world. Perhaps the other party's purpose in buying the haunted house was just to open a new blacksmith shop and save a lot of time. With this thought in mind, his original fear was reduced a lot. It seemed that he was indeed paranoid. Could there be ghosts in broad daylight? What they didn't know was that there was indeed a ghost forging in the blacksmith shop. When the sun was setting and the drums were heard from the city gate, Tang Zhen slowly closed the door of the shop. Beside the red stove, a figure stood quietly, like a set of clothes being hung up. "Come, let's have a drink." Tang Zhen opened the wine and dishes that he had bought. There was smoked fish and cured meat, some salt water boiled beans, and a jar of slightly turbid old wine. The figure by the fire heard him and hesitated for a few seconds before slowly walking to the table. "Sit." Tang Zhen opened the wine jar and poured himself a bowl of old wine before filling the empty bowl opposite him. The empty clothes swayed as he sat on the chair and seemed to be staring at Tang Zhen. If the neighbors were to see this, they would definitely be shocked and terrified, convinced that the blacksmith shop was really haunted. Although you're a spirit, you can absorb life force, incense, and wine. This way of absorbing energy was actually a special way of replenishing energy, transforming it, and absorbing it. Even if a ghost didn't eat, they would still starve to death. As for why it couldn't absorb world energy, that was because spirit bodies were born from will and belonged to a type of yin energy, so its state was extremely unstable. In this special state, if you want to absorb the energy of heaven and earth like a cultivator, you're just courting death. Tang Zhen ignored the blacksmith opposite him and only muttered to himself. The content of his words seemed to be somewhat inexplicable. However, the clothes that were floating in the air in front of him began to tremble gently. It seemed to be excited because of Tang Zhen's words. Tang Zhen acted as if he didn't see it. He drank the aged wine and continued to casually say, "The cultivation of the ghostly arts is difficult, but it's not impossible to find other ways, such as changing one's own form or simply placing one's body on an object to cultivate. I have a set of incantations here, you better remember it well. It'll be your salary for hiring you to forge and cook, Yingluo." Perhaps it was because the Great Tao was the simplest, but the incantation was only 100 words long, and he finished reciting it in the blink of an eye. "I'm drunk, go to sleep." After drinking 3 bowls of wine, Tang Zhen wobbly got up and returned to his bedroom to sleep. Sleeping right after eating and drinking to his heart's content, such a relaxed life was simply incomparably pleasant. The figure at the table was silent for a long time. Then, he stood up and knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in front of Tang Zhen's bedroom. 2852 Have fun in it. 1. The following days passed by peacefully. Just like his neighbors, he opened his shop in the morning and rested at night, living a carefree life. From time to time, he would drink a pot of wine, and after he was slightly tipsy, he would lie on the bed and sleep. No one knew that this young man who always had a smile on his face was actually a powerful god from another world. No one would know that the shop owner, who had a lazy expression on his face while walking, sitting, and sleeping, was repairing a magical and special mental world every second. The sound of metal being forged in the blacksmith's shop rang out every day, and the quality of the weapons forged became better and better. If a cultivator with knowledge saw this, he would find that these weapons had been tempered by yin fire and had a special magical effect. Although it wasn't too powerful, it was still far beyond ordinary weapons and could cause a certain amount of damage to the spirit. The key was that the price was not high, and it was definitely worth it. One day, a martial artist accidentally passed by the blacksmith shop and was attracted by a single saber. After haggling with Tang Zhen, he bought the knife and happily went back to prepare to show it off to his companions. After a while, the warrior reappeared, accompanied by several of his fierce-looking companions. When they arrived at the blacksmith shop, they took out a large amount of official money and asked for a batch of custom-made weapons. There was naturally no reason to reject business when it came to him. Tang Zhen accepted it with a smile. "You can come and pick up the goods in 10 days. After sending off the martial artists, Zhen Tang turned back to the smithing area and looked at the blacksmith who was working. The flames that came out of the furnace were absorbed by the blacksmith and then smashed onto the iron ingot with the hammer. Every strike was a cycle of cultivation. In the midst of the tinkling sounds, the blacksmith's body became more solid. I've received another business. The requirements are all on here. I'll pick up the goods in 10 days. Tang Zhen was like a real shop owner. He handed over the business and then leisurely poured a bowl of old wine. It doesn't taste right, it's sour. Tang Zhen softly sighed. He seemed to miss the good wine in his storage equipment. After which, he poured the wine in the bowl onto the stove. The wine condensed and didn't scatter. After it fell into the furnace, a large flame burst out. The blacksmith was caught off guard and suddenly sucked in a large ball of flames, his body instantly turning into a red human-shaped lantern. Its body trembled continuously as if it was suffering from intense pain. Wisps of flames kept scuttling out of its body. At this moment, the blacksmith looked as if he was already on fire, like a large torch. Looking at your current cultivation, you should be able to withstand even more intense training and not waste time. Of course, the choice is in your hands. If you can't handle it, then don't force yourself. The wine pot is just beside you, you can do as you see fit. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he returned outside. The iron hammer continued to strike, and the flames in his body were finally released. The blacksmith felt like he had just escaped death. The red piece of iron glowed with silver light after being struck, emitting a strange cold aura. It was originally an ordinary piece of metal, but now it had become a treasure of the cultivation world. It was simply a means of turning stone into gold. The blacksmith did not hesitate as he looked at Tang Zhen's back. He picked up the wine jar and took a sip. Then, he aimed it at the stove and directly sprayed it. Boom! In the dark blacksmith shop, there was a sudden flash of fire, followed by a steady knocking sound. This guy is quite interesting. Tang Zhen wobbled back to the front of the shop. However, he was secretly pondering in his heart. Should he add another servant? What was certain was that after the reputation of the blacksmith shop spread, the business would definitely get better and better. When the blacksmith was busy forging, who would cook, boil water, or clean the house? Ah, it seems that I have to go out of the city and find a servant. Tang Zhen shook his head. He stood up and closed the door of the store. After which, he walked out of the city in a neither hurried nor slow manner. As his own servant, he had to be able to explain everything, or else wouldn't he lose face. As for why they left the city, it was because the city was very clean, and only outside the city were there groups of wild ghosts. Tang Zhen's actions seemed strange, but it was just right. Since he wanted to hide himself and wash away his divinity, he naturally had to integrate into this boundless secular world. If he continued to practice hard and always looked at the mortal world with a transcendent sunshine, what was the difference between him and ordinary cultivators? During this process, Tang Zhen was still cultivating the secret technique of the Fate Island, allowing himself to slowly integrate with this world. If one were to observe carefully, one would discover that some of Tang Zhen's methods were extremely similar to Destiny's Child's. Under such circumstances, it would not be easy for the enemy to find him. Tang Zhen didn't care about recuperating to avoid disaster or increasing his strength. Instead, he chose to let nature take its course. With his cultivation level, he didn't need anyone to guide him in his cultivation. He knew that this was the best attitude for cultivation. As he walked to the city gate, he happened to see two men and a woman riding in on horses, exuding the aura of cultivators. From their clothes, it was obvious that they were from the government. On their waists hung a token that said, Discipline Commission, which was a very ordinary magic tool. Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't care about a few cultivators who could be killed with a breath. However, he needed to pay more attention to the identity he was currently acting. After all, he was currently raising ghosts as his servants, and these cultivators of the Discipline Commission were specifically in charge of handling such matters. Don't ever find me, Yingluo. Tang Zhen muttered to himself as he watched the three cultivators leave. His face was in deep thought. Otherwise, you'll all die a terrible death. After leaving the city gate, Tang Zhen followed a secluded path and headed straight for a dense forest. It didn't take long for a large area of broken buildings to appear. Under the swaying shadows of the trees, it exuded a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. We're here, this is the place. Tang Zhen looked at the large cluster of houses in front of him. He gently nodded and was about to step forward. Young man, where are you going? A voice was transmitted into Tang Zhen's ears. A woodcutter had appeared and shouted at Tang Zhen. Me, I'm going to that village. Tang Zhen pointed at the building in front as he spoke with a smile on the corner of his mouth. We can't go, we can't go. That place is the gate to hell. Who knows how many lives it has devoured over the years. The old woodsman's expression changed drastically as he warned Tang Zhen loudly. He was afraid that Tang Zhen would not listen to his advice. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Tang Zhen shook his head as if he didn't care, causing the old woodsman to sigh in anger. "Forget it, if you want to die, I can't stop you. This machete is a little special, so I'll give it to you. It might be able to protect your position." The old woodsman threw a knife to Tang Zhen, then shook his head and sighed as he slowly disappeared into the forest. "This old geezer is quite interesting." Tang Zhen looked at the hatchet in his hand. He extended his hand and shook it gently. Immediately, it turned into a paper-like weapon. "It's indeed useful, but I won't be able to use it. However, I'll remember this favor." Casually throwing away the paper machete, Tang Zhen unhurriedly walked toward the abandoned village in front of him. Not long after entering the abandoned village, the surrounding scenery became blurry, and a large road suddenly appeared in front of them. There were fields on both sides of the road, and pedestrians kept appearing. The day gradually turned into night. Under the trees at the end of the road, there were many stalls selling goods. When they saw Tang Zhen, they looked over at the same time and kept waving their hands to call him to buy. Tang Zhen completely ignored him as he continued to walk forward and arrived in front of an enormous ancient tree. A 3-story wooden building stood under the tree. It was located in the darkness formed by the canopy of the tree, and all kinds of lanterns were hung on it. As they got closer, they could hear the constant laughter of women. There were also men and women in disheveled clothes playing at the door. "Sir, you're here to find a girl you like, right? She's been waiting for you for so long that she can't wait." The old woman revealed a strange smile when she saw Tang Zhen and spoke in a coy voice. 2853 Demolishing the Ghost Lair. 1. In Tang Zhen's eyes, this rouge and powder red building, which was used for people to enjoy and pass time, was actually an extremely filthy and sinister ghost lair. Countless coffins were stacked on top of each other, and the materials used varied in quality, forming a strange 3-story building. On the top floor, there was a beautifully decorated coffin that overlooked everything. There were many coffins open below, and one could see the corpses inside sitting up or maintaining a half-climbed state. Withered vines hung from the twisted trees, and dried corpses were hanging from them. They looked ferocious and terrifying, but there was a strange smile on their lips, as if they had died in extreme pleasure. These hanging corpses were all strong men who had been bewitched and sucked dry of their essence after entering the ghost village. The women who were laughing and talking were actually skeletons that turned into evil spirits after their deaths. As for the madam in front of him, she was also a skeleton, wearing a rotten robe. It thought that Tang Zhen had been confused, but it didn't know that the illusion that it thought was high-end didn't have the slightest effect. Tang Zhen shook his head in the face of the old woman's question. He used an indifferent tone and said, "I'm not here to look for a lady. Are you looking for young master?" "No problem, we have some here too." "I'm not looking for young master either." "Then what are you looking for?" The old woman's expression changed slightly. Her voice was a little gloomy, and her eyes glowed slightly red. "I'm here to find trouble." Tang Zhen's voice had just faded when he directly kicked the old woman's body. "Murder." The old woman let out a strange cry and flew into the coffin behind her, turning into a pile of broken bones. Its skull rolled on the ground. Its black eye sockets emitted a green glow as it fiercely stared at Tang Zhen. "Bastard, I'm going to eat you." As soon as it finished speaking, ghostly wails and wolf howls were heard. At the same time, tree vines descended from the sky and wrapped around Tang Zhen. The bones in the coffins were all gritting their teeth, making a hailstorm-like creaking sound. This was a special method to disrupt people's minds and make it easier for their allies to attack. At the same time, many rats and venomous snakes crawled out of the coffins and tried to surround and devour Tang Zhen. As for the evil ghosts, they were flying around in the sky, letting out strange laughter and howls. "You still dare to be so arrogant?" Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He took the wine gourd from his waist, raised his head and took a sip. Before those monsters pounced at him, Tang Zhen spat out a mouthful of strong wine. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. There were 2 special finger pads on his fingers, with fire-starting runes engraved on them. There was no need to use magic power at all. The runes on the finger burst into flames due to friction, igniting the strong wine that was spurted out. The coffins were wrapped in flames and immediately made crackling sounds, burning like pine and cypress soaked in oil. The stench assailed their nostrils, making them want to vomit. Impossible. Hurry up and put out the fire. A voice came with a tone of shock. He didn't know which evil ghost it was. These coffins had been soaked in yin qi, so they didn't rot. In addition, they were piled up under the shade of the tree, so they were so wet that water could drip out. The emerald green moss was the best proof. Under normal circumstances, the coffin wouldn't have been able to ignite at all, much less burst into flames like it was now. Such a strange situation was sufficient to prove that Tang Zhen was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the coffin house was set on fire, and the rats and venomous insects that were residing in it fled in all directions. The skeletons in the coffins could not escape at all. They could only clench their teeth and let out a series of cracking sounds. However, even if he crushed his teeth, it was useless. In the end, he was still swallowed by the flames. As for the evil ghosts that were formed by the owners of the bones, they did not dare to take half a step forward because of their fear of the scorching flames. As the most violent energy, the flame could not only restrain living things, but also spirit evil ghosts filled with yin energy. When it came into contact with the raging flames, the evil spirit would retreat to avoid being burned to ashes. Owu! An angry roar was heard. The branches of the tree started to move, trying to put out the fire. But he didn't expect to be burned by the fire. Half of the tree crown was set on fire, and the raging flames soared into the sky. The fire grew stronger and stronger. This ghost's lair that made people tremble with fear had already been destroyed by Tang Zhen with a fire. It seemed very simple, but if it were any other cultivator, it would be impossible to do this. Only Tang Zhen would be able to burn down the ghost cave with a single fire. Only he would be able to remain completely unscathed while being surrounded by a group of ghosts. As the flames grew stronger, a figure suddenly jumped out from the coffin on the roof of the coffin. It was the Ghost King of the Ghost Village. It let out a strange shrill cry and pounced straight at Tang Zhen's position. The Ghost King was holding an ancient bronze sword in his hand as he stabbed it towards Tang Zhen's back. "We're finally out," Tang Zhen spoke in a faint tone. At the same time, he turned his body and extended his hand to point behind him. A dazzling golden light flashed from his hand. It was a mirror, with a greenish-white surface and covered with dense runes. The Ghost King that had sneaked an attack on Tang Zhen let out a strange cry of unwillingness before being sucked into the mirror like smoke. "Let's wrap up." Putting the mirror into his pocket, Tang Zhen no longer paid any attention to the burning coffin and the big tree as he walked back the way he came. He saw that the stalls under the big trees had long disappeared, and had become barren graves. The street they were on had become a path overgrown with weeds, and there were ancient tombs with collapsed tombstones on the side of the road. As for the abandoned village, it was actually a disguise for the cemetery. Once you entered the village, you would enter a special space. As Tang Zhen continued to advance forward, the space behind him rapidly collapsed. The despairing wails of evil ghosts continuously rang out. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Tang Zhen glanced at the forest beside him before he smiled and walked away. A person's head peeked out from behind the large tree. From his appearance and figure, it was Old Ghost who had advised Tang Zhen not to enter the village. It looked at the ghost village with a face full of shock. Looking at the billowing smoke that soared into the sky, how could it not know what had happened? How did the Ghost King's lair get destroyed all of a sudden? Old Ghost's expression became increasingly frightened as he recalled Tang Zhen, whom he had just met, and the paper and chopper that Tang Zhen had casually thrown away. "Fortunately, I dissuaded him and left a good impression on him. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him the moment we met." Just as he was rejoicing in his heart, he heard the sound of footsteps and quickly hid behind the tree. He carefully looked over and saw a few cultivators rushing over from a small path in the forest. After seeing the burning ghost village, they were also shocked, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. This ghost village had existed for many years and was controlled by a ghost king, who knew how many innocent lives had been taken. Many cultivators wanted to eradicate it, but they all failed. During this period, many cultivators even lost their lives. In the face of such a powerful ghost village, the cultivators were helpless and could only set up a bewildering array to prevent outsiders from entering. But even so, there were still a large number of unlucky people who entered the ghost village without knowing it. Such a terrifying ghost lair had been reduced to ruins for no reason. How could this not be shocking? The cultivators secretly guessed, where did this powerful cultivator come from? He destroyed this ghost village just because he saw injustice. However, he didn't know that the expert he admired was slowly walking toward the city gate with a relaxed expression. 2854 Ghost King Lu Qing 1. On the way back, Tang Zhen bought a jar of old wine and a few pounds of cooked beef before he leisurely returned home. The blacksmith was still striking the iron ingot, but his whole body was spurting fire, which looked very strange. Although the stove was burning, the temperature in the room was not high, and one could even feel a slight chill. Especially those newly forged weapons, which glowed with a cold light, as if they could freeze people. You rest for a while. I'll forge an item. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the blacksmith dodged to the side with a respectful expression. The heavy hammer was abnormally cold, a layer of frost covering its surface. In some places, it even seemed to have turned into jade. Tang Zhen held the iron hammer in his hand like a straw stick. At the same time, he picked up the iron ingot and continuously struck it. The flames in the furnace seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, constantly licking the iron ingot and wrapping it up. Clang clang clang. The sound of hammering continued, and the color of the iron ingot became whiter and whiter, and then began to turn golden. A special light gradually spread out. He stretched out his hand and beckoned to the side. A long knife fell into Tang Zhen's hand. He waved it like a writing brush and continuously carved on the long metal. Profound and ancient runes continuously appeared on the surface of the metal, and soon, the surface of the metal was full of runes. It's done. As Tang Zhen spoke, he took out the mirror in his pocket and threw it into the quenching pool at the side. Voila! There was a loud explosion in the pool, as if a pot had been opened. Then, a figure jumped out. I want you dead. The one who jumped out was the Ghost King. After it saw Tang Zhen, it immediately waved its sharp claws and pounced over. Still not being honest. Then I'll give you a taste of pain. Tang Zhen's voice had just fallen when the metal bar in front of him floated up and directly collided with the Ghost King. He was like a fish, constantly chasing after the Ghost King, making it feel a great sense of danger. Ah! A blood-curdling screech rang out as the metal strip was actually wrapped around the Ghost King's neck, tightly locking it together. The next moment, the runes on the iron ring flashed, and it burst into hot flames. The Ghost King was being burned to the point where it rolled on the ground. It wanted to escape but was unable to do so. It could only continuously curse Tang Zhen. In just a dozen seconds, the Ghost King began to wail and beg for mercy, begging Tang Zhen to let him go. The blacksmith was dumbfounded. They were both evil spirits, so he could naturally feel the power of the Ghost King. If he was a wild cat, the Ghost King would be a hungry tiger, able to bite him to death with a light bite. Such a terrifying existence was unable to withstand a single blow in front of Tang Zhen. He was able to subdue him with an iron ring that he casually forged. Looking at Tang Zhen's action of throwing the mirror, he should have already subdued the Ghost King and imprisoned it in the mirror. He had originally guessed that Tang Zhen was very powerful, but without a comparison, the blacksmith didn't have a clear concept. However, he was clear now that if Tang Zhen wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. However, why would such an expert tolerate his existence and even teach him cultivation techniques? Was it really like what he said, just for someone to forge a sword and clean the yard? Sir, please spare my life. The Ghost King's cry for mercy brought the blacksmith back to his senses, and he saw that the Ghost King was already kneeling on the ground. Even though the metal ring on his neck was constantly releasing flames, the Ghost King was still enduring the pain, not daring to make any more sounds. Tang Zhen nodded his head when he saw the Ghost King's expression. My initial plan was to burn you into a pile of ashes, as a way of getting rid of evil for the people. However, since you've begged so pitifully, I'll give you a chance to try and wash away all your sins. Tang Zhen's face was expressionless as he looked at the Ghost King whose body was trembling and spoke in an indifferent tone. Thank you for your mercy, sir. I'll do my best and follow your arrangements. The Ghost King's voice was hoarse, and it was impossible to tell his gender, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Well, in that case, from now on, you'll be in charge of cleaning and cooking. This is a blacksmith, he came here earlier than you. If you have any questions you can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen waved his hand and the metal ring on the Ghost King's neck instantly stopped spitting out flames. Tang Zhen ignored the Ghost King who knelt down and kowtowed. He returned to the shop in front and continued to open the door for business. The atmosphere in the blacksmith shop was a little heavy. The Ghost King was invisible and looked like a cloud of black mist, but it could transform into all kinds of forms. After Tang Zhen left, the Ghost King remained silent for a moment before slowly standing up. It looked at the blacksmith at the side, and after hesitating for a few seconds, it bowed to him. "Big brother, please take care of me." Fortunately, the blacksmith was a spirit body, otherwise, his hair would have stood up in fear. He quickly shook his head to show that there was no need to be so polite. This was a ghost king that could kill him with a single bite. He couldn't be careless. "You were a mute when you were alive?" the ghost king asked, and the blacksmith quickly nodded. "It doesn't matter. After you become a spirit body, all the things you lost when you were alive can be repaired. I'll teach you how to do it." This ghost king didn't have good intentions. Instead, he wanted to increase his understanding of Tang Zhen through the blacksmith. The ghost king explained the method, and the blacksmith followed it. Sure enough, he could speak his mind. "Thank you, xianxia." The blacksmith hesitated, not knowing how to address the ghost king. "You're welcome. You can call me Lu Qing. That way, we won't be distant." As Ghost King Lu Qing spoke, he quickly transformed into a tall and alluring beauty. The blacksmith's eyes widened. He had never seen such a perfect woman in his entire life. However, he quickly realized that the person in front of him was not an ordinary woman of the mortal world, but a terrifying ghost king. If she was angry, she could turn a city into a ghost town. After realizing this, the blacksmith quickly lowered his head and did not dare to look at the ghost king Lu Qing. PFF'd. Lu Qing smiled with a devastatingly beautiful look and asked the blacksmith, "Big guy, am I pretty?" The blacksmith didn't dare to raise his head and said in a muffled voice, "Beautiful. Not even fairies are as beautiful as you." "Then do you think master will be tempted when he sees me like this?" Lu Qing asked again. The blacksmith raised his head, looked at Lu Qing seriously, and shook his head firmly. "I won't." Hearing the blacksmith's answer, Lu Qing raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Then why don't you tell me?" The blacksmith was honest and straightforward, so he answered without any hesitation, "Master is very powerful, indescribably powerful. Even you are not his match. He's like a banished immortal, so he shouldn't be greedy for the beauty of the mortal world, let alone a mayfly like you." The blacksmith stopped talking as he saw a layer of black chi appearing on Lu Qing's face and his eyes turning green. Hehe, Yingluo. Seeing the blacksmith's appearance, the dark clouds on Lu Qing's face disappeared instantly, and his expression changed at an amazing speed. "Big guy, if I'm not mistaken, you were killed by someone, right?" The blacksmith was stunned for a moment, then he said in a cold tone, "Yes, I was poisoned to death. They stole my family's ancestral treasure. Do you want to take revenge?" "I want to take revenge, but I don't have the chance." "I'll help you take revenge, but you have to listen to me in the future." "What do you think?" "I'll listen to you, but you have to listen to Master, so I'll still listen to Master directly." "Hehe, you're not stupid. I'm silly, but I know that Master is more powerful than you." Lu Qing was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He had wanted to deal with this iron dummy, but he didn't expect him to be so stubborn. She still didn't dare to be presumptuous in case she angered Tang Zhen and was burned by that terrifying fire again. Touching the iron ring on his neck, Lu Qing had a faint feeling that the fire might only be the lightest punishment. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. He wondered who exactly Tang Zhen was. He would actually live in such a dilapidated blacksmith shop and raise a stupid and cowardly ghost. Could this be the cultivation of an expert, the legendary experience of the mortal world, hidden in the city? Just as she was letting her imagination run wild in her heart, she heard Tang Zhen's voice faintly coming from the shop in front. "It's almost time. Go and prepare to cook." "Ah, I'll do it immediately." The mighty ghost king Lu Qing, a terrifying existence that struck fear into the hearts of countless cultivators, was now surrounding a stove and busily working. 2855 The cultivators who were scared out of their wits won. As night fell, the Qian family closed their doors. The blacksmith shop had not sold a single item after a day of business, so it closed early. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. What he sold were the best and most high-end products. 3 years without business, 3 years of income after opening. When he returned to the backyard, he saw that the food was already on the table, and a pot of old wine was placed beside it. Not bad, it seems that bringing a servant back was a wise decision. Hearing Tang Zhen's sigh, Lu Qing was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. "So you burned down my lair and tortured me just to find a servant? If you had told me earlier, I would have definitely found a large group of servants for you, and I guarantee that you wouldn't have found any faults." He only thought of these words in his heart and definitely did not dare to say them out loud. Otherwise, if Tang Zhen released another ball of intense fire, it was likely that there would be an additional roast meat on the dining table tonight. After simply washing his hands, Tang Zhen sat upright on the stool, as if he was a landlord. "Master, please enjoy your meal." Lu Qing served him obediently by the side, pouring wine and taking food attentively, not daring to be the least bit negligent. He looked like he was being bullied. Where was the demeanor of a ghost king? The blacksmith was still busy. He was seriously carving runes on the weapon according to Tang Zhen's work. He was obsessed with blacksmithing, and he was so happy that he didn't have the mood to care about anything else. The blacksmith accidentally discovered that Professor Tang Zhen's things were extraordinary. The more he pondered, the more profound it became. How would he know that it was impossible to estimate the value of the knowledge Tang Zhen had imparted to him? Lu Qing was aware of it, but he did not dare to investigate further. He only knew that the blacksmith's cultivation method was very mysterious, as if it was specially tailored for him by an expert. The expert who imparted the cultivation method was naturally Tang Zhen. How could the other experts pay attention to that silly fellow? Silly people have silly luck, what a lucky guy, hee. Lu Qing muttered to himself in his heart. At the same time, he secretly observed Tang Zhen. No one knew what he was thinking in his mind. The dishes are too salty. Be careful next time. After Tang Zhen finished eating, he spoke in a faint tone before slowly returning to his bedroom. He still had to continue cultivating and erase the origin energy that was entrenched in his mind. Then, he would digest the spoils of war he had obtained. The moment he thought of the enemy's losses, Tang Zhen's mood brightened. The divine General Yu who had plotted against him was probably going crazy from anger. This was because they had suffered heavy losses this time. Not only did they lose the Sea Kingdom's feudal lord, but they had also greatly reduced the strength of Divine General Whirlpool. It would take hundreds of years for him to recover. This was just the beginning. There were still many days ahead, and he could slowly settle the scores. Lu Qing watched Tang Zhen leave and heaved a sigh of relief. This was because she had suddenly felt an indescribable pressure just now. It was as if a mayfly was facing the heavens and the gods. "Yes, master, I'll be more careful next time." "Yes," Lu Qing replied obediently, but he was secretly thinking whether he should capture a chef. An old ghost who knew how to cook was fine as well. He could get the other party to teach him how to cook to please this terrifying master. To be able to cook this meal, it had already taken a lot of effort, and it had almost driven Lu Qing crazy. She felt like she was going to go crazy when she thought about doing it every day in the future. Wouldn't that be dark? He turned to look at the blacksmith and felt a trace of envy in his heart. This iron dummy was not worried about his situation at all. "What poison? I think you're just a stupid Yingluo." Lu Qing muttered to himself and began to clean up the table. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The closing drum had already been beaten, and most of the people had already gone to bed. Who was the one who was so annoying? Tang Zhen definitely wouldn't open the door. The big guy didn't even have a body, so Ghost King Lu Qing had to deal with him personally. "You're so annoying." Cursing in his heart, Lu Qing walked to the door and opened the door to the front yard. There were 5 people standing outside the door, 2 martial artists patrolling the streets and 3 men and women dressed as cultivators. The plate of the Discipline Commission was tied to their belts, and it looked very conspicuous. "What are you knocking for? What are you 5 trying to do?" Lu Qing shouted angrily. She really didn't care about a few cultivators from the Department of Discipline. "You're so silly." Seeing Lu Qing open the door, the 5 people outside the door were stunned at the same time. They were all shocked by her beauty. Such a beauty would never appear in public. She would either be kept in the palace or hidden by the rich. Once it was known to the world, it was easy to cause twists and turns and disasters. This was the so-called femme fatale. A house suspected of being haunted actually had such a peerless beauty hidden inside. This in itself was a problem. If you have something to say, then say it. I'm not in the mood to waste my time with you. Lu Qing was so aggressive that the martial artists patrolling the street didn't dare to speak, but he had angered 3 cultivators of the Discipline Commission. Impudent. They didn't care who Lu Qing was. They just felt that there was something wrong with him. They had to find out the specific reason. There was an 80–90% chance that it was related to ghosts. Seeing the 3 Discipline Commission cultivators getting angry, Lu Qing raised his eyebrows and his eyes became cold. "Little guy, you're quite bold to shout at this old lady. Believe it or not, I'll strip you naked and throw you into the nest of those poisonous insects, letting them gnaw your flesh piece by piece. Lu Qing spoke in a casual tone, but the content made one's hair stand on end. Her pretty face was filled with killing intent. Boundless ghostly chi enveloped the entire street. A layer of white frost actually covered the ground as the gray fog spread. The pressure that belonged to the Ghost King was revealed at this moment. The three cultivators from the Discipline Commission felt their hair stand on end. They knew that Lu Qing was not trying to scare them. If he angered her, he was afraid that she would really be thrown into a nest of poisonous insects and be gnawed until only a pile of bones were left. An ordinary person would not be able to do this, but an evil path master could do it as easily as drinking water. They wanted to escape from the blacksmith shop, but they found that their bodies were confined by an invisible force, and they could not move at all. The cold sweat on his forehead kept rolling down, and his heart was in his throat. On the contrary, the two martial artists who were patrolling the street didn't have such a big reaction. They immediately realized that something was wrong after seeing the three cultivators. Oh no, I really stepped on a mine. He had originally thought that after reporting the abnormality in the blacksmith shop, it would have nothing to do with him. He had not expected that the cultivators of the Discipline Commission would let him be in charge of leading the way. The captain immediately regretted it, but he could only brace himself and lead the three cultivators to the blacksmith shop. Seeing a fairy-like beauty open the door, the captain was first shocked and intoxicated, then he felt a fear that came from his bones. He now dared to swear on his head that there was definitely something wrong with this blacksmith shop. Otherwise, how could he explain the headless ghost he had just seen a while ago, and the appearance of a great beauty tonight? He patrolled this street, so if there was a beauty of this level, how could he not know? The image of the smiling shop owner appeared in front of his eyes. The captain trembled all over, and the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. At the same time, he made up his mind that if there was nothing to do in the future, he would definitely not take the initiative to seek death. Beautiful Xianxia, the captain looked at Lu Qing and spoke carefully, trying to resolve the crisis in front of him. Who are you calling? Lu Qing turned his gaze and glanced at the captain, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Although her posture was extremely beautiful, it made the captain feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and he almost cried out, "That great Aunt Xuanji!" The captain shouted subconsciously. His legs were shaking and he almost knelt on the ground. At least you're sensible. Tell me, what's the matter? Lu Qing's attitude softened a little and he said in a light tone. The captain immediately replied, "We're just doing some routine work. We don't want to disturb you. Please be magnanimous and don't blame us. If there's nothing else, we'll leave now. I promise we won't disturb you again." He had no choice but to lower his head. The captain only wanted to leave the blacksmith shop as soon as possible. Lu Qing looked the captain up and down, which made his scalp numb and he almost knelt down on the spot. "All right, hurry up and get lost. Don't provoke this old lady again." Lu Qing waved his hand, turned around, and went back into the house. He closed the door with a bang. 2856 The chaotic world of cultivation. 1 After being driven away by Lu Qing, no one else dared to come and disturb him, including the three cultivators of the Discipline Commission. They were well aware of their own abilities and knew that they were no match for Lu Qing, so they simply stayed far away. At the same time, he reported the news to higher-ranked cultivators and asked them to handle the matter. It was okay if they couldn't win, but they couldn't hide it or it would be a serious dereliction of duty. The analysis of Lu Qing's identity had come to a conclusion. There was too much evidence that showed that she was most likely the Ghost King of the ghost village outside the city, which had once made a large number of cultivators avoid her like the plague. The destruction of the ghost village outside the city and the appearance of the Ghost King in the city seemed to be expected. However, to the cultivators of the Discipline Commission, this was like a bolt from the blue and could be considered a major crisis. A Ghost King powerhouse was actually hiding in the city. This in itself was a shocking matter. It was like a super bomb placed on a stove, ready to ignite and explode at any time. If he angered Lu Qing, then he could kill all the residents of the city overnight. The more dangerous the situation was, the more careful he had to be. The most puzzling thing was, why was such a powerful Ghost King dressed like a servant? Who was she working as a servant for? Could it be that smiling, seemingly harmless young boss? However, no matter how he looked at it, the other party was just an ordinary mortal and did not pose any threat at all. In addition to the constant hammering sounds, the blacksmith shop was even more mysterious. In the eyes of some special people, it was like a ghost cave hidden in the city. In the city lord's mansion, the 3 discipline commission cultivators gathered together, waiting for a reply from the headquarters, their expressions slightly anxious. The news had already been reported a few days ago, and it was marked as a disaster level. Why had there been no news until now? The 3 discipline commission cultivators were anxious and angry, but they had no choice. They could only brace themselves and wait silently. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on a jade mirror in the hall. There's news. The 3 cultivators jumped up and gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, waiting for the news from the headquarters. The ripples on the surface of the mirror disappeared, and a cold-faced man wearing a tall crown appeared in the mirror. Greetings, Hall Master. After seeing the man in the mirror, the 3 cultivators were slightly stunned. They didn't expect it to be their immediate superior. However, on second thought, what they reported was a disaster-level information, so it was reasonable for their superiors to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. And review it. I've seen the information you've reported. It's truly shocking. Why would a ghost king appear in the city, and he's even a servant? The cold-faced man was the first to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A question, and it just so happened that the 3 discipline commission cultivators also wanted to know the answer to his question. I'm sorry, Hall Master. We're not very clear. However, during this time, we investigated the boss of the blacksmith shop. His name is Ronald, and his identity card shows that he is from Good Afternoon City. We'll contact the branch in Anwu City and get the household registration information to prove that such a person does exist, but his whereabouts are unknown. Hearing this, the cold-faced clan leader shook his head and denied his subordinates' words. The household registration doesn't mean anything. Many Yaomo can disguise themselves as humans, without using special means, they can't be detected at all. The owner of that smithy is either a demon more powerful than the Ghost King, or a puppet or a subordinate. After hearing the Hall Master's words, the 3 cultivators looked at each other, clearly not confident. We've asked around about this shop owner. It's said that when he bought this blacksmith shop, something happened. The blacksmith shop was originally rented to a blacksmith, but after the blacksmith was poisoned to death, there were rumors that it was haunted. It was for this reason that the houses could not be rented out, and everyone avoided them like the plague. The dealer in charge of selling the house, knowing that it was haunted, sold the house to the shop owner. It was said that when the contract was signed, the shop owner had told the tooth merchant not to go home early if he met a beggar giving alms. As a result, the teeth dealer came home early and found out about his wife's affair. After killing him, he was reported by the beggar he had once humiliated. Now, he has swallowed poisoned wine and died. After hearing the 3 cultivators' explanation, the Hall Master nodded. Although this matter couldn't prove anything, he still had to be vigilant. Who knew if this was a coincidence or if the shop owner was taking revenge on purpose? This matter has already exceeded the scope of your abilities. Headquarters has decided to send reinforcements to take charge of this matter. Your mission is to provide support. Do not act rashly. The 3 cultivators nodded at the same time. They knew their own limits and would not dare to disobey. When the call was about to end, a cultivator couldn't help but ask, Hall Master, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Why you're so late to reply? Hearing his subordinate's question, the Hall Master's expression became colder and colder. He reprimanded in a low voice, don't ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About things that you shouldn't know. Do you want me to tell you the rules? Yes, this subordinate knows his mistake. The cultivator quickly apologized. At the same time, he muttered to himself that this matter was the headquarters' problem. He still didn't dare to argue. After all, a higher rank could crush a higher rank. When he met an unreasonable superior, he could only suppress his vexation. Seeing the indignant look on his subordinate's face, the Hall Master shook his head inwardly. He knew that the headquarters was in the wrong. If he didn't explain, it would definitely cause resentment to accumulate in his subordinates' hearts, which would then cause them to be unable to put in any effort. After a few moments of silence, the Hall Master said in a light tone, I didn't reply to your message in time. It involves a big matter, and you shouldn't know about it. However, since you've mentioned it, and this matter will be announced sooner or later, it's fine to let you know in advance. Not long ago, the major sects had discovered a special world. Due to the massive object inside, it was called the ancient god continent. There were countless treasures there, and all the major sects fought for them, all of them having rich harvests. In the ruins of the megacity, a strange temple was discovered, followed by a war between gods. The means of the gods were extremely terrifying. 3/4 of the cultivators were killed by the shockwaves, and only 1/4 managed to escape. This was definitely a catastrophe, causing all the major sects to suffer a serious blow. It would probably take a long time for them to recover. However, they didn't expect that the evil cultivators would take advantage of the situation. They started to attack the sects that were severely damaged, trying to take the treasures from the ancient god continent. In a short period of time, many sects were attacked, causing the entire cultivation world to be in chaos. After our investigation, we discovered that for some unknown reason, the evil and heretical paths have been gathered together by a mysterious force. It was as if they had gone mad. While they attacked the major sects, they wouldn't even let off ordinary people. It just so happened that at this time, something major happened, making the already chaotic situation worse. It turned out that the ascended ancestors of the 8 great sects had all suddenly issued a decree, claiming that the catastrophe was coming and that they had to be on high alert. It was for this reason that there was a delay in replying to messages. You must know that in the current cultivation world, catastrophe-level events keep appearing, and it's impossible to deal with them. After hearing the Hall Master's explanation, the 3 cultivators were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the cultivation world would be in such a mess in the short time they had left. 2857 The martial artist blinded by greed won back on ancient god continent. The Sea Kingdom's feudal lord had done it casually, but it had left endless hidden dangers for the cultivation world in this world. The righteous sects suffered heavy losses, while the evil sects were growing stronger and weaker, and began to take the opportunity to suppress the righteous sects. Because of the support of the mastermind behind the scenes, the heretics were arrogant and their strength increased rapidly. They disturbed the storms of the world and seemed to have the momentum to defeat the orthodox sects and unify the whole world. The ascended cultivators of the orthodox sects all issued warnings that the catastrophe had arrived. As for the source of the catastrophe, there was no indication at all, which was the most depressing thing. The cultivation world was in chaos, with constant fighting all day long. All the major sects were in danger. The depressed cultivator didn't know that the god who had created this crisis had already been cut in half. Similarly, no one knew that the person who had caused the catastrophe had already been targeted by the Discipline Commission. The Ministry of Discipline protected the safety of the human world and supervised the cultivation world at the same time. With such a major incident happening, they naturally had to bear the brunt of it and stand up to defend it. Because of the turmoil in the cultivation world, even if a suspected ghost king appeared, it would be delayed for a long time before it was dealt with. The purpose of sending cultivators was not to kill the ghost king, but to try to intimidate and negotiate with it. Killing a ghost king was definitely not that simple. He had to make sufficient preparations and maintain an absolute suppression in terms of strength. Only then would he have a chance of winning. The current Department of Discipline could not do this at all, so they could only think of a way to stabilize Lu Qing and wait for the future. Lu Qing didn't know that the Discipline Inspection Department, which she had placed high hopes on, would act so cowardly. She had deliberately intimidated the young cultivator from the Discipline Commission and revealed her identity in a half-concealed manner. Her goal was to attract the other party's attention. Originally, he had hoped to use the Discipline Commission to send experts to attack the blacksmith shop and take the opportunity to escape from Tang Zhen's control. However, looking at the current situation, this plan was probably going to be completely ruined. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. In front of the blacksmith shop, a few martial artists appeared as promised, ready to retrieve their custom-made weapons. The weapons have been forged. Do you like them? As Tang spoke, he took out a bundle of weapons and placed it on the counter. A few martial artists focused their attention on the weapon. They saw that the weapon's entire body was shimmering with a cold light, and its surface was covered with dense runes. He was like a flowing moonlight, exuding a chilling aura under the sunlight. One could tell at a glance that he was extraordinary. This xianxia is a custom-made weapon. The martial artists looked at the weapons on the counter in shock, their faces full of disbelief. They had seen their companion's weapon earlier and felt that it was of excellent quality and special, so they took the initiative to order it. Although he was looking forward to it, he didn't expect too much. However, when he saw the weapon, he was extremely surprised and immediately felt that it was worth it. When gold and rotten wood were placed together, there was no need to compare at all. Anyone would know which was good and which was bad. That's right. These are the weapons that everyone has ordered. If you're satisfied with them, you can pay for them at any time. Don't worry, I'll try first. One of the martial artists was doubtful. As he spoke, he grabbed a long saber and then went to the empty space in the middle of the street and began to wave it. Everyone saw a cold light flow, and the body of the saber-wielding martial artist became faintly discernible. So magical, xianxia. The few martial artists looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and astonishment. They did not expect this weapon to have such a miraculous effect. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he heard a soft sound. Then, he saw a cold light sweep out from the snow-white saber. A large rock by the side of the road was directly split into two by this cold light. When the onlookers saw this, they gasped. This was because this was a pure saber ray. Martial arts experts could do it, but their companions definitely couldn't, which could only mean that there was a problem with the weapons. We've earned big. This is a divine weapon. The cultivators screamed in their hearts, as if they had picked up a treasure. They quickly turned around and picked up their own weapons. They looked nervous and held their weapons tightly in their hands, afraid that someone would snatch them away. Now that the weapon was in his hand, he could feel a special feeling, as if they were connected by blood. After experiencing this special feeling, the martial artists were even more certain that these weapons were not ordinary. Ha ha ha, that's great. The martial artist who was practicing his weapon on the street laughed without any scruple and then rushed to the front of the shop. Boss, how many weapons do you have left? I want them all. He looked like a rich man who didn't lack money, but in fact, he had dirty thoughts. I'm sorry, but I'm not selling. Tang Zhen had a smile on his face as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Why? The martial artist was stunned for a moment, then asked with a sullen face, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. One person can only order one piece, and I have to be there in person. I have to see it before I can decide whether to accept the order. Tang Zhen's smile did not change as he explained to that martial artist. It was as though he did not see the other party's eyes at all. There's money but you don't want to earn it. Is there something wrong with your brain? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? The martial artist's tone was unfriendly as he asked in a cold voice. He had just come up with an idea to monopolize these weapons and then sell them at a high price elsewhere. If he succeeded, he would be able to earn countless wealth and no longer need to live a life of blood. Who would have thought that? Tang Zhen's rejection was equivalent to cutting off his source of income, causing this martial artist to have the idea of using force to coerce him. Don't be insatiable, and don't take an inch for a mile. Under normal circumstances, the few coins you gave me wouldn't even be qualified to see this weapon. Now that he had gotten one, he was already extremely lucky, yet he still wanted to keep all the benefits for himself. You're really blind, don't you think that the place where this weapon was made is not a place that a dog like you can offend? A voice suddenly rang out, causing the martial artist's expression to change, his expression uncertain. At this moment, he finally realized how stupid he was. He had actually done such a stupid thing under the influence of desire. Under normal circumstances, he would not have lost control so easily. It was very likely that the weapon had triggered the evil thoughts in his heart. The more the martial artist thought about it, the more afraid he became. In the blink of an eye, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He turned to look at his companions, only to find that they had already moved far away and were staring at him with disgust and contempt. This is bad, Yingluo. The martial artist wailed in his heart and quickly turned around to look for the person who had spoken. But at this moment, he felt an invisible force pulling his body and throwing him into the street. Boss, I'm helping you get rid of this shameless thing. I hope you don't mind. The one who spoke was a young man. He was wearing a short black robe made of an unknown material and had a handsome and sunny appearance. At this moment, he was looking at Tang Zhen as he spoke with a smiling expression. I can't ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more, thank you for your help, sir. Tang Zhen smiled as he replied. He looked at the few martial artists beside him and used an indifferent tone to say, remember to increase your strength. Otherwise, holding such a weapon will only bring you disaster. This weapon also picks its master. If you're not strong enough, you might be controlled or injured by this weapon. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's warning, the few martial artists simultaneously bowed and thanked him. They simply ignored their ashen-faced companions and hurriedly left the street. While the black-robed young man was speaking, the martial artists had already seen the item on his waist. It was a token of the Department of Discipline with golden patterns on it, indicating that they were not qualified to provoke him. As for the greedy accomplice, the martial artists didn't dare to pay attention to him for fear of being implicated. This idiot had provoked the owner of a shop that could forge divine weapons and a high-level cultivator from the Discipline Commission. It could be said that he would die without a doubt. Even if these two didn't make a move, the martial artists on the street wouldn't miss this opportunity and would most likely take the opportunity to kill them and steal their treasures. 2858 The true colors of a businessman. 1. The Discipline Commission's sign was so conspicuous that anyone could see it clearly, so there was no need to reveal one's identity. Sir, do you want to forge a weapon or do you have other matters? As if he didn't see the waist token, Tang Zhen revealed a warm smile, as if he was the same to any guest. If the price is right, I'll naturally forge one. That way, it'll be a profit. Even if I don't use it, I can give it to a friend or sell it. I'll definitely make a lot of money. The black-robed young man laughed and said without any scruples. His words and actions were very carefree. If a blacksmith heard this, he would definitely be very happy. Because being able to sell for a high price just means that the quality of the weapons he forged is very good. The smile on Tang Zhen's face became even wider because the store's products were being praised. He looked like a profiteering merchant no matter how one looked at him. The young man shook his head and sighed. It's no longer a matter of price, but a matter of strength. If the blacksmith in your shop is willing, I think many sects will invite him to fight for it. If low-level cultivators all had such a spirit weapon, then the sect's strength would increase rapidly. After this matter spreads, it won't take long for your shop to be as busy as a market. Isn't that even better? The more people we have, the more money we'll be able to earn and open a bigger store. Tang Zhen laughed when he heard this. The black-robed cultivator looked at Tang Zhen. He didn't know if Tang Zhen's words were true or false. He didn't even know how to reply. From the moment he saw Tang Zhen, he had been observing him seriously. He wanted to determine Tang Zhen's true background. But after looking for a long time, he did not gain anything at all. No matter how one looked at him, Tang Zhen was just an ordinary mortal. He did not have the aura of a cultivator. However, Tang Zhen's words and actions carried an indescribable temperament. It was as if he was an immortal who had fallen into the mortal world. It made people respect him, and they didn't dare to offend him. It was impossible for a mortal to have such an aura, so the black-robed young man would rather believe that he was not strong enough to see through it. If that was the case, then there was a reasonable explanation for the ghost blacksmith and the ghost king's abnormal situation. At this thought, the black-robed cultivator felt immense pressure. Just one ghost king was enough to give people a headache, forcing the Discipline Commission to make a compromise and use means to appease and intimidate. Now that there were more shop owners with unknown strength, things had become more and more complicated. He wondered if the previous intimidation plan would be effective. No matter what, stability was the most important thing. They must not add to the chaos at this critical moment. The black-robed youth thought of this and smiled. Since you want to do business, I wonder if you can accept my order. We're open for business, and whoever comes as a guest, how can we refuse? However, the rules still have to be followed. Each person can only order one piece, and you must personally come to the shop and get my approval. When it came to business, Tang Zhen's attitude immediately became serious and he had a business-like appearance. No problem, I'll call the person over. The black-robed cultivator turned around and called out to the people behind him. 3 Discipline Commission cultivators walked out from the corner of the street. The leader of the martial artists who were patrolling the streets led his 2 subordinates and followed them with a sad face. He wished he could give himself 2 tight slaps, wondering why he hadn't resigned earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been pulled over by the cultivators of the Discipline Commission. It's too difficult for me, Yingluo. The 6 of them had just reached the entrance of the shop when they saw a person walking over from the street. It was the Ghost King Lu Qing who had just returned from buying vegetables. Seeing the 3 cultivators of the Discipline Commission and the martial artists who were patrolling the street behind them, Lu Qing's eyebrows immediately rose. What's going on with you guys? Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, the 3 cultivators from the Discipline Commission stood stiffly on the spot and looked to the black-robed young man for help. As for the captain of the patrol team, he looked like he was about to cry, and his legs were shaking. He knew Lu Qing's identity and understood that this beautiful woman was actually a ghost king. He couldn't afford to offend her. I didn't want to come either, but I was forced to do it. Although they were in public, the patrol captain could not care less about his face and quickly explained his actions. He was afraid that if he was a step too slow, he would be blown to death by Lu Qing. The black-robed young man turned around and saw Lu Qing, who was dressed as a servant. His pupils could not help but shrink slightly. With just one look, he could confirm that Lu Qing was a Ghost King level expert. There was absolutely no problem. It was just a scene of a Ghost King expert dressed as a maid and carrying a vegetable basket. It really gave him a huge visual impact. He really wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If a dignified Ghost King expert really didn't care about face. Lu Qing stared at the black-robed youth with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He said in a faint tone, "Are all the old fellows of the Discipline Commission dead? They actually sent out a little kid. Did they really think I'm made of paper?" Lu Qing was both angry and depressed. He was sure that he would have to continue sweeping and cooking for a while in the future. "I am Li Kangfeng, an Earth-ranked cultivator from the Discipline Commission. I have come to visit you. I'm not here to stir up a dispute, so please don't misunderstand. I plan to discuss with you if we can get along peacefully, and it's best if we don't interfere with each other." When Lu Qing heard this, he suddenly sneered, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What did you say? A cultivator of the Discipline Commission wants to live in peace with me? Is there something wrong with my ears, or is there something wrong with your brain? Tell me, how can we live in peace? If I kill all the residents on this street and turn them into my ghost servants, will you allow me to do the same?" Lu Qing sneered and was about to continue mocking the black-robed young man when he heard a cold snort. "Lu Qing, this is my customer. You can't be rude. It's getting late, hurry up and cook." Tang Zhen glanced at Lu Qing and spoke in an indifferent tone. It was as if he was a master reprimanding his own servant. "Yes, master, I'll go now." Lu Qing, who was still sneering and ridiculing, suddenly trembled. He immediately shut his mouth and went back into the house. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Ghost King Lu Qing, who had always made people's scalps tingle and their hearts in fear, was now as docile as a rabbit. Is my vision blurry and I'm hallucinating, or is there another reason? Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes seemed to be doubting life. He turned his head to look at Tang Zhen, only to see that he still had a smile on his face. It was as though the person who had berated him earlier was an ordinary person. "Sir, do you still want to order weapons? If so, please come and register your name. In addition, I want to remind you that our shop has little profit, so we don't give credit and you're not allowed to bargain." Li Kangfeng and the others nodded. They did not dare to say anything, but they felt very strange in their hearts. Judging from the quality of the weapons, if they were sold at the normal price, one of them could buy this blacksmith shop. However, this boss was very strange. He only offered a slightly higher price than ordinary custom-made weapons, but he also appeared to be very calculative, as if he was afraid of losing money. As they looked at the smiling Tang Zhen, a feeling involuntarily rose in everyone's heart. It was likely that this young store owner was even more difficult to deal with than the Ghost King Lu Qing. 2859 Tang Zhen's promise won 3 cultivators from the Discipline Commission, including 3 martial artists who patrolled the streets, had passed Tang Zhen's review. Everyone received a card with their names written on it. After the agreed date, they could take the card and receive their weapons. If the tag is not in the owner's possession, the store cannot exchange for it. After explaining the things to take note of, Tang Zhen sat back on the chair and began to read his book with a leisurely expression. Li Kangfeng and the others stood in front of the blacksmith shop, looking at each other, not knowing what to do next. "There's nothing else here. You guys can go back first." Li Kangfeng's mission was not completed yet, so he could not just leave. Moreover, he was going to change his plan. Ghost King Lu Qing was stinky, stubborn, and completely unreasonable. It would be harder than ascending to heaven to make her obey the Discipline Commission's arrangements. However, looking at her, she was obviously under the control of the shop owner, which gave Li Zhangfeng hope of completing the task. As long as he could deal with Tang Zhen, it would be the same as dealing with the Ghost King Lu Qing. Moreover, Tang Zhen seemed to be easier to talk to. When the 3 Discipline Commission cultivators left, they did not leave empty-handed, but took the martial artist in the middle of the street with them. His body was controlled by the Li Kangfeng, and he still couldn't move freely, as if he was paralyzed. When he was taken away, this guy was already as soft as mud, and at the same time, tears and snot were flowing. He clearly knew that he would die for sure. He wanted to beg for mercy from Tang Zhen, but his throat was blocked tightly, and he could not speak at all. From this, it could be confirmed that the Li Kangfeng was not as simple as he looked. He would not show any mercy when he needed to attack. This was understandable. After all, the Discipline Commission was a law enforcement agency. This was the so-called, kind people don't command troops. Do you have any other advice? Seeing that Li Kangfeng was not leaving, Tang Zhen casually asked, but his expression did not seem to care. I had nothing to do and felt that the sunlight here was just right, so I wanted to stay a little longer. If I'm disturbing boss's business, then I'll move to the side, please forgive me. Li Kang cupped his hands, the smile on his face never fading. It's fine. I'm free anyway, it's good to chat. Tang Zhen put the book in his hand aside and looked at Li Kangfeng. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people. Li Kangfeng's heart was beating wildly, but he pretended to be calm on the surface, putting on a calm expression. What are you looking at, sir? In the end, Li Kangfeng could not help but ask. I only took a look at your face and realized that it wouldn't be long before you would encounter a great disaster. Or rather, you're already in danger, and you're being dragged deeper and deeper into it, to the point where it's life-threatening. Tang Zhen used an indifferent tone to describe the results of the fortune-telling. If it was someone else who read his face and said such words, Li Kangfeng would have laughed his head off. His strength was there for all to see, and ordinary fortune-tellers were simply unable to divine it, and the conclusions they obtained were even more unreliable. However, when it came from Tang Zhen's mouth, Li Kangfeng had no choice but to take it seriously. He even believed that it was true. The recent conflict between the good and evil had indeed swept through the entire cultivation world. As a cultivator of the Discipline Commission, he naturally could not stay out of it. Tang Zhen's words were clearly referring to this matter. He was secretly thinking that the situation in the future would become more and more dangerous. Your Excellency, can you explain in detail? Li Kangfeng asked Tang Zhen in a low voice with a sincere tone and a very serious expression. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. It's not a good thing to be too clear about it, and it will only make the tribulation worse. Instead, it's better to maintain this state of vigilance and rely on instinct to avoid danger. This way, we can seek good fortune and avoid disaster, and we won't be detected by the heavenly secrets. Tang Zhen explained a few words before he shut his mouth. Li Kangfeng's heart was filled with panic. Tang Zhen's words had completely aroused his worry for the future. If the unorthodox won, then the world would be plunged into misery and suffering, and there would be no more peace. A righteous cultivator like him would not have a good end either. Basically, he would not be able to escape death. The depressed Li Kangfeng could not help but ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen, do you know what has happened in the cultivation world recently? You're asking the wrong person. I'm not a cultivator, so how could I know about the cultivation world? Tang Zhen shook his head and denied Li Kangfeng's guess. You're too modest, sir. Others may not be able to tell, but I'm very clear that you're an out-and-out extraordinary person. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, these are not the problems. I'm just saying it casually. If you like to hear it, then listen. If you don't like it, then just ignore it. Li Kangfeng sighed, and then began to talk about the recent events in the cultivation world in a slightly worried tone. Because his position in the Discipline Commission was not low, Li Zhangfeng knew a lot of secret information, but at this moment, he spoke without any hesitation. The Discipline Commission had already received reliable news that a powerful faction of unknown origin was indeed hiding behind the Evil Path Alliance and was controlling everything in the dark. The evil cultivators led the army, burning, killing, and pillaging along the way. Not only were the cultivation sects destroyed, but the ordinary people were also not spared. Any place that was attacked would basically be turned into a ghost land, and there were bones and vengeful spirits everywhere. No one knew why the Evil Path Alliance was so brutal, but they knew that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. In order to protect themselves, many sects could only choose to avoid their attacks, which made the Evil Way Alliance even more arrogant. And NBSP, some sects even chose to join the Evil Dao Alliance to gain a chance to protect themselves. The main battlefield between the two sides was still thousands of miles away, so it would not affect the rear too much for the time being. However, the cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance had already sneaked into the rear and were waiting for an opportunity to cause destruction. The Ministry of Discipline had no choice but to mobilize all its members to capture these evil spirits, which led to a serious shortage of manpower. As Li Zhangfeng said this, he stared at Tang Zhen and asked, "Sir, please tell me, are you and the Ghost King in the shop part of the Evil Path Alliance?" Li Kangfeng knew that he was no match for Lu Qing, but he really wanted to complete the task. He directly asked Tang Zhen because Tang Zhen gave him a special feeling. He was both good and evil, but he was trustworthy. Tang Zhen looked at Li Zhangfeng, who had a serious expression on his face, and asked in a faint tone, "So what if I am? What can I do if I'm not?" The Li Kangfeng was stunned for a moment, then he laughed bitterly. Tang Zhen was right. Even if the Ghost King Lu Qing belonged to the Evil Dao Alliance, what could he do? To fight to the death with the other party in order to protect the peace of the region. This was what a fool would do, and he was afraid that in the end, his sacrifice would be in vain, but it would not have any impact on the battle situation. The more critical the moment was, the more it was necessary to leave a useful body and wait for the critical moment to turn the tide. Moreover, up until now, Ghost King Lu Qing had not done anything to harm anyone. He had only quietly stayed in the blacksmith shop. Under such circumstances, he couldn't take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, even if he died, no one would stand up for him. Seeing Li Kangfeng's awkward expression, Tang Zhen smiled and took a sip of the tea. "I don't know about the others, but our shop will definitely not get involved in this dispute." Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Li Kangfeng's face lit up and he immediately bowed to him. "On behalf of all the people in the city, I thank you for your great kindness." After saying this, he turned around and walked away with a big smile, as if he had put down a heavy burden on his shoulders. 2860 The Ghost King's new mission won. Just as Li Zhangfeng had worried, it did not take long for the nearby cities to become chaotic. The cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance would appear from time to time. They would sneak into the gathering places of mortals and destroy them by any means necessary, creating one tragedy after another. The local government and the Discipline Commission were in a terrible fix. They went around to capture and kill the members of the Evil Path Alliance, but in the end, they suffered heavy casualties. The tense and panicking atmosphere continued to spread to the surrounding areas. The city that Tang Zhen was in had also increased its security. It had also recruited a large number of martial artists and mortal soldiers in order to deal with the increasingly complicated situation. Everyone knew that mortal warriors were no match for cultivators. If they really fought, they could only be regarded as cannon fodder. As for the cultivators of the Discipline Commission, they had already received other urgent missions and had all left the city. The lives of ordinary people were even more difficult. They did not have the ability to influence the current situation and could only passively wait for the disaster to come. Everything in the blacksmith shop was as usual. The only change was that Lu Qing's dishes were getting better and better. Tang Zhen wasn't stingy with his praise. He said that if the blacksmith shop couldn't continue, he could consider opening a restaurant. Lu Qing could only smile helplessly at such praise, but he didn't dare to say anything. During this period of time, she was even more clear about how terrifying Tang Zhen was. Although he was dressed like a mortal and occasionally revealed the profiteering look of a merchant, those were all illusions. The true Tang Zhen was a terrifying monster that caused people to mistakenly think that there was no danger. In fact, he could even be bullied and kneaded as he pleased. However, if he really did that, he would be an idiot and would definitely die a miserable death. "You big liar," Lu Qing pondered to himself and turned to look at the blacksmith. When they first met, Lu Qing could blow him to death with a single breath. He was not worth mentioning at all. Who would have expected that not long after, the blacksmith's strength would undergo a huge change, which made Lu Qing feel a faint sense of fear. The blacksmith's appearance had changed greatly. It was as if he had condensed flames, and his entire body had an oppressive aura. It was like a terrifying lava beast that could incinerate everything in the world. Spirit bodies were afraid of fire and avoided it like the plague, but it wasn't the case for blacksmiths. He was deliberately using a method similar to suicide to absorb and refine the flames, so that he could become one with the flames. This method could be called a miracle. At least, in the eyes of Ghost King Lu Qing, there was no possibility of success. The blacksmith's strength was still inferior to his, but it was only temporary. At this rate, he might have to be prepared to be crushed by the blacksmith before long. Fortunately, the silly blacksmith only liked to strike iron, and he would knock non-stop from morning to night every day. Other than that, he didn't care about anything else. Just as Lu Qing was secretly pondering what kind of food to prepare for the night, he heard Tang Zhen's voice. Recently, the nearby cities have not been peaceful. I'm afraid that we won't be spared either. The rise and fall of the country was everyone's responsibility. As a resident of this city, he had the responsibility to protect the safety of the city, regardless of whether he was a human or a ghost. From now on, you can go on the streets at any time and actively participate in the operation to protect the city. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of surprise, as if he had been freed from the sea of suffering. Does that mean I don't need to cook anymore? Tang Zhen smiled and used a kind tone to say, you still have to cook. After all, that's your main job. Protecting the city's safety is only secondary. I knew it would be like this, Yingluo. Lu Qing mumbled, but he did not dare to have any complaints in case he incurred Tang Zhen's punishment. The feeling of being burned was enough to kill a ghost. He subconsciously looked at the blacksmith, only to see that he was still guiding the blue flame in the furnace to rotate one round in his body, and then hit the iron ingot with the hammer. The fuel in the furnace was called green steel carbon. It burned at an extremely high temperature and was extremely valuable. At the same time, it also had a special effect of clearing the blood vessels and getting rid of the evil cold and moisture in the body. Those high-ranking officials and nobles loved to light the green steel charcoal when the weather was cold. It could keep them warm and at the same time, it could also prolong their lives. However, in the blacksmith shop, using such expensive fuel to burn the furnace was really extravagant to the extreme. Calculating the income and expenditure of the blacksmith shop, it was already in a state of serious loss. Under normal circumstances, it might not take long for it to close down. It's better to close the door, Yingying. Lu Qing cursed in his heart, but he knew that it was just an extravagant hope. Even if the entire city was razed to the ground, the blacksmith shop would not delay its business. As soon as he walked out of the blacksmith shop, he saw 3 people walking down the street. It was the captain of the martial artists who were patrolling the street. Seeing Lu Qing at the door, the captain of the patrol was stunned at first, then he quickly bowed and saluted. Greetings, great aunt. After knowing Lu Qing's identity, Li Kangfeng investigated her past and found out that she was a courtesan in a brothel hundreds of years ago. Because he had encountered a heartless man, Lu Qing had been poisoned to death and had become a ghost king. Knowing that Lu Qing was an old ghost who was hundreds of years old, the captain of the patrol team actually became very natural when he called her, great aunt. You 3, what do you want? During his time in the blacksmith shop, Lu Qing's hostility had almost been polished clean. In addition, he was in a good mood today, so he only responded to the patrol captain with one sentence. Great aunt, we're here to pick up our customized weapons. It's already the stipulated time. Hearing Lu Qing's question, the captain of the patrol team quickly replied without any hesitation. Yes. Lu Qing nodded but did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked about the news of other cities. Because of the recent chaos, news spread very quickly, and the patrol captain naturally heard about it. He quickly told them the news, saying whatever he thought of without missing a single detail. Lu Qing pondered for a while, then waved to the patrol captain. I know, you guys can go. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the patrol captain and the others showed an envious expression and looked forward to the cultivation world. He sighed that the path of cultivation was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Ordinary people were not qualified to come into contact with it at all. Many times, it depended on luck. In fact, even if he became a cultivator, he was born at the wrong time, because the current cultivation world was a meat grinder. Who knew when he would lose his life? Lu Qing was wandering around the city at the moment, looking for hidden evil cultivators, and then eliminating them. Not only did she complete Tang Zhen's order, but she also obtained benefits, allowing her strength to rise even faster. Lu Qing felt the pressure from the increasingly powerful blacksmiths. He could not wait to increase his cultivation level. Her thoughts were very dark. She was afraid that if she performed too badly, she would become a supplement for the blacksmith to devour and level up. Continuously raising his strength and winning Tang Zhen's favor was the true way to protect himself. Just as he was thinking about it, he felt a cold aura spread out from the house in front of him. Sure enough, he sneaked in and couldn't wait to start causing trouble. He really didn't put me in his eyes. Lu Qing snorted coldly, like a lion whose territory had been violated, and the fire in his heart was ignited. In a flash, he had already entered the courtyard. Then, he saw that the ground was covered with corpses. An evil cultivator was killing people and sucking their blood. His face was ferocious, but when he saw Lu Qing, his expression turned dull. First of all, they were shocked by Lu Qing's appearance. Then, they were shocked by Lu Qing's strength and did not understand the purpose of her sudden appearance. Lu Qing sneered. He waved an iron hammer and smashed the evil cultivator's head. 2861 The City Lord's shock. 1. The silly blacksmith is quite capable. This hammer is quite handy. I'll use it as a weapon in the future. Lu Qing's weapon was a skeleton with a hammerhead, which was held up by a pair of twisted skeletal arms. Its surface was covered in runes that were as dense as ants, and it exuded a bizarre aura. This refined skeleton hammer was one of the weapons forged by blacksmiths. It was specially used to practice rune carving. Among all of his works, it was considered top-notch and would not be put up for sale. When Lu Qing was cooking, he used it to smash beef bones, but now he used it to smash people's heads. After killing the evil cultivator, Lu Qing glanced around and raised his eyebrows slightly. You guys listen up, stay in the house and wait for my call. The targets of her orders were naturally the new ghosts who had just died. All of them were filled with resentment. With the identity of the ghost king, these new ghosts did not dare to disobey. They all hid in the house obediently. I have to act quickly so that I don't delay cooking. At the thought of this, Lu Qing immediately began to patrol the city. On the street in the center of the city, a foreign man who was walking suddenly had his head blown off. The passers-by were so scared that they scattered, thinking that a bizarre murder had happened, but they soon found that something was wrong. The body of the man whose head had exploded rapidly transformed into a huge, deformed wolf monster. Upon seeing this, the onlookers became even more panicked and fled even further away. It didn't take long for martial artists to arrive, and they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't have the right to manage such extraordinary matters, so they would usually choose to report it to the Discipline Commission. However, the situation was critical now. The cultivators of the Discipline Commission had all been transferred away, and there was no one to manage this matter. In desperation, the martial artists patrolling the streets could only bite the bullet and deal with it. At the same time, they sent people to invite the cultivators in the city. Soon, news came that the cultivators in the city had all suddenly fallen ill and could not see the sun in the rain. Hearing this result, everyone sneered, but there was nothing they could do. In troubled times, a few weak cultivators couldn't even save themselves, so why would they participate in this matter? In order to save their lives, no one would care about their face. Before the wolf demon's corpse was completely disposed of, new news came in very quickly. A murder had occurred by the west bridge of the city. A middle-aged woman had been killed suddenly. After the woman died, she revealed her true form. It was a 70-foot-long python that could swallow an adult with its mouth. It was another demon, and one that could transform. If it hadn't been killed by someone, who knew how many people would have suffered. The snake demon was the same as the wolf demon. Its head was also smashed, and its brain was scattered everywhere. The martial artists who were patrolling the streets were secretly shocked when they heard the news. They knew that the disasters that had occurred in other cities might soon befall this city. Fortunately, no major incidents had happened so far, but the evil cultivators had been killed one after another. But even so, it still increased the pressure on the martial artists patrolling the streets, as if a great disaster was coming. In the following time, several more murders happened. After investigation, it was confirmed that they were all evil cultivators. After hearing this news, both the government and the cultivators in the city were shocked and confused. The evil cultivators who had been killed had obviously sneaked in to cause destruction. Who would have thought that they would be killed by the mysterious figure before they could take action? What kind of expert was protecting the city in the dark and ensuring its peace? Everyone secretly guessed in their hearts, but they did not have any clues at all. The city lord was even more anxious, and directly issued a generous reward. If anyone could provide a clue, they would be immediately rewarded with a huge sum of money or other rewards. There must be brave men with great rewards. The martial artist who had followed Li Kangfeng to the blacksmith shop could not resist the temptation and reported the news. The city lord and the cultivators were extremely surprised. They didn't expect such a place to exist right under their noses. They were naturally aware of Li Kangfeng's identity. He was a true great cultivator and was well known even in the Discipline Commission. Even he had to pay a formal visit and didn't dare to provoke him in any way, so he must be extraordinary. It didn't take long for the patrol captain to be called over. He was in charge of the block where the blacksmith shop was located and had the most say in this matter. Faced with the city lord and several cultivators, interrogation, the patrol captain was helpless and could only tell them what he knew. Hearing that there was a ghost king hidden in the blacksmith shop, the cultivators were almost scared to death, and the tea in their mouths spilled out. They no longer put on an act. Instead, they left their chairs and stood up, staring at the patrol captain with fierce eyes. Is what you said true? If you dare to lie, do you believe that I will kill you on the spot? An old cultivator said in a trembling voice. He couldn't hide the fear on his face. Of course it's true. This is what His Excellency Li Kangfeng said personally. Faced with the questioning of the cultivators, the captain of the patrol answered coldly, but he was a little disdainful in his heart. This group of cultivators usually fished for fame, but in fact, they were afraid of death. When they heard that demons had appeared in the city, they were so scared that they closed their doors and said that they were sick. It wasn't until the city lord had no choice but to take out the discipline commission's transfer order that the few cultivators had no choice but to attend the meeting. After receiving the captain's confirmation, the cultivators' faces turned ashen, as if a great disaster was imminent. What should we do? What should we do? They looked at each other, their faces full of worry, not knowing what to do. It was obvious that in their hearts, they had already considered the Ghost King to be in the enemy camp and were worried that they would be killed by Lu Qing. Before His Excellency Li Kangfeng left, he told me that if I encounter a crisis that I can't solve, I can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The boss of the blacksmith shop for help. Too lazy to pay attention to those dazed cultivators, the patrol captain looked at the city lord and said in a serious tone. The frowning city lord immediately looked happy when he heard this. Li Kangfeng's words meant that the blacksmith shop was not in danger. The previous worries naturally disappeared. The cultivators who had been thinking about how to protect themselves with a great disaster on their faces now all showed bright smiles. The Ghost King's strength was beyond doubt. If he belonged to their side, he should be able to ensure the safety of the city. The one who killed the demon in the city was probably none other than the Ghost King in the blacksmith shop. When someone made a guess, everyone immediately agreed and expressed that it should be correct. The outside world is changing, and the evil cultivators are swarming into the city. We should immediately head to the blacksmith shop to visit that Ghost King powerhouse and ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Her to help protect our homeland. The city lord waved his hand and ordered his men to prepare a generous gift. Then, he went straight to the blacksmith shop under the lead of the patrol captain. The grandiose journey attracted the attention of many passers-by, who followed behind the line out of curiosity. It didn't take long before they arrived at the blacksmith shop. The young boss of the blacksmith shop was haggling with a customer with a smile on his face. Although he didn't know Tang Zhen's identity, the city lord didn't dare to show the slightest neglect as a third-grade official of the prime minister's gatekeeper. After giving everyone a look, telling them not to act rashly, the city lord personally walked to the front of the shop. I'm the city lord of this city. I would like to pay a visit to Your Excellency Lu Qing. I wonder if I can help you inform him. Lu Qing. Tang Zhen glanced at the city lord and said in an indifferent tone, she should be buying groceries on the street. She might be back soon. Buying vegetables. The city lord was stunned when he heard this, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. Why would a dignified Ghost King do something like buying vegetables? Just as this thought rose in his mind, he heard an uproar behind him. The city lord turned around curiously and saw a beautiful woman looking at him with a basket. What are you looking for me for? Lu Qing sized up the city lord and asked in a puzzled tone. There was even a trace of disdain on her pretty face. 2862 The domineering Lu Qing won. Because of Lu Qing's appearance, the street was silent. Both men and women were shocked by her appearance. It was the same for the city lord. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the city under his jurisdiction without him knowing? However, when he saw the disdainful expression on Lu Qing's face, the city lord suddenly came back to his senses, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The beautiful woman in front of him had just asked why he was looking for her. Didn't this mean that the beautiful woman in front of him was actually the Ghost King Lu Qing? The dirty thoughts in her heart instantly disappeared, and at the same time, waves of fear rose. As a city lord, he naturally did not lack the ability to adapt to the situation. After realizing that the situation was not right, the city lord immediately changed his attitude. Your Excellency Lu Qing, I'm the city lord of this city. I've brought a group of residents here to thank Your Excellency for your great kindness. Regardless of whether the monster was killed by Lu Qing or not, he would first express his gratitude and leave a good impression on the other party. If it was really Lu Qing who had done it, he could accept it by thanking her, and at the same time, he felt that his efforts were worth it. If it weren't for her, they could have used the misunderstanding to start a conversation and invite Lu Qing to protect the city. The city lord's plan was not bad, but he had forgotten one thing, and that was the contents of Li Kangfeng's instructions. If you encounter a critical situation, go to the boss of the blacksmith shop. However, the city lord made a mistake. He only came here for Lu Qing. After seeing the main body, he naturally ignored Tang Zhen. However, he didn't notice that the captain of the patrol was anxious. He wanted to warn him, but he couldn't move forward. After hearing the city lord's words, Lu Qing sneered and glanced at the city lord and the few cultivators behind him. I know, hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb me from cooking. Lu Qing waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. He pushed the door open and walked into the house. Hee. Seeing Lu Qing enter the house, the city lord was stunned and did not know what to do. What do we do now? Not achieving his goal, the city lord's heart burned with anxiety, and for a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. He knew very well that Lu Qing was his only hope, so he could not give up easily. He was worried in his heart, but when he saw Tang Zhen, he immediately felt a trace of hope. Perhaps he could persuade the Ghost King Lu Qing through the shop owner. There might be a chance of success. Just as he was about to turn around and look for Tang Zhen, he heard a sound from the door. Lu Qing, who had entered the room, had returned. The city lord was overjoyed to see this. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lu Qing's face full of killing intent. She was holding a knife in her hand, and her eyes were flashing red. The threatening cold air froze the ground. The words that had just reached his mouth were swallowed back. As a martial artist, the city lord was actually trembling at this moment. He had a feeling that if Lu Qing wanted to kill him, he would have no chance of escaping. Just as he was bewildered and thought that Lu Qing was angry at him, he saw her suddenly take a few steps forward. He raised the knife in his hand and pointed it at the crowd in front of him, scolding, "You damn shameless fish, you actually dared to peep at my door, you really are tired of living." Before the crowd could react, Lu Qing had already flown into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Not good. Among the spectators on the side of the road, a man's expression changed drastically, and he got up and fled without hesitation. Unexpectedly, a cold light flew over and smashed straight at the man at an astonishing speed. Ah! Yingluo! Ah! A scream was heard. The man's brain was smashed and his body fell to the ground. Murder! A woman looked at the corpse, her eyes wide open, and immediately shouted at the top of her voice. The onlookers on the street were all shocked by this scene. They all stepped back, their eyes full of fear. "Stupid woman, what are you shouting for?" With a crisp, "Pa" sound, the woman who was shouting was slapped unconscious. Lu Qing clapped his hands and looked around with a fierce gaze, scaring the passers-by around him to the point that they dodged. A bunch of useless trash. You only know how to make a fuss. You don't even know what's the point of protecting you. Lu Qing's mouth twitched in disdain, and his face was full of depression. As soon as she finished speaking, the corpse of the man lying in the middle of the street began to change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the corpse turned into a four-legged strange fish, covered in dense scales. The monster's head was embedded with a skeleton hammer that was flashing with a faint red light. The monster's blood essence was absorbed by the iron hammer, and its original silver color began to turn light red. Oh my, it's a weapon that can grow on its own. This stupid blacksmith is really not simple. Lu Qing sighed and stretched out her hand. The skeleton iron hammer flew up and fell into her hand. Lu Qing walked to the monster's corpse and turned around, as if he was studying something. He pulled out the kitchen knife he was holding just now, went around behind the monster's corpse, and slashed down hard. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and it didn't take long before a thick monster's spine was chopped off. Lu Qing carried it in his hand and swaggered to the blacksmith shop, ignoring the people around him. "Master, this strange fish's spine can be said to be the most delicious in the world. I wonder if you are interested in trying it. If that's the case, it's not bad to try it." Tang Zhen was not the least bit concerned as he looked at the monster's spine in Lu Qing's hand. He gently nodded. "All right, I'll go cook now." Lu Qing replied with a smile. He completely ignored the dumbstruck city lord and pushed the door open again. Then, he heard a voice in the room. It was Lu Qing, who had just killed the monster Ghost King in public. "Big stupid guy, your hammer is pretty good. It's mine now. The runes on the hammer were given to me by my master. The method of forging the hammer is a secret technique passed down in my family. If you have the right materials and reforge it, the quality of the hammer can be even better." "Oh, then tell me, what kind of materials do you need?" When he heard Lu Qing's words, he seemed to be a little moved. "It requires demon bone powder, earth core lava crystals, and the extremely yin and cold water of the netherworld. It can't be upgraded without any of these." Lu Qing's voice paused for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Are you kidding me? It's harder than ascending to heaven to find these things. You sly fellow, are you deliberately making things difficult for me because you saw that I wanted this hammer?" The blacksmith continued to speak in a muffled voice and said in a calm tone, "I didn't lie to you. It's the truth. It's clearly recorded in my family's secret technique. However, if you were to plead with Master and ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For his help, perhaps you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble." Lu Qing fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. Just as everyone perked up their ears, wanting to hear what they would talk about next, they saw Lu Qing walking behind Tang Zhen. "Master, I want a suitable weapon so that I can better complete my mission. Lu Qing knows that you empathize with your subordinates the most. Can you help me?" Lu Qing, who had a charming smile on her face, looked very charming at the moment. She could make a man's bones as soft as mud without using any spell. Recalling the fierce look just now and looking at Lu Qing now, it was like two different people. The city lord and the others who were watching from the side were all dumbfounded, their faces full of doubt. Chapter 2863 The Oath of the Li Kangfeng 1. The gazes of the entire street were all focused on the blacksmith shop, or rather, the shop owner Tang Zhen. No one dared to believe that the woman could be so charming. Her every frown and smile could make people's hearts beat faster. His heart trembled slightly, and he subconsciously wanted to protect her, not wanting to let her suffer any harm. This feeling was like falling in love, making one intoxicated and unwilling to wake up. Even the emperor of the human world couldn't resist this temptation and would try his best to satisfy the other party's requirements. In order to win a beauty's smile, he would set fire to the city. Even if he let down the world, he would still be infatuated. Upon hearing Lu Qing's request, there was only one voice in the audience's mind, and it was constantly calling out to him. "Promise her, you must promise her." If Tang Zhen didn't agree, he would provoke public anger and become the public enemy. There was no reason, only obsession and madness. This kind of wonderful change was all seen by Tang Zhen. He secretly thought that the people's wisdom had not been awakened. They were ignorant and stubborn, turning a blind eye to reason, and were easily guided and used. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Lu Qing had not used any means. Everything had been voluntary by the audience. No problem, Tang Zhen did not reject Lu Qing's request. As long as he did not use his origin energy, everything would be fine. The matter that was exceptionally difficult for Lu Qing was actually as easy as lifting a finger for Tang Zhen. Such a huge gap was due to the accumulation of strength and knowledge. It could even be said that they were not on the same level at all. Just like how humans and ants were different in nature. Human beings could destroy the nests that ants had built with great effort with a light kick. They could also build a huge underground space for the ants in a very short time. Lu Qing immediately beamed with joy when he heard Tang Zhen's agreement. He hurriedly bowed and thanked Tang Zhen. The people on the street also heaved a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. When they saw Lu Qing get what he wanted, they would feel happy from the bottom of their hearts, so happy that there was no reason for it. The master and servant's behavior stunned the city lord. It was not until this moment that he realized that the young shop owner was the one who was truly worthy of respect. Miscalculated. The city lord was secretly embarrassed. If he had known the relationship between the two sides earlier, he would not have been so embarrassed. However, he had forgotten that he had not taken the shop owner seriously from the very beginning. Instead, he had gone straight for the Ghost King Lu Qing. Even Li Kangfeng's message was understood by him in his own way, but he did not know that it had long deviated from the original meaning. It was not too late to know now. As long as he could settle Tang Zhen, he would not have to worry about Ghost King Lu Qing not agreeing. However, before he could speak, there was a commotion on the street again. A few figures appeared in the crowd and headed straight for the blacksmith shop. He had the air of a celestial being, and his grace was graceful. The people along the way all dodged to the side, their faces full of respect. The city lord took a closer look and saw that Li Zhangfeng had suddenly returned. Behind him were a few cultivators from the discipline commission, probably his subordinates. Walking to the entrance of the blacksmith shop, Li Zhangfeng cupped his fists at Tang Zhen without even looking at the city lord. "Long time no see, how are you doing?" His tone was warm and familiar, as if they had been best friends for many years, but he could still feel the respect. "Thank you for your concern, sir. Naturally, everything is fine." Tang Zhen cupped his fists and returned the greeting, but it was just a merchant's courtesy. He probably treated every guest like this. Li Kangfeng didn't care at all, and instead chatted with Tang Zhen about some unimportant topics. The city lord was listening at the side, but he didn't dare to interrupt. Instead, he silently waited for the conversation to end. To the commoners, the city lord held great authority, but to the cultivators, there was not much difference. The cultivators of the discipline commission, in particular, were a rank higher than the officials. Even the city lord didn't dare to provoke them. At the same time, he was also thinking to himself that if Li Kangfeng were to invite him personally, the success rate would be higher. As the two of them were chatting, a large number of martial artists had arrived and began to deal with the monster's body. Under normal circumstances, they would usually pour oil on the fire and burn the bodies of these drugs to ashes. However, this place was located in the downtown area, so they couldn't set fire to it. They had to get rid of the bodies first. The people were both curious and terrified. They craned their necks, wanting to see the entire process in detail. At some point, an indescribable fragrance began to fill the air. Anyone who smelled this fragrance would reveal an expression of enjoyment and unknowingly start to drool. "What's this taste? Why is it so delicious? Fragrant, it's really too fragrant. It should be meat. It has a special meaty fragrance. I'm sure of it." The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked around. Soon, they locked onto the blacksmith shop. They were certain that the fragrance was coming from the blacksmith shop, and it was getting stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for the fear in their hearts, the people on the street would have gathered around long ago to figure out what this smell was. Ordinary people could only smell the fragrance, but cultivators could sense other things. "This is the meat of a bai and demon." Li Kangfeng was confused, but he quickly realized what was going on and said in a surprised tone. "That's right, Lu Qing is cooking it, and the main ingredient is the spine of a monster. The taste is really good. If you want to try it, you can try it together later." Tang Zhen explained and extended an invitation to Li Kangfeng. "Eat the meat of monsters." Li Zhangfeng was silent for a moment, and then said in a light tone, "To be honest with you, from the time I started cultivating until now, I've always treated Yaomo as cultivators and have never thought of eating. On the other hand, these demons love to feed on humans and would harm countless living beings every year. I've thought about it before, what's the reason for this, but I never had a clear answer. But now I know that it's just an obstacle I've set up. In fact, time can't stop me. Since demons can eat humans, why can't humans eat demons? These demons were just ordinary animals before they gained sentience." The surrounding people were silent. They all looked at Li Zhangfeng and found that he was a little emotional. Now that the evildoers are running amok and disrupting the peace of the human world, it can be said that they have committed a great sin and are absolutely unforgivable. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Since demons have devoured our human race, I will also feed on demons and evil from now on. Li Kangfeng's words were powerful, and the crowd was shocked. At the same time, he thought to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely devour the flesh and blood of the demons like Li Zhangfeng. The city lord and the others were amazed. They didn't expect such a grand cultivator like Li Zhangfeng to say such words. Once this news was spread, it would cause a huge impact and Li Kangfeng would become a must-kill enemy of the demons. Only those who understood the Li Kangfeng could hear the heartache hidden in his words. Tang Zhen discovered something interesting. After Li Kangfeng said those words, the trajectory of his fate changed. Li Zhangfeng, who was originally just an ordinary cultivator, had actually received the attention and support of the Origins consciousness, and had the treatment of a child of destiny. To the native cultivators, this was an extremely rare opportunity that could allow them to obtain more benefits. Li Kangfeng's oath had actually brought him such benefits. This was something that he had never dreamed of. 555D4D6B49F0F5E 950097AF1002875 142A82,310C216A255B3B9FDF239E33932OC7F92,218D6A7C9FDF B8CB2EC1D52CB7FC75D4DC Chapter 2864 The whole nation devours demons. 1 Heroes were born in troubled times, and every time a calamity began, there would be a child of destiny. Li Kangfeng had already obtained the qualifications to enter the sect. Whether he could become the true son of fate would depend on his luck. This was fate. Before the Origins consciousness made a choice, no one knew the final result. They didn't have to wait long before Lu Qing called for them to eat. Tang Zhen invited Li Kangfeng into the shop. The city lord and the others who were guarding the entrance were naturally not qualified to enjoy it. Furthermore, they did not dare to taste the flesh of demons. The blacksmith shop was already closed, and the onlookers left one after another. However, the rumors about this place spread throughout the city in an extremely short time. To everyone's surprise, someone actually secretly contacted martial artists patrolling the streets, wanting to get a piece of demon meat to make soup. The reason was also very good. If even the boss of the blacksmith shop could eat it, why couldn't we? Moreover, even Li Kangfeng of the Discipline Commission had sworn to devour the flesh of demons, which meant that it was edible. Although they couldn't kill the demons, they could help to destroy their corpses. This could also be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. It sounded like a grand and magnificent thing, but in fact, it was so hungry that it couldn't stand it. It wanted to taste the delicious food even if it was risky. Just like those who risked their lives to eat puffers. Even if they knew that it would poison people to death, many people would still try it. Under normal circumstances, martial artists patrolling the streets would never agree to such a request. This was the corpse of a demon. Who knew if there would be any side effects after eating it? However, at this moment, the cultivators of the Discipline Commission who had followed Li Zhangfeng took the initiative to look for the bodies of the demons. To cultivators, demons and devils were full of treasures. Many of their organs were good ingredients for making medicine. It would be a waste to burn it, so he might as well use it to increase his strength. This way, he could avoid waste. The martial artists patrolling the streets naturally did not dare to refuse the requests of the Discipline Commission's cultivators. They quickly cooperated with the operation and cut the demon's corpse into pieces. Before the Discipline Commission left, a passerby unwillingly went up and asked if this demon's meat could be eaten by ordinary people. Looking at them, it was obvious that if they didn't take a bite, they would regret it for life. This was the strange effect of the flesh and blood of demons. When it was cooked, it had a deadly seductive smell, which could completely arouse the appetite of mortals that could not be suppressed. If they couldn't eat it, they would lose their appetite and become thinner. After hearing the passerby's question, a few discipline officers examined it on the spot and then smiled, indicating that it was edible. Their original intention was to save people and not to let these people be tortured by their desire for food. At the same time, he told everyone that it would take a long time to cook the flesh of demons with ordinary fire. With the confirmation of the Discipline Commission cultivators, the people naturally had no more concerns and once again asked for the flesh of demons. When the martial artists on patrol saw this, they no longer hesitated. They cut up the monster's flesh and distributed it on the street. There were no bones or internal organs left. They had all been snatched away, saving him the trouble of cleaning them up. The townsfolk who had obtained the flesh of the demons returned home with faces full of excitement. They took out pots and boiled water to cook it. It didn't take long for the city to be filled with a fragrance. Those who smelled it drooled and went to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What was being cooked? In less than a day, all the people in the city knew about this, and more people began to search for the flesh of demons. The corpses of the Yaomo that were stored in the government office were snatched by the people and were quickly cut up and taken away. More and more people started to smell the aroma of cooked demon meat. Everyone's appetite was aroused and they felt their hunger was unbearable. During this period, some people could not control themselves and wanted to taste the demon's flesh and blood. However, they found that it was as hard as a stone and they could not bite through it at all. After asking around, he found out that the cultivators of the Discipline Commission had warned him that the flesh of demons had to be cooked for a long time. The people in the city came to a sudden realization. They could only swallow their saliva while waiting for the moment when the demon's flesh was cooked. After 3 whole days, the demonic beast's flesh was finally cooked and steamed. The gluttons who had been eagerly waiting for it immediately began to taste it. The indescribable delicious taste made the diners praise it endlessly, saying that it would be worth it even if they had to wait for 3 months. This day was like the new year. Many people drank and ate meat until they were drunk, feeling that life was so beautiful. As a result, on the second day, those who had eaten the flesh of demons had obvious changes in their bodies. His strength increased, his thoughts became clearer, and his body became lighter. There were also some old people whose white hair turned black overnight, which was almost equivalent to rejuvenation. Especially for some martial artists, after eating the flesh of demons, they actually broke through to a realm that they dared not even dream of in the past. Because there were too many people who were acting strangely, it caused a huge impact, even attracting the Discipline Commission to come out and investigate. As a result, he found out that these diners' bodies had undergone tremendous changes, and they were not any worse than ordinary martial artists. Martial artists had to spend more than 10 years to obtain extraordinary strength, but these diners had done it overnight. After knowing the results of the examination, the customer was extremely shocked. Only then did he realize the true value of the flesh and blood of demons. Affected by this incident, the demons that were originally feared by people had now become really good things. In order to extend their lives, the wealthy people in the city began to purchase the flesh of demons at a high price. There were also some ancient martial art practitioners who were also looking to purchase the flesh of demons and monsters, hoping to break through their current cultivation realm. In just one night, a market for magical beast flesh and blood appeared in the city, but there was no market for it. Demons weren't cabbages, they couldn't be found everywhere. If it wasn't for the current unstable situation, ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to see them. The high-priced buyers sighed and hated themselves for being so cautious and missing such a precious opportunity. In fact, they could not be blamed for this. After all, in the secular world, there was no precedent of mortals devouring the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. First of all, they couldn't touch the corpses of the demons, and second, they were afraid of the fierce reputation of the demons, so they didn't dare to eat them even if they did. Who would have thought that a few days later, a demon corpse with its materials removed would be sent into the city by a group of martial artists? After careful inquiry, he found out that the demon's corpse came from a nearby city and was about to be burned after being killed by cultivators. But at the last moment, he was stopped by someone and bought it at a low price. Then, they hired vehicles to transport the goods in the shortest time possible. After that, they started to put up the sales notice. After hearing the news of the sale, the buyers swarmed in and fought for everything in a very short time. The martial artists who sold the demonic beast meat had obtained extremely rich profits, far exceeding their initial expectations. Many martial artists were stimulated and left the city to search for the demon corpses in different places. It was a chaotic autumn, and the Evil Way Alliance was running rampant, and demons and ghosts had begun to show up. They didn't belong to the Evil Path Alliance, but they could sense the changes in the situation, so they took advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. These Yaomo were all wild cultivators, and their strength was far inferior to the cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance. When they attacked humans, they would sometimes be killed by humans. After receiving the news, the merchants would immediately go to purchase the corpses, deal with the corpses, and then send them back at top speed. If they couldn't buy them, they would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for information about magical beasts and then organize people to hunt them down. Unknowingly, the news that the city's residents loved to eat demons had spread in the nearby areas. No one had mentioned its original name. Instead, it had a new name, which was called the Demon Eating City.
555D4D6B49F0F5E9005002875-1E6887B15 ed 3500C98CO144A6264F39B82359C27526 A608007D5945C340A81CFAC5E6DF099080510-37482
A24B6FCC4FA70134 219 decibels 9E6344 BCD5EF11956 2865. The changes in the demon-eating city. 1. A new day had arrived. When people began to walk on the streets, the blacksmith shop also opened on time. The martial artists who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the entrance of the shop. They waved the official money in their hands and said their names loudly, hoping to be qualified to get custom weapons. The smile on Tang Zhen's face became increasingly brilliant, as if he could see money rolling in. It had been half a month since Kang Feng's visit, and the situation in the outside world was getting more and more complicated. The cities around the demon-eating city had fallen into chaos, and countless people were suffering. The cultivators of the government and the Discipline Commission pursued the cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance all day long, but they didn't achieve much. Only the demon-eating city remained peaceful, as if it had been forgotten by the Evil Way Alliance. The truth was that the cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance who had sneaked into the city had all been killed. The cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance in other cities had already heard of the Demon Eater city and knew that there was at least one Ghost King here. The cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance were selfish by nature. If it wasn't necessary, they would never send themselves to death. The cultivators who had accepted the task of destruction had all died, and the Evil Path Alliance hadn't sent any new cultivators, so this abnormal situation had occurred. Smoke was rising from the battlefield outside, and the Demon Food City was peaceful. It was the best place to take refuge. As a result, people from other places had been pouring into the demon-eating city in order to avoid the disaster. Compared to other cities that were in turmoil, the current demon-eating city was becoming more and more prosperous. Tang Zhen's blacksmith shop was already famous. Not only did it have experts, but the weapons it forged were also of extraordinary quality. Even demons and ghosts couldn't withstand the attack of this weapon. Many people had successfully killed demons with this weapon. Such a godly weapon was sold at an extremely low price, and almost every martial artist could afford it. It was just that the rules of the shop owners were a little troublesome. They had to be there in person and then register and deal the cards. Otherwise, they were not qualified to customize the cards. Those who wanted to resell weapons had no chance of succeeding, so it was needless to say how depressed they were. There were more and more legends about weapons. Many martial artists believed that the weapon forger was an evil spirit and a master blacksmith. Some people swore that the forging technique of this weapon was a lost secret forging technique. The blacksmith should be the last inheritor of the secret technique, but he was poisoned to death by someone who coveted the secret technique. After his death, he was still lingering in the blacksmith shop. It was not until the appearance of the shop owner and the arrival of the Ghost King that the blacksmith had the opportunity to show off his skills. Some people called blacksmiths ghost craftsmen because they thought that they had the skills of a master blacksmith, so they called them master ghost craftsmen. The sound of metal being forged in the blacksmith's shop was from master ghost craftsman forging a weapon. Some people had even seen his back view, as if his entire body was wrapped in flames. Most of the folklore was based on hearsay, and no one could determine whether it was true or false, so the public accepted this speculation. The more rumors there were, the more popular the blacksmith shop became. The warriors of Demon Eater City were all proud of having a weapon made by a master ghost craftsman. They thought it was a symbol of status and strength. If warriors wanted to go out and hunt demons, they had to have weapons from the nameless blacksmith shop. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to participate. Because of the popularity of demon flesh, more and more martial artists were attracted to join the ranks of hunting and selling. The blacksmith shop was getting more and more popular, and there were people waiting in line in the middle of the night, afraid that they would not be able to get it. More and more martial artists gathered in front of the blacksmith shop, almost blocking the entire shop. "Get out of my way, don't block this old lady's way." As the woman's angry voice rang out, the martial artists quickly dodged and looked at the door with respect. "All of you better behave yourselves. Don't dirty the door and don't make a loud noise. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Lu Qing looked around coldly, stretched out his finger, and pointed a few times. Then, he walked out to the street with his basket. Seeing Lu Qing leave, the ancient martial art practitioners heaved a sigh of relief. Facing this Ghost King, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. If they really angered him, he only needed to move his fingers and they would all be smashed into meat paste. Ghost King Lu Qing's hammer was famous now. Recently, Cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance had been killed by her hammer. If they were human cultivators, they would be taken away by the Discipline Commission cultivators to be cleaned up and burned in a secret place. If they were monster cultivators, they would be split up and sold by the government, and the commoners would buy them to cook all kinds of delicacies. In a short period of time, all the taverns in the city had sold all kinds of demonic food. Barbecued meat, boiled soup, stir-fried, and marinated. The people of the Demon Eater City were completely addicted to this kind of food and regarded it as the most delicious food. There was a tavern in the city that had been collecting demon bones for a long time. They had also specially hired someone to build a large stone pot. A pot could hold 3,000 caddies of soup. The fire under the stove was constant all day long, and the soup was boiling and emitting a fragrance. The price of the demon bone soup was very affordable, and even ordinary families could afford it. It was one of the most popular delicacies. Many people said that after drinking the demon bone soup a few times, their bodies had become healthier. The tavern's reputation grew. When Lu Qing arrived at the tavern, he was immediately recognized by the waiter, who quickly and respectfully greeted him. The other customers in the queue made way for Lu Qing and bowed to him. The people knew that if it wasn't for Lu Qing, the city would have been filled with demons. It was impossible for the commoners in the city to live a peaceful life and have demon bone soup to eat to strengthen their bodies. Facing the people's reverent and grateful eyes, Lu Qing felt a strange feeling in his heart, and his expression became much gentler. "Miss Lu Qing, this is your demon bone soup. If you still want it, I can send someone to deliver it to you regularly." The owner of the tavern was smiling as he placed a clay pot in front of Lu Qing. His smile was as bright as a flower. It was precisely because of Lu Qing that his tavern was so popular. Just by selling the demon bone soup at a commoner's price, he was able to earn a large profit. Among the common people, he also left behind the reputation of a good person, and people would nod and greet him wherever he went. This kind of treatment was unimaginable in the past. Even the rich could not get it. "Okay, here's your money." Lu Qing took out an official's money and threw it into the funnel box. The restaurant owner did not refuse. He knew that Lu Qing didn't lack the money, and he didn't want such a cheap favor, so he simply kept his mouth shut. The tavern owner's behavior made Lu Qing look up to him. He smiled and nodded. Under the gaze of a group of people, Lu Qing strolled around the market again and bought a few vegetables. A loud noise came from the other side of the market, and a huge six-legged bull dragged a cart over. The city's streets were wide enough for the six-legged giant cow to pass through easily, and there was still a lot of space left. There was a huge beast on the carriage, and it was obvious that it was a demon that had been killed. It probably weighed several thousand jin. More than 20 martial artists followed him. They were well equipped and were obviously real experts. These warriors were all carrying weapons from the blacksmith shop, so they must be warriors of the demon food city. When they arrived at the market, before they could even open their mouths to shout, a large number of customers came from all directions. After a round of bargaining, a martial artist cut open the huge demon's chest and dismembered it. Although the scene was bloody, the eyes of the surrounding audience lit up, and they looked very happy. 2866 The thorn in the eyes of the demon. 1. The market in the early morning immediately became lively. With a special knife cutting, the huge body of the demon was dismembered, and then someone weighed it. After the price was calculated, they put on the label and it was quickly sold out. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell it. A city with a population of a few 100,000 could easily digest this bit of demon flesh. The scene of auctioning the flesh and blood of monsters and demons was common in the current monster-eating city. Although it was impossible to get rich overnight, it could still make a considerable profit. For ordinary martial artists, this was the best choice for a career. Not only could they earn a lot of wealth, but they could also take the opportunity to improve their cultivation strength. It was no longer a secret that the flesh of demons could improve a martial artist's cultivation. However, after testing, it was discovered that there were still some limitations. For example, the best item to increase one's strength was the blood from the heart of a magical beast. It had to be consumed the moment the magical beast was killed. Up until now, no suitable sealing method had been found. Even if cultivators participated, they couldn't do it. If they wanted to increase their strength through this method, they would have to fight demons directly. Even if they hired martial artists to help, they would have to be on the front line. A powerful monster hunting team would become stronger as the battle progressed. They even had the chance to enter the path of cultivation through martial arts. Such a situation occurred because they had devoured a large amount of flesh and blood in the process of killing the demons. In order to become cultivators, some rich kids would rather take the risk and follow the monster hunting teams. There were more and more similar hunter teams in the Demon Food City, which made the combat power of the whole city increase rapidly. The government was naturally very supportive of such a situation. They had even formulated many policies to encourage martial artists to form monster hunting teams. It was because of the existence of these teams that the area around Demon Eater City had almost become a forbidden zone for demons and monsters. But this situation was only temporary. As the situation on the front line grew tenser, more cultivators of the Evil Way Alliance would appear sooner or later. Li Kangfeng had received a warning long ago that the Evil Way Alliance would take action soon, and the Demon Food City would be their primary target. Only by withstanding the next attack could the demon-eating city gain a firm foothold and become an important position to resist the Evil Way Alliance. In addition to geographical reasons, Li Zhangfeng also had to do with the blacksmith shop. Whether it was the blacksmiths who could forge spiritual weapons or the powerful ghost King Lu Qing, they were all protecting the city without hiding anything. With these two powerful cultivators, they had already won half the battle. Ordinary demons and ghosts would not dare to provoke them. However, the main reason was still because of the boss of the blacksmith shop, Tang Zhen. To be able to control two powerful ghost cultivators and make them submit to him was not something that mortals could do. In the process of interacting with Tang Zhen, Li Kangfeng had a feeling that this smiling boss of the smithy was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Although he never paid attention to the affairs of the cultivation world, as long as the blacksmith shop was still in Demon Eater City, Tang Zhen would not sit back and ignore the crisis. Li Kangfeng could not understand why Tang Zhen, with his strength, would live in seclusion in such a small city. Just as the Lekang Peak was actively preparing and recruiting a large number of martial artists, a city hundreds of miles away had fallen. A large number of demons suddenly appeared and launched attacks in the night, causing rivers of blood to flow in the city. After the demons attacked, they didn't leave any survivors, as if they wouldn't stop until they killed all the humans. On the street in front of the city lord's mansion, a huge white-furred demon was leading the tribe to kill the remaining human soldiers. It grabbed a large beam and waved it around, smashing the human soldiers into meat paste. The devil troops were extremely ferocious, waving their sharp claws and tearing the human soldiers into pieces. It didn't take long for the demons to charge into the city lord's mansion and kill all the last people who resisted. Ha ha ha, these trashy humans are actually so weak. If I had known that the humankind was so useless, I wouldn't have led my clan to suffer in the mountains. If I had occupied all the mountains and rivers in this world, I would have lived a much happier life. Demon King Bai Lin laughed as he smashed a cultivator to death with a beam. Human cultivators aren't that weak. Besides, we're in the rear. Many cities don't even have cultivators. A strange-faced cultivator in a blood-red robe said in a cold voice. His face was as pale as paper. His appearance was extremely strange. His eyes were thin and long, his nose was sharp like a bird's beak, and his chin was long like a goatee. Its blood-red mouth was filled with sharp teeth, as if two hacksaws were clasped together. Humans are naturally weak. No matter how hard they work, they will only be worthy of being food. The ferocious demon King Bai Lin sneered as he grabbed the cultivator's remains and threw it into his mouth. The sound of chewing was heard, and blood and flesh flew in his mouth. According to my understanding, there's a place nearby that likes to make soup with demons. If you bring your tribe there, you might not even be able to enter the city gates, and you'll be treated as food by the humans there. The red-robed cultivator's tone was sinister as he spoke to Demon King Bai Lin in a mocking manner. What did you say? There are actually humans who dare to treat demons as food. They're simply tired of living. Demon King Bai Lin's eyes widened in anger. Just like how humans would feel indignant when they heard that demons ate humans, demons would also feel indignant when they heard that their own kind was treated as food. After roaring, Demon King Bai Lin turned to the red-robed cultivator and asked impatiently, "Quickly tell me, where are these arrogant humans from? I must kill them all and then dry them as food. It's not very far, just a few hundred miles to the north. That place is now known as the Demon-Eating City by the humans." Demon-Eating City. White Qilin was stunned for a moment before he sneered and said with a murderous tone, "It won't be long before that place is changed to the City of the Dead." With that, Demon Monarch White Qilin waved his hand and summoned his tribe to set off. Their destination, the demon-eating city. The red-robed cultivator's lips curled into a sinister smile as he looked at the murderous demon King White Qilin, another brainless idiot. This is already the sixth one. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-robed cultivator spoke again. It was still the same voice, but there was a hint of strange hoarseness. These stupid monsters will soon surround the demon-eater city. A great battle is about to happen. If there was something wrong with the demon-eating city, they would not be able to continue hiding, which would be the best. If there was no problem, once the demon-eating city was destroyed, the nearby area would be completely controlled by the demons. It won't take long for us to clean up all the humans nearby. Then, we'll follow Master's orders and annihilate all the humans in this world. The Evil Alliance, the Devil Camp, the Orthodox sects, and the Discipline Commission all have our companions inside. It won't be long before the cultivation world is under our control, and our next operation will be smoother. The red-robed cultivator's voice was unusually gentle, like a charming woman. Although we've completed the deployment, we still have to be careful. If we're discovered by the native cultivators who have ascended to the small world, our situation will become more dangerous. This time, the voice was steady, as if it was the leader of the team. After saying this, the red-robed cultivator closed his mouth and fell into silence. After a long silence, the red-robed cultivator spoke again, but there was doubt in his tone. I just don't understand why Master wants to destroy all the human race. What's the point of that? If they were planning to invade, why did they only target the human race and let the other native races go? After asking this question, the red-robed cultivator fell into silence again and did not speak for a long time. In his heart, he was thinking, could it be that Master had a grudge with the human race, so he gave such an order? 2867 Li Kangfang's request for help. 1 Demon Food City, Discipline Commission Branch. Li Zhangfang had returned with a very important mission, which was to hold his position in this disaster. They had to think of all ways to fight against the Evil Path Alliance and hold on until hope arrived. For the Discipline Commission to make such a decision, it meant that the situation was already extremely dangerous, and there might never be any hope. But no matter what, he had to respond and not wait numbly for death to come. Many cultivators of the Discipline Commission had received similar missions and were sent to different locations. Li Kangfeng did not choose the remote mountains. He knew that it would be of no use and would limit his development. Once the enemy came to their door, they would probably have no way out. One had to know that those desolate places were the nests of the magical beasts. If they chose to build their base in those places, wouldn't that be like sending sheep into the tiger's mouth? However, if he chose a place like the demon-eating city, he would be easily discovered and targeted. He would be the first to be attacked by the demons. However, even if it did not become a defensive position, it could not avoid being attacked by the magical beasts. After all, when the nest was overturned, no eggs would be intact. The news he had just received gave him a headache. The nearby cities, big and small, were attacked by the demons at the same time and suffered heavy losses. 2 of the cities had almost no survivors, completely turning into ruins with bones everywhere. The demons were powerful, and the Evil Way Alliance was rampant. The human camp couldn't resist them at all. The most troublesome thing was that these demons were changing their direction and heading straight for the demon-eating city. Judging from the enemy's appearance, it was obvious that they were going to attack the demon-eating city and destroy it. When he heard the news, Li Kangfeng had already started to prepare for the war and constantly mobilized his troops. Through the recruitment some time ago, they had gathered more than 2,000 martial artists, and they were now all receiving training. There were more than 10,000 ordinary soldiers. They were not strong enough to fight the magical beasts head-on, but they could defend the city with their arrows. There was still a large number of people that could be mobilized. If the situation was critical, they could at least gather 100,000 people. This was all the military reserves of the demon-eating city. Although it sounded like a lot, once the war started, it would be severely reduced. This was because the enemy they were facing was a group of ferocious demons, who truly ate people without spitting out the bones. Looking at the list of material reserves sent by his subordinates, Li Kangfeng felt a headache coming on. His biggest problem had not been solved. Food. Although there were many fertile fields in the demon-eating city, they were not ripe yet. Now that they were attacked by demons, there was no way to harvest them. The city's food reserves were also not much. Perhaps in less than 10 days or half a month, they would be completely exhausted. By then, even if the demons did not attack, the demon-eating city would collapse on its own. Li Kangfeng had a headache as to how to solve this problem. He could not find a solution for a long time. Just as he was secretly worried, a light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he remembered the mysterious boss of the blacksmith shop. Maybe I can find a solution to the problem with him. As he thought of this, Li Zhangfeng immediately left the mansion and went straight to the blacksmith shop. While flying in the air, he saw a figure flash and stop on the roof of a building. The figure was none other than the Ghost King Lu Qing, who was patrolling in the Demon Eater City. Because of her, there were no demons in the entire demon-eating city. Lu Qing noticed Li Changfeng, but he didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he continued to the next location. Li Kangfeng did not care about Lu Qing's arrogance. He knew that Lu Qing's personality was like that, and he had the right to be arrogant. Li Kangfeng was very grateful to Lu Qing. It was because of her that the stability of the Demon Food City was ensured. How could Li Kangfeng know that Lu Qing was only carrying out Tang Zhen's order and improving his strength in passing? What bullshit righteousness! To a Ghost King, it was nothing more than nonsense. However, Lu Qing felt a sense of excitement when he saw the people in the city eating demons as food. It was as if he was feeding ants. The business in front of the blacksmith shop was still lively. Tang Zhen had just sent off a group of martial artists when he saw Li Kangfeng descending from the sky. So it's Elder Li, what can I do for you? You're too polite, please continue to call me by my name. I don't dare to be an elder in front of you. Li Kangfeng smiled and then stated his purpose. Do you know that a few cities nearby have been attacked by magical beasts? Some of them have been razed to the ground. Now that the demons have gathered together and are heading straight for the city, a great battle is inevitable. Tang Zhen nodded his head and asked in a faint tone, since the war is coming, why did you come to my place instead of setting up the city's defense? I have a problem that I can't solve no matter how much I think about it. I would like to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You for help, Li Kangfeng said. Tang Zhen's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a casual tone. What can I do about something that even you find difficult to do? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Li Kangfeng shook his head. You're wrong. In my opinion, you're definitely a man of great ability. We may have to rely on you to defend the demon-eating city. I sincerely ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to help me, for the hundreds of thousands of people in the demon-eating city, and for the human race in the world. Looking at Li Kangfeng's sincere face, Tang Zhen picked up a piece of paper from the table and handed it to Li Kangfeng. Li Changfeng took the paper and glanced at it. He realized that the paper was filled with tiny words and there were some pictures on the back. What kind of xianxia is this? Li Kangfeng looked at Tang Zhen, his face full of doubt. The contents of this paper is the solution to the problem. If you can understand it, you might be able to provide some help. If you can't, then there's nothing I can do. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he sat back on the chair and picked up a book to slowly read. Li Kangfeng was confused. He stared at the thin paper in his hand and frowned. He couldn't believe that this thin piece of paper could solve the crisis of the Demon Eater City. In just half a minute, Li Kangfeng's expression changed, alternating between shock and disbelief. However, he was even more confused because there were many parts that he couldn't understand. In the entire discipline commission, Li Kangfeng's knowledge was not the highest, but he was definitely worthy of being mentioned. Especially in the field of runic magic circles, he could be considered a master. It was rare to encounter runes that he could not understand. He was certain that the drawing in front of him was a runic magic circle, but he could not tell what it was used for. What he couldn't believe was that Tang Zhen actually drew such a precious thing on a piece of paper and threw it to him without a care. Li Kangfeng wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for advice, but when he thought of what Tang Zhen had just said, he could only suppress his doubts. After studying it for a while, Li Kangfeng suddenly had an epiphany and his face revealed an excited expression. I see, amazing, it can actually be done like this. I'm ashamed. What I've learned before can't be compared to this at all. It's like the difference between cloud and mud. There's hope for the demon-eating city. Ha 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 ha. People passing by saw Li Zhangfeng mumbling to himself with a piece of white paper in his hand, and felt that there was something wrong with his head. After a long time, Li Kangfeng finally raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Li Kangfeng took a deep look at Tang Zhen and bowed. After a long time, he slowly stood up. 2868 The Legend of the Demon Eater City. No one knew what Li Kangfeng had obtained from Tang Zhen. They only knew that he had called for a meeting after he returned. All the officials of the Demon Eater City had arrived, and no one was allowed to miss the meeting. The Discipline Commission's authority was extremely high, especially in such a special time. They could directly appoint and dismiss and kill those who disobeyed orders. The cultivators of the Discipline Commission had already sharpened their butcher's knives and were waiting for the appearance of the morons who were tired of living. It was this kind of power that was deeply rooted in people's hearts that made no one in the demon-eating city dare to disobey orders. After a secret meeting, the demon-eating city immediately mobilized and entered a real wartime state. The master of the city ordered that all the people in the city had to participate in the construction of the city defense unconditionally, and every family had to provide people, money, or materials. Although the people of the Demon Eater City were discussing this order, they didn't protest. All the people in the city knew that the outside world was in chaos. The demons had caused heavy casualties to the human race. The Demon Eater City was not affected by the war for the time being. Every day, there would be refugees entering the city, who naturally brought news about the outside world. Human lives were as cheap as paper. Under the flames of war, countless people were turned into ashes. No matter how much wealth one had or how famous one would still be unable to escape death in the face of a catastrophe. The outside world was like hell, but the demon-eating city was peaceful. This was already very rare. In order to protect their home, everyone should contribute their strength. Without skin, where will hair attach itself? With such a thought, the order was naturally carried out completely without any obstacles. The scene of the entire city being mobilized was naturally very spectacular. There were busy people everywhere inside and outside the city. However, the residents of Demon Eater City were confused about their work. They had no idea what they were doing. In the fields and forests outside the city, they kept setting up all kinds of things and then buried them deep underground. At the same time, they had to cover their traces to prevent others from discovering them. The more detailed the disguise, the better. The cultivators of the Discipline Commission were each in charge of managing an area. They were in charge of guiding the acceptance and inspection. They were busy all the time. In fact, even they did not know what they were busy with. They only knew that this was an order from Li Kangfeng. It had to be strictly implemented without any oversight, or else they would be severely punished. The city lord and those big and small squires didn't understand what was going on either. They only donated money and items according to the requirements of the Discipline Commission. No one dared to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Li Kangfeng. After all, this was a military secret. If they asked around, they might lose their lives. The whole city was filled with tension and confusion. Even the cultivators of the Evil Way Alliance couldn't figure out what the Demon Food City was doing. Construction was going on everywhere outside the city, and it was equally busy inside the city. 10 special buildings had been built inside the city, and they were quite eye-catching. The exterior of the building was like a huge chimney. It was nearly 20 meters above the ground and circled the open space. The top of the chimney was about 3 meters wide, and it could hold a large number of soldiers. At the same time, they could set up heavy weapons such as ballistae. In the empty space in the middle of the chimney, there were sharp iron pillars that were shining with a chilling light. On the surface of these giant chimneys, there were dense runes drawn, making one feel dazzled at first glance. Even those who didn't know anything would know that these chimneys had special uses, but no one knew what they were used for. It was because the Discipline Commission had issued a ban that no one was allowed to talk about information about special buildings. Once they were found, they would be severely punished. In addition to the special construction, the walls of the demon-eating city had also been strengthened, and many city defense weapons had been added. According to Li Zhangfeng's request, the city lord's mansion had specially ordered a batch of specially made armor-piercing arrows, and the maker was naturally the blacksmith shop run by Tang Zhen. The forging requirements of the magic-breaking arrow were very high. Ordinary blacksmiths were simply unable to forge it. However, for Tang Zhen's blacksmith shop, it was just a piece of cake. The blacksmith would always do his best to complete Tang Zhen's arrangements because he knew that it was for his own good. The blacksmith was like a tireless machine, forging weapons all day long, and the aura he exuded became more and more terrifying. Ghost King Lu Qing's strength was also constantly improving, but he was becoming more and more afraid of underestimating the simple and honest blacksmith. She now had a feeling that if this silly fellow were to go all out, she would not be his match at all. He was a dignified ghost king. The blacksmith had obviously not reached his realm, but his strength was outrageously powerful. Lu Qing knew very well why this had happened. The blacksmith's aptitude was ordinary, but he had mastered an incredible set of cultivation methods. This was the main reason why he was so strong. After realizing this, Lu Qing became even more respectful to Tang Zhen. She hoped that Tang Zhen would also be merciful and help her point out the path of cultivation. As for breaking free from Tang Zhen's control, Lu Qing did not even dare to think about it at this moment. This was because that was simply an impossible thing. Moreover, the days by Tang Zhen's side were simple and interesting. It was far more exciting than the past. As the situation became more and more serious, more and more cultivators of the Evil Way Alliance sneaked into the Demon Eater City. They had special concealment techniques. Before using the techniques of cultivators, even Lu Qing would not be able to discover them. Lu Qing became busy, patrolling back and forth in the demon-eating city all day long, like a lion guarding its territory. As soon as she discovered the enemy's trail, she would swing that skeleton hammer and directly smash the enemy's head. Unknowingly, Lu Qing had gained a new title, Head-Blasting Ghost King. The demons who managed to escape from the demon-eating city alive would have a phobia and would never want to return to this terrifying place. This was because there was a group of strange humans living in this city. They were even more terrifying than magical beasts. When they saw the demons, they did not run away in panic. Instead, they hid in a safe place and sized them up with greedy eyes. It was as if he was studying where the meat tasted better, and what kind of cooking method should be used. From the demon's point of view, these seemingly normal humans had a faint red glow in their eyes, giving off an aura that made its heart palpitate. In addition, the headless ghost king was there. Once he showed his face, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, the cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance who had infiltrated the Demon Eater City were constantly in fear. They didn't dare to reveal even the slightest bit of their aura. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, a skeleton hammer would smash down from above their heads. The most unforgettable thing for the demons was that there was an intoxicating and disgusting smell in the demon-eating city. There was also a huge stone pot in the city, in which the bones of all kinds of demons were boiling. A thick layer of oil had been boiled out of the soup pot, and the fragrance that floated in the air was unbearable for demons. The taste of the demons' flesh and blood being cooked whetted their appetites, but their hearts were filled with an indescribable disgust. The lurking demons suddenly realized that the flesh of demons tasted better than human flesh. In order to resist this sinful appetite, many lurkers fled in panic. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be tortured to the point of insanity. Due to the spread of the news by the enemy spies, more and more monsters and demons knew the name of the demon-eating city. Even the battlefield thousands of miles away knew about this city that fed on demons. The demons were so scared that they fled. Both the Orthodox sects and the Unorthodox Alliance felt that a group of lunatics was living in the demon-eating city. A group of mortals actually dared to eat demons, were they not crazy? On this matter, the righteous and evil factions had a rare agreement. As a unique city, the demon-eating city had been ostracized by the two warring parties, which was also very strange and unbelievable. The people of the demon-eater city didn't care about what the outside world thought of them. They only knew that they had gained benefits and were safe. Since that was the case, why would he care about what others thought of him and give up the benefits that belonged to him? The construction of the demon-eating city was still going on. In order to encourage the people, Li Kangfeng had killed 2 demon generals and made a free demon bone soup. The people in the city cheered and the construction speed increased. Finally, it was completed before the enemy arrived. 2869 The demon devouring steel on the road to the demon eater city, a large shadow slowly appeared. It was moving forward at a steady speed, swallowing the earth like a turbid wave. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these black shadows were actually all kinds of demons. The demons gave off a ferocious aura and drove all kinds of ordinary wild beasts to the demon-eating city under the leadership of 5 demon kings. Under normal circumstances, the speed of a Yaomo would not be so slow. Instead, it was like a wild dog that was out of control, able to run hundreds of miles in a day. Speed was the most important thing in war, and Yaomo also knew this. Most of the time, they relied on their advantage in speed to launch surprise attacks on the human camp. However, since the start of the war, the Yaomo had been unstoppable and had not encountered any decent resistance. Attacking a human city was much easier than hunting for survival. They could break through the city without any effort and then fill their stomachs to their heart's content. In the eyes of these demons, humans were extremely fragile and only worthy of being food. It was for this reason that the monster demon clan looked down on the human race. Even when they were attacking human cities, they treated it as a game. Not a single city could withstand the attacks of the magical beasts. It was only a matter of time before they fell. Therefore, even though they were clearly preparing for war, these demons were leisurely strolling around as if they were patrolling their own territory. The 5 demon monarchs took their subordinates' actions for granted. Compared to their subordinates, these demon kings were even more arrogant and didn't put any human cultivators in their eyes. Along the way, countless human cultivators had become the food of these demon kings. Even though the cultivators of the Evil Path Alliance had warned them and heard the rumors about the Demon Eater City from time to time, none of the demon kings had paid any attention to them. In the words of the human race, the people in the Demon Eater City were just a bunch of clowns. How could they be a match for the allied army of the monster race and demon race? When the army arrived at the demon-eating city, they would be able to turn this human city into ruins in one go. The human beings who dared to eat the blood and flesh of demons would suffer the harshest punishment, being tortured to death in all kinds of ways. Then, they would throw all the humans into the soup pot in the city and cook them as celebratory food for the allied troops of the monster race and demon race. Imagining the cruel scene, Demon King Bai Lin couldn't help but laugh with a smug expression. 3 demon monarchs were conversing with each other in the distant demon army. They looked at Demon Monarch Bai Lin with disdain. To the 3 demon kings, Demon King Bai Lin was a bumpkin who had come from a remote village. He was rude and uncouth. There were also aristocratic families among the Yaomo who emphasized bloodline and clan, always thinking that they were superior to others. No matter how strong an ordinary Yaomo was, if they didn't have a matching status, they would still be looked down upon by Yaomo. Apart from Demon Monarch White Qilin, the other 3 demon monarchs were from relatively famous clans. There was also a purple-bearded demon king who came from the deep-sea dragon race and was a direct descendant of the dragon court. Although they were not under the jurisdiction of the purple-bearded demon king, the 3 demon kings still maintained enough respect. After all, the other party's identity and bloodline were clear. Only Demon King White Qilin, who came from a ravine and had no manners, remained arrogant and rude. Up until now, he had not shown the respect he should have, and he even wanted to fight for the position of commander. His style of doing things was once again despised. After confirming that he couldn't do as he wished, Demon King White Qilin began to act alone. He didn't join the 4 demon kings. Bai Lin's actions infuriated the 3 demon kings. They thought he was deliberately provoking them. They wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but when they thought about the possibility of unnecessary losses, they hesitated. When he asked Purple-Bearded Demon King, he just smiled gloomily and didn't say much. He was not in a hurry, and even deliberately slowed down to show his calm and confidence. It was because of these monster kings' secret competition that the distance of a few hundred miles took them 5 days. He walked and stopped along the way, as if he was enjoying the scenery. However, the villages and towns along the way suffered and were razed to the ground by these demons. The ground was covered with corpses and remains. Before they knew it, they had already arrived at the territory of the demon-eating city. What's that? On the side of the wide road, there was a huge stone tablet, and there was a huge pile of bones below it. On the stone tablet, there was a huge and deathly white skull of a demon. The flesh and blood had been completely peeled off, and there were also signs of it being cooked and gnawed on. From the residual aura, he could confirm that this demon had at least the strength of a demon general before it died. After seeing the stone tablet, the demons immediately became irascible and each of them let out a deep roar. To the demons, this was a form of provocation. If they had received the order, they would have charged forward and flipped him over. What's written on it? It's a mess of marks, like dog marks. Demon King White Qilin looked at it with a confused expression. He really didn't understand the human language. You're a vulgar fellow indeed. Seeing this, the 3 monster kings beside him sneered sarcastically as a look of pride flashed across their faces. Even though they treated humans as food, they had to admit that the human race was indeed very smart. They only lacked a strong body, and the higher-ups had firmly controlled their cultivation qualifications. Otherwise, the demon race would not be a match for the human race. The Yao clans with long histories even invited humans to be their teachers to learn some classics and educate them. They believed that this was the only way for the monster race to become more powerful. At the same time, it would also be more beneficial to cultivation. As for how many benefits they could obtain, these families did not disclose it to the outside world, but more and more families were imitating them. The small families of the 3 demon kings had all invited human sensei to teach them words and classics. Naturally, they could understand the words on the steles. Of course, this did not affect their actions on the battlefield. In the hearts of these demon kings, humans were just food. Just as the 3 demon kings were mocking him, the purple-bearded demon king stared at the words on the stone tablet and read them out in a cold voice. Demons eat humans, humans eat demons, heaven said. To bring disaster to the universe and to mess up the origin, one must suffer retribution. If they took a step back and didn't provoke each other, they would die if they took a step forward. The demon-eating city had erected a stele to warn the demons and devils that they had been boiling water all year round, waiting for blood and flesh to come to their door. Danger ahead, be careful. After reading the stele, the purple-bearded demon king snorted coldly with a mocking expression. The battlefield is a competition of strength. In the face of great strength, no schemes or tricks will succeed. Before I came here, I was interested in the demon-eating city, but now it seems that they are really a group of arrogant clowns. The purple-bearded demon king waved his hand at his subordinate and continued to move forward on his mount. Pass on my order. No one is allowed to touch this stone tablet. Let it stand here. The purple-bearded demon king didn't destroy the stele because he was going to drive all the people and cultivators of the demon-eating city here after he broke into the city. He was going to use human skulls and bones to build a giant skeleton stele, standing side by side with the stele in the demon-eating city. The purple-bearded demon king insisted that only this kind of face-smacking method could be considered a real revenge. 2870 The illusionary array where there's no exit. 1. The 5 monster kings led the army of monsters and demons across the monster-eating monument and entered the territory of the city. Standing on the plain, they could clearly see the strange atmosphere in the dark sky. In the surrounding forest and fields, there was a light purple mist floating, making the scenery hazy. At some point in time, the sky had become gloomier and gloomier. The sun seemed to be blocked by dark clouds, unable to shine on the ground. It was as if the world had changed in the blink of an eye. Something doesn't seem right. The purple-bearded demon king looked around with a serious expression, suspecting that he had entered an illusion. This situation was not rare. When fighting with the human race, they would often encounter the other party casting illusionary techniques. Small tricks, flashy but useless things. Demons were not good at using illusions, unless they were very talented. Most demons looked down on this kind of method. Although the demons would be affected by the illusion, it would not affect their battle. As long as the demon king pointed in the right direction, the demons would be able to take down the demon-eating city even if they were affected by illusions. The other 4 monster kings also noticed the abnormality, but they didn't take it to heart. It would be weird if the demon-eating city did not have any defensive measures. The current situation was normal. All demons, listen up. Attack in the direction I point. The purple-bearded demon king pointed forward and gave the order to attack. His tone was full of killing intent. The other 4 monster kings also commanded their subordinates and charged forward. Roar. The impatient demons roared continuously and rushed forward. In the process of running, these demons kept accumulating strength and gradually formed a whole. The moment they got close to the city wall, the demons would unleash their full power, and they would be able to move mountains and fill seas. The low city walls of the human race could not stop the fiendish demons from climbing up at all. They could easily climb over them. Every time this happened, one could see the fear and despair in the eyes of the humans, who were waving their weapons in vain. The demons would either wave their sharp claws or open their mouths to tear the bodies of the defenders apart. As if thinking of the taste of delicious food, the demons drooled and subconsciously ran faster. However, they soon found that the demon food city, which seemed to be right in front of them, suddenly became a little far away. The charging demons were full of doubts, not knowing what was going on. At that moment, they heard the voice of the purple-bearded demon king. This is just a low-level illusionary technique of human cultivators. You don't need to worry about it. Just charge forward. After hearing purple-beard demon king's warning, the demons didn't hesitate and continued to speed up. Who knew that at this moment, there would be a sudden change? Pillars of light suddenly emerged from the troops of the demons and devils, rising from the ground and straight into the sky. If one observed carefully, they would discover that there were all kinds of runes dancing in the light pillars, revealing a mysterious and ethereal aura. It was not strange for such a situation to occur in an illusion. As they were all fake, even more exaggerated scenes could be easily created in the illusion. However, what happened next caused the 5 monster kings' expressions to change drastically. The demons that were enveloped by the pillar of light had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't an illusion, but it had truly disappeared. No one knew where it had gone. Spatial fluctuations. The purple-bearded demon king was surprised that he had encountered something unexpected in this unremarkable city. Spatial spell techniques were the most profound. Humans had some understanding of them, but demons knew almost nothing about them. The monster race would try their best to collect all the ancient books and secret techniques that were related to this area. It could be said that they were willing to pay any price. Because the demons wanted to fix the teleportation formation and reconnect it to the ancient god continent, the Sea Kingdom's feudal lords killed the cultivators who were proficient in space magic. In the end, the teleportation formation was destroyed and could not be repaired. According to the information we've received, there are cultivators from the Discipline Commission in the Demon Food City, and the leader is Li Kangfeng. It was said that this person was proficient in runic magic circles, but there was no information that showed that he had mastered spatial magic. Even in the entire Discipline Commission, there were no cultivators skilled in this. If Li Kangfeng knew the space formation, we would have to formulate a new battle strategy and capture him alive. While purple-bearded Demon King was pondering, Demon King Bai Lin roared angrily because more than 30 of his subordinates had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Demon King White Qilin had a special spiritual connection with his own kind, but it could only be maintained for a short time. At that moment, he clearly felt the scene that his missing tribesmen had seen at the last moment of his life. They were already dead, and their deaths were extremely painful. Their bodies were filled with huge bloody holes, and they had become porcupines after being shot by countless heavy arrows. My subordinates entered the city and were killed by those despicable humans. I must avenge them. Demon Monarch White Qilin was like a mad demon. He no longer commanded his subordinates to fight. Instead, he charged forward alone. Idiot. The 3 demon kings were also looking for their missing troops. They saw Demon King Bai Lin roaring and charging toward the Demon Food City with killing intent. They sneered inwardly, but they didn't stop him. Instead, they used Demon King White Qilin as a pathfinder. He could test the waters and see if there was anything strange about the demon-eating city. Then, he could formulate a response. The purple-bearded Demon King stared at Demon King Bai Lin's back with a deep look in his eyes, wanting to see what would happen next. Soon, they were surprised to find that the White Qilin Demon King's charging speed had slowed down. The closer they got to Demon Eater City, the slower it became. After running for some distance, Demon King White Qilin suddenly changed directions and began to spin around in circles. He was still in a state of anger and would roar from time to time to build up his momentum. When it came to battle, it could burst out in an instant, and at most, it could exert nearly 3 times its strength. This was a battle technique commonly used by the demon race. Its power was indeed astonishing, but, at this moment, it looked extremely comical. Demon King White Qilin didn't see the enemy at all. He was confused by the illusion. Without contact, it was a joke no matter how much energy he had accumulated. The purple-bearded Demon King's expression became more and more serious. If even a Demon King could be confused, it meant that the level of the illusory formation was far beyond imagination. In addition, there were spatial fluctuations hidden in this illusory formation, which meant that the illusory formation was not only used to confuse the mind, but also to lay a fatal trap. The purple-bearded Demon King didn't miss a single word of the White Qilin Demon King's roar, which was in line with his speculation. The Monster Eater City had set up a special formation to deal with the invasion of the allied army of monsters and demons. The monsters that had disappeared just now might have been directly teleported to the prison of the Monster Eater City. The guards of the demon-eating city would not be polite to the invading demons and would definitely kill them as soon as possible. Although he had guessed the result correctly, the purple-bearded Demon King was not angry. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of excitement. He had already made up his mind to find a way to capture the cultivators who set up the formation alive, even if he had to pay a huge sacrifice. As long as they could capture this cultivator, they could reactivate the teleport formation leading to Ancient God Continent. Then, They could have countless treasures. At that time, he would definitely be placed in an important position in the family, and he might even become an elder or even the patriarch. When the purple-bearded demon king thought of this, he immediately called for his trusted subordinate and ordered him to send the news back to his clan. He was in urgent need of an assistant to control this cultivator in the hands of the deep-sea dragon race before he was discovered. His subordinate demon general received the order and immediately ran back the way he came, ready to leave this illusionary realm. A teleportation light pillar suddenly appeared and enveloped the demon general. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The purple-bearded demon king was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his face turned ashen, and a touch of deep worry flashed in his eyes.